When I recovered from cancer and returned home, my wife and children kicked me out of the house. Chapter 1. My name is Wei Jiuzhou. I never thought that when I recovered from terminal cancer and returned as a billionaire, I would be kicked out of the house by my wife. At this moment, dozens of the world's top financial tycoons gathered in front of the Mayo Clinic. Global financial reporters rushed over after hearing the news, and their cameras were focused on these celebrities. Mr. Bezos, are you feeling unwell? Why did you come to the Mayo Clinic? Bezos smiled and responded gently. Thank you for your concern. I'm fine. I'm just visiting a friend. He gently waved his hand to signal the reporter to move aside. Mr. Manhwa, why did you choose to come to the country for medical treatment? Is the medical condition in Daxia not as good as ours? Manhwa said seriously. Daxia traditional Chinese medicine is extensive and profound and is not inferior to Western medicine. I came here to visit a friend. Mr. Buffett, are you here to visit a friend as well? Can you tell me who your friend is? Buffett pondered for a moment and said seriously. Strictly speaking, it may not be accurate for them to call him a friend. He is the guide for all of us, our boss. Mr. Buffett, you must be kidding. The financial tycoons present today are all ranked among the top 100 in the world. How can they have a common boss? Buffett shrugged. There's no need for me to lie to you. Please move aside. I want to see the boss for the last time. I hope his death will not cause global financial turmoil. All the reporters were stunned. They stared at Buffett for a long time without saying a word. What kind of person is this boss who can become the leader of these financial giants? And who is he who can influence the global financial landscape? Mayo Clinic, as one of the most famous private medical institutions in the world, represents the highest medical level in the world. Every patient here will enjoy top medical services. The top floor of the clinic was extremely luxurious, gathering nearly half of the medical resources of the Mayo Clinic, but it only had one room. In this ward, a seemingly young Xia country youth lay. Although he was only in his early 20s, the deep light in his eyes seemed to see through the truth of the world. The young man's facial features were flawless and perfect, as if they were carved. The only difference was that his skin was as pale as paper, as if he had not seen the sun for many years, perhaps due to illness. Outside the bed stood a group of financial tycoons who had just been interviewed. They looked respectful, like subjects waiting to be summoned by the monarch. What was surprising was that these top 10 super-rich people in the world were actually ranked in the third tier. Ma Huadeng and others were actually at the end of the third echelon. Standing in the first echelon were 8 unfamiliar faces who had never appeared in any financial magazines. But these super-rich people were extremely respectful to them, and even seemed a little afraid. Because they came from the most powerful and mysterious family in the world, a family that stood at the top of the world for years. In the ward, a Western woman stood at the head of the bed. She had a slender figure, delicate features, and a strong aura. The young man smiled gently and comforted her. Trusova, don't be sad. Being able to sleep peacefully is the greatest luxury for me. The woman's name is Trusova, and her blue eyes are full of wisdom and determination. She is one of the top 3 actuaries on Wall Street and the youngest billionaire in the world. But no one knew that she was just a personal secretary of a Chinese man. Trusova held back her tears and choked up. Boss, the P8 and P7 executives of the Immortal Kingdom have arrived. Do you want to meet them? The young man raised his eyebrows slightly and said lightly, let them in. Yes, boss. Following Trusova's guidance, the financial tycoons walked into the ward and bowed respectfully to the young man on the bed. Even the 90-year-old Buffett lowered his proud head. Hello, boss. Hello, boss. The young man waved his hand calmly. Didn't I say that? In our immortal country, there's only a distinction between roles, not between nobles and humbles. There is no need to be so polite. Yes, everyone responded in unison, their eyes full of admiration and a hint of worry. The young man coughed lightly. A trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. 10 years ago, I was already in the late stage of cancer. Thanks to the Mayo Clinic, thanks to the care of the hospital, I'm still alive today. I'm already very satisfied, and you don't have to feel sad for me. Everyone was silent, and no one dared to speak. After a moment, the young man continued, I called everyone here today to take care of my affairs. After my death, the Immortal Fund and the 9 major holding companies under the Immortal Kingdom will operate as usual. My death should not cause stock market turmoil or a global financial crisis. If anyone dares to maliciously disrupt the international financial order, everyone knows my methods. I dare not. The financial giants bowed their heads and responded without hesitation. They knew the boss's methods very well. 10 years ago, he emerged out of nowhere and was invincible, defeating countless competitors. It is said that the boss possesses a terrible power that is enough to make anyone disappear from this world. The young man showed a trace of relief, looked around at everyone, and said lightly, "After my death, my shares will be taken by my son. Wei Ning will inherit. You will assist him with all your strength. I believe he will surpass me, continue the glory of the immortal kingdom, and illuminate the whole world." Chapter 2. I felt a loss. Everyone was silent, with confusion and puzzlement in their eyes. My son? How could there be a son? These people had never heard of him. They stared at me blankly, as if they had never known that there was such a side to my life. Wei Ning. This name instantly left a mark in everyone's heart. Everyone knew that Wei Ning was only 18 years old and had just finished the college entrance examination. We also know the future potential of this child. We must find him as soon as possible, establish a good relationship with him, and ensure that we can get the support of the young master. But at the same time, everyone has a consensus in their hearts. Don't even think about seizing power. I will never leave any loopholes. Once I'm gone, whoever dares to do anything will have the consequences. Boss, can you tell us about the young master situation? A P8 level boss finally spoke, his voice somewhat tentative. I panted slightly, feeling a little out of breath, and glanced at Trusova calmly. She seemed to understand what I meant and nodded. Trusova walked up to me and said in a low and steady voice, "Boss, you have a happy family in Daxia, with a wife, 2 daughters, and Wei Ning. 15 years ago, you were diagnosed with advanced cancer. In order not to worry your family, you concealed your illness and lied that you were going abroad for work. You came to the West and established an immortal kingdom." Hearing this, everyone began to realize that the young master was only 18 years old, and this age was the stage with the most potential. Greed flashed in the eyes of all the executives. This was not only an opportunity related to their future honor, but also the key to whether they could gain a foothold in the immortal kingdom. Young master, Wei Ning just finished the college entrance examination. Trusova continued to add with a firm look in her eyes. The eyes of those executives began to become more passionate, and it was obvious that they already had a plan in mind. The next strategy was obviously to try their best to win Wei Ning's favor. After all, if they could borrow the power of the young master, their family and business would usher in a century of glory. They all bowed their heads and responded respectfully. "We will obey the boss's orders and do our best to assist the young master." I looked at them, feeling a complicated feeling in my heart, as if everything had been clearly arranged. My eyes drifted into the distance, and I suddenly felt extremely weak. Then I suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood and fell heavily on the bed. "Boss, hold on." Trusova panicked. She couldn't help but burst into tears, and her voice trembled. All the executives knelt down and cried loudly. To them, I was not only a business mentor, but also a spiritual leader. My death was undoubtedly a devastating blow to them. Trusova couldn't control the tears in her eyes and shouted, "Get out. Everyone get out. Let boss have a good rest. Don't disturb him." Her order was like a sharp knife, driving everyone out of the ward. All the executives lowered their heads and carefully left the ward. Trusova was the only one left. She sat at the head of the bed, staring at my pale face, and whispered to herself, "Boss, before you leave, can you allow me to be unbridled one more time? I have never dared to speak out what is in my heart so easily." She paused for a moment, lowered her head, and gently wiped the blood from the corner of my mouth, her eyes full of admiration and bitterness. "I envy her," she whispered, "Zhou Shui. How outstanding must she be to have you, Wei Jiuzhou. You are so outstanding that it makes people despair." Trusova's eyes became more and more blurred. Suddenly, she grabbed the fruit knife next to her and put it against her neck. The coldness of the blade made her feel cold, but a satisfied smile appeared on her face. "Wei Jiuzhou, I couldn't enter your heart when you were alive, but I will accompany you after you die." Her voice was low but full of determination. However, just as she was about to end her life, I suddenly grabbed her wrist. My voice was weak but firm. "Trusova, Wei Ning still needs your help." Her tears broke down instantly. She held my hand tightly and cried, "Boss, I will definitely serve the young master, just like I served you." There was a knock on the door. Trusova turned around and shouted, "Didn't I tell you? The boss needs to rest. No one is allowed to come in." But I smiled and interrupted her. "It's Lao Xiao. Let him in." Trusova did not dare to disobey my order and hurriedly opened the door of the ward. The person who came in was Lao Xiao, a legend in the world's legal community, Xiao Wei. Xiao Wei bowed to me, then took out 3 documents from his briefcase and handed them to me. Boss, according to your instructions, I have revised 3 wills. Please take a look. I looked at Trusova weakly. She took the document respectfully with a look of shock on her face. Obviously, she didn't expect that I was the boss behind the Sunday Financial Empire and the U9 Financial Alliance. Boss, how many secrets do you have? She could hardly believe her eyes. Chapter 3. Wei Jojo smiled slightly and looked at Trusova. Trusova, don't be surprised. You should have heard of the principle that a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, right? Read it. Trusova nodded and began to read Wei Jojo's will one by one. In the first will, Wei Ning inherited 40% of the shares of the Immortal Kingdom, and Zhou Shuyu inherited 20%. In the second share, Wei Qinghe inherited 40% of the Sunday Financial Empire, and Zhou Shuyu inherited 20% again. In the third share, Wei Wincy inherited 40% of the U9 Financial Alliance, and Zhou Shuyu inherited 20%. These arrangements made Wei Jiuzhou feel a little relieved, as if everything was in place. Pen, Wei Jiuzhou said softly. Trusova handed him an old fountain pen with the words Shuyu engraved on the pen cap. This was a token of love that Zhou Shuyu gave him. Wei Jiuzhou took the pen, slightly absent-minded, and her gentle smile emerged in his mind. Faced with this regret, he could only sigh. I hope we can continue our relationship in the next life. Then he signed his name. However, just as he was about to complete the finishing touch, the door of the ward was roughly pushed open, and a loud noise interrupted the moment. Wei Jiuzhou's hand trembled, and the pen tip became slightly heavier, lengthening the arc by 0.1 millimeters. For a perfectionist like him, this mistake was almost intolerable. Trusova glared at the person at the door. Don't you know how to knock? What about the rules? Didn't I tell you to let boss spend his last days in peace? The person who came was Holly Rossi, a famous medical expert and Wei Jiuzhou's healer. She was excited and waved the blue reagent in her hand. It's successful. The immune T cells extracted from boss's body have been successfully cultured. These cells can accurately identify and attack cancer cells, and it is expected that all cancer cells in the body will be eliminated within 2 months. Wei Jiuzhou was stunned for a moment, unable to believe. Is this true? Trusova was so shocked that she almost fell down and asked anxiously, what is the success rate? What are the side effects? It's been tested. The side effects are fatigue and fever, but they are not life-threatening, Rossi replied. Trusova excitedly proposed, transplant the cancer cells in boss's body into my body. I want to test the effect of these immune T cells myself. Wei Jiuzhou shouted angrily. Nonsense. Trusova, back off. Rossi, just give me the medicine. After hesitating for a moment, Rossi followed Wei Jiuzhou's instructions and injected the immune T cells. Instantly, Wei Jiuzhou felt a sharp pain spreading throughout his body, as if there were thousands of battles going on in his body. His face was pale and his forehead was sweating, but he still endured it calmly. After a long time, the pain gradually eased, and a warmth began to flow through the body, as if soaking in a hot spring. Wei Jiuzhou stretched and smiled. It seems that I don't have to die for the time being. Luo Shi, thank you. Rossi suppressed his excitement and said respectfully, this is all cultivated by boss. It is my honor to serve you. However, we still need to observe for a few days to see if the cancer cells recur. Wei Jiuzhou shook his head. No, I can't wait that long. I have to go back to Daxia now to see my wife and children as soon as possible. Trusova, prepare the special plane immediately and leave immediately. Boss, your private plane is on standby and can take off at any time, Trusova replied. Wei Jiuzhou was stunned for a moment and realized that the special plane was originally prepared to transport his body back to Daxia. With a bitter smile in his heart, he hurried to get out of bed, but because he had been lying in bed for too long, his body was stiff and he almost fell. Trusova and Rossi supported him in time. He smiled wryly, his heart anxious. Although he was weak, he couldn't suppress his desire to go home. Wei Jiuzhou asked, Trusova, where did Shuyu and the children move to? Are they still in Qingzhou? Trusova lowered her head and said in a low voice, Boss, Madam has not moved and is still living in your old house. Old house? Isn't that a tube-shaped building in the old city? Wei Jiuzhou's face changed, and his tone was a little unhappy. Trusova, I asked you to take good care of my wife and children. Is this how you take care of them? Trusova lowered her head and said nothing, obviously feeling guilty. Wei Jojo took a deep breath. Although he was weak, the guilt and heartache for his wife and children deeply hurt his heart. Chapter 4. I looked at Trusova and lowered her head and said in a low voice, "What's going on?" She did not refute and whispered, "Every month, I will transfer $1 million to your account according to your instructions, but more than 10 years have passed, and the bank card has not been used for a single cent." My heart sank. "Shuyu, why are you so stubborn? You would rather live in a dilapidated tube building than accept my help." I suppressed the pain in my heart and said directly, "Go back home. Now, right away." Trusova and Rossi acted quickly and helped me out of the ward. Rossi quickly pushed a wheelchair over and I sat on it. I felt weak, but my determination remained firm. There was only one direction to go home, and that was to leave immediately. Wei Jojo's private plane is the Skitran A380-1000. This is the largest model of the Skitran company. The modified cockpit is not only luxurious, but also a comfortable space designed specifically for me. My accompanying team is huge, including the medical team, life team, legal team, administrative team, and bodyguard team, totaling nearly 300 people. Every detail takes into account my safety and comfort. On the Skitran, although my body was still weak, my anticipation grew stronger and stronger. I could finally go home, return to the familiar land, and see my wife and children. Although more than 10 years have passed, my heart still holds endless longing and unfulfilled promises. "Boss, we only have 30 minutes to get to Qingzhou International Airport. Please get ready." Trusova reminded me softly. I nodded slightly, but I felt a little uneasy. 15 years later, what have Shuyu and the children become? Will they accept me? This question weighs on my mind, making it almost impossible for me to breathe. In the cabin, I did some simple rehabilitation training, and after a few hours of hard work, I was able to stand independently and take a few steps. Although my steps were still unsteady, at that moment, I was filled with satisfaction. "Shuyu kids, I'm back. I'm finally back." The sky train landed steadily, and I finally stepped on this familiar land. The air was filled with a long-lost scent, and I felt extremely relieved. The wheelchair was pushed towards the shuttle bus, and a familiar face appeared in front of me. Lin Manjiang, director of the Commerce Department. I didn't ask any more questions, but recognized him immediately. Director Lin stood up and extended his hand with a smile. "Hello, Mr. Wei. I am Lin Manjiang." I also stood up and shook his hand enthusiastically. "Director Lin, I have heard of your name for a long time. It is an honor to finally meet you today." Director Lin smiled and went straight to the point. "Mr. Wei, Daxia is now taking off, and we very much welcome your return. Whether it is policy or resources, the Ministry of Commerce will fully support you." His eyes were full of expectations, but I was not in a hurry to respond. "Thank you for the invitation, Director Lin. As a member of Daxia, I am certainly willing to contribute to the country." I paused, "But I have important personal matters to deal with right now. We can talk about work later." Director Lin's eyes flashed with disappointment, but he still smiled and handed me a piece of paper. "This is my personal number. I look forward to seeing you again." I took the piece of paper and put it away solemnly. "Director Lin, goodbye." He nodded and left with satisfaction. I know he will wait for me, but at this moment, I just want to see my wife and children and talk about all the years I have missed. Chapter 5. I sat quietly in the back seat of the bulletproof Maybach, looking at Qingzhou through the window. More than 10 years have passed, and the city in front of me has become both familiar and unfamiliar. High-rise buildings have replaced the low buildings of the past. The streets are bustling with people, but I only remember the unchanged old scenes. The convoy drove into the Hisense Junhui Villa area in a mighty manner. My eyes fell on those luxurious villas, but I still felt as if I were in another world. Hisense Junhui Villa District is the highest-end area in Qingzhou, and each villa is worth over 100 million yuan. The top villa building number 1 is priced at 230 million yuan, which is not worth mentioning to me. After all, villa number 10 has been my property for 10 years. At this moment, although I'm exhausted physically and mentally, I just want to finish everything quickly and see my wife and children as soon as possible. Although I was accompanied by a team of 300 people, I still chose to follow the medical team's advice and lie down on the large bed to rest. I can feel the strength gradually returning to my body, but it is far from enough to support me in enduring more fatigue. It was not until 4 o'clock in the afternoon that I regained some strength, slowly opened my eyes and said to Trusova calmly, "Is the gift ready? I want to go home." Trusova nodded. "Ready." She helped me out of the room, left the spacious villa, and walked to the bulletproof Maybach outside. The car started smoothly and drove towards the old town of Qingzhou West City. Heping District 2 is one of the oldest areas in Qingzhou. The buildings are old, the exterior walls are yellowed, and the dim sensor lights in the corridors are constantly flickering. It looked shabby, as if we had returned to where we used to live. The car slowly stopped at the door of Building 6, where Shuyu and I used to live. My heart sank inexplicably. I suddenly stopped, feeling a little hesitant. I was still very weak, and I didn't want my wife and children to see me in such a state. Yes, I am a man who stands tall and proud. I turned to look at Trusova and said, "I'll go up by myself. You wait outside." Trusova was obviously a little hesitant, with a hint of worry in her tone. "Boss, you are worth a lot of money. You can't have any mistakes. Let me help you up." I looked at her seriously. "This is an order." Trusova bit her lip and lowered her head. I didn't say anything else, but reached out to take the gift bag handed to me by the driver. The gifts were not heavy. They were all carefully prepared by Zhou Shuyu and the children. However, for me, every step while carrying these gifts seemed particularly difficult. The moment I took the gift bag, I felt my body sway slightly. Trusova and Xiaojiu subconsciously reached out to help me, but I gave them a cold look. They had no choice but to withdraw their hands. I took a deep breath, forced myself to stand firm, and continued to move forward. Although each step was difficult, I remained steadfast and continued to walk towards the stairs. Walking up this staircase, every uneven concrete floor made me feel extremely hard. For normal people, this may not be a big deal, but for me, it was like climbing Mount Everest. I fell several times, but every time I gritted my teeth, got up, and kept moving forward. With every step I took, I could feel my limit. Sweat unconsciously seeped through my clothes, and I was panting, but I still persisted until I reached the door of 301. Standing at the door, I almost exhausted all my strength. My tailor-made suit was covered with dust, my hair was wet and stuck to my forehead, and my face was pale, with almost no trace of life. However, I still didn't put down the gift bag in my hand. I leaned my shoulder against the peeling wall, took a deep breath, regained some energy, and knocked hard on the door. The noise in the house suddenly quieted down, and the air was filled with a festive atmosphere. Today is the day when the college entrance examination results are announced. Wei Ning's score is as high as 637 points, which is 40 points higher than the first-tier line. Everyone in his family is celebrating his good results. Shuyu smiled and poured a glass of wine for Wei Ning herself. "Ning, Mom congratulates you on getting a good score of 637. Cheers!" Everyone raised their glasses together and drank the wine that symbolized joy. However, when Wei Ning told everyone that he planned to apply for the English major, the atmosphere suddenly became solemn. Zhou Shuyu's smile gradually faded, and his eyes were stern. "Ning, why do you want to study English? Are you planning to go abroad?" Chapter 6. I stood by the dining table. My heart was in turmoil. Wei Ning didn't say anything, just bit his lips. I knew he knew in his heart that he was going abroad. He wanted to find his father, who he hadn't heard from for a long time, and ask him why he abandoned the four of us. I looked at him and raised my voice unconsciously. "Wei Ning, listen to me. If you still recognize me as your mother, don't go abroad. If you dare to go abroad, you are not my son." Wei Ning's eyes turned cold, and he seemed a little impatient. I noticed that he didn't respond to me, but Wei Wensi quietly kicked his calf under the table and winked at him frequently, suggesting that he should say something softer. But Wei Ning didn't seem to notice his sister's hint at all. He gritted his teeth, looked straight at me, and said bravely, "Mom, what are you worried about? I will not abandon my mother and our family like he did. I will definitely come back. Nothing is more important than my mother and our family." Although he didn't mention Wei Jiuzhou's name, I knew that he was still thinking about that irresponsible man. His voice almost made me unable to control myself, and tears rolled down my cheeks. "Wei Jiuzhou, that bastard. Do you think we can't live well? I no longer need him. Chinga got a job. Wensi started an internship, and Xiaoning was admitted to university. Our lives gradually got better. But you, Wei Jiuzhou, you are destined to live alone until the end of your life." Qingyi saw that I was sad, so she quickly pinched Wei Ning's arm and scolded, "Ning, apologize to your mother." Wei Ning looked at me. A trace of panic flashed across his face. He put down his chopsticks, walked in front of me, and hugged me gently. "Mom, I was wrong. I shouldn't have mentioned him. That irresponsible bastard doesn't deserve to appear in our world. I choked and hugged him, my voice trembling. Well, let's not talk about him. However, at this moment, there was a gentle knock on the door. The eyes of the family of four unconsciously focused on the door, and my heart tightened. Kids, are there any guests at home today? I looked around at my children and suddenly had a sense of uneasiness. Wei Wenxi and Wei Ning shook their heads subconsciously, indicating that they were not sure. But Chinga's eyes lit up and he smiled and said, "It could be Uncle Han. He just said he wanted to come to the wedding." Hearing Uncle Han's name, the atmosphere suddenly became much more relaxed. Han Kaiyuan is Wei Jiuzhou's best friend. Since Wei Jiuzhou went abroad, Han Kaiyuan has been helping us. Han Kaiyuan helped Wei Qinghe with her work when she's further studies and Xiao Ning's safety. He walked quickly to the door and seemed to feel more relaxed. The door slowly opened, but what I saw was not Uncle Han's face, but a strange yet familiar man. Wei Jiuzhou. He's back. Chapter 7. Wei Wenxi's actions were almost subconscious. She suddenly ran towards Wei Jiuzhou, her eyes full of surprise and excitement, as if the longest lost relative in the world was right in front of her. But before she could run 2 steps, Zhou Shuyu suddenly grabbed her. "Wenxi, you don't have a father." Zhou Shuyu's words were harsh, and his eyes were cold, causing Wei Wenxi to stop suddenly. Wei Qinghe also stood aside, frowning and looking reproachful. She couldn't believe that her sister would greet the man so enthusiastically. It was not until this time that Wei Wenxi realized her mistake. Her excitement seemed to have hurt the feelings of her mother and elder sister. Wei Ning was also shocked by this sudden situation. An indescribable, complex emotion surged in his heart. He had always fantasized about meeting his father countless times, but at this moment, when Wei Jiuzhou really appeared in front of him, he didn't know how to face it. He once hated Wei Jiuzhou and longed for his father's love. Whenever he saw others being intimate with their fathers, he would secretly wipe away his tears. But why is he the only one without a father? Is this strange, yet familiar man really his father? Wei Jiuzhou looked at Wei Wenxi with a hint of relief in his eyes. Although he knew that he had missed too much, he still cared deeply about every child, especially Wenxi. Then, Wei Jiuzhou's gaze slowly moved towards Zhou Shuyu, finally stopping on her familiar face. She doesn't look old and is still as beautiful as ever. Although time has left its marks on her, her temperament is still elegant and no less beautiful. More than 10 years of separation still hadn't erased her charm. Wei Jiuzhou took a deep breath, and suddenly, all his fatigue and pain seemed to be dispelled by the emotion of this moment. He walked forward, put down the gift bag in his hand, and looked at Zhou Shuyu intently. "Shuyu, I'm back." Wei Jiuzhou's voice was low and trembling, filled with 15 years of longing and regret. Zhou Shuyu's heart suddenly beat. Wei Jiuzhou in front of her looked disheveled, with messy clothes and a haggard face. But for some reason, the impulse in her heart was still strong, almost making her want to throw herself into his arms out of control. However, the pain in her heart made it difficult for her to let go. "You've been gone for 15 years. Do you know how our family's been doing these years?" Zhou Shuyu's eyes were filled with anger and disappointment. "How dare you come back?" Her voice was like a knife piercing the heart. Wei Jiuzhou didn't want to explain anymore. He lowered his head and said in a sad voice, "The reason I left was because I was diagnosed with advanced cancer. I don't want you to worry about me." "Cancer?" Zhou Shuyu's heart tightened, and then he was angry. "You lied to me. If you love us so much, why didn't you tell us the truth? Why are you talking to me about this now?" Her eyes were filled with years of pent-up anger and resentment. Wei Jiuzhou looked at her angry expression, his heart aching. "Shuyu, I was wrong. I know there is no way to make up for these 15 years, but I have money. I can give you a better life." Zhou Shuyu sneered. "Money? How can you use money to make up for the more than 10 years you left us?" Her voice trembled a little. "Do you think money can buy back the 15 years you lost?" Wei Jiuzhou was speechless for a moment. He lowered his head and said regretfully, "I know that I can't make up for your pain over the years, but I can make up for it from now on and take on the responsibilities of a husband and a father." Zhou Shuyu looked at him, with pain and hesitation in her eyes. Wei Jiuzhou's sincerity and regret moved her, but the pain of not being able to forgive her made it difficult for her to let go. "You make it sound so easy. When you left, did you know how we're getting by?" Zhou Shuyu's voice choked with sobs, tears streaming down her cheeks. Wei Jiuzhou looked at her distressedly and said in a low voice, "I really didn't think about these things at the time. When I left, I left you a bank card and told you that I would remit money every month. Why are you living in such a difficult situation? Bank card. Zhou Shuyu laughed angrily. Do you think that can make up for the difficulties we have endured for more than 10 years? Chapter 8. I remember the moment when Wei Jiuzhou gave me the bank card. There was deep expectation in his eyes, as if that card could replace everything for him. But is it really money that I need? If it is money, why don't I choose to marry those rich men? My marriage with Wei Jiuzhou is not for wealth, but for love. Unfortunately, after Wei Jiuzhou left, my world suddenly became empty. I decided to fold the card into 8 pieces and throw it into the sewer. However, within 10 minutes, I regretted it. My fingers were cold and my heart was heavy. Although my cleanliness made me not want to touch those dirty things, I still bent down and fished out the bank card. I carefully cleaned it, glued it, and preserved it. I put it at the bottom of the box, and whenever I missed him, I took it out and touched it, as if he was still by my side. The torn card became the deepest connection between him and me. Today, when the children mentioned the card, I felt a pang of heartache. Wei Wincy shook me gently. Mom, did Dad really leave us a bank card? I took a deep breath and replied to her, Yes, there's indeed a bank card, but I lost it. As I watched the look of relaxation in her eyes gradually, I felt pain in my heart. I know Wei Jiuzhou cares about us, but his actions really hurt me deeply. Can Wei Jiuzhou understand? Why do you give me this unnecessary care at the last minute? He doesn't understand that every time he looks back, it's like a heavy knife cut to me. I looked at Wei Wincy's smiling face and suddenly realized that she still believed that her father was a good man. But I knew that he had abandoned us and chose a path that made him stronger, and I would never understand this path. Wei Qinghe's words were like a cold knife, and they pierced my heart. Dad said he would send money, but can he really do that? Look at how he looks now. How can he still be considered a father? He left us back then, and now he wants to come back. Can you still trust such a person? Every word she said made my heart tighten, but also made me more determined. Wei Jiuzhou is no longer the man I knew. Wei Jiuzhou's plea was like a heavy stone weighing on my heart. Shu, give me a chance. Please forgive me and give the children a home. His low, pleading almost shook me, but every time I thought of his determination when he left, my heart was like being burned by fire. I could not forgive the man who broke my heart, nor could I let him return to my world easily. Wei Jiuzhou, I can no longer be weak for you. I pushed him out of the house with all my strength and shut the door heavily. Behind the door was the pain and determination in my heart. Every second of hesitation made me feel torn apart, as if my chest was hit hard. I couldn't stop crying, but I knew that this time I would no longer give him any chance. Mom, are you okay? Wei Ning's concerned voice brought me back to my senses instantly. Looking at his worried eyes, my heart ached again. I really hoped to give my children a complete family, but the past between Wei Jiuzhou and me cannot be erased. The pain caused by his departure has not healed to this day. Wei Jiuzhou still refused to give up. He kept knocking on the door, his voice full of pleading and regret. Shuyu, I really know I was wrong. Give me a chance. Every word was like tearing my heart apart. However, I knew that I could no longer let him into my world. The air around me became more and more oppressive, and the long frozen corner of my heart could no longer be warmed by him. Wei Ning helped me back to the room, but I still couldn't calm down. I opened the old box and took out the bank card that was taped together from the bottom. I hugged him tightly, tears welled up in my eyes again. I knew that Wei Jiuzhou's departure had been engraved in my heart, and every time he looked back, it made me more painful. Chapter 9. Going downstairs felt much easier than going upstairs. There was almost no obstacle. In less than 5 minutes, I successfully reached the downstairs. As soon as I walked to the door of the unit, a familiar figure came towards me. Han Kaiyuan, my good brother. I felt a warm feeling in my heart and called out with a smile, Kaiyuan. Then I opened my arms, ready to give him a warm hug. But Han Kaiyuan suddenly stopped. Ecstasy appeared in his eyes for a moment, and then suddenly seemed to remember something. His face changed drastically, and he pushed his palm and slapped me heavily on the chest. The force of this push made me stumble back a few steps and almost fall. Han Kaiyuan roared, Wei Jiuzhou, you are a conscienceless bastard. My sister-in-law gave up her status as the eldest daughter of the Zhou family for you and resolutely broke off relations with the Zhou family. You actually abandoned her. Today I must beat you to death. He roared, raised his hand to grab my collar, and raised his fist to fall. At this moment, I caught a flash of black shadow in the corner of my eye, holding a gleaming dagger in his hand, and went straight to Han Kaiyuan's neck. Stop! Don't hurt Kaiyuan! I shouted hurriedly, staring at the shadow. The shadow stopped moving, and the dagger was only 2 millimeters away from Han Kaiyuan's jugular artery. Han Kaiyuan then realized that he was in danger, and a chill ran down his neck. He turned around and saw Trisova. Her slender figure and cold eyes made him instantly aware of her presence. Trisova is my personal secretary. She is not only a very dignified woman, but also a top killer. She said coldly, "Let go of the boss, or you will die." Her voice was cold, revealing an irresistible threat. Han Kaiyuan was obviously shocked by her murderous aura and subconsciously let me go. I straightened my clothes and looked at Trisova calmly. His tone was serious. "This is a matter between brothers. You don't need to interfere. Back off immediately, otherwise I will not allow you to stay by my side anymore." Trisova stood straight without any hesitation, her eyes cold. "Boss, your cancer hasn't healed yet. You can't get hurt again. Even if I am driven away, I will never tolerate anyone hurting you." As she spoke, a tear flashed in her eyes. She had never shown such emotion in front of me before. Han Kaiyuan was stunned and grabbed my collar fiercely. "You have cancer?" he asked in shock. "So that's why you concealed your illness and went abroad?" I said, "Brother Zhou can't be a heartless person." He grabbed my arm and said excitedly, "Come on, Brother Zhou. Go explain to sister-in-law. She will definitely forgive you." I smiled bitterly and shook my head. "It's no use. I've already explained it." Han Kaiyuan stopped. He didn't understand the character of his sister-in-law and the children. Only when she might forgive me, but she has always been the little girl with the least say in the family. "But, Brother Zhou, how can you give up so easily?" He said firmly, "I know you. No matter how much pressure you face, you will never give up." I smiled slightly and said calmly, "I haven't given up. I just want to take a long-term view." "Kaiyuan, thank you for taking care of Shuyu and the children over the years." Han Kaiyuan rolled his eyes. "What is our relationship? It is my responsibility to take good care of my sister-in-law and the children." "Stop saying these things, otherwise I really think you don't treat me as a brother." I sighed and whispered, "Kaiyuan, I need your help. What should I do to make Shuyu and the children forgive me?" Han Kaiyuan was silent for a moment, then smiled bitterly. "I'm not very good at this kind of thing, but my sister-in-law has a very good girlfriend. Maybe she can understand my sister-in-law's thoughts and help you a little." He paused, then added, "I'm sure she can help you." I looked at Trisova and said coldly, "Did you hear that? Bring Shuyu's best friend to see me." Trisova nodded. "Yes, boss." After that, she supported me and walked towards the bulletproof Maybach. At this moment, Rossi's figure suddenly appeared in front of me. I noticed that there was a hint of tension in her eyes, and her expression became anxious. She then brought the medical team to check on me, and the anxiety on their faces was obvious. "The cancer hasn't rebounded, so it should be fine." Rossi breathed a sigh of relief, looking like he had let go of a heavy stone in his heart. However, her eyes were full of reproach, and her voice was filled with dissatisfaction. "Boss, why are you so willful? If you continue like this and have health problems again, I really won't be able to help you." Seeing her eyes slightly red, I felt a little guilty and quickly comforted her. Okay, I get it, I'll listen to you." Han Kaiyuan was still confused, with a flash of alertness in his eyes. "Wait, why do so many people care about you? Is there something wrong with you?" I smiled bitterly and responded, "What do you think? These are all my people. Rossi is my personal health doctor, and Trusova is my personal secretary." Han Kaiyuan widened his eyes and said in shock, "Life secretary, personal health, Dr. Private, does your sister-in-law know about these beauties around you?" Chapter 10. Get Lost. I couldn't help but swear. Han Kaiyuan, this bastard, is really not afraid of causing trouble. If he dares to say that in front of Shuyu, Shuyu will be so jealous that she will be furious. I took a deep breath and whispered, 15 years ago, I was diagnosed with advanced cancer. Don't say I didn't have the heart to do it. Even if I did, I didn't have the ability." Han Kaiyuan heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this, and said with a wry smile, "I knew you wouldn't dare to let Shuyu down. It seems that you have been doing well these years abroad." He suggested instead, "Come on, let's get in the car and talk, find a place to have a good drink, and tell me how Shuyu and the children have been doing these years." I nodded and opened the door for Han Kaiyuan. The luxurious interior of the car made him exclaim, "Wow, Brother Zhou, you are driving a Mercedes-Benz? The interior must be worth more than $1 million, right?" I smiled softly, not bothering to explain. If you like it, I'll give it to you. Tell me, how have Shu Yu and the children been doing these years? Han Kaiyuan's tone turned low. Since you left, my sister-in-law has been almost devastated. She has been crying all day and has lost 10 pounds. He described it in more detail than I had read in the literature, and every word broke my heart. If I had known this earlier, how could I conceal my illness? Fortunately, the children were very good. Although Wei Qing had dropped out of school early, she taught herself CAD, Photoshop, 3D Max, and other software. Now she has become a decoration designer and successfully joined a good company. Wei Wenxi also passed the art exam successfully and is now a junior at the Qingzhou University School of Art. Wei Ning scored a high score of 637, which made me feel relieved. However, when I heard about Wei Qing's story, my heart suddenly became heavy. A month ago, her boyfriend of 2 years broke up with her for the daughter of the company's boss, and the engagement date was tomorrow. What's even more outrageous is that the woman actually sent an invitation to Wei Qinghe. These blows caused Wei Qinghe's personality to change dramatically. She became more and more irritable, especially towards me. Except for Wei Ning, she almost no longer trusted any man. I was so angry that my face turned blue, and I said coldly, Kaiyuan, tell me what happened between Phoenix Man and Qinghe. Han Kaiyuan smiled helplessly. Brother Zhou, you are embarrassing me. Qinghe is a girl. How could she tell me these private things? You should ask Wenxi, she will tell you. I smiled helplessly. I would like to ask Wenxi, but I can't even get into the house. Han Kaiyuan's eyes lit up as if he suddenly thought of something. Brother Zhou, are you upset? Who told you that you can only communicate face to face? You can chat with Wenxi using social software. I slapped my thigh and exclaimed, yeah, why didn't I think of that? Kaiyuan, give me Wenxi's social account right now. Han Kaiyuan agreed readily. Okay, but I only have her phone number and WeChat ID. I don't know about other social software. Enough, I said anxiously. Soon, under Han Kaiyuan's guidance, I registered a WeChat account and used my own photo as my profile picture. With trepidation, I added Wei Wenxi's WeChat. Her avatar is a cute little cat, and her nickname is Cat Loves Donuts, which fits her well-behaved and gentle personality. Fortunately, my worries were unnecessary. Wei Wenxi readily accepted my friend request and sent me a message immediately. Cat loves donuts, Dad. Are you really a dad? Wei Jiuzhou. Yes, Wenxi. I am your father. Cat loves donuts. Woo. Dad, why did you come back just now? Wenxi missed you so much. Wei Jiuzhou. Dad also wants to go home early, and Dad also misses Wenxi, but Dad really has no choice. Let's not rush to reminisce about the past. Wenxi, is it convenient for you to talk? Cat loves donuts. It's not convenient now, Dad. Please wait a moment. A few seconds later, Wei Wenxi looked around cautiously like a thief, and after confirming that no one noticed her, she quietly walked into the bathroom. She started to make a video call, and I quickly answered it. In the video, Wei Wenxi was sitting on the toilet lid. I couldn't help but laugh. Wenxi, you are so smart. You knew to hide in the bathroom. She muttered quietly. There are only 2 rooms in the house, and the bathroom is the most private place. By the way, how did Dad know my WeChat ID? I answered casually. It was your Uncle Han who told me. Wenxi, tell me about your sister and that Phoenix Man. The more details, the better. Hearing the words Phoenix Man, Wei Wenxi was so angry that her canine teeth popped out, and she said angrily, that Phoenix Man is called Li Bo, and my sister met him at the software training school. They were admitted to Tingya Space Design Company together and agreed to work hard to make money, buy a house, a car, and get married. But within 2 years, he hooked up with the daughter of the company's boss. The boss's daughter even sent an invitation to my sister, which made her cry. I really wanted to tear up the invitation. A trace of coldness flashed across my eyes, and I secretly swore in my heart that I would not allow anyone to hurt my daughter. Qinghe had suffered so much injustice that her personality became so irritable. I must seek justice for her. Wenxi, based on your understanding of Qinghe, will she attend the wedding of that Phoenix Man? I asked in a deep voice. Wei Wenxi lowered her head and said worriedly, based on my understanding of my sister, she may say she won't go, but she will definitely go there secretly, and it will take a long time for her to get better after she comes back. I smiled coldly. Wenxi, help me keep an eye on your sister. If she goes out, tell me the first time. Wei Wenxi frowned. Dad, do you really want to stop my sister from going? She already has some misunderstandings about you. and stopping her will only make her angrier. I narrowed my eyes and said in a cold voice, I'm not trying to stop her. I want your Uncle Han to go with her. She was startled, but soon understood what I meant. Dad is so thoughtful. If my sister goes, Uncle Han will accompany her, and no one will dare to bully her. I smiled and hung up the video call. Han Kaiyuan next to me seemed a little confused and couldn't help asking, Brother Zhou, why did you let Qinghe go to that wedding? A cold light flashed in my eyes. Give me some money. Chapter 11. Give money as a gift? Han Kaiyuan's face was full of confusion. He obviously didn't understand why I should give money to Qinghe, who was heartbroken by that Phoenix man. However, a few seconds later, Han Kaiyuan seemed to have figured something out, and a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. Brother Zhou, are you planning to give him 250 or something to discuss that Phoenix man? I shook my head lightly and sneered. That guy once promised Qinghe that if he earned 1 million, he and Qinghe would mortgage a house and a car. Now, just give him 5 million directly, and he doesn't need a mortgage to buy a house and a car. 5 million? Han Kaiyuan's face changed, and his tone became more excited. Are you really sick and confused? That Phoenix man hurt Qinghe so badly. Why give him so much money? With this money, it's better to feed it to the dog than to give it to him, I said coldly. I want him to live in regret for the rest of his life, and let him understand what he missed. Han Kaiyuan opened his mouth, but didn't say anything against it. He had heard from Wei Wenxi that the Phoenix man was going to marry a fat woman weighing over 200 pounds. If he knew Qinghe was a super white, rich, and beautiful girl, he would definitely regret it for the rest of his life. Brother Zhou, now that you mention it, giving him 5 million does make me feel relieved, but I still feel like it's a bit too cheap for him. A cold light flashed in my eyes. He may be able to take the 5 million, but he may not be able to spend it. Trusova, withdraw 5 million in cash immediately. Yes. Trusova got out of the car and took a few steps when I called her back. Come back. I want to go there myself. Trusova was stunned. Boss, your body should not be overworked. A gleam of determination flashed in my eyes. In the past 15 years, I have not done anything for Shuyu and the children. I will make up for it from now on. She sighed softly. Okay. Xiaojiu started the car tacitly and drove straight to ICBC. Along the way, the car was silent, as if everyone was thinking about something. Even Han Kaiyuan, who is always talkative, shut up. Along the way, I felt a different kind of pressure. This man was obviously my most familiar friend, but sitting next to him at this moment, I felt a sense of oppression like a mountain. He had changed. Soon, we arrived at the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China Yanqing Road Branch. After the car stopped, Trusova handed me the bank card. I smiled and looked at Han Kaiyuan. Kaiyuan, wait until I withdraw the money, and then I will go to your place for a drink. By the way, do you still run a food stall now? Han Kaiyuan laughed. It's no longer a food stall. It's now upgraded to a small restaurant. I smiled slightly. Then I must go and show my support. I got off the car and walked towards the steps of the bank, feeling a little tired. After climbing more than 10 steps, I couldn't help but gasp for breath. Even though it was a bit strenuous, I felt a sense of accomplishment in my heart. I was doing something for my daughter. After waiting for a while, I finally walked into the bank's door and faced the ruthless lobby manager, who asked impatiently, What business do you want to do? Deposit or withdraw money? Withdraw money. I answered coldly, not caring about his unfriendly attitude. The manager frowned and pointed to the ATM. For small transactions, go directly to the ATM. I calmly took out my bank card and said, Withdraw a large amount. I waved the 9-star peony black gold card, but the manager didn't notice it and pointed directly at the number calling machine. Go get a number and wait. I was stunned, and dissatisfaction welled up in my heart. In the past, when I came to the bank, the president would personally receive me. How could I be treated like this? Dissatisfaction welled up in my heart, but I quickly suppressed my emotions. At this moment, I am not doing things for myself, but for my daughter. After getting the number, I sat down quietly and waited for my turn. There were 13 people in front of me, and they waited for 40 minutes. Every second of waiting made me more certain that this was worth it, and that giving was also a kind of happiness. Finally, my number was called, and I walked quickly to the counter. Rin Xiaolian was a young staff member. When she saw me, her eyes lit up, and she seemed a little stunned. Little handsome boy, how much do you want to withdraw? Little handsome boy. I curled the corners of my mouth and laughed secretly in my heart. I could be your father. I responded calmly. 5 million. There was a flash of surprise in her eyes, and then a little excitement, and she looked me up and down. Little handsome boy, If you don't have an appointment, I'm afraid you won't be able to withdraw money today. Her tone became a little teasing, but I can make an exception. As long as you have a few drinks with me tonight, I'll help you get the 5 million. I frowned slightly, and a wave of disgust rose in my heart. This girl is too much. I said coldly, sorry, I don't make appointments. Her expression changed immediately, as if she was irritated by my rejection. She glared at me and said in a hard voice, then there is nothing to say. You don't have an appointment, so you can't withdraw money today. I didn't want to argue with her. I just said calmly, please check my bank card. I don't think I need an appointment. She took a look, her eyes showing a hint of panic. She had obviously never seen this car before. She forced a smile. You still have to make an appointment. I sneered. Little girl, you must have just started working. I won't bother with you. I'll ask your manager to take a look. Her face immediately darkened and her tone became stiff. Not to mention the manager. Even if the King of Heaven comes, it's the same. You must make an appointment. Chapter 12. I saw Rin Xiaolian's voice suddenly rise, and the atmosphere in the entire bank instantly became tense. Her roar shocked the colleagues around her, and several of them subconsciously turned their heads to look at us. At that moment, I noticed that their eyes were full of pity, as if they had foreseen that I would be finished today. Who knew that this incident would make me the focus of their attention? However, the atmosphere changed quickly. The expressions of several colleagues suddenly changed, and their eyes instantly focused on the bank card in my hand. At that moment, my heart skipped a beat. Did they recognize it too? It was an ICBC Peony Black Gold card, and everyone knew that it was extremely rare. Moreover, there are 9 sparkling stars on the card, each of which represents a noble status. A sweet-looking girl's eyes lit up, and she obviously recognized the level of the card. There was a flash of surprise in her eyes, as if she saw the symbol of wealth. She quickly finished the business at hand, grabbed a pause sign, and put the conflict between me and Rin Xiaolian aside. She quickly walked up to me and said respectfully, Sir, I can't help you. Withdraw money now. There is no limit on the amount. At that moment, I felt as if the air had frozen. Rin Xiaolian looked at Wang Shan in confusion, obviously not understanding what was happening. Her usual superior attitude was completely broken, and even her eyes became less hard. But Wang Shan ignored her and turned around and took me to the VIP room on the 2nd floor. The emotions that were surging in my heart were interrupted. Rin Xiaolian was obviously a little furious. She quickened her pace, caught up with me, and angrily said, Wang Shan, you dare to violate the rules. Withdrawals over 200,000 must be booked in advance. Do you really not want to do this anymore? Her voice was so high and piercing that it attracted the attention of the lobby manager. The manager seemed to have seen a life-saving straw and rushed over quickly, angrily scolding. Wang Shan, you're an old employee of our ICBC. How could you? But before he could finish his words, his eyes involuntarily fixed on the card in my hand. This is the Peony Black Gold card. He couldn't believe his eyes. He had never seen a 9-star Black Gold card before. The person in front of him was obviously not an ordinary customer. His tone suddenly changed, and his smile became even more flattering. Wang Shan, how can you treat our ICBC's most distinguished guest like this? Report to the president immediately and have him receive you personally. After saying that, he rushed to the stairs without hesitation. I watched all this with a blank expression, but something was brewing in my heart. In fact, I didn't want to have any conflict with Rin Xiaolian, but her attitude was too much. Her arrogance made me feel a little bit uncomfortable. Wang Shan saw that I looked unhappy and quickly bowed and apologized. Sir, on behalf of the Industrial Bank, I sincerely apologize to you for what happened just now. I really hope you can continue to support us. I waved my hands. This is not your fault. You don't need to apologize. Just then, hurried footsteps were heard on the stairs. A man in his 60s walked down the stairs quickly. Although his steps were fast, they seemed a bit strenuous. He was wearing a suit and looked a little anxious. Seeing his hurried look, I immediately knew that he was probably the president of the bank. He stopped in front of me, bowed slightly, and smiled. Dear sir, hello, I am Long Jinquan, the president of Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. Please allow me to serve you. I nodded, feeling a little more relaxed. Thank you for your help, President Long. Please withdraw all the money from the card. Long Jinquan was obviously stunned, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. You are the most distinguished 9-star Peony Black Gold card customer of ICBC. We will definitely meet your needs unconditionally. He took my card, and when he swiped it on the machine, a number appeared on the screen that surprised me a little. 900 billion euros. At this moment, Lung Junkoin's face changed drastically, and his eyes almost popped out. Obviously, this number was beyond anything he could imagine. Lung Junkoin's breathing was so rapid that he could hardly calm down. Mr. Wei, your deposit amount is really amazing. You are our most valued customer. To make up for our previous disrespect, we sincerely apologize to you and hope to continue to serve you. He tried his best to be respectful, almost to the extreme. I waved my hand coldly. No need for service. I have to make an appointment to withdraw money and drink with you? I don't need this kind of service. After learning what happened, Lung Junkoin frowned, his heart filled with anxiety and anger. When he heard the lobby manager's description of the situation, his face gradually darkened. At this moment, he had no time to consider the powerful connections behind Run Xiaolian, even though her uncle was his most capable subordinate and his designated successor. However, what happened today has exceeded Lung Junkoin's tolerance limit. For a bank president, the dignity of customers is far more important than any interpersonal relationship, especially the Mr. Wei in front of them, who is obviously in existence they cannot ignore. He turned his head and looked at Run Xiaolian coldly, without a trace of warmth in his eyes. Ren Xiaolian, you are fired. Leave our bank immediately. His tone was cold and resolute, as if he was announcing an irreversible order. Chapter 13. Ren Xiaolian stood there, staring blankly at Lung Junkoin, full of confusion. How could the elder who was full of love and kindness yesterday suddenly become so cold today? She couldn't believe what she saw. It was just a client. Could she be fired so easily just for this? I smiled coldly, my eyes sharp. President Lung, are you really going to fire me for a client? Our Ren family has a total deposit of 3.7 billion in ICBC. If I leave, will the 3.7 billion go with me? I was no longer polite, and my words were threatening. Lung Junkoin hesitated for a moment, but quickly regained his composure and snorted coldly. That's your freedom. He waved his hand and ordered, come here, get her out. 2 security guards quickly stepped forward and carried Run Xiaolian away. I stood there, watching her being carried out with no emotion in my heart. To me, Ren Xiaolian was just a minor character. If she hadn't offended me repeatedly, I wouldn't have wanted to have anything to do with her. With her gone, Lung Junkoin was also free. ICBC's service has always been trustworthy. I'll withdraw 5 million. I said calmly, with a hint of coldness in my eyes. Lung Junkoin breathed a sigh of relief, and it was obvious that he had to bow his head again and again in order to keep his position. He quickly arranged 5 million in cash and provided me with a large password suitcase for easy carrying. The cash piled up to nearly 57.5 kilograms, almost 120 pounds. Although this was just a number to me, seeing so much money in person still caught me off guard. Lung Junkoin and Wang Shan were very considerate and took the initiative to help me pack. After finishing, Wang Shan even pushed the suitcase herself to avoid my embarrassment. Her service made me feel a little relieved. President Lung, I said calmly, let Miss Wang be my personal specialist in your bank from now on. Lung Junkoin nodded quickly and said, it is Wang Shan's honor to be favored by Mr. Wei. Wang Shan's face was full of joy, and she was obviously looking forward to it. I couldn't help but smile. It seemed that she regarded herself as an important person. After all, it was a rare opportunity to have such a high status. When I walked outside with my suitcase, Lung Junkoin and the security guards focused their attention on my bulletproof Maybach. This car was obviously unusual, a customized version of the 68S, more luxurious than other models. Han Kaiyuan's eyes lit up when he saw the box. It was obviously the first time he had seen such a huge fortune. Brother Zhou, he smiled and came up to me. I'll help you carry the money. His attitude made me feel helpless. I smiled and shook my head. Let Xiaojiu come. Han Kaiyuan's smile disappeared instantly, replaced by a helpless expression. Brother Zhou, you don't treat me as a brother. I chuckled. Kaiyuan, don't think too much. I'm afraid you'll get tired. I'll have to ask you to work hard tomorrow. Han Kaiyuan was excited. Brother Zhou, let alone 5 million. I can carry it even if I have 10 million. Before he finished speaking, he pulled up the suitcase with great effort. His face turned red, and he was obviously struggling. Oh my God, 5 million is so heavy. He continued to exert force, and finally lifted the suitcase weighing nearly 120 kilograms with brute force. I almost laughed out loud when I saw him. Although he tried very hard, it was not easy to do. At this moment, the driver Xiaojiu saw this and smiled softly. Brother Han, you look a little weak. How about I do it? Han Kaiyuan looked at Xiaojiu suspiciously. This box is so heavy. Can you handle it with your thin arms and legs? He felt that Xiaojiu was not strong enough. No problem, give it to me. As soon as Xiaojiu finished speaking, he easily picked up the suitcase with one hand, as if he was carrying an empty box. Han Kaiyuan widened his eyes. Xiaojiu, how are you so strong? I responded with a smile. Kaiyuan, Xiaojiu is not only my driver, but also my bodyguard. Han Kaiyuan suddenly realized and nodded, finally realizing that the thin guy in front of him was actually quite extraordinary. With Lung Jinquan and Wang Shan watching, my bulletproof Maybach drove quickly to my destination, Han Kaiyuan Small Restaurant. Han Kaiyuan Small Restaurant is located in the Old City area of Xiqing District. It has simple decoration and small space, and is truly a fly restaurant. Despite this, Han Kaiyuan's wife Sun Xiaowan is a very particular person and keeps the store spotless every day. The store always attracts many customers. Today is also dinner time, and the store is full of customers, with only one empty table. As soon as Han Kaiyuan entered the door, Sun Xiaowan ordered without hesitation. Old Han, 7 tables need 10 lean meats, 10 pork belly, and 10 meat tendons. Roast them quickly. Her eyes fell on me. She was stunned for a moment. Then a bright smile spread across her face, and she shouted in surprise, Brother Zhou? Is Brother Zhou back? I smiled and responded, Xiaowan, it's me. Brother Zhou, why did you come back just now? My sister-in-law and 3 children are having such a hard time. Sun Xiaojuan's voice was filled with excitement. I lowered my head, feeling guilty. It's my fault. I will try my best to make it up to Shu Yu and the children. Sun Xiaowan waved her hands hurriedly, her eyes full of concern. Glad you're back, glad you're back. I'm so happy. Are these guys Zhou Ji's friends? Old Han, you should treat Zhou Gu and his friends well. I'll go grill some kidneys for Zhou Gu. I remember that Zhou Gu loved eating my grilled kidneys before he went abroad. Han Kaiyuan laughed and said, if it weren't for your kidney, Brother Zhou wouldn't be able to give birth to 3 children. My face turned dark and I felt a little embarrassed. I didn't eat kidney nourishment when I was young, but Han Kaiyuan brought it up on the spot, which really made me feel embarrassed. Xiaojiu beside me tried hard to hold back her laughter, obviously not daring to laugh out loud in front of me. Trusova was puzzled, as if she was a little confused about our conversation. She might be wondering, what kind of magical food is kidney? Chapter 14. Under Han Kaiyuan's leadership, we finally sat down at an empty table. Trusova frowned and looked at the environment, obviously a little dissatisfied. She habitually took out a disinfected handkerchief and wanted to help me wipe the table and chairs. I noticed that Han Kaiyuan looked unhappy and obviously didn't like her behavior. When we were young, he didn't care when we played in the mud, but now he obviously has higher requirements for these environments. Seeing Han Kaiyuan's emotions, I couldn't help but laugh and gently grabbed Trusova's wrist. I'm not that delicate. After I sat down, Han Kaiyuan said with a smile, Brother Zhou, we won't go home until we are drunk today. I nodded and looked at Rossi, Trusova, and Xiaojiu next to me. Don't stand, sit down too. The 3 of them sat down immediately, as if they had received an order, but they were still a little reserved. This was a rare opportunity for them to sit at the same table with me. Trusova was the first to notice how worn out the chair was, and she obviously didn't like it. She almost stood up, but I couldn't help laughing. Sit down, don't be nervous. Sun Xiaowan quickly grilled the kidneys. She handed me a bunch and said with a smile, Brother Zhou, come and try your favorite kidneys. You look a little pale, you must be weak. Hurry up and make up for it. I frowned slightly. I didn't expect that after so many years, Sun Xiaowan would still say such words. However, as an old friend, I didn't think much about it. Instead, I took a bite without hesitation. It smells so good. The familiar taste made me feel warm instantly, as if I had returned to the past. Trusova was obviously attracted by how I was enjoying the meal. She also picked up a bunch of kidneys, lowered her head, and took a careful bite. Delicious. So delicious. Her reaction was immediate. She became excited and ate it mouthful after mouthful. Her eyes were gleaming with excitement, but it was a little unnatural. She glanced at me secretly, seemed a little ashamed, and lowered her head. Seeing that they were all looking at me eagerly, I smiled and said, You can try it too. There was no majesty in my words, but it sounded like an invitation between friends. Trusova raised her hand again and grabbed another string of kidneys. This time, she didn't wipe the dust off the skewer, but bit into it directly. The original aroma made her stop instantly. Delicious, so delicious. She almost whispered and then finished the kidneys in a few bites. The atmosphere became relaxed, and everyone's laughter echoed in the small restaurant. After a few glasses of draft beer, we also relaxed a lot. The original relationship between superiors and subordinates quietly disappeared at this time and was replaced by interactions between friends. However, as the alcohol got stronger, I started to feel a little tired, and before long, I was drinking too much. When I woke up, it was already the next morning. I rubbed my head and found that I had a severe headache. Suddenly, I remembered a problem: the share money. I had to give the share money to Chingha. Trusova, I shouted. She pushed the door open and responded respectfully. Boss, do you need me to help you change your clothes? I shook my head and suddenly remembered, what time is it now? When does the wedding start? Has Chingha left yet? It is now 9:37 in the morning, and the second young lady has not sent any news. Mr. Han is already waiting downstairs in your house. The 5 million was handed over to him last night, and the jewelry is also ready. Master Carl worked overtime last night to sew a dress for the eldest lady, and it has now been sent to Mr. Han. I breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. After the wedding, contact Tingya Design Company immediately and ask them to come up with a plan as soon as possible. I need the decoration design of villas 1 to 10. Trusova glanced at me, seeming a little puzzled. Boss, why did you give such a big order to your ex-boyfriend's father-in-law's company? We have our own decoration company. I smiled coldly. Do you think I, Wei Jiuzhou, run an orphanage? What I deliver is not an order, but a death warrant. The 5 million is the ticket for Phoenix Man to board the death train. She smiled slightly. Although she didn't fully understand my plan, she believed that the future of Tingya Design Company and that Phoenix Man was doomed to fail. Chapter 15. Wei Qinghe lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling with empty eyes. Today was the wedding day of Li Bo and Li Aiying. However, the most disgusting thing to her was that Li Aiying actually sent her an invitation. When she first joined the company, Wei Qinghe noticed that Li Aiying was interested in Li Bo, but she did not regard Li Aiying as a competitor. After all, Li Aiying was overweight, and Li Bo once said that he had high requirements for his girlfriend's figure. However, Wei Qinghe never expected that the love between her and Li Bo would be defeated by reality so quickly. She had always expected to give the purest and most perfect self to the one she loved most on the wedding day. But now everything has become ironic. Wei Qinghe felt sick at the thought of Li Bo and Li Aiying standing together and decided firmly not to attend the wedding. As time went by, Wei Qinghe felt more and more depressed. Tears silently fell and soaked the pillow. What was the value of 2 years of love? Wei Qinghe's sister Wei Wenxi sat aside, pretending to write a paper, but her eyes were always fixed on her sister. Seeing her crying, she felt very distressed. Wei Wenxi secretly clenched her fists, thinking that her father must vent his anger for her sister. Sister, what day is today? I seem to have forgotten something. Wei Wenxi asked, pretending to be ignorant. Wei Qinghe quickly wiped away her tears and tried to answer in a calm tone. It's nothing serious. It seems that Phoenix Man is getting married today, she said lightly, and it was obvious that her mood was no longer calm. Sister, I remember that shameless fat woman sent you an invitation. You must not go, Wei Wenxi reminded excitedly. Wei Qinghe snorted coldly. Of course not, disgusting. Wei Wenxi breathed a sigh of relief, and then went to take a shower, but her attention was still on her sister. When she heard her sister open the door, she immediately understood that her sister had decided to go to the wedding. Wei Wenxi thought anxiously. What if Uncle Han stopped her? Wei Qinghe walked out of the room, having already made up her mind that she wanted to see Li Bo's ugly face in person and end it all with him. As she walked, she took out a makeup mirror and put on makeup. Although she was already stunning without makeup, the simple makeup made her look even more radiant and charming. Although the clothes were ordinary, Wei Qinghe was confident that he could still defeat Li Aiying in seconds. When she walked out of the unit door, she saw Han Kaiyuan standing outside the door and was shocked. She thought to herself that when she must have done something wrong. What should she do if Uncle Han stopped her? However, she pretended not to care. Uncle Han, are you here to see Aining? I'm going to have dinner with my bestie, so I'm leaving first, Han Kaiyuan said in a steady tone. Qinghe, Uncle will accompany you to attend the Phoenix Man's wedding, and I guarantee that no one will dare to bully you. Wei Qinghe's eyes were slightly red, and her heart was complicated. She felt the warmth Han Kaiyuan brought her, and suddenly remembered that if her father accompanied her, she would definitely feel more secure. It was a pity that a person like her father was no longer worthy of reliance. She took a deep breath and finally said to Han Kaiyuan, "Uncle Han, if Ping Ping is not filial, I will take care of you in your old age." Han Kaiyuan smiled. Qinghe is really a sensible and good child. It would be great if Ping Ping could be half as sensible as her. Let's go. We must make that Phoenix man regret it today. Han Kaiyuan said, opening the car door. Wei Qinghe naturally got in the car, ready to meet the challenge. However, to her surprise, Han Kaiyuan did not get in the car, but turned around and said, "Qinghe, there's a dress and a set of jewelry in the backseat of the car. Put them on. Today we must make that fat woman feel ashamed." Wei Qinghe's eyes lit up. She didn't expect Uncle Han to be so thoughtful. She was moved and said, "Thank you, Uncle Han." Soon, she began to change her clothes. Han Kaiyuan did not peek at her and always kept his back to her, showing special respect. Wei Qinghe changed her clothes and put on her necklaces and jewelry. She looked brand new, as radiant as a lady from a wealthy family. She walked up to Han Kaiyuan and said with a smile, "Uncle Han, I'm done. Let's drive." Han Kaiyuan was stunned when he saw her new look. The Wei Qinghe in front of him was no longer the girl he was familiar with. Instead, she was as beautiful as a fairy, in no way inferior to Zhou Shuyu when she was young. Han Kaiyuan couldn't help but praise. "Qinghe, today I finally understand what a beauty that is unrivaled in the world means, and what a beauty that is unparalleled in the world means." Wei Qinghe felt a little embarrassed by the compliment and quickly changed the subject. "Uncle Han, these clothes and jewelry are very expensive, right? How much did you spend? I'll pay you back later with my salary." Han Kaiyuan smiled bitterly. Wei Qinghe might not be able to pay back all these clothes and jewelry, even if he worked for 100 years. However, he did not expose her. He just thought to himself, how could Wei Jiuzhou have so much money? Chapter 16. I know clearly that now is not the time to tell Qinghe the truth. Those clothes and jewelry were given by Brother Zhou. If she knew, she would definitely throw them all away, and then Zhou Ji's kindness would be completely wasted. I will tell her the truth after the wedding. Even if she decides to throw those things away, at least Zhou Ji's intention has been conveyed. It doesn't matter whether she accepts it or not. They are all high-quality imitations from Taobao. They are not worth much. The total amount is less than 2,000 yuan. Qinghe, don't take it to heart. Han Kaiyuan smiled a little unnaturally, with a sense of ease in his words. Haha, Uncle Han, you're really good at joking. Wei Qinghe did not doubt it, and responded with a smile. I didn't expect that you have good taste, almost the same as my mother. Then shall we go? Let's go. Han Kaiyuan didn't say anything else. He opened the car door and drove her towards the wedding venue. Qingzhou 1907 Light and Shadow Club, formerly a sailors' club, has a century-long history. This is one of the most famous grass wedding venues in Qingzhou, and it is also the romantic place she once dreamed of sharing with Li Bo. And now, Li Bo's wedding is about to be held here, but the bride is not her. Han Kaiyuan drove quickly through the streets of Qingzhou, and a few minutes later, the car stopped at the gate of the 1907 Light and Shadow Club. A wedding banner was hung on the gate. In the wedding photo next to it, Li Bo was still handsome, but Li Aiying's smile seemed a little artificial. Wei Qinghe stared at the photo steadily, without any hatred in his heart, but a slight sense of relief. If Li Aiying had intervened earlier, instead of waiting until she married Li Bo, perhaps everything would have been more complicated. She didn't intend to bless them, but at least she decided to make Li Bo regret it and see her strength and beauty. She took a deep breath, raised her head, and walked towards the wedding venue. Uncle Han, why are you carrying such a big suitcase? Wei Qinghe looked at the suitcase Han Kaiyuan was pushing and felt curious. Give some money to the Phoenix man. Han Kaiyuan replied with a smile. Wei Qinghe was stunned for a moment, then guessed something in his heart, and couldn't help but chuckle. Uncle Han, you are so mean. Others are getting married, but you come to give ghost money? But I like it. Han Kaiyuan couldn't help but cough lightly, and wondered in his heart, what would Qinghe's expression be when she saw the 5 million cash in a box? He didn't respond, but urged, the wedding is about to start. Let's go in. They walked quickly into the wedding venue. It was a carefully planned wedding that combined Chinese and Western elements. The grass was covered with flowers, and the children were running around happily. The atmosphere was warm and festive. However, as soon as he stepped onto the grass, Wei Qinghe became the focus of everyone's attention. Oh my god, this bride is so beautiful. Her aura is no less than that of a rich lady. Don't talk. She's the groom's ex-girlfriend. I heard that the groom broke up with her for his current wife. When Wei Qinghe heard these words, the corners of her mouth slightly raised. She should have felt deeply painful, but strangely, she did not feel a trace of anger, but just sneered. Li Bo, now do you dare to look back and see how powerful I have become? Li Bo's sister, Li Lanlan, was stunned when she saw Wei Qinghe. Even though she had seen Wei Qinghe countless times, she was still shocked by her beauty. She stepped forward involuntarily, her smile a little stiff. Sister Qinghe, you are here? Yes, I'm here. Wei Qinghe responded calmly, feeling complicated. Once upon a time, she and Li Lanlan were as close as sisters. The wedding is about to start. Sister Qinghe, I'll take you to table 17. Li Lanlan tried to remain calm, but she was secretly alert. Wait a minute, Lanlan. Wei Qinghe interrupted her with a smile. Where is the gift money? I want to go and give some gifts. A trace of vigilance flashed across Li Lanlan's eyes. Sister Qinghe, why don't you just give it to me and I'll help you forward it? Oh, I'm afraid you can't carry it. Wei Qinghe pointed to the large suitcase Han Kaiyuan was pushing. Wei Qinghe pointed at the big suitcase in Han Kaiyuan's hand. Li Lanlan's pupils shrank slightly, and she became alert. This suitcase is so big, it must not be filled with money. She quickly guessed that the box might contain old items between Wei Qinghe and Li Bo, perhaps gifts or letters they had exchanged. If something like this were to be exposed at a wedding, the bride would definitely be extremely embarrassed, and the entire wedding would end in embarrassment. Li Lanlan tightly grasped the wine glass in her hand, feeling very anxious. She knew very well that today was her brother's wedding, and she absolutely could not let Wei Qinghe disrupt it. Even though she has always respected this woman very much, she would not tolerate Wei Qinghe doing anything out of line today. She took a deep breath, suppressed her inner emotions, and said softly, Sister Qinghe, you have always been someone I respect very much. You are excellent, beautiful, generous, kind, and tolerant. You are the most perfect woman I have ever seen. But today, I sincerely hope that you can be more decent. It is not convenient for me to say more about emotional matters, but on the day of my brother's wedding, I hope you can maintain a little respect and not bring the past between you here. Wei Qinghe listened to Li Lanlan's words without any fluctuation in his heart. Instead, he became more determined. She smiled slightly and said calmly, Lanlan, I understand what you mean. Don't worry, I won't do anything to ruin the wedding today. Li Lanlan breathed a sigh of relief and forced a smile on the surface, but her heart was still full of doubts. She didn't want to conflict with Wei Qinghe, but she also knew that Wei Qinghe today was by no means an ordinary person. Chapter 17. Respectable? Ha, what a joke. I could hardly hold back my laughter, my heart full of sarcasm. Now I know what respectability means. For a few bucks, you hooked up with a boss's daughter. Where is your so-called respectability? I looked at Li Lanlan coldly, saying in a flat tone, respectability is earned by yourself, not given by others. How can what your family did be considered respectable? Li Lanlan's face changed instantly, and she obviously realized that I was not going to let it go today. She threatened, Sister Qinghe, this is the last time I'm calling you Sister Qinghe. If you continue like this, I'll call security. I didn't want the security to get involved. If they found the paper money in my suitcase, I would lose face completely. I smiled and said calmly, Lanlan, don't be nervous. The gift my brother gave me and the letters between us were thrown into the trash a long time ago. The suitcase contains the money for your brother. Li Lanlan stared at me with suspicion in her eyes. I knew she knew me very well. I was a proud person and would not lie easily. But today, I am not lying. Ghost money is, strictly speaking, also money. The wedding ceremony began, and the pastor solemnly asked, Mr. Li Bo, are you willing to marry Miss Li Aiying and stay with her forever, regardless of life, death, poverty, or wealth? Li Bo's eyes flickered as he looked at Li Aiying, and he was obviously a little dissatisfied. She was far inferior to me. But he also knew that if he married her, he could work less for 20 years. He took a deep breath and suppressed the discomfort in his heart. I do. These 3 words should have broken my heart, but unexpectedly they made me feel calm, and even a sense of relief surged in my heart. Is the wedding finally over? Yes, it is over. Li Lanlan stared at me nervously, as if she was worried that I would lose control. But when she saw my calm face, she was slightly relieved. She turned her head and cast a gentle gaze at her brother, fantasizing about a bright future. Her brother would become the vice president. She would be able to join the company, and her life would get better and better. But her dream was interrupted. After the wedding, the newlyweds went backstage to change clothes and prepare for the toast. Han Kaiyuan and I walked towards the gift money platform, and Li Lan quickly caught up with us. When she arrived, it was already too late. We had already arrived at the Li Jin Terrace. Li Bo's sister Li Qin was sitting in front of the stage. When she saw me coming, panic appeared on her face, and she obviously didn't know how to deal with this emergency. However, Li Qin quickly calmed down because her mother Huang Yinzi happened to come over and seemed to want to check the list of gift money. Huang Yinzi was in a very good mood at the moment, all smiles, wearing a burgundy dress with big wavy hair and a thick pearl necklace around her neck. It looked like she had leapt from a rural woman to someone living in the urban-rural fringe. But she herself thought she had become a noble city dweller. When she saw me, her smile suddenly froze and a hint of vigilance flashed in her eyes. She obviously knew that I might cause trouble. The only thing that made her feel apprehensive was that there was a fierce man next to me who looked like he was not easy to mess with. However, the situation did not get out of control as she thought. I didn't cry loudly, but nodded to her politely. "Hello, Annie." Huang Yinzi was prepared for a storm, but when she heard my calm voice, she couldn't release her anger and could only force a smile. "Qinghe, you're here?" Huang Yinzi was originally very satisfied with my daughter-in-law. She was pretty, sensible, could do housework, was good at work, and even won the third prize in the Qingzhou New Designer competition. But Li Aiying's dowry was too generous, 1 million in cash and an Audi Q5, which could make her life easy and comfortable. Today, I am well-dressed and beautiful, like a fairy from a painting. Huang Yinzi stared at me blankly, her eyes full of complexity and even a hint of hesitation. However, she knew in her heart that beauty and talent were far less important to her family than money. "Qinghe, I hope you can be more open-minded. There is no possibility between you and Xiaobo anymore. You are so young, beautiful and talented, you deserve a better fate than hanging yourself on this tree," she said with persuasion. I didn't want to argue with her, so I turned to Li Qin and said, "I want to give a gift." Li Qin subconsciously asked, "How much?" I looked at Han Kaiyuan, and he smiled and replied, "Not much, just 5 million. I couldn't help but smile, thinking, 5 million ghost money should be worth a lot, right? Uncle Han really spent a lot of money today. Han Kaiyuan had a loud voice, and in order to help me save face, he did not suppress his voice at all. The guests around turned around and whispered, "Who is that girl? She gave me a gift of 5 million. That's really generous. She is the groom's ex-girlfriend. Her family is very poor. How could she have 5 million? Oh my God, this girl is pretty. How could she be so shameless? She comes to mess up someone's wedding." Huang Yinzi certainly didn't believe that I could come up with 5 million and curled her lips. 5 million? Wei Qinghe, you are really talking nonsense. If you continue to pester Xiaobo, I will only look down on you. I responded calmly. Don't worry, Auntie. I won't give up the whole forest because of a weed like Li Bo. I did bring 5 million. Well, I didn't say it was 5 million ghost money. Huang Yinzi knew my family situation. I had no father, and my mother was just a clerk. I couldn't afford so much money. She had already decided that I was here to cause trouble today. If I could really come up with 5 million, how could she possibly separate me and Li Bo? She would definitely do her best to help us. After all, even Li Aiying's dowry was only 1.5 million. Huang Yinzi regretted it and should have kicked me out earlier. If she had known I would make a scene, she should have asked the security guard to throw me out immediately. Now, the scene is so grand and the guests are all watching, so it would not be appropriate to take action. She lowered her voice and said, "Qinghe, there is no hope for you and Xiaobo. We are all adults, so please be decent. If you make a big fuss, it will be embarrassing for everyone." Chapter 18. Huang Yinzi whispered instructions to her 2 daughters, her eyes suggesting that they should be ready to control Wei Qinghe at any time to ensure that the wedding is not disturbed. I noticed that the guests were also secretly paying attention to all this. Apparently, the gossip behind the wedding had become a hot topic of conversation. Han Kaiyuan suddenly seized the opportunity. A malicious smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he suddenly lifted the suitcase high. With a crisp click, banknotes poured out like a torrent, instantly filling the gift table. Some banknotes even rolled onto the grass and landed at the feet of Huang Yinzi and her daughter. The appearance of 5 million in cash shocked all the guests. The scene became quiet instantly, followed by bursts of exclamations. "What's going on? Is this a gift? Isn't it too generous? Huang Yinzi was stunned and hurriedly picked up a stack of banknotes to confirm that the money was real. Her heart beat faster. This money meant that her family could quickly turn around and even surpass Li Aiying's family. A plan emerged in her mind. If Xiaobo and Wei Qinghe got back together, wouldn't she be able to become a wealthy wife? Huang Yinzi was so excited that she quickly grabbed Wei Qinghe's hand, her eyes full of expectation. Qinghe, I've always been optimistic about you. You are the perfect match for Xiaobo. Today, I will definitely make the decision for you. There will be no wedding. You can get back together now. Han Kaiyuan, who was standing next to him, felt extremely uncomfortable and worried when he saw this scene. He secretly hoped that Wei Qinghe could stay sober and not be led away by Huang Yinzi's enthusiasm. However, Wei Qinghe calmly withdrew her hand with a faint smile. Auntie, you are right. Li Bo and I can no longer be together. I gave you a gift today, and now I have to say goodbye. After saying that, Wei Qinghe turned around and left without hesitation. The sunlight on her body made her look like a fairy, as if she had nothing to do with this wedding. Han Kaiyuan followed closely behind her, silently guarding her, like her patron saint. The wedding scene fell into silence, and all eyes were focused on Wei Qinghe and Han Kaiyuan. Suddenly, a guest sighed in a low voice. I finally understand. Yesterday you looked down on me. Today, I make you unattainable. This sentence immediately broke the solemn atmosphere. All the guests turned their eyes to Huang Yinzi, and the atmosphere became extremely awkward. At this moment, a gust of midday breeze blew by, gently stirring the banknotes scattered on the grass, making a rustling sound, easing the silence. Huang Yinzi stared blankly at the banknotes on the ground, her heart filled with pain and regret. She lowered her head and thought, realizing that her son had missed an opportunity. Wei Qinghe could not only easily take out 5 million in cash, but he obviously had a huge fortune behind him. Huang Yinzi's heart became more complicated, and she began to doubt the gap between Li Aiying's family and Wei Qinghe's family. Seeing her mother in such a state of despair, Li Lanlan couldn't help but ask, Mom, what should we do? Huang Yinzi tried hard to suppress her inner disappointment and responded calmly, What else can I do? It's free money. How can I refuse it? She quickly went to get a sack to fill it with money. Although she felt a little disappointed, this money meant that the fate of their family would undergo a drastic change. The news of the 5 million soon spread to the backstage. Li Bo was putting on makeup, and the makeup artist told him with envy, Groom, congratulations, you have a generous friend who gave you a gift of 5 million. Li Bo was stunned. You are kidding, right? How can I have such a rich friend? The makeup artist took out her phone and showed Wei Qinghe's photo. Li Bo's breath almost stopped when he saw Wei Qinghe in the photo. Her beauty today completely crushed Li Aiying. Li Bo felt mixed emotions, but he still couldn't believe that Wei Qinghe could come up with a 5 million gift. However, when he saw the scene in the photo, seeing his mother and sisters picking up banknotes on the ground, and Wei Qinghe looking down at them from above, his heart was filled with mixed emotions. At this time, Huang Yinzi walked into the backstage with 2 sacks, and Li Bo noticed that the sacks contained 5 million in cash. Seeing this scene, he suddenly laughed and said to Huang Yinzi with bitterness, Mom, are you happy now? Huang Yinzi lowered her head, full of annoyance. Xiaobo, it's Mom's fault. I misjudged you, but it's also Wei Qinghe's fault. He has so much money at home, but he pretends to be poor. If I had known that she could come up with 5 million, why would I force you to break up with her? Li Bo laughed even crazier, with tears in his eyes. Mom, if I could stick to my principles, maybe Qinghe and I would have been together a long time ago. His heart was full of regret, but there was no retreat in his eyes. Mom, the way you picked up the money just now really made you look like a money-hungry dog slave. Huang Yinzi looked at Li Bo angrily. Xiaobo, I'm your mother. How can you say that? Li Bo sneered. What do you say I am? Woof, woof, woof. Huang Yinzi felt as if her heart was being cut by a knife. She looked down at Li Aiying. She no longer had any good feelings towards Li Aiying in her heart. Only the image of Wei Qinghe remained. She whispered in Li Bo's ear, Xiaobo, you and Qing have been dating for 2 years, so there must be feelings between you. If you look back, do you still have a chance to win her heart back? Li Bo sneered, Mom, you don't understand. Do you know Qing's temper? She will never go back to her husband. Huang Yinzi lowered her head helplessly. This time, I was wrong. I will support any decision you make. Li Bo sneered. You said it. Qing hasn't gone far yet. You should return the money quickly. Huang Yinzi's face changed instantly, and she shouted angrily, "Pay back the money? Why? Wei Qinghe wasted 2 years of your youth. She should compensate you for the 5 million." Chapter 19. A smile of as expected appeared on Li Bo's face, and he couldn't help laughing in his heart. "A dog will always eat shit," he said in a cold voice. "These 5 million were given to me by Qinghe, not for you. Of course I have the right to dispose of it. If you don't want to give it to me, forget it. I'll do it myself." As he said that, Li Bo reached out to grab the sack. Huang Yinzi immediately grabbed the sack tightly and refused to let go, angrily shouting, "Li Bo, are you going to rebel? No one can touch this money without my permission." Li Bo growled angrily, "Mom, it doesn't matter if you're poor. Can you please have some dignity?" This angered Huang Yinzi, and she responded without thinking, "Li Bo, you talk nicely, but do you have any dignity? You were driving Li Aiying's Q5. Why didn't you say you had some dignity? When you were promoted to vice president, why didn't you say you had some dignity?" Li Bo sat on the chair, holding his hair with both hands, his heart full of contradictions. Indeed, he was very resistant to Li Aiying at first, but as soon as he drove her Audi Q5, he fell in love with her. Compared to Wei Qinghe, he felt that he was not worthy of her. His heart was full of self-blame, and he felt that everything was over. Although Wei Qinghe looked cool on the outside, she was actually sinking inside. When she walked out of 1907 Light and Shadow Club, tears rolled down her cheeks unconsciously. She was not crying for Li Bo, but for herself, because she had wasted 2 years of her youth. She wiped away her tears and smiled bitterly. "Uncle Han, did he give you this 5 million? The tone of he made Han Kaiyuan a little embarrassed. "It was indeed given by your father, Qinghe. He has not returned to China for the past 15 years, and his health is very poor." Wei Qinghe did not refute Han Kaiyuan's explanation, because the 5 million helped her severely slap Li Bo's family in the face. "Uncle Han, please tell him that I will return the 5 million to him one day." "Qinghe, there's no need to be so formal. It's my duty as dad to do this." Han Kaiyuan was a little helpless. Although his words were full of care, Wei Qinghe didn't want to continue the conversation. She just gently stroked the dress and jewelry on her body. She asked, "Uncle Han, did he also prepare this dress and jewelry?" Han Kaiyuan scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. "These are all from your father. Even if you don't like them, don't throw them away." Wei Qinghe smiled and said, "Uncle Han, you've overthought it. These dresses and jewelry are just right." After that, she waved and called a taxi. When Wei Qinghe got into the taxi, Han Kaiyuan was filled with worry. Qinghe seemed to be in an unstable mood. He quickly called Wei Jiuzhou. "Brother Zhou, Qinghe is in an unstable mood. She's going to the bar. What should I do?" "Follow her and tell me which bar she goes to." Wei Jiuzhou's voice was calm and decisive. The taxi driver secretly glanced at Wei Qinghe through the rearview mirror and was amazed. "Beauty, where are you going?" "Bar, the best bar in Qingzhou." Wei Qinghe replied softly. 10 minutes later, the taxi stopped in front of Langyuan Bar, a historic bar frequented by white-collar elites and foreigners. Wei Qinghe didn't care about this, thinking that even if the money was not enough, the jewelry he prepared for her would be enough to cover tonight's expenses. She walked into the bar and saw that it was empty, with only some waiters cleaning. Wei Qinghe was a little confused but didn't care. She quickly walked to the bar and knocked on the table gently. "Handsome guy, serve the wine." The bartender looked up at Wei Qinghe's beautiful face. His eyes froze. "Beauty, I'm sorry. We're not open until 4 in the afternoon." Wei Qinghe understood that the bar was not open yet, but she did not intend to leave. "Don't you want to do business? Bring me some drinks, do you hear me?" At this time, the bar manager Lin Feier came over and was stunned when she saw the Christie diamond necklace on Wei Qinghe and the Bulgari blue ring on her hand. She realized that the woman in front of her was not only dressed luxuriously, but was also a walking treasury. Lin Feier hurried forward with a smile on her face. "Rules are dead, but people are alive. Serve this distinguished lady some wine immediately." Chapter 20. The bartender looked at Wei Qinghe and immediately asked respectfully, "Dear lady, what kind of wine would you like to drink?" Wei Qinghe had never been to a bar before and didn't know the name of the wine, but she didn't want to appear stage-frightened, so she whispered, "The strongest wine." The bartender immediately took her to the private room, took out 2 bottles of whiskey, and opened them skillfully. "Please enjoy." The bartender smiled and stepped back. Wei Qinghe looked at the liquor on the table and could clearly smell the alcohol. She was sure that it was definitely strong liquor. Without thinking too much, she poured a glass, raised her hand, and drank the whole glass. The spicy taste of alcohol instantly rushed up her throat, hot and spicy, and her whole body suddenly felt a burning sensation. The first time she drank strong liquor, she couldn't help but tears welled up in her eyes, but a smile of relief appeared on her face. Free. Wei Qinghe thought silently in her heart. From today on, she is completely free. Wei Qinghe's alcohol tolerance is poor. After drinking 3 glasses, the scenery in front of her began to shake, the world spun, and finally she fell on the sofa and fell asleep. The bartender glanced at Wei Qinghe, and his heart was filled with desire. He knew that with Lin Feier around, he had no chance, but he decided to make some extra money through this beautiful photo. He secretly took the photo and sent it to a friend named Jean Xiao. Mr. Jean, there's a delicious dish in our bar today. Would you like to take a look? Jean Pengfei was resting in the villa. When he saw the photo, his eyes lit up instantly. He couldn't believe that there was such a beautiful woman in Qingzhou. Her clothes and appearance were simply amazing. This is truly the best of the best. Not to mention my young model. Even the popular young actresses are not as good as her. Jean Pengfei said excitedly. Xiao Linzi, you did a great job. I'll be there in 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, Jean Pengfei arrived as promised, and the bartender Lin Song greeted him enthusiastically. Mr. Jean, you're here so fast. Where are the people? Jean Pengfei asked anxiously. Box number 6. Lin Song pointed in the direction of Wei Qinghe. When Jean Pengfei saw her beautiful profile, his heartbeat accelerated instantly, and he was very excited. Huh, it's really top-notch. Spend this money, he said, taking out a handful of cash from his bag, stuffing it into the bartender, and then strode towards Wei Qinghe. Normally, a drunk girl in a bar wouldn't attract much attention, but Wei Qinghe's extravagance made Lin Feier unable to ignore it. She personally stood guard at the box, knowing that if anything went wrong with her, the bar would definitely not be able to bear the consequences. Seeing Jean Pengfei coming over, Lin Feier became nervous. Jean Pengfei was a regular customer, and although he picked up corpses from time to time later, his consumption was enough to bring a lot of income to the bar. As Jean Pengfei walked towards Wei Qinghe, he looked at her greedily, his eyes sweeping over her luxurious clothes. Lin Feier quickly calculated in her mind how to not offend Jean Pengfei and keep this beauty. Jean Pengfei greeted enthusiastically. Sister Feier, you're up so early today. Don't you want to get some beauty sleep? Lin Feier forced a smile and said, Young Master Jean, you're not up too late. Jean Pengfei shrugged and said helplessly, My girlfriend is drunk. I'm here to take her home. His eyes continued to linger on Wei Qinghe, with desire in his eyes. Lin Feier frowned. This matter was a bit tricky. She quickly came up with a solution. Mr. Jean, did you recognize the wrong person? This is my cousin Xiaoya, who just came back from abroad. How could she be Mr. Jin's girlfriend? Jean Pengfei was not embarrassed at all and immediately replied, Sister Fer, what a coincidence. I happened to meet Xiaoya when I was traveling abroad some time ago, and we fell in love at first sight. Lin Feier couldn't help but roll her eyes. Jean Pengfei's lies were simply not worth mentioning. Sister Feier, if that's the case, why don't you stay and have a few drinks, and then go back with you after Xiaoya wakes up? Jean Pengfei's expression was somewhat serious. If we wait until she wakes up, it will be hard to say. Jean Pengfei lowered his voice and said, Sister Feier, we all know this. Please give me some face. I will open 10 Shenlong suits tonight. Lin Feier's eyes narrowed slightly. The consumption of a Shenlong suit was as high as 880,000, which was a considerable income for the bar, but she knew that Jean Pengfei's demands could not be met blindly, and the power behind Wei Qinghe should not be underestimated. Mr. Jean, please give me some face. You really can't touch this beauty today. Chapter 21. Jean Pengfei's face darkened instantly, with a hint of sneer. Lin Feier, I usually call you sister. Do you really think you are a sister? You're just a high-class peripheral girl. After saying that, he pushed Lin Feier away and grabbed Wei Qinghe's white arm. Lin Feier was so angry that her face turned blue. Jean Pengfei actually called her a high-class chicken. She was extremely angry. Jean Pengfei, stop it. Today I, Lin Feier, am here, no one can touch her. She hurriedly grabbed Jean Pengfei's arm, trying to stop him. Jean Pengfei was furious. He turned around and slapped Lin Feier with his backhand. With a loud bang, Lin Feier fell to the ground, with blood flowing from the corner of her mouth. Don't overestimate your own abilities. I have the final say today, and no one can stop me. The waiters watching were angry but dared not speak, because they knew they could not afford to offend Jean Pengfei. Jean Pengfei snorted disdainfully and continued to look at Wei Qinghe with greedy eyes, with a hint of desire in his eyes. So beautiful. If I can get such a beauty, it would be worth dying for. He smiled strangely and reached out to push away Wei Qinghe's hair that was covering her face, and Wei Qinghe's beautiful face appeared in front of him. Jean Pengfei was stunned for a moment, and suddenly understood why the ancient kings would rather set fire to the beacon towers to trick the princes in order to win the smile of a beauty. They wanted the beauty rather than the kingdom. Jean Pengfei grabbed Wei Qinghe's wrist and pulled her up. Just as he was about to pull her into his arms, suddenly, a calm and gloomy voice came from a distance. Let her go. Although the voice was not loud, it was full of deterrence, as if it was an order that would not allow anyone to resist. Jean Pengfei was stunned for a moment. Then he let go of his hand, and Wei Qinghe fell back onto the sofa. He turned around and saw a man and a woman. The woman was a foreign girl with an angelic face, and the man was tall, fair-skinned, and extremely handsome, like a prince who walked out of a painting. Wei Jiuzhou and Han Kaiyuan quickly rushed to the bar and happened to see Jean Pengfei's actions towards Wei Qinghe. Wei Jiuzhou looked at Jean Pengfei coldly, and a surge of anger surged in his heart. If this was abroad, Jean Pengfei would have become a corpse long ago. Jean Pengfei felt vaguely that the man looked familiar, but he didn't care. He just cursed in his heart. How dare a pretty boy get involved in my business? Jean Pengfei snorted coldly, turned around and shouted at Wei Jiuzhou. Where did you come from, pretty boy? How dare you interfere in my business? Get out of here if you know what's best for you. Before he finished speaking, the foreign girl suddenly walked up to Jean Pengfei, raised her hand, and slapped him hard. With a slap sound, Jean Pengfei turned several times, and 5 bright red slap marks were instantly printed on his face. When the waiters saw this scene, their faces turned red, and they were very happy, although no one dared to say anything. Jean Pengfei looked at the foreign girl in disbelief, his face full of shock. Such a delicate girl actually has such great power? He had never suffered such a loss, and his heart was filled with anger and humiliation. You bitch! Do you believe I can stab you to death? Jean Pengfei angrily pulled out a sharp dagger from his pocket and stabbed the girl fiercely. The people around lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at the scene, fearing that they would see a bloody scene. However, Wei Jiuzhou's face was as calm as water, and he remained unmoved, his eyes firmly fixed on Jean Pengfei's every move. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the foreign girl, Trusova. If it weren't for Wei Jiuzhou's warning, she would have gotten rid of Jean Pengfei long ago. But at this time she remained calm and reacted quickly. She flashed and accurately snatched the dagger from Jean Pengfei's hand. The dagger flashed with a sharp light in her hand. In a flash, she grabbed Jean Pengfei's dagger and took it away. She sneered and said, "You dare to play with a knife in front of me?" Jean Pengfei was completely stunned. He never expected that this skinny foreign girl could snatch the sword with her bare hands. He wanted to resist, but soon realized that he was no match for her. He knew that a wise man would not suffer a loss in front of him, so he snorted coldly and prepared to retreat. You are lucky. I won't bother with you today. However, Trusova did not intend to let him go. She suddenly kicked up and made a beautiful flying kick, hitting Jean Pengfei hard on the back. Jean Pengfei fell to the ground instantly and struggled to stand up, but Trusova's high heels stepped hard on his back, making him unable to move. Trusova turned to look at Wei Jiuzhou and asked in a low voice, "Boss, how do we deal with this person?" Wei Jiuzhou walked forward calmly and asked, "Which hand did he use to touch Qinghe just now?" Trusova hesitated for a moment. She was a little uneasy because she didn't pay attention to the angle. Fortunately, Lin Feier next to her came to the rescue in time. Right hand. I saw it clearly. He grabbed her with his right hand. Wei Jiuzhou glanced at Jean Pengfei's right hand calmly and gave a cold order. Trusova, let him eat with the other hand. Yes, boss. Trusova didn't hesitate and quickly stabbed the dagger into Jean Pengfei's right hand. With a puff, the dagger pierced Jean Pengfei's palm and nailed his hand firmly to the wooden floor. Chapter 22. Jean Pengfei screamed in pain, blood and tears intertwined, and he couldn't help but scream. Every burst of pain made him want to take revenge on Wei Jiuzhou, Trusova, and Lin Feier immediately. He swore in his heart that he would make these 3 people pay a heavy price. Wei Jiuzhou didn't even look at Jean Pengfei and said coldly, "Go away. If you dare to appear in front of my daughter again, it will not be as simple as a hand. Jean Pingfei tried to pull out the dagger painfully. Although it caused more serious damage, he finally managed to pull the dagger out of the wooden floor. Blood oozed from the wound. The pain made his face twisted and his forehead was covered with sweat. Jean Pingfei didn't dare to say anything harsh, but secretly memorized the faces of Wei, Jiuzhou, and Trusova, turned around and ran away, fearing that the other party would change their minds again. After Jean Pingfei left, the atmosphere in the bar became even more depressing. Lin Feier and the waiters all understood that Jean Pingfei was a regular customer, and he would not give up and would definitely bring people back for revenge. Soon, several waiters made excuses to ask for leave, and Lin Feier had no choice but to agree. She turned to look at Wei Jiuzhou and Trusova, still worried. Wei Jiuzhou squatted beside Wei Qinghe and gently wiped the wine stains from the corners of her mouth. Wei Jiuzhou's eyes were filled with guilt and regret. Qinghe, I'm sorry. I haven't fulfilled my responsibilities as a father. From today on, you are the apple of my father's eye, and no one can bully you. Wei Qinghe suddenly began to mutter to herself, as if she was dreaming, Dad, I'm wrong. I shouldn't blame you for everything. Even if you haven't gone abroad, the Phoenix Man is still a Phoenix Man. His nature has not changed. Dad, your daughter is wrong. Your daughter misses you. 2 lines of tears quietly slid down. Wei Jiuzhou's eyes flashed with moisture, and his heart was filled with warmth. It's worth it. With my daughter's words, everything is worth it. He thought silently. Trusova stood beside Wei Jiuzhou, her eyes also reddened. She quietly wiped away her tears, her heart full of hope. Deep in her heart, the eldest princess still longed for her father's love, and Wei Jiuzhou's hope of returning to his family was growing. However, Lin Feier was still nervous as she watched this scene. She knew that Wei Jiuzhou and Trusova were not without danger, and Jean Pingfei would definitely come back. She couldn't help but remind him, Sir, I suggest you take your daughter away as soon as possible. Jean Pingfei will never give up. Wei Jiuzhou smiled coldly and said lightly, Be quiet and don't disturb my daughter's sleep. Lin Feier said anxiously, Sir, please don't be willful. The Jean family has dozens of bodyguards. You only have 2 people now. You are no match at all. Wei Jiuzhou glanced at the slap mark on Lin Feier's face, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. I'll say it again, be quiet and don't disturb my daughter's sleep. If it weren't for the fact that you once protected my daughter, you would have lost the right to speak now. Lin Feier turned away in a rage. You are really a traitor. I don't care about you anymore. Just do whatever you want. She walked angrily to the manager's office, ready to relax. But she never expected that as soon as she walked out of the office, she saw Jean Pingfei rushing into the Langyuan bar with more than a dozen strong men. Jean Pingfei locked onto Wei Jiuzhou and Trusova with one glance. A hint of coldness flashed in his eyes, and he raised his hand and pointed at them. They're the ones who crippled my right hand. Cripple that man's limbs and capture the woman. I'm going to rape her. Lin Feier rushed forward and persuaded with a smile on her face. Mr. Jean, don't use knives or guns. We can sit down and talk. Jean Pingfei pushed Lin Feier away and waved his hand coldly. Get out. More than a dozen strong men rushed towards Wei Jiuzhou and Trusova and surrounded them. Although the 2 sturdy young men next to them looked threatening, the strong men did not care. Jean Pingfei walked towards Wei Jiuzhou with a playful look and sneered, Little white face, I didn't expect you not to run away. You have some courage. Do you want to cripple your own limbs, or let the brothers do it? Jean Pingfei's mocking voice disturbed Wei Qinghe. She couldn't help but frowned, turned over, and almost fell off the sofa. Wei Jiuzhou immediately supported her and ordered without turning his head. He disturbed Qinghe's sleep. Let him shut up. Hearing this, Jean Pingfei couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha, this pretty boy is out of his mind, right? Can't he understand the situation? He wants you to shut up? How funny. As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Jing suddenly quickly appeared in front of Jean Pingfei, and slapped him hard. Jean Pingfei's face instantly swelled up, his teeth fell out, and half of his face instantly turned into a pig's head. Wei Jing slapped him again with his backhand, and the other half of his teeth fell out as well. Jean Pingfei was beaten unconscious instantly. His vision was blurry, and his face was covered in blood and swelling. Chapter 23. Jean Pingfei covered his mouth in pain, unable to make a normal sound, and was in extreme shock and pain. The bar fell silent instantly. Everyone's eyes widened. especially Lin Feier. She originally thought that Wei Jiuzhou and her daughter would face disaster, but she didn't expect that Wei Jiuzhou's people would take the initiative and beat Jin Pengfei like a pig's head. The scene shocked everyone. After a brief moment of shock, the dozen or so bodyguards quickly regained their senses. Their faces changed drastically, and great fear surged in their hearts. Jin Pengfei is not someone who can be easily offended. If he knew that he was beaten like this, everyone will be doomed. Looking for death. Damn, you actually hurt young Master Jin. The angry bodyguards rushed towards Wei Jing. However, Wei Jing showed no fear and rushed into the crowd like a violent bear. Steel pipes and blades flew in the air, but none of them hit Wei Jing. Every time he attacked, a bodyguard fell down. In just 2 minutes, more than 10 bodyguards were all knocked down. Wei Jing's attack was ruthless, and each move was aimed directly at the vital points. Several bodyguards who covered their abdomens almost died. Jin Pengfei's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He couldn't understand how Wei Jing could easily defeat so many bodyguards. He was shocked. Is this man a devil? Realizing that he was no match for them, Jin Pengfei fell to his knees, kowtowed, and begged for mercy. I know I was wrong. Please let me live. I swear, I will never appear in front of you again. Wei Jiuzhou waved his hand coldly. Clean up these trash and don't let them disturb Jing's sleep. Wei Jing and Wei Zhong quickly stepped forward and threw the fallen strong man out of the bar. Jin Pengfei stayed behind trembling, continuing to kneel and shiver. Wei Jiuzhou asked coldly, "What should we do with this person? Should we get rid of him?" Wei Jing nodded slightly and made a gesture of wiping his neck. Wei Jiuzhou turned around and glanced at Lin Feier with a cold look. This person just beat you and scolded you. Now I'm leaving it to you to deal with. We are even. Lin Feier's heart was filled with complicated emotions. Although she tried her best to do a lot for Wei Jiuzhou, she still failed to win his favor. Her heart was full of desire for Wei Jiuzhou, as if he could control the whole world. How wonderful it would be if he was her man. Unfortunately, this was just wishful thinking. Lin Feier bowed deeply. Dear sir, I beg you to leave as soon as possible. Langyuan Bar is about to close. Wei Jiuzhou raised his eyebrows slightly and asked in confusion, Close the door? Why? Lin Feier smiled bitterly and said, You are a dragon crossing the river. It's no big deal to cripple Jin Pengfei, but the Jin family will definitely vent their anger on our bar. Langyuan Bar can't withstand the anger of the Jin family. We must close early and everyone should go their separate ways. Wei Jiuzhou nodded slightly, realizing that he had caused trouble for the bar. Please rest assured, Madam Boss. I, Wei Jiuzhou, will take responsibility for my own actions and will never cause trouble for others. I will take care of the aftermath. Lin Feier breathed a sigh of relief and said gratefully, Thank you, Mr. Wei. Wei Jiuzhou nodded calmly and then ordered, Wei Zhong, I'll give you a chance to stretch your muscles and clean up the mess. Wei Zhong responded and left, blending into the darkness, and the people around him hardly noticed him. Lin Feier looked at Jin Pengfei. A trace of pity flashed in her eyes, and she sighed. She decided not to have too deep an antagonism with the Jin family. Someone throw him out. Several waiters quickly stepped forward and dragged Jin Pengfei towards the door like a dead dog. Just as Jin Pengfei was dragged to the gate, Lin Feier suddenly thought of something and shouted, Stop! Throw it out in no time. The waiters immediately stopped, stared at Jin Pengfei fiercely, and asked, Sister Feier, are you going to do him? Jin Pengfei was so scared that he almost peed his pants and hurriedly shouted, Lin Feier, you stinky bitch. You can't kill me. My dad will definitely help me get revenge. Lin Feier smiled coldly. I almost forgot that today is non-business hours, and you have never been to our bar at this time. It means someone tipped you off. Today, I must find out who the traitor is. She stared at Jin Pengfei coldly. Young Master Jin, tell me, who told you the news? If you tell me the truth, I can forgive you this time. Jin Pengfei pointed at Lin Song without hesitation. It's him. Lin Feier's face suddenly changed, and a hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes. Lin Song was a relative she brought from her hometown, and she always treated him as her younger brother. Lin Song, you are so confused. You disappoint me so much. Do you know the rules of our bar? Lin Song turned pale and knelt on the ground. Sister Feier, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Wei Jiuzhou looked at Lin Song coldly and was furious because it was Lin Song's betrayal that almost caused Qin He to be hurt. If Lin Feier showed favoritism, he would never show mercy. Lin Feier took a deep breath, feeling the murderous aura from Wei Jiuzhou, and finally gritted her teeth and said, "Drag Lin Song away and break his legs." Yes. The waiters immediately rushed forward, pushed Lin Song to the ground, and started attacking without hesitation. Soon, the Langyuan bar was cleaned up. Lin Feier walked up to Wei Jiuzhou and asked softly, "Mr. Wei, in order not to disturb your daughter's rest, does our bar need to close for a day?" Wei Jiuzhou shook his head. "Just open for business as usual. Qinghe is here to get drunk. If there is no customer, how can there be a bar atmosphere?" Lin Feier breathed a sigh of relief and retreated in a low voice. Wei Jiuzhou turned to look at Trusova, call Rossi over, and ask her to bring the latest hangover medicine developed by our immortal kingdom. Chapter 24. At 6 p.m., Wei Qinghe shook her dizzy head and slowly sat up. How did she fall asleep? She really couldn't drink much. Looking around, the bar had already opened and many people had already sat down. The DJ played soft music, and Wei Qinghe's mood improved slightly. "Waiter, bring the wine. The strongest wine." She snapped her fingers to the waiter not far away. "Okay, please wait a moment." The waiter bowed slightly and walked quickly to the bar. "Sister Fur, Miss Wei wants some wine, the strongest wine." Lin Song was taken away, and Lin Feier sat at the bar, smiling and answering. She already knew what Wei Jiuzhou had communicated with her, and prepared a special liquor. Although this wine looks strong, its alcohol content is actually similar to that of beer and will not make people drunk, as long as you drink 5 or 6 bottles. "Take it." Lin Feier handed her 2 bottles of special liquor. Wei Qinghe picked up one of the bottles, poured a glass generously, and drank it all in one gulp. The spicy stimulation of the wine instantly rushed to her stomach, and she felt her mood gradually relax. Wei Jiuzhou sat in a box not far away, looking at his daughter firmly, and swore to himself in his heart, from today on, he would never let his daughter suffer any grievances again. At this time, a young man wearing Hermes casual clothes walked into the bar with a sad expression and sat down in box number 8 with a decadent look. He is Wang Qinfei, a second-generation rich man who just broke up with his girlfriend today. Wang Qinfei is a frequent visitor to Langyuan Bar, and the waiter greeted him warmly. "Mr. Wang, what would you like to drink today?" "As usual, let's do a dragon's suit." "Oh, and I want to order some songs." "Okay, Mr. Wang, what song would you like to order?" "I broke up today, let's sing some sad songs." "Okay, here's 2,000 yuan, order 4 songs first, and then if they're still suitable, order more." After Wang Qinfei paid, the light music in the bar paused, and the first song, Happy Breakup, sounded. Wei Qinghe's nerves had been numbed by alcohol, and she had originally forgotten her past with Li Bo. However, when she heard this song, the past replayed itself in her mind like a movie, and her eyes became moist again. She hurriedly grabbed the bottle and took a sip, trying to get drunk as quickly as possible and forget everything. However, the wine had been tampered with, and she didn't feel dizzy even after drinking half a bottle. Wei Qinghe was a little crazy and slammed the bottle on the table, praying silently in her heart, "I hope this song will end soon." Finally, Happy Breakup ended, but it was followed by Long Time No See. Wei Qinghe was almost on the verge of collapse, and when a thousand reasons to be sad sounded, her emotions completely collapsed and tears welled up again. The next song, Love Until Death, almost made her burst into tears. Wei Jiuzhou felt distressed when he saw this and walked to the bar. "Lin Feier, why are you playing such a sad song? Are you deliberately provoking my daughter?" Lin Feier was a little embarrassed. "Mr. Wei, I misunderstood. Our bar provides song request service, 500 yuan per song. You see, the guests in box 8 requested these songs, and I can't control it. Otherwise, I will turn off the song request station tonight." Wei Jiuzhou was a little helpless. "If that's the case, why did you shut down the song request booth?" "I want to request songs. I'll request 100 songs first. Try to make them as cheerful as possible." Lin Feier was surprised to hear Wei Jiuzhou's request, and she quickly began to make arrangements. Then, the DJ's voice rang out. A mysterious guest ordered a song, Shi Shua Shua, for the guests in box 6. The prelude of Shi Shua Shua immediately sounded in the bar, and the sad atmosphere was instantly broken. Everyone turned their heads to look at box number 6, and Wei Qinghe became the focus of everyone's attention. Wei Qinghe was stunned for a moment, wondering in her heart, "Who ordered the song for me?" This song completely changed her mood. She was no longer immersed in sadness, but couldn't help swaying to the rhythm. and the atmosphere became joyful. As the music moved, Wei Qinghe began to wave her arms, and the atmosphere in the bar changed completely, turning into a sea of joy. Wei Jiuzhou couldn't help but smile slightly, and he felt relieved to see his daughter happy. However, Wang Qinfei seemed extremely depressed. He was wondering why the sad song he had carefully ordered was suddenly interrupted. So he took out 2,000 yuan and asked for sad songs again. I want 4 more songs. They have to be sad. The waiter left in response. Soon, he shua shua ended. Wang Qinfei was expecting a sad melody, but he heard the DJ's voice again. A mysterious guest ordered a song Gangnam Style for the guests in box 6. The bar instantly became more cheerful, and the guests began to imitate the movements of riding horses, making the whole scene more lively. Wei Qinghe couldn't help laughing, and a faint smile finally appeared on his face. Wei Jiuzhou was very happy. Seeing his daughter smile, his heart was filled with satisfaction. Wang Qinfei seemed to be getting more and more depressed. Ordered 4 sad songs. Why is there another one called Gangnam Style? He angrily said to the waiter. Order me a few more sad songs. The waiter smiled bitterly and said, Mr. Wang, I'm really sorry. The mysterious guest ordered 100 cheerful songs, and I think they'll have to sing until midnight. Wang Qinfei was going crazy. 100 songs? 500 minutes? It took 8 hours to finish. Then someone, please help me order a dragon suit so that my song can be in the queue. Chapter 25. Wang Qinfei is a frequent customer. The waiter hurriedly reported to me. Mr. Wei, the VIP in box 8 ordered the Shenlong set. He hopes to jump the queue and listen to 4 sad love songs. What do you think? I naturally wouldn't agree to Wang Qinfei's request. Qinghe's mood has just recovered. How can I let her listen to that kind of sad love song again? But it's rude not to reciprocate, I said calmly. In the name of Qinghe, I'll give box 8 a set of Shenlong to him to show his respect. Soon, the atmosphere group of Langyuan Bar began to take action, and the 2 teams walked towards box number 6 and box number 8 respectively. Hello, Miss Wei. Mr. Wang from box 8 would like to give you a set of Shenlong sets, 5 bottles in total. Please accept them. The waiter handed over the Shenlong sets respectfully. I smiled. This should be the song ordered by Mr. Wang in box 8. I should get to know Mr. Wang and make friends with him if I have a chance. Hello, Mr. Wang. Miss Wei from box 6 would like to present you with a big dragon, 6 bottles in total. Please accept them. The waiter handed over the wine. Wang Qinfei's face instantly turned red. Damn, this girl in box number 6 is too arrogant. She directly sent out the Great Dragon. The Big Dragon also includes a limited edition bottle of Spade Ace Black Gold Edition, which is not easy to get. It seems that the face is not given. Wang Qinfei stood up and walked directly to box number 6, obviously wanting to see how arrogant this girl was. I watched his every move from a distance. My eyes turned cold, and I turned to give Wei Jing a look. Wei Jing nodded slightly, ready to deal with Wang Qinfei's misconduct at any time. However, Wang Qinfei did not do anything frivolous. He just stared at Wei Qinghe with fanatical eyes. Wei Qinghe noticed this uninvited guest, slowly put down the bottle, exhaled a breath of alcohol, and looked at Wang Qinfei with interest. If I'm not mistaken, you are Mr. Wang from box 8, right? Wang Qinfei nodded hurriedly. Yes, my name is Wang Qinfei. It's an honor to meet Miss Wei. Wei Qinghe smiled slightly. I guess Mr. Wang is the mysterious guest, right? Thank you, Mr. Wang, for ordering these 2 cheerful songs for me. Wang Qinfei was a little embarrassed at the moment. He did not admit it directly, but scratched his head and said, well, I ordered a sad love song. I just gave Miss Wei the dragon set, hoping that she could be flexible and let my 4 sad love songs cut in line. But now that I see Miss Wei, I don't feel sad at all. Wei Qinghe was stunned. It turned out that it wasn't the song he ordered. Then who ordered it? Her eyes quickly scanned the surroundings and soon locked onto a familiar figure. Those eyes Wei Ning also had. It was him. Suddenly, a warm current rose in her heart, warming her long-frozen heart. It turned out that this was the feeling of being cared for by her father. Wei Qinghe couldn't help but feel hot in her heart and almost wanted to throw herself into Wei Jiuzhou's arms and act like a spoiled child. But reason quickly stopped her. She couldn't forgive him so easily. She couldn't be a traitor. Why are you in Langyuan Bar? Wei Qinghe was puzzled, and after a moment he suddenly realized that Uncle Han must have told him the news. This Uncle Han, he really should thank him. Wei Jiuzhou did not avoid her gaze. He smiled at her gently and raised his glass to gesture to her. Wei Qinghe hesitated for a moment. Then, with the help of the alcohol and the warmth in his heart, he slowly raised his glass and toasted Wei Juzhou. She raised her head and drank it all. The depression in her chest gradually dissipated, and she suddenly felt warm in her heart. How wonderful it would be if Dad had never left them. How could their family live happily together? Wang Qinfei looked at Wei Qinghe and the father toasting with doubt in his eyes, and turned to look at Wei Qinghe. Then, he saw Wei Jiuzhou's outrageously handsome face. Wang Qinfei was shocked. This father was so handsome. If he had such a face, he would definitely become a star in a nightclub. He hurriedly warned Wei Qinghe. Miss Wei, as a man, I feel it is necessary to remind you that the pretty boy's face is pale and his eyes are slightly blue, which is obviously a sign of severe kidney deficiency. He is definitely a sea king. Don't be fooled by his charming appearance. Wei Qinghe couldn't help laughing, and the wine sprayed out. Ahem. Mr. Wang, you think too much. He doesn't have that kind of intention towards me. Wang Qinfei looked anxious. Ms. Wei, I am absolutely right in judging people. That pretty boy is definitely a super scumbag. He treats you as prey. Wei Qinghe smiled faintly and shook his head gently. Master Wang, you are really mistaken. The pretty boy you're talking about is my biological father. Father? Wang Qinfei's face turned pale in an instant, and he almost wanted to spurt blood. How could he say that Wei Qinghe's father was a gigolo? How could he make it up? He quickly made amends. Well, Miss Wei, Uncle Wei's appearance is too amazing. He doesn't look like a human. He looks like an elf. Uncle Wei can definitely beat all the superstars in 1 second. No wonder you are so stunning. It turns out you have good genes. Wei Qinghe subconsciously glanced at Wei Jiuzhou, not far away, and did not deny what Wang Qinfei said. Wei Jiuzhou was indeed incredibly handsome, which was simply unreasonable. However, Wei Qinghe suddenly discovered that there seemed to be a hint of blue in Wei Jiuzhou's eyes. Wang Qinfei's reminder made her realize that there might really be something wrong with Wei Jiuzhou's body. Had he done a lot of things to let his mother down? The heat in my heart gradually cooled down. Chapter 26, Haiquanwan Villa District, Villa Number 8. There was a flurry of activity. Jean Pengfei had just finished a dental implant surgery, and the anesthetic had not yet worn off. His face was swollen like a dumpling, his movements were clumsy, and his speech was slurred. The effect of the anesthetic had not yet worn off, and he could only lie powerlessly on the bed, with a sinister light flashing in his eyes. Jean Pengfei's parents sat at the head of the bed, looking at their son in pain, feeling distressed. Jean Pengfei's mother wiped her tears and beat her husband who was standing beside her. Jean Jihao, didn't you say that in Qingzhou, except for the king of Qingzhou, everyone has to give you some respect? How come you can't even protect your own son? You are a waste. You must make the person who hurt Xiaofei pay the price. Otherwise, don't even think about getting into my bed in the future. Jean Jihao, Jean Pengfei's father, is a businessman from a grassroots background. He knows well the dangers of the business world, but at this moment, his face no longer has the coldness of the past, but instead reveals deep anger. He looked coldly at the dozen or so bodyguards kneeling at the door of the room. A bunch of rubbish. More than a dozen people, 4 of them were disabled, and all of them were injured. Tell me, who hurt Fei? A bodyguard replied tremblingly. Reporting to Mr. Jean, a stranger had a conflict with the young master at the Langyuan bar and ended up injuring the young master. Langyuan bar? Jean Jihao frowned. No one in the bar helped? The bodyguard whispered. Reporting to Mr. Jean, the people in the bar not only did not help, but threw the young master out the door. If they had helped, perhaps we would not have lost. Jean Pengfei's anesthetic gradually wore off, and he suddenly let out a heart-wrenching wail. Ah, it hurts so much. Dad, kill them. Keep Lu female. I want to kill her. And catch that Lin Feier too. I want to make the Langyuan bar a river of blood. Jean Jihao comforted him. Xiao Fei, don't worry. No one who hurt you can escape. Even if it's a dragon crossing the river, it has to stay on the land of Qingzhou. He turned to look at the bodyguards, temporarily suppressing his anger. Gather all the guards immediately. We must make Langyuan Bar a river of blood today. Yes. A dozen bodyguards turned around and left in a hurry, as if they had been pardoned. But after walking a few steps, they suddenly stopped and looked towards the end of the corridor with horrified eyes. Wei Zhong appeared in the corridor. The man who had beaten them to tears appeared before them again. The bodyguards were so scared that they dared not move. Wei Zhong walked towards Jean Pengfei's room calmly. His aura was so strong that the bodyguards retreated unconsciously. With every step he took, they retreated a step until they were forced into Jin Pengfei's room. Jin Jihao roared. I asked you to gather the guards. Why are you back? The bodyguards' voices trembled. Boss Jin, come, come. Jin Jihao snorted coldly. What's coming? Let's talk it out nicely. You are such a bunch of trash. Just as he was about to get angry, the bodyguards made way for him, and Wei Zhong slowly walked into the room. His eyes were cold, and his aura was so strong that the bodyguards all lowered their heads. Jin Pengfei shivered subconsciously. Dad, kill him. Jiuxi is his accomplice who hurt me. Jin Jihao knew that the young man in front of him was no ordinary person. Even so, he still suppressed his inner fear. In his own home court, he decided to deal with it with all his strength. Jin Jihao shouted coldly. What a bunch of cowards! More than 10 people were scared by one person? Kill him. I will give you 1 million. 1 million. Greed flashed in the eyes of the bodyguards, and their fear slightly subsided. They all showed fierce eyes and rushed towards Wei Zhong. However, they were wrong. Wei Zhong's strength was far beyond their imagination. He knocked down the bodyguards one by one, and in just a moment, 7 or 8 of them fell to the ground. Jin Jihao's eyelids twitched, knowing that this young man was ridiculously strong. Jin Jihao didn't dare to wait any longer, and quickly pulled out a pistol from his waist, pointing the muzzle at Wei Zhong's head. Kneel down, otherwise, I'll smash your head off. Wei Zhong was unmoved, as he had already noticed Jin Jihao's movements. When the gun was pointed at him, Wei Zhong quickly dodged and used a bodyguard to block the shooting angle. Then, Wei Zhong kicked the bodyguard away, quickly pounced on Jin Jihao, grabbed his wrist, and the pistol fell into Wei Zhong's hand. You shouldn't play with guns in front of me, Wei Zhong said coldly. Jin Jihao knew that he had met a tough opponent, so he said calmly, My friend, Jin admits his defeat. Let me make a condition. How can we resolve this little misunderstanding? Wei Zhong calmly replied, Only the dead have no misunderstandings. Jin Jihao's face changed, and he laughed dryly. 5 million. I'll give you 5 million. How about that? A hint of coldness flashed in Wei Zhong's eyes. If you win, will you negotiate with me? Those who kill will be killed. D. Bang. A gunshot rang out. Jin Jihao fell heavily, and the room fell into silence. Chapter 27. At that moment, the room was dead silent. Even the air was frozen. All the bodyguards knelt on the ground, patting the ground with their hands, begging in a low voice, Brother, spare our lives. We really just followed your orders. I looked at them coldly, without a trace of pity in my heart. In this world, the strong are respected. Jin Jihao is dead, and those who once flattered him should pay the price today. Let you go. I sneered. Give me a reason why I should let you go. Several bodyguards looked at each other, with a hint of determination in their eyes. They stood up, exchanged glances with each other, and finally turned to me. Jin Pengfei, you don't want to do it yourself, right? Let's do it for you. After they finished speaking, they turned around abruptly, their eyes fixed on Jin Pengfei and his mother, cold and almost inhuman. At a glance, the mother and son's former arrogance and arrogance were nothing but foam on the beach in front of them. A few minutes later, miserable screams were heard from the house. When Jin Pengfei and his mother disappeared from this world, I still sat there, expressionless, letting these little characters play out their ugly final scene in front of me. This incident was over too quickly. In the blink of an eye, the room was empty. The bodyguards were still lying on the ground, as if they had lost their souls. The air was filled with a dead silence and a bloody smell. I stood up and slowly walked out the door. The girl named Wei Qinghe was standing on the dance floor of the bar. I sat aside, holding a glass of brandy in my hand, and watched her quietly. She danced so wildly, freely, and unrestrainedly. Every movement was precisely in line with the rhythm of the music. The men around her stared at her intently, their eyes full of desire, but she kept everyone at a distance. I smiled softly. She was indeed different. I couldn't help but look at the guys who didn't dare to approach her. Only Wang Qinfei was the bravest and dared to get closer to her. However, even so, he still didn't dare to do anything out of line. I took a sip of wine, closed my eyes, and Wei Qinghe's smile and thoughtful look came to my mind. She is the only person I dare not despise. The music suddenly stopped. Wei Qinghe shook her hair, turned, and left the dance floor. She walked towards me, looking uneasy, but that confusion made me feel that she was more real than usual. Did you have fun? I asked slowly, my eyes gentle, even a little softened. She was stunned for a moment, seemed a little flustered, but nodded, "Yes, Dad." I looked at her, the blue in my eyes becoming more and more obvious. My body is no longer young, and long-term stress and fatigue have caused my health problems. I know the symptoms of kidney deficiency, but I am powerless to change it. Her brows furrowed slightly, and she suddenly whispered, "Thank you. Chingha, I'll take you home." She hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. I couldn't help but feel relieved. At least, she no longer had so much estrangement towards me. Wang Qinfei came forward and smiled ingratiatingly. "Hello, Uncle Wei. I'm Chingha's friend." I glanced at him and said nothing. How could a young man like him be worthy of my daughter? "Let's go, Chingha." I turned around and took her out of the bar. Just as we walked out of the bar, I found that the bodyguards in the dark had quietly appeared and surrounded us. Wei Chingha looked at me with some confusion in his eyes. "Why do you have so many bodyguards?" I smiled faintly, not wanting to explain too much. She saw how miserable I was yesterday, and now she realizes that there is something different about me. I guess she must be feeling a little complicated. "Chingha, get in the car." I opened the car door. She was stunned for a moment, looking at the black Mercedes-Benz, and seemed a little shocked. She didn't expect that I was not as bad as she thought. The car door was closed, and the interior was quiet. Wei Ching has sat in the back seat, and I sat on the other side. The car started. From her gaze, I could feel her mood changing subtly. At this moment, I noticed another seat in the car. Rossi was sitting in the passenger seat with a serious expression. Wei Chingha glanced at her, and the girl's beauty almost made her squint her eyes. I laughed secretly in my heart. Wei Chingha might start to think that something was wrong with me again. I understand that she has mixed feelings. Chapter 28. Luo Shi's eyes swept over Wei Chingha, and the faint hostility did not seem to escape her eyes, but she still maintained a calm smile. "Wei Chingha, don't worry." Rossi spoke slowly, then turned to me with a hint of blame in his tone. "Boss, you are so willful. Champagne is fine, but not hard liquor. If your cancer spreads, even I can't help you." Cancer cell. Hearing these two words, Wei Chingha's pupils shrank instantly. "Cancer? I have cancer." She was filled with doubts and uneasiness. Was what I said at the beginning true? The reason I went abroad was to treat cancer? Impossible. If it was really in the advanced stage of cancer, how could I have lived to this day after 15 years? She couldn't help but frown, thinking silently in her heart that the woman was definitely an actor I hired to trick her. I just had a glass of brandy. That shouldn't be a problem, right? I smiled awkwardly, although I knew in my heart that Rossi was blaming me out of concern. "Not even one glass. You can't drink strong alcohol now." Rossi's voice rose a few degrees, his eyes red, obviously too anxious. "Champagne or beer at most. Your body can't handle too much alcohol." I quickly raised my hands in surrender. Okay. I'll listen to you. I won't drink strong alcohol until all the cancer cells are gone, okay?" She finally breathed a sigh of relief and quickly began to examine me, her movements very professional. Wei Chingha stood nearby, her eyes full of doubt, looking at Luo Shi in her mind, and couldn't believe that she was a real doctor. After the examination, Rossi relaxed a little. "Fortunately, the cancer cells have not spread. Boss, you really can't mess around anymore." "Thank you." I nodded with a wry smile. Rosie was like a real housekeeper, which gave me a headache. "Sister, my name is Wei Chingha. What's your name?" Wei Chingha finally couldn't help but speak. The confusion in her heart was evident in her words. "Holly Rossi." Rossi answered simply and crisply. "Sister Luo Shi, are you a doctor? Where do you work?" Wei Chingha continued to ask. "Mayo Clinic." Rossi smiled slightly, as if he was used to this kind of question. "Mayo Clinic?" Wei Chingha almost subconsciously took out her cell phone and hurriedly searched for Mayo Clinic. Then her eyes widened, and she was so surprised that she could hardly believe her eyes. Holly Rossi, three-time Nobel Prize winner in medicine, honorary vice president of the GSK Institute, and vice president of the Mayo Clinic. These titles were written on the screen, perfectly matching Rossi in front of him. She really is. Wei Chingha's mind went blank. She never expected Luo Shi to be so amazing. She was stunned, and another question popped up in her mind. How could such a dazzling existence as Rossi call me boss? What does this mean? Wei Chingha swallowed hard, his voice trembling a little. "You're not the boss behind the Mayo Clinic, are you?" I nodded and said casually, "Yes, I'm the boss behind the Mayo Clinic. I have relied on the medical strength of the Mayo Clinic to fight cancer for 15 years. In 2 months, the cancer cells will be eliminated. Wei Qinghe was completely stunned. She had never expected to hear such words. Her heart was in turmoil, and she didn't know how to react for a moment. She suddenly realized that the man in front of her, the father she had always ignored, was so powerful. She couldn't help but feel confused. If I accept him, will I no longer be that ordinary girl, but become a white, rich, and beautiful? But then she suppressed the thought. She knew she couldn't sell herself out for money, and couldn't change everything just because her father was so powerful. Dad, these two words finally came out of her mouth. Her voice was low and filled with long-suppressed emotions. Dad, my body trembled violently, as if I heard the most beautiful sound in the world. At that moment, I felt that my heart was filled, and all the pain and loneliness seemed to be blown away by the wind. Chinga, what did you call me? My voice trembled a little, and my eyes were full of desire and expectation. Dad! Wei Qinghe raised his voice and shouted loudly, even reaching over the console with his whole body and hugging me. Dad, why are you so stubborn? Why don't you share the pain with us? Why do you always bear it alone? I tried to stay calm, but I couldn't hold back the tears. I finally realized that my daughter had forgiven me and was even stronger than I thought. Qinghe, it was Daddy's fault. I patted her back gently and said softly, no matter what happens in the future, I will never let you suffer any injustice again. The two of us hugged each other, and I could feel her warmth, as well as my own regret. Wei Qinghe wiped away her tears and looked at me with a complicated look. Dad, I can forgive you, but Mom has endured too much over the years. She will definitely not forgive you so easily. You have to cheer up. I nodded firmly. No matter what the cost, I will win back Shuyu's heart. Our family of 5 will never be separated. Wei Qinghe also smiled and waved his fist. I believe you can do it. With you and Wenxi as my 2 little insiders, I am very confident. I answered with a smile. Wei Qinghe glared at me and said, Wenxi, that little scoundrel, has already chosen a side. I'm also a traitor. If that's the case, there's no need to feel pressured. Qinghe, what does Mom like the most? Even if it's the moon in the sky, I can pick it for her. Chapter 29. I walked into the car, Wei Qinghe's words still echoing in my ears. She said in a serious tone, Dad, don't treat Mom the same way you treated me. What she valued back then was not your money, but you as a person. I frowned, my thoughts in a mess. Past experience has made me accustomed to solving problems with money. But this time, Shuyu was not as easily moved as usual. Seeing my distress, Wei Qinghe smiled and said, Dad, as long as you put more effort into it, Mom will definitely be moved by you. I nodded. I understand. The car gradually drove into Hepping District 2, and the Maybach stopped at the door of the unit. Dad, add me on WeChat so we can contact you if you need anything in the future. After the two added each other on WeChat, Wei Qinghe returned home. But I was still thinking, how can I impress Shuyu? This is really a tricky question. Those involved are often confused, but those who are watching can see more clearly. Rossi, who was in the co-pilot's seat, suddenly laughed and said, Boss, why don't you think back to how you caught up with your wife back then? If you do it again the same way you did then, maybe you will succeed. My eyes suddenly lit up, and I began to recall the past. The curtain of memory slowly opens. I realized that I only had 3 ways to pursue Shuyu. The first was persistence, the second was chance encounter, and the third was shamelessness. The sadness on my face gradually disappeared. I was able to impress Shuyu back then, and I could still do it now. Xiaojio, go home. Yes. The bulletproof Maybach started and gradually blended into the night. It was already midnight. Everyone in the family had fallen asleep, and Wei Qinghe walked into the room quietly. Suddenly, the lights in the living room came on, and Zhou Shiyu stood by the wall, staring at her daughter with eyes full of heartache. Wei Qinghe was startled and subconsciously patted her chest, complaining, Mom, you can't scare me like this. Why are you still not asleep so late? Zhou Shiyu walked forward and hugged her gently. It's okay. Qinghe, everything is over. Except for Aining. Other men are not trustworthy. Mom will protect you and will never let you get hurt. Wei Qinghe smiled bitterly. She originally wanted to say a few good words for her father, but seeing her mother's look, she decided to wait until she calmed down. Mom, I'm Phoenix. That Phoenix man is not worth my sadness. I will live a more wonderful life. Zhou Shuyu relaxed a little. Qinghe, wait a minute. Mom will make you some hangover soup. Wei Qinghe nodded and sat on the sofa. Although the wine had been tampered with, the alcohol still worked. Wei Qinghe began to feel dizzy. Zhou Shiyu brought the sobering soup shortly afterwards, but his eyes stopped on Wei Qinghe's clothes. As the eldest daughter of the Zhou family, Zhou Shiyu had a sharp eye and immediately recognized that Wei Qinghe's evening dress and jewelry were extraordinary. She frowned and began to doubt. Did Qinghe give up on herself after experiencing this storm and just find a rich man? She asked cautiously. Qinghe, this outfit is not cheap, is it? Did you overdraw your credit card just to make that Phoenix man regret it? Wei Qinghe shook her head gently. This dress and jewelry were given to me by others. I didn't spend any money. The worry in Zhou Shuyu's eyes deepened. Did Qinghe really give up on himself? She took a deep breath and said earnestly, Qinghe, even if you meet a scumbag, you can't give up on yourself. Girls should learn to love themselves and be responsible for the future. You can't live like the person we once hated, and you can't become a mistress. Wei Qinghe rolled his eyes helplessly and thought, damn, what a wild imagination. Mom, it's not what you think. He gave me those clothes and jewelry. He even gave me a 5 million betrothal gift and beat that Phoenix man's face until it was swollen. Zhou Shuyu breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that Qinghe had not fallen, but she suddenly became alert. Bai Tian Qinghe hated him like an enemy. So why was there a gleam in her eyes when she mentioned that man? Qinghe, you're not blinded by his sugar-coated bullets. Have you forgotten what kind of life we have lived these years? How could you become a traitor so easily? Wei Qinghe wanted to say something good for her father, but Zhou Shuyu interrupted her mercilessly. Qinghe, if you still recognize me as your mother, don't mention him anymore. After saying that, Zhou Shuyu turned around angrily, went back to the bedroom, and tears instantly rolled down her cheeks. No one could understand her feelings at that moment. As a single mother, she suffered from the world's contempt and pain. Li Bo sat on the edge of the bed, holding a cigarette in his hand, and became more and more anxious as he smoked. The wedding night should have been a sweet moment, but facing his wife Li Aing's nearly 200-pound body, he had no interest at all. After Wei Qinghe left, he got drunk, but the image of Qinghe appeared in his mind. The once immortal couple was now all ruined, and he had ruined it all with his own hands. Guilt, regret, helplessness, waves of negative emotions filled his heart. He even thought about committing suicide. However, Li Aing's fat hand reached out and gently stroked his legs. Hubby, don't think too much, go to sleep. Li Bo couldn't help feeling nauseous and almost vomited. I can't sleep, you go to sleep first. He suppressed his nausea, took Li Aing's hand away, and quickly walked to the balcony. His emotions were completely out of control. He grabbed his hair tightly, squatted on the ground, and couldn't stop crying. Chapter 30. Li Bo knew that Li Aing must be wondering how she could have fallen to this point. It was all because of that bitch Wei Qinghe, who actually gave her a gift of 5 million and made her so embarrassed. Seeing Li Bo catching a cold after staying on a balcony all night, Li Bo felt even more sorry. He should have taken a rest, but he didn't want to face Li Aing, so he simply washed up, didn't eat, and went straight to the company. As soon as he entered the company, the familiar address made him relax a little. Everyone called him Mr. Li, which gave him a sense of accomplishment. After all these years of hard work, his career had paid off and was gradually getting on the right track. However, something was unusual today. Lu Xiaomei, assistant to the chairman, greeted him with a smile on her face. Mr. Li, the chairman asked you to come over. Li Bo's heart sank. Did Li Aing complain? Was his father-in-law looking for trouble? His mind was in a mess. Li Bo quickly walked to the chairman's office and knocked on the door gently. Chairman, do you want to talk to me about something? Li Kaishan looked up and smiled. Xiao Bo, there's no need to be so formal. Just call me Dad. There's a big order today. Do well. Earn this much. He raised his index finger. Li Bo was stunned. 1 million? Li Kaishan smiled. Xiao Bo, think bigger. 10 million. 10 million. Li Bo's heart suddenly beat, and his mind went blank. If he could become the chief designer, this order would earn him at least 1 million. Li Bo's worries were instantly thrown behind his mind, and excitement filled his whole body. He said without hesitation, Dad, what kind of big order can make so much money? Li Kaishan smiled and said, Have you heard of Hisense Junhui Villa District? Li Bo nodded, surprised. I've heard that each villa in the villa area is over 1,000 square meters, super luxury houses. But even if it's so big, one house won't make 10 million, right? Li Kaishan's eyes sparkled. Of course not one building. It has to be 10, especially the king of building number 1. Li Bo was so shocked that he could hardly speak. 10 buildings? King of building number 1. Li Kaishan smiled and nodded. Yes, 10 villas, especially the king of building number 1. He paused and smiled. Xiao Bo, are you confident? Li Bo took a deep breath and said without hesitation, Dad, don't worry. I will do my best to make Tingya Space Design Company famous. Li Kaishan nodded with satisfaction. Very good. We will set up a project team immediately, and you can choose any designer from the design department. Li Bo agreed excitedly and immediately went to select project team members. When he walked to the design department, he happened to meet Wei Qinghe. She was walking towards him with a cardboard box in her arms. When she saw Li Bo, the smile on her face disappeared instantly. She looked at him coldly, her tone icy. Vice President Li, please make way. Li Bo felt upset. Is she really so determined? He took a deep breath and tried to save the situation. Qinghe, even if we're not together anymore, you shouldn't resign. Our company just received a big order, and I want to bring you into the project team. Wei Qinghe didn't pause, push him away, and walked out of the company quickly. Li Bo looked at her back helplessly, feeling mixed emotions, but knowing that he couldn't keep her. Despite this, Li Bo did not have time to stop, and quickly adjusted his mood and threw himself into the preparation of the project team. In just one morning, he completed the preliminary design plan for 10 villas. After seeing this, Li Kaishan praised him repeatedly, which made Li Bo feel a little happier. Then, Li Kaishan hurriedly called Trusova. Ms. Trusova, the preliminary plan for the 10 villas has come out. I wonder when Mr. Wei will be free to come and see it? Trusova replied, The boss is very busy, but he can squeeze out half an hour to receive you at 10 o'clock in the morning. After Li Kaishan agreed, he and Li Bo prepared to go. Li Bo was shocked by Wei Jiuzhou's luxurious Villa No. 1 in Hisense, Junhui Villa District. This was the first time he had seen such a grand place with extremely luxurious decoration. He couldn't help but wonder why Wei Jiuzhou wanted to renovate this luxurious house. Arriving at Wei Jiuzhou's study, Trusova led Li Bo and Li Kaishan in. She whispered, Boss, they're here. Wei Jiuzhou replied calmly. Come in. Li Bo greeted respectfully. Hello, Mr. Wei. I am Li Kaishan from Tingya Design Company, and this is the leader of the Hisense Junhui project team. Li Bo. Wei Jiuzhou nodded slightly. Sit down and have some tea. Trusova poured tea for the two of them personally. Her movements were graceful, and the fragrance of tea filled the air, which made Li Bo relax a lot. While drinking tea, Li Bo secretly looked at Wei Jiuzhou, full of admiration. From Wei Jiuzhou's temperament, appearance, and calm aura, he felt that he was still a long way from success. But the more he looked at it, the more Li Bo felt that Wei Jiuzhou's face seemed familiar. He tried to recall whether he had seen him in a financial magazine. At this moment, Li Bo suddenly felt certain. Then, he couldn't help asking, Mr. Wei, your Villa No. 1 should have been renovated less than 3 years ago, right? Why do you want to redecorate it? Wei Jiuzhou responded calmly. I bought a second-hand house, and I don't like the decoration style of others. His words were concise, but he didn't say much. Li Bo smiled in his heart, realizing that Wei Jiuzhou was obviously unwilling to reveal more information. His world was far beyond the understanding of ordinary people. Chapter 31, even if the Phoenix Man was torn into pieces, it would not be as good as a tear from Qinghe. Li Bo and Li Kaishan breathed a sigh of relief. This answer was perfect. Mr. Wei, this is our company's preliminary design plan. Please review it. If there are any shortcomings, please feel free to let us know. We will definitely meet all your needs. Li Bo handed the design drawing to Wei Jiuzhou respectfully. Wei Jiuzhou picked up the design drawing and read it carefully. Wei Jiuzhou had to admit that although Li Bo's character was not very good, his workability was still okay. It can be seen from these design drawings that Li Bo has unique insights into space design, and he really puts his heart into it. Wei Jiuzhou discussed with Li Bo very seriously the areas that needed adjustment. Li Bo carefully wrote them down one by one. Mr. Wei, I have remembered all your requirements. Don't worry, our Tingya Space Design Company will definitely satisfy you. Wei Jiuzhou smiled slightly. In fact, I have already prepared the contract. I am very satisfied with your proposal. Trusova, please take out the contract. Yes, boss. Trusova took out the contract and handed it to the two of them, who read it carefully. When Li Kaishan saw the 6th clause of the contract, he couldn't help but frown. However, Li Kaishan didn't say anything and continued to read. When he saw the material page, Li Bo suddenly frowned. All the wood has to be Tasmanian blackwood. Tasmanian blackwood is a very precious wood in Australia. The total annual output does not exceed 500 tons, and the annual export volume to Dacia does not exceed 100 tons. On Mr. Wei's side, a conservative estimate is that 200 tons are needed, so the pressure is extremely great. Li Bo whispered in Li Kaishan's ear, "Chairman, the demand for Tasmanian blackwood is a bit high. I'm afraid we are in trouble." What Li Bo didn't expect was that Li Kaishan smiled and waved his hand to indicate that it was nothing serious. "The largest timber merchant in Qingzhou is my classmate. He has more than 300 tons of Tasmanian blackwood. You don't have to worry about the timber." Li Bo breathed a sigh of relief and said in a gentle voice, "There's no problem on my side. The contract can be signed." Li Kaishan nodded slightly, turned his head, and looked at Wei Jiuzhou with a smile. "Mr. Wei, there is no problem with everything else, but our villa is considered home decoration. The proportion of advance payment is a bit high, right? How much can you give me as an advance payment?" Wei Jiuzhou leaned back slightly, leaning on the back of the chair, and said coldly, "If your company's capabilities are not enough to take over this order, I can find another decoration company. Trusova, please show up." Li Kaishan panicked and quickly explained, "Mr. Wei, our company is absolutely capable of taking on your order. Let's advance the money. Let's sign the contract now." Wei Jiuzhou nodded in satisfaction, took out a pen, and signed his name. Li Kaishan hesitated for a moment and also signed his name. "Mr. Wei, since the contract has been signed, we won't bother you anymore. I'll go back and prepare all the construction materials. Trusova, show the guest out." Soon, the two were escorted out of the villa gate. Li Bo drove Li Kaishan to the company. "Dad, why are you so sad after signing such a big order?" Li Kaishan did not hide it from Li Bo. "I am worried about the advance payment. Our company's account cannot squeeze out so much money." Li Bo asked suspiciously, "It shouldn't be possible, right? Our company's net profit is several million a year, and the total assets are close to 50 million. How can we not come up with this 12 million? Li Kaishan sighed. "Isn't this a bit too big? I've taken on a few construction projects, and they all require advance payment. The maximum amount that can be spent on the account is 5 or 6 million, and there's still a gap of 5 or 6 million. A gap of 5 or 6 million. Li Bo's heart suddenly started beating wildly. He had just received a gift of 5 million. Was this God's will? Although the marriage is not going well, your career is going to take off. Dad, I have exactly 5 million here, plus AI Inc.'s 1 million dowry. We can come up with 6 million. Li Kaishan was very happy. He dared to sign the contract only because he took into account the money in Li Bo's hand. He was just wondering what to say, but Li Bo took the initiative to speak. "That's great, Xiaobo. As long as you successfully complete this project, I will not treat you unfairly. You will definitely get the share you deserve." "Divide into?" The corners of Li Bo's mouth curled up slightly. He no longer cared about that little share. "Dad, I don't want to share this project. My money will be used as a share. I want to be a shareholder of the company." Li Kaishan's pupils shrank slightly. This bastard boy has great ambitions. His target is indeed the entire company. But it doesn't matter. He only has one daughter anyway, and the company will belong to her sooner or later. "Okay, I'll convene a board meeting when I get back, and we'll redistribute the company's shares." "Thank you, Dad. However, I still need you to help me convince my mom. She's obsessed with money. If I ask for money myself, she will definitely not give it to me. Leave it to me. My mother-in-law listens to me the most." The two looked at each other and smiled, as if looking forward to a better tomorrow. Equals 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 equals. In Villa Number 1, Wei Jiuzhou's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he said in a deep voice, "Trusova, order the Australian ASH Timber Company to stop exporting Tasmanian blackwood to China in the next 3 months. Immediately order Qingzhou Musin Wood Industry to transfer all the stored Tasmanian blackwood to Zhonghai." "Yes, boss." If Li Kaishan heard this, he would definitely vomit 3 liters of blood. Li Kaishan's old friend is Huang Bingkuan, the boss of Musin Wood Industry. Wei Jiuzhou had already investigated Li Kaishan thoroughly. At this moment, Trusova already knew the boss's method of dealing with Tingya Space Design Company, which was to block them from getting the wood, so that they could not get the wood. The money they advanced in the early stage would be wasted, and they would have to pay a high penalty for breach of contract in the future. With the small size of Tingya Space Design Company, it is absolutely impossible to withstand such a toss. Its capital chain will be broken in an instant, which will in turn affect other projects, and ultimately it will have no choice but bankruptcy. After conveying Wei Jiuzhou's order, Trusova looked at Wei Jiuzhou with a little confusion. Boss, I don't quite understand. With your strength, as long as you say something, countless CEOs will come out to serve you, and you can bring down the small Tingya space design company in an instant. Why do you have to make so much trouble? Wei Jiuzhou's eyes flashed with an extremely sinister light. Trusova, you are still young and don't understand human nature. Phoenix Man hurt Qinghe so deeply. I want to let Phoenix Man experience the cruelty of life. Human nature? Trusova was still confused. Yes, human nature. In fact, if I put it another way, you will understand. If someone has a toy that you like very much, and this toy is suddenly destroyed, will you be sad? Trusova shook her head gently. It shouldn't be too sad, right? It's just a little disappointment. But if you got this toy you love from someone else, and it got destroyed, would you be sad? Trusova finally understood what Wei Jiuzhou meant. She looked at Wei Jiuzhou with awe. The boss was simply too terrifying. Becoming the boss's enemy is truly the saddest thing in the world. Boss, your research on human hearts is really too thorough. When they both thought that the Tingya space design was in his pocket and he thought he was on the peak of his life, he suddenly fell into the abyss. This is really too cruel. Wei Jiuzhou narrowed his eyes and sighed leisurely. It's a pity that even if the Phoenix Man is cut into pieces, it is not as good as a tear of Qinghe. Chapter 32, I'm here to bring food to my partner. Trusova couldn't help but envy Zhou Shuyu, and even a little envy Wei Qinghe. The boss's fatherly love is simply max. If she can't get the boss, it would be very happy if she could become the boss's daughter, right? Unfortunately, this is just wishful thinking. Trusova collected her thoughts and reported respectfully. Wei Bao just sent a message that he has contacted Madam's best friend, Lu Qingge. However, when Lu Qingge heard her name, she kicked Wei Bao out. Lu Qingge said that our people should not harass her anymore. We can't get any information about Madam from her. Boss, do you want to arrange for someone to bring her here by force? Don't hurt the people around Shuyu. It doesn't matter if Lu Qingge doesn't cooperate. Anyway, we have 2 daughters to help us now. Yes, boss. Wei Jiuzhou took out his cell phone and sent a message to Wei Wenxi. Wei Jiuzhou, Wenxi, what time does your mother usually get off work? How does she get home? Cat loves donuts. Mom goes out at 8:30 a.m. and takes the number 45 bus to work at 8:55 a.m. She gets off work at 4:30 p.m. and takes the number 45 bus to work at 4:55 p.m. If she works overtime, she might take the subway line for home. Wei Jiuzhou, got it. Thank you, Wenxi. Cat loves donuts. Come on, Dad. You must get Mom back. Wei Jiuzhou smiled slightly and looked at the time. It was already 10:30, and there was still an hour before Shiyu got off work at noon, so he should be able to make it in time. Wei Jiuzhou slowly stood up, walked out of the study, and went straight to the kitchen. In the kitchen, the 4 great chefs had already started preparing lunch for Wei Jiuzhou. When they saw Wei Jiuzhou walk into the kitchen, the 4 great chefs bowed to him with a flattering look on their faces. Boss, do you have any special requests for lunch today? Just ask Trusova to come over and tell you. How can you, with your valuable body, come to a place like the kitchen where there is so much oil and smoke? Wei Jiuzhou smiled slightly. I will make lunch today myself. Do it yourself? The 4 chefs looked at each other in bewilderment. What was the boss trying to do? Did they do something wrong? Did they make the boss angry? Trusova was very nervous. Boss, your body should not take in too much oil smoke. Tell the 4 chefs what you want to eat and let them cook it for you. Wei Jiuzhou shook his head slightly. I want to make a lunchbox for Shuyu. Shuyu only likes the taste of my food. As he spoke, Wei Jiuzhou rolled up his sleeves, grabbed an apron, and tied it on his body very skillfully. Wei Jiuzhou turned his head and looked at the 4 chefs with a smile. Why are you standing there? Help me prepare the ingredients. I want to make some spicy and sour potato shreds and a braised eggplant. Hey, good. The 4 chefs quickly helped Wei Jiuzhou prepare the dishes. Soon, the main dish and the side dishes were ready. Chef Feng subconsciously grabbed a potato and prepared to shred it, but Wei Jiuzhou suddenly called him, Old Feng, let me do it. Chef Feng was a little confused. The boss could cut potatoes into shreds? This thing requires a lot of knife skills. However, Chef Feng did not dare to disobey Wei Jiuzhou's order and obediently handed the potatoes to Wei Jiuzhou. Wei Jiuzhou took the potatoes and began to cut them into shreds very seriously. What Trusova and the 4 chefs didn't expect was that Wei Jiuzhou's knife skills were quite good, and the potato shreds he cut were so thin that they were almost translucent. Half an hour later, the spicy and sour potato shreds and braised eggplant were ready. During this process, Wei Jojo also cooked a pot of rice and made a cup of soy milk, and an exquisite lunchbox was ready. Trisova couldn't help drooling. She was so envious. The lady is so lucky to be able to eat the lunchbox made by the boss himself. Wei Jojo looked at the time and suddenly became a little anxious. He picked up his lunchbox, quickly walked out of the restaurant, and went toward the garage. Xiaojiao, go to the office building of Futai building on Hong Kong Middle Road immediately. Yes, boss. At 11:28 a.m., the bulletproof Maybach drove into the parking space in front of the Futai Plaza office building. Wei Jojo carried the love lunchbox and walked quickly towards the office building. Wei Jing, Wei Zhong, and Wei Guo were on guard not far away, eliminating any possible danger. If it weren't for Wei Jojo's strict order, they would definitely protect Wei Jojo closely. There are too many people here. The environment is too complicated. However, in order to prevent Zhou Shuyu from feeling uncomfortable, Wei Jojo strictly ordered them not to get within 10 meters. Wei Jojo was so handsome that he attracted countless gazes as soon as he walked into the office building. Many white-collar ladies had shining eyes. Which company does that guy work for? How come I've never seen him before? I don't know. This is the first time I've seen such a handsome guy. I think I'm in love. Where did the little brother buy the lunchbox he's carrying? I want to buy the same one. Under the gazes of a bunch of white-collar nerds, Wei Jojo walked quickly towards the elevator and waited quietly for it to descend. Many young ladies who were about to go out to buy food suddenly felt that they were full and instantly gave up the idea of going out to eat. They came to Wei Jojo and waited for the elevator with him, occasionally sneaking a peek at his profile that had no blind spots. Guanyu Advertising Company is located on the 17th floor, and the entire floor is occupied by Guanyu Advertising Company's office space. Seeing Wei Jojo press the 17th floor, two girls showed ecstatic expressions on their faces. They happened to be employees of Guanyu Advertising Company. I hope I can get the moon first because I'm close to the water. Handsome boy, have you just applied for Guanyu? Why do you look a little unfamiliar? Wei Jojo smiled slightly. This girl should be Shuyu's colleague. I'm not Guanyu's employee. I'm here to deliver food to my partner. As he spoke, Wei Jojo showed the love bento in his hand. Crash. The girls in the elevator were heartbroken. This handsome guy who looks like an elf actually has a girlfriend. I wonder who is so lucky. A girl looked at her friend and asked in a low voice, Zhang Xiaomi, aren't you Guan know-it-all? Do you know who this little brother is dating? Zhang Xiaomi said hesitantly. This is also the first time I've seen this young man. However, based on my guess, he should be Director Lin's boyfriend, right? Director Lin has been showing off these days, saying that she has found a handsome boyfriend. Director Lin? A seductive face appeared in the girls' minds. If it was Director Lin, they probably had no hope. Director Lin's name is Lin Haimei. She is one of the three most beautiful women in the Futai Plaza office building. She was the school belle when she was in school, and now her temperament is even more outstanding. Although Lin Haimei is already in her 30s, she is still as charming as ever, and people send her flowers every day. Maybe only Director Lin is worthy of such a handsome young man. Chapter 33, A gentleman does not eat food given out of pity. In the design department office of Guanyu Advertising Company, Zhou Shuyu finished printing the last document and breathed a sigh of relief. This morning's task was finally completed, and he could finally take a break. Sister Zhou, let's go have dinner together. A new intern designer invited with a smile. Zhou Shuyu smiled politely. Xiao Jiang, I won't go. You can go with other colleagues. Xiao Jiang was stunned. Why? I can't skip lunch. Suddenly, a sarcastic voice came from the side. Xiao Jiang, don't waste your time. Sister Zhou doesn't like us and doesn't want to eat with us. She brings her own food every day. Hello, Director. Xiao Jiang quickly greeted Lin Haimei, who was walking slowly towards her. Lin Haimei and Zhou Shuyu both graduated from Qingzhou University. Logically, they should have a good relationship. However, because Qingzhou University has a ranking of the most beautiful campus beauties, a ranking was made of the campus beauties of Qingzhou University over the years. Zhou Shuyu ranked first, while Lin Haimei only ranked 19th. This made Lin Haimei very dissatisfied, and she often made trouble for Zhou Shuyu when she had nothing to do. Zhou Shuyu quickly explained, Director Lin, you misunderstood. I don't look down on everyone. I just think that the food I bring is more nutritionally balanced. Nutritionally balanced? Lin Haimei smiled disdainfully and said sarcastically, Let me see what kind of food Sister Zhou brought so I can learn from her. As she spoke, Lin Jaime raised her hand and snatched the lunchbox from Zhou Shuyu's hand. With a click, she opened the lunchbox. Inside lay a small steamed bun and a few slices of pickles. Lin Jaime looked at Zhou Shuyu with a joking expression. The lunch that Sister Zhou brought is indeed very nutritionally balanced. In the 1960s, no one could afford steamed buns. Zhou Shuyu was very confused. Why did Lin Jaime always target her? Director Lin, please return my lunchbox. With a rustling sound, Lin Jaime turned Zhou Shuyu's lunchbox upside down and poured the steamed buns and pickles directly into the trash can. As the director of the design department, how can I watch my subordinates eat pickles? Sister Zhou, here's 100 yuan. Go buy 2 bento boxes. I'll treat you. As she spoke, Lin Jaime placed a large bill on the table and pushed it in front of Zhou Shuyu. Xiao Jiang, standing by, couldn't stand it anymore, but he didn't dare to offend Lin Jaime, so he could only watch quietly from the side. Zhou Shuyu couldn't help but squint his eyes. This was a naked humiliation. A gentleman does not eat food given out of pity. She is not a gentleman, but she cannot eat such food given out of pity. Zhou Shuyu calmly pushed 100 yuan back and said, Director Lin, thank you for your kindness. I won't eat lunch because I want to lose weight. Xiao Jiang on the side couldn't help but give Zhou Shuyu a thumbs up. Well done, Sister Zhou. Sister Zhou is so strong-willed. Sister Zhou is worthy of being the most beautiful lady in Guangyu Advertising Company and even in the entire Futai Plaza office building. Of course, Lin Jaime would not let Zhou Shuyu off so easily and pushed the 100 yuan back again. Sister Zhou, I can't control whether you eat or not, but I want to eat, so please buy me a lunchbox. Zhou Shuyu clenched her fists tightly. Based on her previous temper, she would definitely not indulge Lin Jaime. When had she, Miss Zhou, ever suffered such injustice? However, when she thought of her 3 children and Wei Ning's tuition, Zhou Shuyu's clenched fists loosened. She couldn't lose this job. Zhou Shuyu took a deep breath and tried hard to suppress his anger. Xiao Jiang, who was standing by, couldn't bear to watch it any longer, so he mustered up the courage to step forward and said, Director Lin, Sister Zhou doesn't want to eat anymore, so don't let her go buy food. I'm going to eat. How about I bring it for you? Lin Jaime couldn't help but narrow her eyes. Is Xiao Jiang going to rebel? The internship period hasn't even ended yet, and he dares to confront her? Xiao Jiang, when our design department works overtime, the clerk should go to buy food. This is Sister Zhou's responsibility. If you want to go and bring food, you can. Can I adjust your position? How about starting today, you will also be a clerk? Xiao Jiang's face changed. Her goal was to become a great designer in the future. How could she possibly be a small clerk? Xiao Jiang immediately got scared. Director Lin, you can't make such a joke. I'm more comfortable doing design work. Lin Jaime curled her lips in disdain and looked at Zhou Shuyu with a fake smile. Sister Zhou, thank you for your help. For the children, everything is for the children. Zhou Shuyu kept giving himself hints and used great willpower to suppress the anger that was rising up. Zhou Shuyu raised his hand and grabbed the 100 yuan on the table. Just at this moment, hurried footsteps were heard outside the design department, and a sweet-looking girl rushed in. This girl is Zhang Xiaomi, who met Wei Jiuzhou by chance in the elevator. Zhang Xiaomi looked around and quickly locked onto Lin Jaime's figure. Zhang Xiaomi rushed forward and looked at Lin Jaime with a flattering look. Director Lin, your boyfriend is here to bring you a lunchbox. Your boyfriend is so handsome. He's simply better than all the male protagonists in idol dramas. He's so handsome from every angle. I'm so jealous. Lin Jaime was stunned. She had indeed just hooked up with a young man. The young man was a rich second generation, and they had known each other for less than half a month. Lin Jaime was a little surprised. She didn't expect that the little man cared about her so much and gave her such a big surprise. Especially in front of Zhou Shuyu, it was so honorable. It's okay, not as handsome as you say, but he should be no worse than those handsome boys in China. Lin Jaime looked at Zhou Shuyu with a reserved expression, as if saying, look, my damn charm can't be compared with a woman like you who has no man. Zhou Shuyu was indeed irritated. It was all because of that irresponsible bastard Wei Jiuzhou. He had abandoned the 4 of them for 15 years and had caused her so much humiliation. Zhang Xiaomi smiled and said, Director Lin, you are really too modest. Your boyfriend is so handsome. If you hadn't gotten there first, I would definitely pay for him. Lin Jaime's face was full of pride, and she looked at Zhang Xiaomi with a smile. Xiaomi, you'd better save some money. No one can take the meat from my bowl. As they were talking, There were slightly heavy footsteps coming from the door. Zhang Xiaomi saw Wei Jiuzhou and shouted, "Director Lin, your boyfriend is here. Go and greet him quickly." Everyone in the design department subconsciously turned their heads and saw an elf-like face. At just one glance, everyone was stunned by Wei Jiuzhou. The girls were simply envious and jealous of Lin Haimei. Only a woman with a natural charm like Director Lin could get such an unreasonable handsome guy, right? Zhou Shiyu was also a little curious about what Director Lin's boyfriend looked like. Zhou Shiyu looked up, and then she froze. She couldn't believe her eyes. Why is it him? Chapter 34. Food is innocent. Zhou Shiyu's heart kept sinking. Wei Jiuzhou, that bastard. He actually hooked up with a vixen like Lin Haimei. You still have a nerve to go home like this? How dare you ask for forgiveness from these four mothers? She had been waiting for a man like this for 15 years. How ironic. Because of the angle, Lin Haimei didn't see Wei Jiuzhou at first. She turned around and pretended to blame him, saying, "Xiaobin, why are you delivering food? I must criticize you. You have to take care of the feelings of those sisters who don't have men." As she spoke, Lin Haimei turned around and was stunned. This was not Xiaobin. Who was this man? After seeing Wei Jiuzhou's face clearly, Lin Haimei couldn't help but take a breath. How could there be such a delicate and elegant man in this world? He is simply a real prince. He satisfies all women's imaginations of men. Compared to this man, her Xiaobin is just a piece of shit. Handsome guy, who are you looking for? Lin Haimei's voice was trembling. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. What was going on? Wasn't this handsome, cheating boy Director Lin's boyfriend? So who is this handsome boy looking for? Zhou Shuyu's mood, which had sunk to the bottom, instantly recovered. Wei Jiuzhou doesn't know Lin Haimei, so Wei Jiuzhou didn't deliver food to Lin Haimei. Then who did he deliver food to? For a moment, Zhou Shiyu's heart started beating wildly, uncontrollably. Wei Jiuzhou simply ignored Lin Haimei, walked past her expressionlessly, and came straight to Zhou Shiyu with an extremely gentle smile on his face. "Shiyu, I prepared a lunchbox for you myself, which contains your favorite spicy shredded potatoes and braised eggplant." Huh? Everyone's eyes dropped to the ground. How could it be Zhou Shiyu? Wasn't she married a long time ago? Moreover, I heard that her husband despised her and ran away from home 15 years ago, and he hasn't returned home since. Behind her back, people even secretly called Zhou Shiyu the Black Widow, saying that she was doomed to be alone for the rest of her life. No one could have imagined that this handsome guy was actually here to bring food to Zhou Shiyu. Lin Haimei's heart was broken, and her eyes were almost spitting fire. Why? Why does Zhou Shiyu have such a handsome boy to send her lunch? Such a handsome boy should fall at the feet of Lin Haimei. Zhou Shiyu felt that she had an obligation to help the handsome boy return to the right path. "Handsome boy, I think you must not know some inside information. I must remind you that Zhou Shiyu is already married, and she is also the mother of 3 children." Wei Jiuzhou glanced at Lin Haimei calmly. "I don't need you to remind me, I know." As he spoke, Wei Jiuzhou placed a love lunchbox on Zhou Shiyu's desk. Lin Haimei was nearly choked to death by Wei Jiuzhou. Her blood rushed to her head, her vision went dark, and she almost fainted. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaomi held her tightly, so she did not make a fool of herself. Zhou Shiyu stared at the lunchbox on the table. "How many years has it been since I last had his spicy and sour shredded potatoes and braised eggplant?" "It's been exactly 15 years. Zhou Shiyu's thoughts drifted, as if she had returned to the time when she was in love with Wei Jiuzhou. How can a poor boy like Wei Jiuzhou win the heart of Miss Zhou? In addition to Wei Jiuzhou's appearance, his cooking skills are also a very important plus. As a result, Zhou Shiyu's cooking skills are still average, and she is often complained about by her 3 children. Plop, plop. Zhou Shiyu's heart was beating wildly, almost jumping out of his throat, and a crack appeared in the ice that had frozen his heart for 15 years. Of course, just a little bit. Just a lunchbox is not enough to make up for the grievances Zhou Shiyu has suffered over the years. Zhou Shiyu suppressed the throbbing in his heart and looked at Wei Jiuzhou coldly. "Wei Jiuzhou, don't waste your time. Take your lunchbox. I don't want to see you again." Having said that, Zhou Shiyu turned around. She didn't dare look at Wei Jiuzhou again, for fear that if she looked at him too much, she would lose her principles and would be unable to resist throwing herself into his arms. The girls in the design department were going crazy. They couldn't believe their ears. Rejected? Sister Zhou actually rejected this handsome boy who was like a prince? Isn't this world too crazy? The girls were shouting in their hearts, Sister Zhou, if you don't like this handsome boy, we can do it. Wei Jiuzhou knew very well that a loving lunchbox alone was not enough to win back Zhou Shiyu's heart, and he was ready for a protracted war. Shiyu, I know you won't forgive me so easily, but I won't give up. I will persist until the day you forgive me. After saying that, Wei Jiuzhou turned and left. That day will never come, Zhou Shiyu said as he raised his hand, grabbed the lunchbox, and threw it into the trash can. Xiao Jiang, who was standing by, was quick to grab Zhou Shiyu's wrist and looked at her with pleading eyes. Sister Zhou, this is my brother's gift. Even if you don't accept it, don't waste the food. Food is innocent. In fact, Zhou Shiyu was just impulsive. As soon as she grabbed the lunchbox, she regretted it. But she was in a difficult situation, and Xiao Zhang's words just gave her a way out. Zhou Shiyu smiled and said, Thank you, Xiao Jiang, for reminding me. You are right. Food is not a sin. As he spoke, Zhou Shiyu hugged the lunchbox in his hand tightly, so tightly that it seemed that he could feel the remaining body temperature of Wei Jiuzhou on it. For a moment, the entire design department was in an uproar. There were bursts of whispers. Oh my God, I can't take it anymore. He's so handsome. I love this handsome boy so much. But unfortunately, he only has eyes for Sister Zhou. Sister Zhou is worthy of being the most beautiful girl in our Futai Plaza office building. She is nearly 40 years old, and there is still such a perfect, handsome boy chasing her. I was dying of laughter just now. Director Lin must be very embarrassed, right? I guess he could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with his feet. Keep your voice down. Don't let Director Lin hear you. She's been showing off these past few days, bragging about how great her boyfriend is. Didn't expect that she would be crushed to pieces by Sister Zhou. Hearing everyone's discussions, Lin Haimei was almost going crazy. Why? Why can Zhou Shuyu have such a great boyfriend? This is intolerable. What are you arguing about? Have you never seen a man before? Have you finished the plan? Lin Haimei let out an angry roar, and everyone quickly shut their mouths, not daring to bring bad luck upon Lin Haimei. Lin Haimei stared at Zhou Shuyu's lunchbox with shining eyes, wishing she could take it for herself, but she couldn't. Sister Zhou, what are you waiting for? I'm still waiting to eat. Now, immediately go buy me some food. Looking at the hysterical Lin Haimei, Zhou Shuyu was in a good mood and smiled brightly. Okay, Director Lin, wait a moment. Zhou Shuyu turned around and looked at his other colleagues. Who else needs help buying food? I'll help. Most of the colleagues shook their heads slightly, indicating that they didn't need it, but a few of Lin Haimei's die-hard fans stood up. Sister Zhou, please bring me a lunchbox. In the end, Zhou Shiyu took on a total of 5 lunchbox tasks. Zhou Shiyu put away the lunchboxes that Wei Jiuzhou made for her and walked out with light steps. When passing by Lin Haimei, Zhou Shiyu smiled faintly at her, and that expression was like that of a winner. Lin Haimei was so angry that she almost vomited blood. Damn it. Damn Zhou Shiyu. Why are you so arrogant? Just wait for me. I have 10,000 ways to deal with you. Chapter 35, I don't want Shuyu to have any worries. Wei Jiuzhou had limited physical strength, and after getting off the elevator, he was slightly out of breath, so he found a public seat in the lobby and sat down. Fortunately, we have missed the rush hour. Otherwise, Wei Jiuzhou would definitely become a giant panda and be surrounded by girls. After resting for about 5 minutes, Wei Jiuzhou recovered some strength. Just as he was about to get up, he suddenly saw a familiar figure walking out of the elevator. Wei Jiuzhou couldn't help but frowned. What was going on? Didn't he just send a love lunchbox? Shu didn't want to eat. Why did she suddenly come downstairs? Wei Jiuzhou gave Wei Jing a look, and Wei Jing nodded, indicating that he understood what the boss meant, and followed Zhou Shuyu quietly. 20 minutes later, Wei Jing came to the bulletproof Maybach. The rear window slowly rolled down, revealing Wei Jiuzhou's sparkling eyes. Boss, Madam just want to buy 6 lunchboxes. I just want to check and saw that Madam was bringing lunch to her colleagues at the company. Wei Jiuzhou couldn't help but squint his eyes. Shuyu had his love lunchbox and didn't need to go out to buy meals, but he bought meals for 6 colleagues. What did this mean? It means Shuyu is often bullied in the company. How could he, Wei Jiuzhou's woman, be ordered around by others? Trusova, conduct research on Guanyu Advertising Company immediately. I want to see all the information about Guanyu Advertising Company within half an hour. Yes, boss. At Wei Jiuzhou's command, his information team immediately took action. In just 10 minutes, they investigated Guangyu Advertising Company thoroughly. Boss, Guangyu Advertising Company is one of the three largest advertising companies in Qingzhou. It has undertaken advertising planning tasks for three listed companies. The total market value is 20 million. The internal employees are Trusova acquired Guangyu Advertising Company as quickly as possible, and you can pay a premium. Yes, boss. Trusova immediately called Cheng Nanwei, the president of Guangyu Advertising Company. The call was quickly connected, and a magnetic and steady female voice came through. Hello, I'm Cheng Nanwei. Hello, Mr. Cheng. I am Trusova, the special assistant to Mr. Wei, the chief executive of the board of directors of Merrill Lynch Investment Bank, hereinafter referred to as ML Investment Bank. Our ML Investment Bank is interested in acquiring your Guangyu Advertising Company. Is it convenient for us to have a meeting? ML Investment Bank? Cheng Nanwei gasped. This was a top investment bank ranked in the top 3 in the world. How could they be interested in a small advertising company like hers? Hello, Ms. Trusova. I am honored to be recognized by your investment bank, but I am sorry that I have no plans to sell Guangyu Advertising Company. Mr. Cheng, we at ML Investment Bank can offer a premium, so feel free to name a price. Cheng Nanwei smiled helplessly. ML Investment Bank is indeed one of the world's top investment banks. It is really wealthy and powerful. I'm very sorry, Ms. Trusova. Maybe I didn't make myself clear. Guangyu Advertising Company is my mother's life's work. It's the only thing she left me. It's not for sale. After saying that, Cheng Nanwei hung up the phone. She was afraid that Trusova would offer her a price she couldn't refuse, thus desecrating her love for her mother. After hanging up the phone, Cheng Nanwei couldn't help but shed tears. Mom, your spirit in heaven can rest assured. Your daughter will definitely protect Guangyu. I won't let you down. Trusova was on the hands-free mode. Wei Jiuzhou couldn't help but frown when he heard what Cheng Nanwei said. Boss, according to the information our information team has found, Guangyu Advertising Company has some unfair competition methods. As long as this information is released, Guangyu Advertising Company will definitely fall into huge trouble. At that time, it will be much easier to acquire Guangyu Advertising Company. Wei Jiuzhou shook his head gently. If Guangyu Advertising Company gets into big trouble, Shiyu will also be worried. I don't want Shiyu to have any worries. Change your thinking. Change your thinking? Trusova smiled bitterly. The boss really cared too much about his wife. She even didn't recognize the current boss. When abroad, the boss will definitely suppress those companies that do not want to be acquired without hesitation. However, for fear that his wife would worry, the boss gave up the simplest method. I'm a stupid subordinate. Please give me some pointers, boss. Start with the relatives around Cheng Nanwei and look for a breakthrough. Yes, boss. Soon, the information of Cheng Nanwei's relatives was investigated. Trusova had a preliminary idea. Boss, after screening the information, Cheng Nanwei's husband Zhao Tianxing is the best breakthrough point. Oh, tell me about it. According to the information collected by the information team, Zhao Tianxing's Xingwei hardware factory has encountered huge difficulties. The goods are seriously overstocked and it is about to go bankrupt. If we use Xingwei hardware factory as a breakthrough point, we can easily get a hold of Zhao Tianxing's pulse. Wei Jiuzhou nodded slightly. Immediately investigate the holding companies under our umbrella and find the company that best matches the Xingwei hardware factory. Yes, boss. Soon, the most matching company emerged. Boss, after my evaluation, I have selected 5 companies. Among them, the main business of the Goli Group is air conditioners and other electrical appliances, and a matching degree with Xingwei hardware factory is as high as 99%. However, Xingwei size is not enough to become a supplier of Goli. It doesn't matter. Wei Jiuzhou took out his cell phone, searched for a number, and dialed it. The call was quickly connected, and a steady female voice came. Hello, I'm Dong Mingzhu. Sister Dong, I'm Wei Jiuzhou. The voice on the other end of the phone immediately became much more respectful. Boss? You. Wei Jiuzhou smiled slightly. Sister Dong, I'm not dead. My cancer is cured. That's great. It's really great. Xiaoma told me about this a few days ago, and it made me sad for several days. Boss, what do you want to talk to me about? You always asked Miss Trusova to contact me before. It's a small matter. Please ask Sister Dong to arrange a supplier for us. It's a company in Qingzhou called Xingwei Hardware Factory. Xingwei Hardware Factory? Dong Mingzhu was a little confused. There was such a hardware factory in China? How come I had never heard of it? Was it something that the boss had just set up? The hardware factory that the boss is planning to build must be very large, right? Dong Mingzhu couldn't help but feel a little overwhelmed. Boss, please rest assured that I will make good arrangements for Xingwei Hardware Factory. If our goalie group cannot take it, I can help contact Haier and Haixin. The three of us will definitely be able to take it. Wei Jiuzhou scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Well, Sister Dong, there's no need to make such a big fuss. It's just a small factory with a size of about 50 million. 50 million? Dong Mingzhu was completely confused. Under normal circumstances, a factory of this size would not be qualified to supply products to Jelly. The boss is a world-class financial tycoon who controls wealth no less than that of a superpower. How could he personally inquire about a small factory with a size of only 50 million? Boss, I don't understand. You are involved in trillion-dollar businesses every day, so why would you personally inquire about such a small factory? Chapter 36, Let's Divorce. Wei Jiuzhou smiled slightly. His voice was particularly gentle. It doesn't matter if you tell Sister Dong. I do this for my lover. Dong Mingzhu chuckled. I didn't expect the boss to be such a lovesick person. Then I must help you with this. Wei Jiuzhou certainly wouldn't let Dong Mingzhu help him for nothing. So he said in a gentle voice, this afternoon, Imel Investment Bank will inject 50 billion into the goalie group. Please check it out, Sister Dong. Thank you, boss. I will arrange a position for Ms. Trusova in the goalie group. How about executive vice president? Good. Equals 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 equals. At the Xingwei hardware factory, the director's office was filled with smoke and visibility was extremely low. Zhao Tianxing sat behind his desk with a depressed look on his face, smoking nonstop. The ashtray in front of Zhao Tianxing was already full of cigarette butts. Xingwei Hardware Factory has been developing rapidly in the past 3 years. After becoming a supplier of high silicon, Xingwei Hardware Factory has grown from a small factory with a market value of several million to a factory with a market value of 50 million. Just when Xingwei Hardware Factory was at its peak, it suddenly suffered a Waterloo. 3 months ago, HiSilicon Group detected that many accessories produced by Xingwei Hardware Factory were unqualified, with the largest error exceeding 0.5 millimeters. Haixin Group showed no mercy at all and directly kicked Xingwei Hardware Factory out of the supplier list. In addition, Xingwei Hardware Factory was fined a huge amount. Zhao Tianxing was very confused. He had always paid great attention to quality and required operators to control the error of accessories within 0.1 millimeters. How could such a large error of 0.5 millimeters occur? On the day when Xingwei Hardware Factory was kicked out of the supplier list, the technical director of Xingwei Hardware Factory suddenly jumped to its competitor, Huachin Hardware Factory. Zhao Tianxing finally understood that all this was a conspiracy by his competitors. However, Zhao Tianxing had no evidence and could only swallow the bitter fruit. Zhao Tianxing is not afraid of bankruptcy. Relying on his wife's advertising company, he can still live well. What he can't let go of are those brothers who started from the grassroots and worked hard with him. Can't let go of the hundreds of employees at Xingwei Hardware Factory. If Xingwei Hardware Factory goes bankrupt, how will these hundreds of employees support their families? Just when Zhao Tianxing was feeling extremely annoyed, there was a knock on the office door, and the financial manager Yulanlan walked in. Yulanlan couldn't help but cover her nose and said helplessly, Director, tomorrow is the day to pay salaries. Our factory hasn't paid salaries for 3 months. Currently, there is less than 500,000 yuan left in the company's account. What should we do? Zhao Tianxing exhaled a long puff of smoke and said dejectedly, Sell it. Contact the seller immediately. Sell the Xingwei Hardware Factory. Give the money to the workers. Director, our factory's loan has expired, and we still owe a lot of money to material suppliers. Even if we sell it, we will still be insolvent and have no money to pay the workers. Zhao Tianxing almost collapsed. It seemed that he had to ask his wife for money again. It was really too embarrassing. A grown man always relied on his wife for help. I'll take some money from your sister-in-law to settle the workers' wages first, and we'll talk about the rest later. Okay, factory, I'll go and calm the workers down. Yulanlan gently closed the door of the factory director's office. Instead of making a phone call directly, Zhao Tianxing took out a pen and paper and wrote a divorce agreement. There is only one clause in the divorce agreement. Zhao Tianxing would leave the house with nothing, and all the family property would be left to Cheng Nanwei. I have to say that Zhao Tianxing is a real man. He doesn't want his wife's Guangyu advertising company to be dragged down by the bankruptcy of Xingwei Hardware Factory. Beep. Zhao Tianxing called Cheng Nanwei, and the call was quickly connected. Cheng Nanwei's voice, pretending to be relaxed, came. Husband, temporary difficulties are nothing. I believe you can get through it smoothly. I squeezed out 3 million for you. If it's not enough, you can tell me later. Zhao Tianxing, a grown man, almost burst into tears when he heard this. He is truly lucky to marry a good woman like Cheng Nanwei. Nanwei, you don't need 3 million. 1 million will be enough. What can 1 million do for me? I'm not in any trouble here. I'll give you 3 million. Just take it all. Zhao Tianxing really broke down in tears and choked up. Wife, let's get a divorce. Cheng Nanwei's voice instantly rose 8 octaves. I don't agree. Zhao Tianxing, we are a family. No matter what happens, we will bear it together. If you dare to mention the word divorce again, I will be angry with you. After saying that, Cheng Nanwei hung up the phone angrily. Listening to the busy tone coming from the other end of the phone, Zhao Tianxing slapped himself hard. He was simply a waste. He dragged Nanwei down. At this moment, Zhao Tianxing's cell phone rang. Zhao Tianxing grabbed the phone and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. Zhao Tianxing hung up the call without hesitation. However, what Zhao Tianxing did not expect was that the other party called him again persistently. Zhao Tianxing answered the phone and yelled, "Hurry, hurry, hurry. You keep urging me. I have no money now. I only have one worthless life. Come and get it if you can." Trusova rolled her eyes speechlessly. Why was Zhao Tianxing so manic? "Hello, Mr. Zhao. I am Trusova, the executive vice president of the Goli Group. The Goli Group is currently looking for a new part supplier. I wonder if your factory is convenient for us to visit." Goli Group? Executive Vice President? Zhao Tianxing was so excited that he was shaking all over. He nodded impatiently. "It's convenient. Of course it's convenient. 120 times convenient. Miss Trusova, when will you have time to come to our factory for an inspection?" "In half an hour, our delegation will visit your factory. Please prepare for the reception." After saying that, Trusova hung up the phone. Zhao Tianxing jumped up excitedly and subconsciously wanted to arrange for workers to do a thorough cleaning. But after thinking about it, Zhao Tianxing calmed down. Is this Ms. Trusova really the executive vice president of the Goli Group? Their Xingwei hardware factory is not qualified at all to supply goods to the Goli Group. The ability to supply goods to High Silicon Group was a coincidence. One of his classmates was a middle-level manager in High Silicon's distribution department, and he used a lot of connections. So, Xingwei Hardware Factory became a supplier of High Silicon. Zhao Tianxing quickly searched the official website of the Goli Group and soon found Trusova's name on the executive page. Seeing that Trusova was really the executive vice president, Zhao Tianxing could no longer suppress his inner ecstasy. Zhao Tianxing immediately found several middle-level leaders and said, "Now, immediately, clean up, hang up the banners. Welcome the inspection team of the Goli Group with the highest standards. Make sure the inspection team is satisfied. Become a supplier of the Goli Group." At Zhao Tianxing's command, the Xingwei hardware factory became busy, and there was a scene of joy. In just 20 minutes, Xingwei hardware factory was completely transformed. Chapter 37, Because of this pen. Crack. Bang. Bang. Amid the sound of firecrackers and the warm welcome of all the workers of Xingwei hardware factory, Trusova led the inspection team into the Xingwei hardware factory. After a brief inspection, Trusova said that she was quite satisfied with the hardware facilities of Xingwei hardware factory. Led by Zhao Tianxing, the group entered the conference room and began the final negotiation process. Zhao Tianxing asked a question that had been weighing on his mind for a long time. Zhao knows his own limitations. With the size of our Xingwei hardware factory, we are not big enough to be a supplier of the Goli Group. Why did Miss Trusova choose our Xingwei hardware factory? Trusova didn't keep the topic secret and went straight to the point. Because you have a good wife. Zhao Tianxing's eyes lit up. Could it be that Miss Trusova was Nanwei's friend? Did she help him out of Nanwei's favor? So, Miss Trusova knows Nanwei? Miss Trusova, please rest assured. I will strictly control the quality and will not trip over the same stone twice. This is the supply contract I just drafted. Please take a look, Miss Trusova. Trusova smiled slightly. Don't rush to look at the contract. Whether this contract can be successfully signed depends on one prerequisite. I want to acquire Ms. Cheng Nanwei's Guangyu Advertising Company. Swish. Zhao Tianxing's face suddenly turned gloomy. Guangyu Advertising Company is the life's work of my mother-in-law, and it is the last thing she left for Nanwei. How could he let Nanwei make such a big sacrifice just for his own selfish reasons? Ms. Trusova, I'm sorry, I can't meet this request. Guangyu Advertising Company has a special meaning to Nanwei, and it carries Nanwei's grief for her mother-in-law. Trusova was not panicked at all and looked at Zhao Tianxing with a smile. The love between mother and daughter is indeed a very touching story. However, Mr. Zhao, I must remind you that the dead are gone, and we should think more about the living. Because of your momentary anger, hundreds of families have been deprived of their livelihoods. Do you have a clear conscience? The faces of those old brothers appeared in Zhao Tianxing's mind. There was no salary for 3 months, and some of the old brothers were already struggling to make ends meet. However, these old brothers did not put any pressure on him and did not mention the word money in front of him. How could he bear to let down such a good brother? Zhao Tianxing was almost going crazy, grabbing his hair hard. On one hand, it was his wife, and on the other hand, it was his old friend who had been with him for more than 10 years. No matter what choice he made, it was wrong. Seeing Zhao Tianxing's dilemma, Trusova didn't push him too hard and softened her tone. In fact, our acquisition of Guangyu Advertising Company does not prevent Ms. Chung Nanwei from mourning her mother. Because we only hold the shares and do not participate in management, Ms. Chung Nanwei is still the president of Guangyu Advertising Company. In addition, we will acquire it at a premium. At present, the market value of Guangyu Advertising Company is 20 million. We can take out 25 million to fully acquire Guangyu Advertising Company. In addition, we will give Ms. Chung Nanwei 10% of the dry shares. Zhao Tianxing widened his eyes and looked at Trusova in disbelief. He even suspected that he was hallucinating. Is this Miss Trusova doing charity? With such favorable conditions, it seems possible to sell it. Ms. Trusova, are you serious? Of course, this is the acquisition contract. Mr. Zhao can take a look at it. As she spoke, Trusova handed the acquisition contract that had been prepared long ago to Zhao Tianxing. Zhao Tianxing carefully checked every clause in the contract. After reading all the clauses, Zhao Tianxing looked deeply at Trusova. Miss Trusova is so sincere, so I will discuss it with my wife. Zhao Tianxing took out his cell phone and called Chung Nanwei. The call was quickly connected, and Chung Nanwei's slightly excited voice was heard. Zhao Tianxing, you are such a heartless person. If you dare to mention the word divorce again, do you believe I will break your third leg? Zhao Tianxing couldn't help but shudder. No, Nanwei, don't get excited. It's like this. I've read the contract. The other party is very sincere. What do you think? There was a long silence on the other end of the phone. After a full 30 seconds, a sigh was heard. Well, since Miss Trusova is so sincere, let's sell it. I'll go over and sign the contract now. Half an hour later, Chung Nanwei rushed to the Xingwei hardware factory, met Trusova, and took the initiative to extend her hand to Trusova. Ms. Trusova, thank you for helping our family. Give me the contract. I'll sign it. Trusova gave the contract to Chung Nanwei. Chung Nanwei signed both contracts happily and then looked at Trusova with a smile. Ms. Trusova, why don't you sign it? Have you changed your mind? Trusova smiled slightly. Ms. Chung, you are worrying too much. I have not changed my mind. However, the person who signed is not me, but my boss. Boss? Chung Nanwei and Zhao Tianxing were a little stunned. Isn't Trusova the executive vice president of the Goli Group? Her boss should be Ms. Dong Mingzhu, right? Could it be that Ms. Dong Mingzhu is here? Under the two men's puzzled gazes, Trusova respectfully handed the two contracts to Wei Jiuzhou. Chung Nanwei and Zhao Tianxing looked at Wei Jiuzhou with blank eyes. They were sure and certain that they had never seen this man in China's financial circle. In fact, Zhao Tianxing just now thought that this incredibly handsome young man was Trusova's assistant, but he didn't expect that he was the real boss. Ms. Trusova, who is this? This is my boss, Mr. Wei Jiuzhou, the chairman of the board of directors of ML Investment Bank. Chairman of the board of directors of ML Investment Bank? Chung Nanwei and Zhao Tianxing were so scared that they stood up directly, looking very restrained. In their eyes, the Goli Group was already a giant that they could only look up to, and in their eyes, ML Investment Bank was definitely a god that was high above them. They really didn't expect that they would have the honor to meet this legend of the world finance. They really didn't expect that such a legendary Mr. Wei would be so young and so handsome. The two of them showed deep respect from the bottom of their hearts. They bowed deeply. "Hello, Mr. Wei. It's an honor to meet you." Wei Jiuzhou smiled slightly. "From today on, we are a family. You two don't have to be so polite." As he spoke, Wei Jiuzhou took out the pen Zhou Shuyu had given him and signed the three big words, Wei Jiuzhou, in a flamboyant manner. Cheng Nanwei asked hesitantly, "Boss, I know I shouldn't ask, but I really can't help it." Before this, the companies invested by ML Investment Bank were at least hundreds of billions in size. Why would you be interested in a small company like our Guanyu Advertising Company? Wei Jiuzhou did not answer immediately, but played with the pen in his hand, gently stroking the word Shuyu. Zhou Shuyu's graceful smile seemed to emerge in his mind. Wei Jiuzhou gently handed the pen to Cheng Nanwei. "Because of this pen." Chapter 38. Mr. Wei, please stop rolling. Cheng Nanwei took the pen with both hands respectfully and examined it carefully. "This is a very vintage pen, but it is not a big brand. This pen is well maintained and even has some patina, which shows that the owner plays with it every day." Soon, Cheng Nanwei's eyes fell on the word Shuyu. Shuyu? These two words seem familiar. Where have you heard them? Cheng Nanwei racked her brains to think, and finally, a bookish woman emerged in her mind. "What's her name?" "Oh, right. Her name is Zhou Shuyu." Cheng Nanwei still vaguely remembers that when Zhou Shuyu came to apply for the job, the HR felt that Zhou Shuyu was a little too old. However, Cheng Nanwei had a good impression of Zhou Shuyu and decided to keep him against all odds. Facts have proved that Cheng Nanwei has a good vision. After Zhou Shuyu came, the company's administrative work became well organized. "Mr. Wei, can I ask what is your relationship with Ms. Zhou Shuyu?" "First wife." Buzz. Cheng Nanwei's brain almost exploded. "Oh my god, Zhou Shuyu is actually Mr. Wei's wife? How noble is Mr. Wei's wife? She is no less noble than the queens of some small countries, right? Such a distinguished Madame Wei actually works as an administrator in her company? Really? Mr. Wei, to be honest, I'm really scared. Is your wife here to experience life in my company?" Wei Jiuzhou said calmly. "Something happened between Shuyu and I, and it's hard to explain it in a few words. I bought Guanyu Advertising Company because I hope Shuyu can feel more comfortable in the company in the future. I don't want her to suffer any grievances. Mr. Chung, can you do this?" Chung Nanwei nodded without hesitation. "Yes. Of course. From now on, Madame Zun is my dearest sister." Wei Jiuzhou smiled slightly. "I believe in Mr. Cheng's ability, but there are some details that Mr. Chung needs to pay attention to." Chung Nanwei looked at Wei Jiuzhou very humbly. "Please give me some advice, Mr. Wei." Wei Jiuzhou sorted out his thoughts and said in a gentle voice, "I went to the design department office at noon and found that roses and daffodils were placed in the office. Shuyu doesn't like daffodils. She likes orchids. Orchid? This is a rich flower. Zhou Shuyu's identity as a wealthy lady is confirmed. Otherwise, she wouldn't like orchids. Don't worry, Mr. Wei. When I get back, I will remove all the vases in the design department and replace them with orchids." Wei Jiuzhou nodded in satisfaction, and then said, "The wood used for Shuyu's desk is a relatively low-quality density board with a high formaldehyde content. Let's change it. Shuyu prefers the scent of sandalwood, especially small-leaf red sandalwood. Small-leaf red sandalwood. This thing is more expensive. Mr. Wei, red sandalwood is quite precious. I'm afraid I won't be able to get a desk made of red sandalwood for a while. Can you give me a few days?" Wei Jiuzhou smiled slightly. "I have a desk made of small-leaf red sandalwood at home. I'll have someone send it over later." Cheng Nanwei breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Madam, could your hobbies be a little more down-to-earth? It's so hard for me." "Mr. Wei, do you have any other instructions?" Wei Jiuzhou hesitated for a moment and said, "Shuyu likes the smell of sunshine, so let's move her desk to the window. By the way, Shuyu likes the texture of silk, so let's use silk for the window curtains." Cheng Nanwei was so envious. Did Zhou Shuyu save the universe and the Milky Way in her previous life? That's why she got such a perfect man like Mr. Wei. There is no need to talk about its appearance. This thing was given to me by my parents. The key is that Mr. Wei is really attentive to it, right? Cheng Nanwei couldn't help but sighed. "Mr. Wei, before I met you, I always thought I was very happy, but now I understand what it looks like for a man to really care about a woman." As she spoke, Cheng Nanwei glanced at Zhao Tianxing with a pointed look, as if to say, "Have you learned it? Learn it well from Mr. Wei in the future." Zhao Tianxing smiled bitterly. "Mr. Wei, please stop being so arrogant. You are so outstanding. How can ordinary men like us live like this in the future? Everyone started laughing. Equals 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 equals. Guangyu Advertising Company, Advertising Department, Director's Office. Lin Jaime sat in the boss chair with a gloomy face, constantly thinking in her mind how to embarrass Zhou Shuyu. Boom, boom, boom. There was a gentle knock on the office door. Zhang Rongrong, Lin Jaime's capable subordinate, came in with a large stack of manuscript paper in her hands. Director Lin, the advertising plan for SNK Group has been finalized. Please take a look. Lin Jaime's eyes lit up. SNK Group was a very important client of their Guangyu Advertising Company. If SNK Group's advertising plan goes wrong because of Zhou Shuyu, President Chung will definitely not continue to protect Zhou Shuyu and will definitely fire Zhou Shuyu. Rongrong, why is the most critical selling point missing? Why is a USB drive gone? Zhang Rongrong's face changed. Before coming, she checked it many times to make sure it was foolproof before she submitted the plan to the director. Zhang Rongrong quickly explained, Director, I have checked it repeatedly, and there is no problem with the entire plan. Isn't the USB flash drive on your desk? Lin Jaime reminded her, Rongrong, think about it carefully. Did Zhou Shuyu miss a few copies when he was making copies? Did Zhou Shuyu lose the USB drive? Lin Jaime had hinted so clearly that Zhang Rongrong suddenly realized what was going on and made the accusation without hesitation. Director, I want to file a complaint against Zhou Shuyu. She forgot to print the core selling point of SNK's advertising plan, and she also lost the USB drive. This is a plan that our design department worked overtime to come up with. She must be dealt with seriously. Lin Jaime nodded with satisfaction. Zhang Rongrong is good and very sensible. Currently, President Chung is discussing with her the establishment of a branch company. Once the branch company is established, she will be the president of the branch company, and Zhang Rongrong will be the design director. Notify the Human Resources Department immediately. Zhou Shuyu has made a serious mistake and caused great losses to our company. Fire her immediately. Okay, I'll be right there. Zhang Rongrong turned around and left. Lin Jaime rolled her eyes in annoyance and called out to her, Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Come back. Director, do you have any other instructions? Lin Jaime pulled out the core selling point of SNK's advertising plan and handed it to Zhang Rongrong along with the USB flash drive. Get rid of it. Yes. For some reason, Zhou Shuyu was not in good shape today. He was often distracted, and Wei Jiuzhou's face appeared in his mind from time to time. Zhou Shuyu hid in the bathroom, washed his face with cold water, and finally calmed down a little. Just as he returned to his workstation, the phone suddenly rang. Zhou Shuyu quickly calmed down and answered the call. Hello, this is Guangyu Advertising Company. What can I do for you? A cold female voice came from the other end of the phone. Zhou Shuyu, come to the Human Resources Department immediately. Chapter 39 Farewell to Zhou Shuyu. Zhou Shuyu was stunned. Human Resources Department? What did the Human Resources Department want to talk to her about? She was just an administrator. There was no possibility of promotion. Okay, Director Yang, I'll be there right away. Zhou Shuyu hung up the phone, walked out of the design department office with a question mark on his forehead, and went straight to the Human Resources Department. Boom, boom, boom. Zhou Shuyu knocked on the door gently and pushed it open. Director Yang, you're looking for me? Yang Monli, director of the Human Resources Department, raised her head and looked at Zhou Shuyu with pity. To be honest, she had a certain fondness for this gentle, graceful, and hard-working woman. What a pity she offended Lin Jaime. Lin Jaime is Mr. Cheng's classmate and the second in command of Guangyu Advertising Company. Zhou Shuyu, you just printed 3 less sheets of SNK Group's advertising plan and lost the USB drive containing the plan, which made Director Lin very passive when discussing the plan with SNK Group. SNK Group was very dissatisfied with our Guangyu Advertising Company and almost canceled the cooperation with us. After research and decision by the Human Resources Department, you will be fired. Now you can go to the Finance Department to collect 2 months' salary as severance pay. Fired? Zhou Shuyu's head buzzed, his eyes went dark, and he almost fainted. If Xiaoning loses this job, what will happen to her tuition? Zhou Shuyu did not suspect that she was framed. Ever since Wei Jiuzhou came, she had been in a daze, and her mind was a mess. It was normal for her to make major mistakes. Director Yang, can you give me another chance? I really can't lose this job. I promise that I will work hard in the future and won't make similar mistakes again. Yang Monli looked at Zhou Shuyu deeply. What a pure and simple woman. Have you ever considered whether someone is framing you? Sister Zhou, I can't break the company's rules. I'm sorry. Zhou Shuyu's sky seemed to have collapsed, and the whole world was dark. Wei Jiuzhou. It's all because of that bastard Wei Jiuzhou. If Wei Jiuzhou hadn't come to send her some kind of love lunchbox, how could she have lost her mind? How could she have made such a serious mistake? Zhou Shuyu walked to the finance department like a zombie, received his severance pay, and then returned to the design department office with lifeless eyes. Zhou Shuyu dug out a large box and packed his belongings numbly. Sister Zhou, why are you packing? Intern designer Jiang Min has a good relationship with Zhou Shuyu and looked at her with a puzzled expression. Xiao Jiang, I'm fired. I'm afraid I won't see you again. Take care of yourself. Jiang Min looked puzzled. Sister Zhou, you are very dedicated to your job. How could you be fired as such a good administrative specialist? Is there any misunderstanding here? Zhou Shuyu just shook his head slightly and said nothing, but deep down he resented Wei Jiuzhou even more. Hearing the conversation between the two, Zhang Rongrong's mouth curled up slightly. She quickly ran to Lin Haime's office and couldn't wait to tell her master the good news. Director, Zhou Shuyu has been fired. She's packing her things outside. Do you want to go see her off? Lin Haime was in a very good mood. Rongrong, your idea is good. Such a pleasant thing. Of course we should give a good farewell. Lin Haime twisted her slender waist and walked out of the director's office with a swaying step. She came in front of Zhou Shuyu and looked down at her. You little brat, are you still showing off? What's so great about having a young, handsome guy bring you food? Oh, Sister Zhou, have you been fired? At your age, and without any special skills, it may be difficult to find a new job, right? Oh, right, how could I forget? Sister Zhou has such a handsome young man to support her, so she doesn't need to look for a job. Zhang Rongrong at the side said with a smile. I'm afraid that after she loses her job, the young hunk will abandon her, right? I guess she is relying on her salary to support the young hunk. That's right. Sister Zhou, if your hunk doesn't want you anymore, you can ask him to come find me. He. Since he had already been fired, Zhou Shuyu no longer had so many concerns. Zhou Shuyu looked at Lin Haime coldly. Director Lin, do you think everyone is like you, eating whatever they want? From 60-year-old men to young children, you don't let anyone off the hook. You, what do you mean? You dare to do it, but not take the responsibility? Don't think that everyone doesn't know that you are a seafood seller. You must be smelly, right? Zhou Shuyu emphasized the three words, selling seafood, very much. For a moment, many people around him couldn't help laughing out loud. There are indeed rumors in the office that Director Lin has visited a gynecologist, and the smell in the bathroom becomes stronger after she goes to the bathroom. Lin Haime was shaking with anger. She pointed her finger at her nose and yelled, Get out. Zhou Shuyu, you've been fired. Get out right now. A good dog doesn't block the road. Get out of the way. Zhou Shuyu pushed Lin Haime away and strode out of the design department office, making Lin Haime so angry that she almost vomited blood. Zhang Rongrong, who was standing by, quickly comforted her boss. Director, there's no need to be angry with someone who is fired. The office will be better off without such an annoying person. Lin Haime looked at everyone with a majestic gaze, and everyone quickly lowered their heads. Only then did Lin Haime feel a little more comfortable. Cheng Nanwei said goodbye to Wei Jiuzhou and rushed back to the company without stopping. As soon as she stepped into the company's gate, Cheng Nanwei saw Zhou Shuyu. Cheng Nanwei was very curious. Why was Mrs. Wei carrying a big box? Sister Zhou, where are you going? Zhou Shuyu looked up and saw Cheng Nanwei. She couldn't help feeling a little ashamed. It was President Cheng who went against everyone's opinion and gave her a chance to keep her in the company. And she caused such a huge loss to the company. She is sorry to Mr. Cheng. I made a mistake and caused losses to the company. I have been fired. Mr. Cheng, I have failed your care and love for me. As he spoke, Zhou Shuyu bowed to Cheng Nanwei. How could Cheng Nanwei dare to accept Zhou Shuyu's gift? She quickly supported Zhou Shuyu and said, Sister Zhou, don't do this. Are you trying to kill me? What's going on? Explain it to me. Mr. Cheng, this is what happened. Zhou Shuyu recounted everything that had just happened truthfully. Cheng Nanwei couldn't help but frowned. How could this happen? Sister Zhou has always been very serious in her work and has never made any mistakes. How could such a serious mistake occur? Zhou Shuyu smiled bitterly and shook his head. I don't really know what's going on. Maybe my mind is a little confused today. Cheng Nanwei immediately understood that it must be Mr. Wei's loving lunchbox that made Sister Zhou lose her mind, right? Sister Zhou, I personally recruited you into the company, and you have never made a mistake in the past 5 years. Even if you're not in good condition and make mistakes, I should not fire you. Come on, come back with me. Zhou Shuyu was so moved that she almost cried. Mr. Chung was truly her mentor and her timely help. She really couldn't afford to lose this job. Thank you, Mr. Chung. I promise that I will never make the same mistake again. The losses caused to the company today can be deducted from my salary. Chung Nanwei shook her head slightly. How could Zhou Shuyu's salary be enough to deduct from her? Sister Zhou, our company has surveillance. I'll adjust the surveillance. Maybe there's a chance to find a USB drive, and there won't be any loss. Chapter 40. Zhou Shuyu is back. Thank you, Mr. Chung. Thank you, Mr. Chung. Zhou Shuyu wanted to bow again, but Chung Nanwei stopped her again. Sister Zhou, you don't have to be like this. Your hard work is the greatest thanks to me. I'm going to check the surveillance. Sister Zhou, please go back to the office. Zhou Shuyu hesitated and said, Mr. Chung, I want to go with you to check the surveillance. I can't remember where I lost the USB drive. Chung Nanwei's pupils flickered slightly. In fact, she didn't hold out much hope for checking the surveillance. The reason she said she could find a USB drive was just to prevent Zhou Shuyu from blaming herself. Chung Nanwei opened her mouth and lied. Sister Zhou, the monitoring room can see a lot of company secrets. I'm sorry, I can't take you there. After tricking Zhou Shuyu away, Chung Nanwei walked into the monitoring room and said calmly, You guys check the surveillance footage from this afternoon. Zhou Shuyu lost a USB drive. See if you can find it. After giving the instructions, Chung Nanwei was too lazy to wait for the results and went straight back to her office. She had more important things to do. She must follow her boss's instructions as soon as possible and make the office the way Mrs. Wei likes it. Zhou Shuyu returned to the office and put his things away one by one. Stunned. All the colleagues in the design department were stunned. Wasn't Sister Zhou fired? How did she come back after turning around? How did this magic work? However, although everyone had a lot of questions, no one was stupid and no one wanted to offend anyone. So everyone was tactful and didn't ask any questions. Only intern designer Jiang Min didn't care about all this. She had just graduated from college and was at the most innocent age. Jiang Min came to Zhou Shuyu and asked with a little excitement, Sister Zhou, why are you back? Have you withdrawn the dismissal order? Zhou Shuyu likes Jiang Min very much. Every time he sees Jiang Min, it's like seeing his own daughter. Zhou Shuyu nodded slightly. Jiang Min was so ecstatic that she almost shouted out loud, but soon she realized that this was an office and it was working hours, so it was not appropriate to make loud noises. Jiang Min lowered her voice and asked, Sister Zhou, what's going on? Didn't you say you've even received your severance pay? Zhou Shuyu did not hide it from Jiang Min and whispered in her ear, It was President Cheng who kept me here. I was recruited into the company by President Cheng, so I am considered to be President Cheng's direct descendant. That's great, that's great. With Mr. Cheng's support, no one could drive Sister Zhou away. In the director's office, Zhang Rongrong was very servile in making coffee for Lin Haimei, and said in a flattering manner, Director, although Zhou Shuyu is tough on the outside, her face fell instantly after she walked out of the office, as if her mother had died. A smile finally appeared on Lin Haimei's face. Why would a woman who was abandoned by her husband and had 3 children show off her superiority in front of her? Director, have some coffee. Lin Haimei took the coffee brewed by Zhang Rongrong and took a sip. It tasted good and the temperature was just right. Lin Haimei couldn't help but nod slightly. Zhang Rongrong was a really good subordinate. Rongrong, I have good news for you. Mr. Chung is planning to open a branch company. I am the president of the branch company. Are you willing to be the design director of the branch company? Zhang Rongrong was ecstatic. She had been licking Lin Haimei's ass for so many years, and today she finally reaped the rewards. Of course I am willing. I, Zhang Rongrong, am willing to serve Director Lin. Lin Haimei couldn't help but giggle. Rongrong, I'm a little tired. You go out. Yes. Zhang Rongrong walked out of the director's office with a bent back. The moment she closed the door, she straightened her back and looked at her colleagues around her with contempt. Soon, she became the design director of the branch company, and these people were still doing nothing. Suddenly, Zhang Rongrong froze. She saw someone in the office that she shouldn't have seen. Zhou Shuyu? Wasn't Zhou Shuyu fired? Why did she come back? Zhang Rongrong strode to Zhou Shuyu and knocked on his desk. Zhou Shuyu, you've been fired. Why are you back? Zhang Rongrong was Lin Haimei's lackey. Zhou Shuyu had never had a good impression of her. He glanced at her coldly and said, What does this have to do with you? Are you HR? You. Very good. Zhou Shuyu, I didn't expect you to be so shameless. Do you think that if you come back shamelessly, you can't continue to work at Guanyu? You wish. Zhang Rongrong turned around angrily and walked away, striding towards the director's office. She even forgot to knock on the door and pushed it open. Lin Jaime was somewhat displeased. Was Zhang Rongrong getting too arrogant? She entered her office without knocking. Lin Jaime frowned and scolded her. Rongrong, you are becoming more and more unruly. Zhang Rongrong knew she was being rude and quickly apologized. Director, I was too anxious just now and forgot the rules. Zhou Shuyu. That shameless Zhou Shuyu is back. Zhou Shuyu is back? Lin Jaime didn't bother to scold Zhang Rongrong. She stood up with a bang, walked quickly to the office door, and looked outside. She really saw Zhou Shuyu's familiar figure. Lin Jaime's face turned pale with anger. Isn't Zhou Shuyu too shameless? He has been dismissed by the Human Resources Department and received the severance pay. How can he refuse to leave? Lin Jaime walked out of the office angrily, came in front of Zhou Shuyu, and looked at her coldly. Zhou Shuyu, this is the first time I've seen a woman as shameless as you. You've been fired, but you refuse to leave. Zhou Shuyu was too lazy to argue with Lin Jaime and said calmly, Director Lin, you are not an HR. It has nothing to do with you. You, Zhou Shuyu, do you believe that I can call HR over with just one phone call? Zhou Shuyu just snorted lightly and didn't bother to pay attention to Lin Jaime. Jiang Min, who was standing by, had long been fed up with Lin Jaime's bullying behavior. Before, she didn't know that Zhou Shuyu had a backer, so Jiang Min didn't dare to offend Lin Jaime easily. However, after learning that Zhou Shuyu's backer was actually Mr. Chung, Jiang Min was no longer afraid of Lin Jaime. Jiang Min stepped forward and shouted, Director Lin, it's useless even if you call HR. It was Director Chung who personally tried to retain Sister Zhou. Jiang Min's voice was so loud that it caused a lot of whispers. How could I forget that Ms. Zhou was recruited into the company by Mr. Chung himself? HR really has to consider Mr. Cheng's face. Haha, I'm dying of laughter. Has Director Lin hit a wall? I didn't expect that Sister Zhou, who has always been hardworking and willing to work hard, actually has such a strong backer. It seems that Director Lin will no longer be the only one in charge of the design department in the future. Lin Jaime was furious at the comments. She was the local tyrant of the design department. She was the second most important person in the entire company. This was the first time she was humiliated. Zhou Shuyu, don't think that President Chung will back you up. President Chung is my classmate. Who do you think President Chung will choose between us? As long as I mention it casually, President Chung will fire you without hesitation. And you, Jiang Min, from today on, you don't have to do design anymore. Just follow your sister Zhou and do administration. Chapter 41. Kick Zhou Shuyu out. Director Lin is actually a classmate of CEO Chung. Jiang Min instantly became a wilted quail. This is the end. Lin Jaime was relentless and called HR in front of everyone. She even turned on the speakerphone to make an example of her. Monli, Zhou Shuyu has been fired, but he is still staying in the design department office. According to our company's rules and regulations, how should we deal with him? Yang Monli replied in a very formal way. If the dismissed employee refuses to leave, you can ask the security guards to kick him out. If the security guards are unable to kick him out, you can call the police. After saying that, Yang Monli hung up the phone. Lin Jaime looked at Zhou Shuyu with an overbearing look. Zhou Shuyu, did you hear what Director Yang said? If you continue to stay in the office, I will call the security guard. Zhou Shuyu was not panicked at all. This is your freedom. Okay, Zhou Shuyu, you really won't cry until you see the coffin. I want to see how long you can be so arrogant. After saying that, Lin Jaime took out her cell phone and called security team leader Chun Hai. Old Chun, there's a deadbeat in our design office. Come over here right now. Get this deadbeat out. Chun Hai's slightly apologetic voice came from the phone. Director Lin, I'm at the flower and bird market now. It will probably take another hour before I can get back. How about I ask Xiao Yu and Lao Lu to go over there? Lin Jaime was startled. It was working hours now. Why was Captain Chun going to the flower and bird market? However, this was not important. No matter who it is, as long as they can come, I don't want to see this deadbeat for even a second. Okay, I'll arrange for someone to go over right away. Lin Jaime hung up the phone and looked at Zhou Shuyu with a teasing look. Zhou Shuyu, did you hear that? The security will be here soon. Get out of here if you know what's best for you. It will be embarrassing if you are kicked out. Zhou Shuyu didn't bother to pay attention to Lin Jaime at all. She even yawned and said, Please move aside. Don't delay me from copying the documents. As he said that, Zhou Shuyu pushed Lin Jaime away, making Lin Jaime so angry that her teeth were itching. In the president's office, Chung Nanwei issued several orders in succession. Her secretary and security captain followed the orders and began the intensive large-scale purchase. Chung Nanwei contacted Trusova personally to ask when Zhou Shuyu's desk would arrive. After getting a definite answer, Chung Nanwei contacted SNK Group Vice President Liang to maintain the relationship. The two had a pleasant chat and successfully resolved the small misunderstanding. Just after hanging up the phone, the landline on the desk rang. Chung Nanwei picked up the landline and said in a deep voice, "Hello, this is Chung Nanwei. Boss Chung, this is the monitoring room. We checked the surveillance footage many times and didn't find that Sister Zhou had lost the USB drive." Chung Nanwei didn't have much hope in the first place, and she had already maintained the SNK Group as a client, so she didn't care about a small USB flash drive at all. If there is no, then there is no. That's it. Mr. Chung, we found something unexpected after checking the surveillance. We found that Zhang Rongrong from the design department had lost several design drawings and a USB flash drive. Should we send the design drawings and the USB flash drive to you? Send it over right away. Send me the surveillance footage right away. Yes, Mr. Chung. Soon, the design drawings and USB flash drive were delivered, and the surveillance footage was also transmitted. Chung Nanwei immediately understood the situation and couldn't help but narrow her eyes and said that Mrs. Wei shouldn't make such a low-level mistake. It turns out someone is framing Mrs. Wei. This Zhang Rongrong, it's okay that she fawns on people all day long, but she even frames her colleagues? Do you think this is a palace drama? Chung Nanwei suppressed her anger and walked towards the design department. A black sheep like Zhang Rongrong must not be allowed to stay. Security guards Xiao Yu and Lao Lu received the order and quickly came to the design department. Director Lin, where is the deadbeat you mentioned? It's Zhou Shuyu. She's been fired. She's already received her severance pay, but she still refuses to leave. Get her out right now. The two security guards came up to Zhou Shuyu and said very politely, "Sister Zhou, we are old acquaintances. We will meet each other every day. Can we be polite? Please, don't force us to use violence." The two were so polite, so Zhou Shuyu naturally would not be rude. Zhou Shuyu kindly reminded them, "Xiao Yu, Lao Lu, don't let others use you as a gun. It was Mr. Chung who kept me. No one could drive me away except Mr. Chung." Xiao Yu and Lao Lu were a little embarrassed. They turned their heads and looked at Lin Haimei for help. "Director Lin, is this really the case?" Lin Haimei snorted coldly. "Don't be scared by her. She's just using the tiger's skin as a banner. President Chung is my classmate. Do you think President Chung will help her or me?" Hearing this, the two of them felt relieved. They turned around and looked at Zhou Shuyu with an apologetic look. "Sister Zhou, I'm really sorry. Please don't embarrass us. Please." Zhang Rongrong jumped out and shouted at the side. "Why waste time talking to such a shameless woman? Just kick her out." Xiao Yu and Lao Lu looked at each other and raised their hands to grab Zhou Shuyu's arm. "Sister Zhou, I'm sorry." At this moment, Chung Nanwei quickly walked into the design department office and happened to see the actions of the two security guards. Chung Nanwei turned pale with fright. Did these two security guards want to die? They were so rude to Madame Wei. "Even if you don't want to live, don't involve me." Who is Madame Wei? Is she someone you can afford to offend? Stop it. How dare you be so rude to Sister Zhou? As she spoke, Chung Nanwei rushed to the two security guards in 2 or 3 steps and slapped them with both her forehand and backhand. The two security guards were dizzy. For a moment, everyone was stunned and stared at Chung Nanwei blankly. The whole office was silent. Why did Ms. Chung react so strongly? Are she and Zhou Shuyu so close? Why are you standing there? Apologize to Sister Zhou immediately. Chung Nanwei shouted loudly. The two of them quickly apologized to Zhou Shuyu. "Sister Zhou, it's our fault. We bumped into you." Zhou Shuyu was very generous and waved his hand, saying, "I don't blame you. You are just following orders." The two security guards finally breathed a sigh of relief. Sister Zhou was really generous. Take orders from others? Chung Nanwei looked at the two coldly. "Whose orders are you following?" Chung Nanwei's aura was so strong that the two of them shivered uncontrollably and subconsciously turned their heads to glance at Lin Haimei. Chung Nanwei's eyes narrowed slightly. How could it be Haimei? Haimei must have been deceived by Zhang Rongrong, right? Yes, she must have been. The Haimei she knew was not a person who bullied others by taking advantage of her power. It was not until this moment that Lin Haimei came to her senses. This was the first time she saw Chung Nanwei so furious. It was really scary. She was a little scared. "Boss Chung, Why are you defending Zhou Shuyu so much? She almost caused our company to lose the big client SNK Group. According to our company's rules and regulations, she should be fired. Zhang Rongrong on the side also stood up to help. Boss Chung, Director Lin is right. You don't have to defend Zhou Shuyu. She is just an administrator. Because of her serious mistake, she almost caused irreparable losses to our company. Such a person must not be kept. Chung Nanwei turned her head and looked at Zhang Rongrong coldly. It's true that some people can't stay, but that person is not Sister Zhou. It's you, Zhang Rongrong. Chapter 42, My Friend Dies, But I Live. The office suddenly became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Everyone was dumbfounded and looked at Chung Nanwei in confusion, totally unable to understand why Chung Nanwei would say such a thing. Zhang Rongrong's heart skipped a beat, but she had a good mentality and quickly calmed down. She smiled and said, I didn't expect Mr. Chung to be so humorous and so good at adjusting the atmosphere. It was Zhou Shuyu who almost caused heavy losses to the company. Mr. Chung should fire her. Why would he fire me? Chung Nanwei snorted coldly, immediately took out her mobile phone and played the surveillance footage. Zhang Rongrong, I have tolerated you for a long time. You have no ability at all, and you only know how to flatter others. However, I never thought that you would frame your own colleagues. You are a black sheep. I absolutely cannot keep you. After seeing the surveillance footage, all the employees looked at Zhang Rongrong in disbelief. For a moment, the entire office was in an uproar. I am blind. It was Zhang Rongrong who lost the design draft. It was Zhang Rongrong who lost the USB flash drive. Zhang Rongrong is a typical villain who complains first. Shameless. Shameless. Zhang Rongrong, how can you be so vicious? Damn. It turns out there has been such a poisonous scorpion living among us. How scary. How scary. I support Mr. Cheng's decision. Fire this vicious woman, Zhang Rongrong. Zhou Shi was also a little confused. She thought that it was because Wei Jiuzhou came to give her a love lunchbox that made her upset, and that's why she made the mistake. Unexpectedly, it was Zhang Rongrong who was framing her. Zhang Rongrong, you have such a vicious heart. What grudge do I have against you? Why did you frame me like this? Faced with the public's criticism, Zhang Rongrong was at a loss and had no idea what to do. She could only subconsciously turn her head and look at Lin Haimei, hoping that Lin Haimei could save her. Unfortunately, the evidence is now conclusive and Lin Haimei can't even protect herself. So how can they protect her? Nowadays, I would rather die than let my fellow Taoists die. In order to gain Chung Nanwei's trust, Lin Haimei was like a righteous scavenger. She stood on the moral high ground and ruthlessly added insult to injury to Zhang Rongrong. Zhang Rongrong, why are you looking at me? As the director of the design department, I will never tolerate a vicious woman like you. Pack up your things and get out now. Zhang Rongrong was completely desperate. This was Director Lin's idea, and she was just following Director Lin's instructions. She really didn't expect that when the time came, Director Lin not only did not help her, but instead stepped on her. In that case, let's fight to the death. Boss Chung, this was Director Lin's idea. Director Lin has always disliked Zhou Shuyu. She was the one who ordered me to throw away the core design draft and the USB drive. I was just following orders, and I don't deserve to be killed. Please give me a chance, Boss Chung, and don't fire me. Lin Haimei was panicking. She had been working at Guangyu since graduation. If she lost this job, she would be left with nothing. Of course, Lin Haimei would not admit it, but instead pretended to be very aggrieved and looked at Chung Nanwei. Slander. Mr. Chung, Zhang Rongrong is slandering me. She wants to drag someone down with her. You know me well. How could I do such a shameless thing? You must not be fooled. Chung Nanwei and Lin Haimei are classmates and roommates, and they have a very good relationship. In Chung Nanwei's mind, Lin Haimei is a very gentle and tolerant person. She certainly would not believe that Lin Haimei was the vicious woman who framed Zhou Shuyu. Chung Nanwei gently grabbed Lin Haimei's hand. Haimei, of course I believe you. After saying that, Chung Nanwei looked at Zhang Rongrong with an extremely disgusted look. Shameless. You're biting people even when you're about to die. Xiaoyu, Lao Lu, what are you two waiting for? Get her out of here right now. Yes. Xiaoyu and Lao Lu finally found an opportunity to show off. They rushed forward from the left and right, grabbed Zhang Rongrong, and dragged her out. Boss Chung, I am innocent. I am innocent. The culprit who deliberately framed Sister Zhou is Lin Haimei. You can't let Lin Haimei go. Not only does Lin Haimei not tolerate her colleagues, she also secretly takes kickbacks. Lin Haimei was going crazy. This damn Zhang Rongrong really dared to say anything true. You also get a share of the kickbacks from the food. Do you want to go to jail too? Mr. Chung, you can't believe what Zhang Rongrong said. Zhang Rongrong is a mad dog that bites people indiscriminately. Lin Haimei was so nervous that she quickly defended herself. Chung Nanwei looked at Lin Haimei with a reproachful look. Haimei, of course I believe you, but you have such a poor eye for people. It is your indulgence that has allowed Zhang Rongrong to go too far. In the future, you must open your eyes and not be deceived by villains. Lin Haimei finally breathed a sigh of relief. I know. Chung Nanwei turned around and looked at everyone with a dignified look. I hope everyone will take care of themselves. I don't want a black sheep like Zhang Rongrong to appear in the design department again. Everyone lowered their heads quickly, and no one dared to speak. Zhou Shuyu looked at Chung Nanwei with a very grateful look. Mr. Chung, thank you for helping me restore my reputation. I will definitely work harder to repay your kindness. Chung Nanwei smiled kindly. As a CEO, I should protect my employees. This is what I should do. Sister Zhou, don't take it to heart. After saying that, Chung Nanwei left, but the atmosphere in the design department did not recover because Lin Haimei's face was as gloomy as ink, as if water could drip out of it. However, with Chung Nanwei backing Zhou Shuyu up, Lin Haimei was unable to do anything to Zhou Shuyu for a while. Lin Haimei could only snort coldly and turned to walk towards her office. Zhou Shuyu, you are lucky to have survived this disaster. I don't believe that you can always be so lucky. I don't believe that Mr. Chung can protect you for the rest of your life. With a bang, the door of the director's office slammed shut. The air pressure in the design department has finally been restored. Everyone gathered around and asked curiously, Sister Zhou, what is your relationship with Mr. Chung? Mr. Chung actually stood up for you and even criticized Director Lin in the end. Sister Zhou, you are Mr. Chang's relative, right? Mr. Chung has never personally handled matters related to the design department, but he made an exception for you. Zhou Shuyu smiled bitterly and shook his head. Boss Chung and I are not relatives. We just met when we applied for the job. So stop guessing and just work hard. As they were talking, Chung Nanwei's secretary Xiao Ting walked into the office with several security guards. The security guards were holding orchids in their arms, and for a moment, the elegant fragrance spread throughout the entire design department. Zhou Shuyu took a breath subconsciously. What a familiar and comfortable scent. It's orchids. It's the scent of orchids. Zhou Shuyu turned around and saw the orchids in the security guard's arms. She couldn't help but get excited. Is the design department office going to replace the potted plants? Mr. Chung is really generous. Orchids are very expensive. Xiao Ting wiped the sweat from her forehead and gave instructions in an orderly manner. Take away all the roses and daffodils. Replace them with orchids. Place them carefully. Orchids are very delicate. Then who? Put 2 more pots on the window. Okay. A security guard picked up 2 pots of orchids and walked towards the windowsill. Zhou Shuyu quickly stopped the security guard. No, don't put on the windowsill. Orchids like shade, they won't survive on the windowsill. Hearing this, Xiao Ting looked nervous. These orchids were precious, and if she accidentally killed them, Mr. Chung would definitely blame her. Sister Zhou, can you grow orchids? Zhou Shuyu nodded slightly. I raised a few pots when I was a child. Great. I'll leave these orchids to Sister Zhou to take care of from now on. Zhou Shuyu was overjoyed. It would be a great pleasure to take care of these orchids in the future. Secretary Xiao, don't worry. I can definitely take good care of these orchids. Chapter 43, Where Are My Daffodils? Wei Jiuzhou returned home and personally directed the bodyguard team to transport desks, chairs, and various office supplies to the Futai Plaza office building. Chung Nanwei hurriedly came down with Guangyu's security guards to greet them. She didn't know much about collecting antiques, but after seeing such exquisitely crafted tables and chairs, Chung Nanwei was very sure that this set of tables and chairs was very expensive. Chung Nanwei couldn't help but feel a little jealous. Mr. Wei was just too perfect. He is so handsome and very rich. The most important thing is that Mr. Wei really dotes on Mrs. Wei. Even the sweetest soap opera wouldn't dare to act like this, right? Alas, people really cannot be compared. Wei Jiuzhou was worried that Guangyu's security guards had damaged the desk, so he ordered Wei Zhong to move the desk himself and follow Chung Nanwei into the office building. Soon, the group entered the design department office. Everyone in the design department was a little confused. What happened to Mr. Chung? Why did he move in a new desk? Did the design department have a new colleague? Doesn't this desk look so high-end? It is definitely not inferior to Mr. Chang's boss desk. Who is qualified to use such a nice desk? As the eldest daughter of the Zhou family, Zhou Shiyu has a good eye and can tell at a glance that this desk is extraordinary. This is a desk made of red sandalwood, and it is a particularly precious, small leaf, red sandalwood. Zhou Shiyu took a deep breath, and the rich sandalwood scent entered his nose, confirming his judgment. Zhou Shiyu couldn't help but sigh. Mr. Chang was really too generous. How much would such a big desk cost? At least several million, maybe even tens of millions. I wonder who can use such a nice desk. Is it Director Lin? If it was Director Lin, it would really be a waste of talent. What Zhou Shiyu didn't expect was that Chung Nanwei walked towards her quickly. Sister Zhou, from now on, this desk belongs to you. Wei Zhong recognized his wife, but he didn't dare to acknowledge her. He could only respectfully place the desk in front of Zhou Shiyu and quickly help Zhou Shiyu change the desk. For a moment, everyone's eyes looking at Zhou Shiyu changed. Sister Zhou is really too low-key. She just kept saying that she is not Mr. Chang's relative. If Sister Zhou and Mr. Chung were not relatives, why would Mr. Chung take such good care of her, and even gave her such a high-end desk? Zhou Shiyu liked this new desk very much, but she kept waving her hands. No, Mr. Chung, this is absolutely not allowed. No reward without merit. I'm just a small administrator. How can I use such a high-end desk? Besides, this desk is a bit out of place and looks a bit abrupt here. Chung Nanwei looked around the office carefully and felt that what Zhou Shiyu said was right. The entire office is filled with cheap MDF desks. A rosewood desk placed in the middle of the office does look a bit eye-catching, but it doesn't matter. I remember the boss said that the lady likes to bask in the sun, so I can take this opportunity to change her position and move her to the window. Chung Nanwei nodded slightly. Sister Zhou is right. This desk is indeed a bit eye-catching when placed here. Zhou Shiyu breathed a sigh of relief. She was now being targeted by Director Lin. If she changed to such a high-end desk, she would definitely attract more jealousy. She might become everyone's public enemy, right? Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Chung. Please take back the desk. I will just use the original one. Chung Nanwei smiled slightly. How can you take back something you gave away? This desk is a bit eye-catching here, but if it is placed by the window, it will not be eye-catching. As she spoke, Chung Nanwei turned her head and waved to Zhang Xiaomi, who was sitting by the window. Xiaomi, switch workstations with Sister Zhou. For a moment, everyone was stunned again. What's going on? Is Sister Zhou really Mr. Chang's relative? Why did Mr. Chung move her to the window to bask in the sun? Zhang Xiaomi was dazed by the sun every day, and her skin had become half a shade darker. She had wanted to change her work position for a long time, so she was overjoyed to hear this. Good. Chung Nanwei turned her head to look at Wei Zhong. Without saying a word, Wei Zhong suddenly picked up the desk, walked to the window, and replaced the desk very quickly. Zhou Shiyu's brain was a little insufficient. She began to doubt her life. Everything that happened today was too unreal. Whether it is an orchid, a rosewood desk, or a seat by the window, it is what she wants. Why are so many good things happening at once? Is this not a dream? Zhou Shiyu pinched her arm quietly. Ouch, it hurts. This is actually true. Sister Zhou, what are you standing there for? Go try out your new workstation and see if you like it. Zhou Shiyu looked at Chung Nanwei with a very complicated look. She was a little doubtful now. Could it be that Mr. Chung was really her relative? Mr. Chung, why do you do these meaningless things? Chung Nanwei started talking nonsense as soon as she opened her mouth. How can it be meaningless? I consulted a feng shui master yesterday, and the master said that our design department must have a desk like this, and it must have orchids. Only in this way can we make a lot of money. This, Zhou Shiyu smiled bitterly. She had always thought that Ms. Chung was an independent woman of the new era, but she didn't expect that she actually believed in such weird things. If that's the case, thank you, Mr. Chung, for changing my workstation. Zhou Shiyu sat down at her new workstation. A ray of midday sunlight shone on her face, making her peaceful smile look even more sacred. For a moment, a divine glow seemed to be rising from Zhou Shiyu's body, and everyone in the office was stunned. Is Sister Zhou so beautiful? Compared to her, Director Lin is nothing but scum. Shouting, please change the curtains in our office. The master said that with a certain amount of visible light, our company's performance can be taken to a higher level. Yes. Soon, several windows in the office were replaced with translucent gauze curtains. Zhou Shiyu subconsciously touched the curtain and was immediately shocked. This is a gauze curtain made of natural silk. This thing is so valuable. It is no less valuable than a rosewood desk. Mr. Chung really spent a lot of money. He bought 3 sets of curtains at once. Speaking of which, she should thank that so-called master. If it weren't for him, how could the design department office become the perfect office in her dreams? However, even if the so-called expert succeeded by accident, she must find a chance to remind Mr. Chung and not let him be led astray by the so-called expert. It's the 21st century now. Why are there so many weird and superstitious stories? Ms. Zhou, do you feel you have adapted to your new workstation? How about the curtains? Do you think it's too sunny? Zhou Shuyu smiled and said, the new workstation is great. I like it very much. The curtains are also very good. The sunlight coming through is just right. Warm, but not too sunny. Chung Nanwei was completely relieved. She had finally completed the boss's task. It was so difficult for her. I hope the boss and his wife won't do anything weird again. It's a headache to make up stories, okay? It forced this new age woman to become a witch. After Chung Nanwei left, the atmosphere in the office became strange. Everyone looked at Zhou Shuyu with fear. Sister Zhou hit it too well. She must be Mr. Cheng's relative. However, this whole thing is really refreshing. The atmosphere in the office became very fresh, and they could be said to have benefited from following Sister Zhou. If there is only one person in the design department who is unhappy, that person is Lin Haimei. In the director's office, Lin Hai's teeth were itching because of her charm. This damn Zhang Rongrong is so unreliable. How could she be caught on camera? Fortunately, Mr. Chung believed her. Lin Haimei felt so suffocated that she planned to go to the bathroom to smoke a cigarette and get some fresh air. Lin Haimei pushed open the door of the director's office with enchanting steps, and then she was dumbfounded, staring blankly at the design department office, unable to utter a word for a long time. What's going on? Why did the design department suddenly become so unfamiliar in just a short while? Did she travel through time? Where is Zhou Shuyu? How did she move to the window? Also, how did the curtains change from opaque material to translucent gauze curtains? Next, Lin Haimei saw orchids placed in every corner of the office. After walking around in a circle, Lin Haimei still didn't see her favorite daffodils. Lin Haimei was furious and roared at a high pitch. Where are my daffodils? Who took my favorite daffodils? Chapter 44, Bus Number 45. Lin Haimei has absolute power in the design department. No one dares to look her in the eye, and everyone subconsciously lowers their heads. Even those die-hard bootlickers lower their heads. Zhang Rongrong's fate was before their eyes. They dared not lick Lin Haimei anymore. After licking for a long time, there is nothing left. Lin Haimei was furious when she didn't get the answer she wanted. She walked up to Zhou Shuyu and asked loudly, Zhou Shuyu, you were so bold that you dared to change your workstation without permission. Where are my daffodils? Where did you hide them? Zhou Shuyu was not panicked at all and said calmly, it was Mr. Chung who changed my workstation. As for your daffodils, they have probably been thrown into the trash can. Lin Haimei was so angry that she was going crazy. Bullshit. Why would Mr. Chung suddenly change your workstation? You are so bold. You actually threw away my daffodils without permission. I warn you. Change your workstation immediately. Get my daffodils back immediately. Otherwise, I will never let you go. Zhou Shuyu didn't bother to pay attention to Lin Haimei. That's your freedom. Please don't disturb me while I'm working. Thank you. Lin Haimei was almost hurt from holding back her anger and shouted angrily, You, Zhou Shuyu, do you really think I can't do anything to you? Jiang Min, who was standing by, could not bear to watch any longer and mustered up the courage to step forward and said, Director Lin, it was indeed General Manager Chung who changed the workstation for Ms. Zhou. General Manager Chung also ordered your daffodils to be replaced. Why are you trying to be a hero here? Go get angry at General Manager Chung if you have the guts. Is it really Mr. Chung? Lin Haimei couldn't help but frown and turned to look at a colleague who used to lick her hands and kneel down. Lu Fei. What's going on? Having been called by Lin Haimei, Lu Fei did not dare not answer the question and quickly recounted everything that had just happened. Director Lin, it's like this. Mr. Chung must have believed what the master said, so... Lin Haimei rolled her eyes speechlessly. She didn't understand why Chung Nanwei would believe in some master. Chung Nanwei must have been fooled by that so-called master. She must stand up and not let Mr. Chung go further down the wrong path. Zhou Shuyu, you're the one who found that so-called master, right? Is this your way of confusing Mr. Chung? I tell you, you are doomed. I will definitely pull Mr. Chung back from his wrong path. After saying that, Lin Haimei twisted her slender waist and walked quickly towards the president's office. In the president's office, Chung Nanwei is talking to Wei Jiuzhou. Boss, I have redecorated the office according to your instructions. Madam likes your new layout very much. Well done. I'll ask Trusova to recommend you some Fortune 500 clients. Thank you, boss. You're welcome. We're all family. Boss, can I find a suitable opportunity to tell Madam that all this is from your heart? Of course you can. I do all this to win back Shiyu's heart. However, you have to find a good opportunity and don't make things worse. Please rest assured, boss. Just after hanging up the phone, there was a knock on the door. Chung Nanwei was in a very happy mood and said in a gentle voice, "Come in." Lin Haimei pushed the door open and saw that Chung Nanwei was in a good mood. She smiled and asked, "Mr. Chung, what makes you so happy?" Chung Nanwei kept it a secret and said with a smile, "Of course it's a great thing. Haimei, didn't we agree on this? Call me Mr. Chung in front of others, and call me Nanwei in private." Lin Haimei was relieved. Nanwei was still the same Nanwei. Nothing had changed. She still cared about the sisterhood. If I'm not mistaken, Nanwei is so happy because of that expert, right? Expert? To her, the boss is indeed a master. Chung Nanwei nodded slightly. Nothing can be hidden from Haimei. With a relationship with Mr. Wei, our Guangyu advertising company will surely take off. Lin Haimei was speechless. It seemed that Nanwei was deeply poisoned. Nanwei, there's no such thing as a pie in the sky in this world. You can't be fooled by that Wei guy. That Wei guy must be a charlatan. Chung Nanwei quickly explained, "Haimei, don't talk nonsense. Mr. Wei is not what you think. He is really amazing. I have never seen such an amazing man. If he makes a few suggestions, we can all benefit from it for the rest of our lives." Lin Haimei was going crazy. She didn't recognize her good sister anymore. "Nanwei, wake up. You are in danger. You may bring Guangyu to an irretrievable situation. Where's that Wei guy? Take me to see him. I want to expose his fake and ugly face." Chung Nanwei couldn't help but frowned, and her tone became a little heavier. "Haimei, I respect Mr. Wei very much. You must not be rude to Mr. Wei. Otherwise, I will be really angry." Chung Nanwei's tone began to deteriorate, and Lin Haimei's tone softened a little. "Nanwei, honest advice is unpleasant to the ear. That's enough. I don't want to say it again. Haimei, I'm seriously warning you not to be rude to Mr. Wei. Otherwise, don't blame me for disregarding our sisterhood." Chung Nanwei suddenly got angry, and Lin Haimei was frightened. She said awkwardly, Okay, I won't mention it. I'm just a little upset because the daffodils are gone." Chung Nanwei's tone softened. "It's my fault. I forgot that Haimei likes daffodils the most. So, I'll let Xiao Ting bring the daffodils to your director's office. What do you think?" Chung Nanwei gave Lin Haimei a way out, so of course she would not be ungrateful. Nanwei is the best to me. Under Chung Nanwei's arrangement, Xiao Wei brought 2 pots of daffodils to the director's office, and Lin Haimei's mood improved a little. However, when Lin Haimei saw Zhou Shuyu tending to orchids, she immediately felt jealous. Even though Lin Haimei disliked Zhou Shuyu, she had to admit that Zhou Shuyu was so elegant when she was tending to orchids. How could Zhou Shuyu look like an ordinary clerk? How could she look like an ordinary housewife? Her every move is filled with elegance and nobility, which is the aristocratic temperament that can only be cultivated by enjoying a wealthy life for many years. This is something Lin Haimei could never learn. Of course, Lin Haimei would not admit that she was not as good as Zhou Shuyu. "Umph, you keep pretending to be nice. One day, you will kill the orchid." Lin Haimei returned to the director's office angrily. When Lin Haimei said that just now, she was just venting her anger, but after sitting down, Lin Haimei's eyes lit up. Since Nan Wei values Mr. Wei so much, if Zhou Shuyu kills the orchid that Mr. Wei taught her, Nan Wei will definitely be very angry. By then, Nan Wei will definitely not protect Zhou Shuyu anymore. By then, she will have 100 ways to kill Zhou Shuyu. An extremely sinister smile appeared at the corner of Lin Haimei's mouth. At 4:20 p.m., Wei Jiuzhou's bulletproof Maybach stopped at the Yinjiang East Road stop of bus number 45. Yinjiang East Road Station is the previous station of Futai Square Station. As long as you calculate the time correctly, you will definitely encounter Zhou Shuyu by chance if you get on the train here. Wei Jiuzhou called Chung Nanwei, and the call was quickly connected. Chung Nanwei's slightly respectful voice came. "Boss, what do you want to tell me?" "Mr. Chung, I want to ask, will the design department work overtime today?" Chung Nanwei was very sensible and quickly made a promise. "Boss, please rest assured that from now on, Madam will not work overtime for even a minute and will leave work on time every day. Wei Jiuzhou nodded with satisfaction. Very good. After hanging up the phone, Wei Jiuzhou waited quietly. He was waiting for the bus that would pass by Futai Plaza at 4:55. Time passed minute by minute, and soon it was 4:45. A number 45 bus drove over from a distance, and Wei Jiuzhou's eyes lit up. That was it. As long as you sit on it, you can encounter Shuyu by chance. Wei Jiuzhou got off the train and came to the platform surrounded by Wei Bao and Wei Guo. The young ladies who were waiting for the bus had their eyes light up and their mouths were watering. What a handsome little brother. His looks are simply better than the sky, the earth, and the air. I hope I can sit next to him later. I wonder if I can exchange WeChat or phone numbers with him or something. With a squeak, the number 45 bus stopped and several girls rushed forward, hoping to grab a seat next to Wei Jiuzhou. Unfortunately, Wei Bao and Wei Guo had blocked their seats, so the girls couldn't get close to him at all. They could only watch Wei Jiuzhou get on the bus with disappointment on their faces. Chapter 45 Shuyu, what a coincidence. Several girls looked at each other and suddenly began to compete for a favorable position. Finally, a girl who looked somewhat sweet won and got into the car behind Wei Jiuzhou. The girl's name is Lin Qianqian. After swiping the card, Lin Qianqian couldn't wait to look forward. She didn't want to miss such a good opportunity. What Lin Qianqian didn't expect was that bus number 45 was already full. Lin Qianqian was not disappointed, but overjoyed. That's great. There are no seats, and the handsome boy in front can only stand, but she can grab the best seat and stand with a handsome boy. The scenery along the way is so beautiful that you won't feel tired even if you stand for half an hour. I hope the handsome boy doesn't get off the bus too early. Unfortunately, ideals are beautiful, but reality is cruel. How could Wei Jiuzhou stand? He had already made arrangements. There were a man and a woman sitting in the two seats next to the back door of the car. The man had a very strong build, and his eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. He looked around vigilantly, emitting a gleam of light from time to time. The woman was a very beautiful foreign girl, Luo Shi, Wei Jiuzhou's personal health doctor. Seeing Wei Jiuzhou coming, the man stood up and gave his seat to Wei Jiuzhou, while he stood in the corridor to prevent others from contacting Wei Jiuzhou. Lin Qianqian was so depressed. This big guy was so annoying. It was great that you gave up your seat to the handsome boy, but why did you stand next to him? That's my position, okay? However, this strong man was too fierce. No matter how dissatisfied she was, Lin Qianqian did not dare to lose her temper with the strong man. She could only stand by the back door of the car, holding the railing, and occasionally stealing a glance at Wei Jiuzhou. Rossi on the side couldn't help laughing and whispered in Wei Jiuzhou's ear, "Boss, your charm is still so amazing." Wei Jiuzhou quickly sat up straight, looking straight ahead, as if he didn't notice being stared at. He might accidentally meet Shuyu at the next stop, and he couldn't let Shuyu have any misunderstanding. The other girls got on the bus one after another. They looked around and soon found Wei Jiuzhou and Rossi, who was sitting next to him. Several girls were so envious and jealous. That foreign girl was so lucky, wasn't she? She could actually sit next to the handsome boy. But then again, isn't that foreign girl so beautiful? Maybe only such a beautiful girl is qualified to sit next to the handsome boy. The bus driver was an experienced driver with excellent driving skills. He started the bus smoothly and drove to the next stop. This afternoon, Zhou Shuyu was surrounded by the elegant sandalwood scent and could tend to the orchids from time to time. Moreover, she was bathed in the light sunshine. It really couldn't be more comfortable. This might be the best day Zhou Shuyu has had since joining Guangyu Advertising Company, right? What made Zhou Shuyu even happier was that Director Lin did not make any excuses to ask her to work overtime, so she could go home early and cook for the children. Zhou Shuyu walked briskly to the familiar platform and waited quietly for the number 45 bus. Soon, bus number 45 arrived as scheduled. Zhou Shuyu got in the car and was stunned for a moment. Strangeness. On weekdays, there should be a few seats on bus number 45, because Futai Square Station is only the third stop. Why are there so many people today? Moreover, most of the people in the backseat of the car were strangers that I had never seen before. What made Zhou Shuyu even more puzzled was that several girls were crowding around the back door, and no one was willing to give in. It was unclear what they were fighting for. Suddenly, Zhou Shuyu froze. Behind these girls, she saw a face that couldn't be more familiar. Plop, plop. Zhou Shuyu's little heart started beating uncontrollably. Is it such a coincidence? Wei Jiuzhou? How did Wei Jiuzhou appear on the bus? For a moment, Zhou Shuyu seemed to have returned to her youth, the feeling when she was in love with Wei Jiuzhou. For a moment, Zhou Shuyu almost couldn't help but rush over and throw himself into Wei Jiuzhou's arms. Unfortunately, Zhou Shuyu quickly came to his senses and the temperature in his heart gradually dropped. How did Wei Jiuzhou know what time she got off work? How did Wei Jiuzhou know what means of transportation she took to go home? Soon, Zhou Shuyu figured out. The two little cotton jackets at home are really leaky and don't keep me warm at all. I must give them a good beating when I get home. Zhou Shuyu walked towards Wei Jiuzhou angrily. She wanted to make Wei Jiuzhou understand that she would never forgive him. After walking a few steps, Zhou Shuyu was blocked by the girls. Zhou Shuyu said somewhat helplessly, "Sisters, please make way. It's a pity. The girls had worked so hard to grab the best viewing spot. How did they give up so easily? Sister, we haven't reached the next stop yet. It's not time to get off the bus yet. Why should we let you go? That's right. If you want to come and see our husband's divine face, you have to fight for it yourself." Their husbands? Zhou Shuyu was stunned. What were these girls talking about? How come I couldn't understand anything? Just when Zhou Shuyu was confused, Wei Jiuzhou's voice came to her ears. "Ladies, please make way." Zhou Shuyu rolled her eyes speechlessly. Wei Jiuzhou had a very good self-esteem, didn't he? These girls were so unreasonable. Why did he think he could convince them? However, what Zhou Shuyu did not expect was that Wei Jiuzhou's words were like an imperial decree, and the young ladies who had been fighting just now immediately made way. Rossi stood up from his seat and walked to the door and stood there. Wei Jiuzhou smiled slightly, pointed to the seat next to him, and waved to Zhou Shuyu enthusiastically, "Shuyu this way." The girls around were heartbroken. This unbelievably handsome young man actually asked another woman to sit next to him? Isn't this sister so happy? The girls then looked at Zhou Shuyu seriously, and then they felt a little inferior. This sister looks quite old, but she is very charming and beautiful. She can even easily outdo that foreign girl. Even though they are girls, they are still a little moved. Maybe only such a peerless beauty is worthy of this little brother. Under the envious and jealous gazes of the girls, Zhou Shuyu slowly walked in front of Wei Jiuzhou. Wei Jiuzhou's seat was near the aisle, so he took the initiative to stand up and offer his seat to Zhou Shuyu. "Shuyu, what a coincidence, sit inside." Skillful? What a coincidence. Based on her understanding of Wei Jiuzhou must have gone to great lengths to find out her driving route. This was definitely not a coincidence today, but Wei Jiuzhou's method. She would not let Wei Jiuzhou succeed so easily. She would never give even a chance to this bastard who abandoned all four of them. "Wei Jiuzhou, don't waste your time. Please don't appear in my world again. I don't want to see you again." After saying that, Zhou Shuyu took 2 steps back and walked to the back of the bus. He turned around and faced Wei Jiuzhou with his back. He didn't dare to look at him again, for fear that if he looked at him a few more times, he would lose control of his heart. Seeing this scene, those girls who had been drooling over Wei Jiuzhou were very angry. The young man invites you to sit over so sincerely. How happy is that? Not only did this woman not cherish the boy, but she also spoke harshly to him. That's too much. Unforgivable. Looking at Wei Jiuzhou's sad eyes, the girls' maternal instincts were aroused. They felt that they must stand up and comfort the little brother's wounded heart. Lin Qianqian reacted the fastest and rushed out first. She came to Wei Jiuzhou's side in 2 or 3 steps. "Little brother, don't be sad. I am willing to sit next to you." After saying that, Lin Qianqian sat down on the seat. The other girls were very upset. Why were they so slow to react? They missed such a good opportunity. That little bitch Lin Qianqian got such a good deal. Wei Jiuzhou was so confused that he certainly wouldn't sit with Lin Qianqian. Shuyu was already angry, and if he sat with another girl, she would definitely be even angrier, right? Oh, Shuyu is such a tough nut to crack. However, the more challenging something is, the more fun it is. Fortunately, he had prepared a few more tricks. Otherwise, he really would have been unable to do anything to Shuyu. Wei Jiuzhou ignored Lin Qianqian's advances and glanced at the 2 young men in front of Zhou Shuyu. These 2 young men are lawyers. To be exact, they are Wei Jiuzhou's personal lawyers. The 2 of them nodded slightly to Wei Jiuzhou, indicating that they had received the boss's signal. The young man sitting by the window stood up and nodded politely to his brother. "Friend, please make way. I'm getting off at the next stop." The young man sitting by the aisle smiled slightly, stood up, and made way for his brother. Zhou Shuyu was overjoyed. Her luck was so good that she happened to see someone getting off the bus. Zhou Shiyu sat down on the window seat without hesitation, turned around, and looked at Wei Jiuzhou with a provocative look. That expression seemed to say, "You little bastard, you've wasted your time, haven't you? I found a seat myself." Chapter 46. Wei Jiuzhou, don't think too much. Wei Jiuzhou had a hard time enduring it. Shiyu was so cute, wasn't she? She had already boarded his pirate ship, and she still wanted to escape from his clutches? Wei Jiuzhou straightened his clothes, stood up, walked to the young man next to Zhou Shuyu, and gave Zhou Shuyu an evil smile. Zhou Shuyu couldn't help but feel a little nervous. What was this bastard Wei Jiuzhou going to do? The bus is a public place. He wouldn't do anything rash, right? Under Zhou Shuyu's nervous gaze, Wei Jiuzhou looked at the young man with a smile and said in a gentle voice, "Young man, can you change seats with me? I feel carsick, and it will be more comfortable to sit in the back." Many passengers on the bus were trying hard to hold back their laughter. Isn't the bosses acting too realistic? Before the young man could answer, Zhou Shuyu nervously grabbed his sleeve and said, "Young man, he's talking nonsense. He doesn't get carsick. Don't switch seats with him." The young man was shocked. How could the lady hold his sleeve? Would the boss be angry? The young man glanced at Wei Jiuzhou secretly. Sure enough, the boss's face was not very good. "Ma'am, please let go." How could Zhou Shuyu let go? Instead, he held on tighter. "Young man, he's a pervert. You can't switch places with him." Sadder? Wei Jiuzhou rolled his eyes speechlessly. He hasn't been close to a woman for 15 years. Is there any pervert like him? However, when facing Shuyu, he really doesn't mind turning into a pervert. "Ma'am, you must have misunderstood this gentleman. How would he be a pervert?" There were so many beautiful girls on the bus flirting with him, but he remained unmoved. If such a man is a pervert, there would be no good men in the world. As he spoke, the young man broke free from Zhou Shuyu's control and stood up to give his seat to Wei Jiuzhou. Seeing that she couldn't persuade the young man, Zhou Shuyu simply stood up with him. She would rather stand than sit with Wei Jiuzhou. Unfortunately, Wei Jiuzhou's ability to respond was too strong. He discovered Zhou Shuyu's intention at the first moment. Before Zhou Shuyu walked out of his seat, he sat down on the seat and blocked Zhou Shuyu. Zhou Shuyu was so angry. After 15 years, how could Wei Jiuzhou still be so shameless? No, he was even more shameless than 15 years ago. When Wei Jiuzhou found an excuse to sit next to her, she was shy and her ears turned red. Look at him now. His expression is calm and his heart is steady, as if it is as easy as eating and drinking water. "Wei Jiuzhou, get out of the way." Zhou Shuyu glared at Wei Jiuzhou fiercely. Unfortunately, Zhou Shuyu's temperament is too gentle. Even when she is angry, she looks fierce and aggressive. Wei Jiuzhou not only did not feel the slightest bit of fear, but instead found it very cute, and even recalled the scene when they first met. Wei Jiuzhou instantly entered into the situation and looked at Zhou Shuyu with extremely gentle eyes. "Student Zhou Shuyu, I've actually been paying attention to you for a long time." Wei Jiuzhou's voice was so gentle, his eyes so warm, the hearts of the girls around him melted instantly. They were so envious of Zhou Shuyu. How happy they would be if they were the ones to whom the handsome boy confessed his love. Zhou Shuyu's delicate body trembled violently, and she uncontrollably recalled the scene when they first met. Wei Jiuzhou has been keeping an eye on Zhou Shuyu for a long time, and Zhou Shuyu has also been keeping an eye on Wei Jiuzhou for a long time. Otherwise, why would she sit in the same seat every time she goes to the library? "Hello, classmate. I'm Zhou Shuyu from the Department of Finance." After she finished speaking, Zhou Shuyu suddenly came to her senses. How could she be led astray by Wei Jiuzhou? How could she talk to Wei Jiuzhou? Zhou Shuyu didn't dare to continue looking at Wei Jiuzhou for fear that she would be led further and further astray by Wei Jiuzhou. Eventually, she couldn't control her emotions and forgave this bastard out of weakness. Zhou Shuyu no longer insisted that Wei Jiuzhou give way. She sat down angrily, turned her head to the side, and took out a Walkman from her bag. Zhou Shuyu skillfully put the headphones on his ears, listened to the familiar music, and tried hard to blast the image of Wei Jiuzhou out of the depths of his mind. Despite Zhou Shuyu's resistance, Wei Jiuzhou was not discouraged, but rather a little excited. Nowadays, everyone listens to music on their mobile phones. Who still uses a Walkman? Wei Jiuzhou is very familiar with this Walkman. It is the first gift Wei Jiuzhou bought for Zhou Shuyu after working and studying for 3 months. Unexpectedly, Zhou Shuyu has kept it until today. What does this mean? It means that he is very important in Zhou Shuyu's heart. Wei Jiuzhou raised the corners of his mouth slightly, leaned over, and whispered in Zhou Shuyu's ear, "Classmate Zhou Shuyu, what song are you listening to? Let's listen together." Having said that, Wei Jiuzhou, without Zhou Shuyu's consent, raised his hand, pulled out an earphone, and put it in his ear. Zhou Shuyu was so angry. How did Wei Jiuzhou become so shameless? Did she promise to tell him? Zhou Shuyu wanted to snatch the headphones back, but for some reason, it seemed that there was some mysterious force stopping her, and she couldn't even lift her arms. In the end, Zhou Shuyu had no choice but to change the song angrily. A song of great compassion mantra was given to Wei Jiuzhou. This is the song Zhou Shuyu has listened to the most in the past 15 years. Every time when he misses Wei Jiuzhou, this song, Great Compassion Mantra, can calm Zhou Shuyu down and make him free of desires. Unfortunately, Great Compassion Mantra had no effect on Wei Jiuzhou. His desire for Zhou Shuyu was now at max. How could it be reduced by half a point because of song? While listening to the Great Compassion Mantra, Wei Jiuzhou stared at Zhou Shuyu's beautiful profile with a fiery gaze. Time seems to have left no traces on Zhou Shuyu's face. Even though she hasn't taken good care of herself, her skin is very delicate. There are no traces of pimples or acne, and even no trace of wrinkles around the eyes or crow's feet. Judging from her appearance alone, no one would doubt that Zhou Shuyu is the older sister of the two daughters. Wei Jiuzhou's gaze was so fiery that Zhou Shuyu's heart started pounding, and he soon lost the battle. Zhou Shuyu knew that he couldn't go on like this. If he continued like this, he would be conquered by Wei Jiuzhou sooner or later. This bastard. How come he has changed so much after not seeing him for 15 years? With a snap, Zhou Shuyu snatched the headphones, turned off the Walkman, and dozed off with his head leaning on the seat. However, her fluttering eyelashes betrayed her inner nervousness. Wei Jiuzhou knew that he shouldn't push her too hard, so he didn't do anything more extreme. He just stared at Zhou Shuyu with gentle eyes. At the beginning, Zhou Shuyu was just pretending to take a nap, but recently he was so tired that he actually fell asleep. As the evening breeze blew by, Zhou Shuyu subconsciously tightened his clothes in his sleep. Wei Jiuzhou took off his coat without hesitation and gently covered Zhou Shuyu with it. Smelling the familiar scent coming from his clothes, Zhou Shuyu's slightly frowned brows relaxed, and he slept particularly soundly. There was even a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. When Zhou Shuyu woke up, she found her head resting on a man's shoulder. The man smelled pleasant and familiar, but his shoulders were a little thinner than he remembered. Zhou Shuyu's consciousness slowly returned, and she left Wei Jiuzhou's shoulder as if she had been electrocuted, and threw Wei Jiuzhou's coat back with a look of disgust. Wei Jiuzhou, don't think too much. I'm just too sleepy. Chapter 47. If Shuyu can forgive me, I am willing to die. Zhou Shuyu lay on the pillow for a full 40 minutes, and Wei Jiuzhou's physical strength had long reached its limit. However, Wei Jiuzhou relied on his strong willpower to hold on until Zhou Shuyu woke up. At this moment, Wei Jiuzhou didn't even have the strength to speak. In order to prevent Zhou Shuyu from discovering the flaw, Wei Jiuzhou forced himself to smile at Zhou Shuyu. Zhou Shuyu was terrified. Why was Wei Jiuzhou laughing? What on earth was he going to do? Who could come and save the baby? Weak, pitiful, and helpless. Wei Jiuzhou, don't think you can get away with it by not saying anything. Don't do such childish things in the future. Do you think you can make me change my mind by creating a chance encounter? Absolutely impossible. Please make way, I need to get off. Wei Jiuzhou knew Zhou Shuyu very well. Although she spoke in a tough manner, she was actually very nervous. Wei Jiuzhou did not continue teasing Zhou Shuyu. He cooperated by moving his legs to make room for Zhou Shuyu. Zhou Shuyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Wei Jiuzhou did not continue to pester her. Otherwise, she really didn't know what to do. How could she fall asleep accidentally? And with her head resting on his shoulder? Zhou Shuyu was afraid that Wei Jiuzhou would go back on his word. So he quickly got up from his seat and walked quickly towards the back door. Only after he got off the bus did Zhou Shuyu's pounding heart calm down a little. After watching Zhou Shuyu get off the car, Wei Jiuzhou couldn't hold on any longer. His forced sitting posture collapsed in an instant. He gasped for breath, with cold sweat pouring out his forehead. Fortunately, Shuyu didn't see him looking weak. Rossi's eyes were red with distress. The boss really cared about his wife too much. His body was so weak, but he persisted for so long, not moving for a full 40 minutes. Even a normal person would feel a little uncomfortable. right? The boss must be very tired now. Boss, relax. I'll give you a massage. Wei Jojo nodded slightly and completely relaxed his body and mind. Rossi gave Wei Jojo a very professional massage to help him relax his muscles. Soon, the next stop arrived, and Wei Bao and Wei Gua helped Wei Jojo get off the bus. Xiaozhou had already parked the car at the station. When he saw Wei Jojo getting off the car, he hurried forward and helped Wei Bao and Wei Gua put Wei Jojo into the car. The car sped away, and Rossi said distressfully, "Boss, this is the most critical period for your recovery. Can you please not be so willful? If you do this, you will easily have sequelae." Wei Jojo smiled slightly. "If Shuyu can forgive me, I am willing even if I die." "Boss." Zhou Shuyu was confused. On the way home, Wei Jojo's figure kept appearing in her mind. She didn't even hear her neighbor Aunt Wang's greeting. What's even more outrageous is that Zhou Shuyu's home is on the 3rd floor, but she walked all the way to the 5th floor. Zhou Shuyu stared blankly at the house number 501 and couldn't help but smile bitterly. She knew that she had begun to fall. No, we must not allow Wei Jojo to continue the attack. If this continues, she will completely fall in less than half a month. Zhou Shuyu, you can't lose so completely. You have to fight. You have to stick to your original intention. You absolutely can't forgive Wei Jojo, the bastard, so easily. Zhou Shuyu kept numbing himself and kept recalling the hardships and grievances he had endured over the years. It took a lot of effort for Zhou Shuyu to expel Wei Jojo's figure from his mind. Zhou Shuyu was very upset and took out her cell phone to call her best friend Lu Chinga. "Chinga, I'm in a very bad state now." "Ow, that's right. So, if I continue like this, I might fall. Can you give me some advice?" "Shuyu, I think you can turn the tables." After chatting with Lu Chinga for a while, Zhou Shuyu's mood returned to normal. He went downstairs and went home humming a little tune. While changing his slippers, he habitually glanced in the direction of the living room. Normally, at this time, the children should be sitting on the sofa watching TV, waiting for her to come home. However, Zhou Shuyu only saw Wei Ning in the living room and did not see Wei Qinghe and Wei Wenci. Zhou Shuyu glanced towards the 2nd bedroom with the corner of her eye and saw a small gap in the bedroom, revealing a pair of big eyes, quietly observing her. Zhou Shuyu rolled her eyes. Her little cotton-padded jacket was leaking. They had betrayed her. It was confirmed. "Wei Jojo, you can plan a traitor, and I will use your trick against you. Don't even think about getting my real information from the traitor." "Aining, your sister is not at home?" Zhou Shuyu pretended not to notice anything unusual and looked at Wei Ning with a smile. Wei Ning pointed to the 2nd bedroom and said, "My eldest sister hasn't come home yet. My 2nd sister is writing a paper in her room." Wei Wenci couldn't hide it anymore, so she pushed the door open and came out, pretending to be very surprised, and greeted Zhou Shuyu. "Mom, why are you home so early today? Didn't you work overtime today?" "Well, no overtime." "Huh, that's weird. Usually when she doesn't have to work overtime, Mom is always very happy. Why does she look so bad today?" Wei Wenci pretended to be confused, even though she knew the truth. Zhou Shuyu pretended to be mad. "Don't mention it." On the bus on the way home, "I met a very annoying person." Wei Wenci's heart moved. "It must be Dad. Dad can do it. He started to act now." Wei Wenci continued to play dumb. Who is it that makes Mom hate him so much? Is he Mom's client or competitor? Wei Ning on the side also pricked up his ears. If anyone dared to harass his mother, he would never let that person go. Zhou Shuyu pretended to be very annoyed. "Wenci, it's not what you think, it's him." Wei Ning was stunned for a moment, and soon realized who the he his mother was talking about was, and the breath Wei Ning had been holding was instantly deflated. Before he met Wei Jojo, he hated Wei Jojo very much. However, after seeing Wei Jojo, he felt that Wei Jojo was a bit kind. If it was him, what should he do? For a moment, Wei Ning was a little conflicted. Wei Wenci was ecstatic. It was indeed Dad. Dad's execution ability was good. He started to act right away. "Come on, Dad." "Mom, how did he know which bus you took?" "It seems that he went to your company to investigate you." Zhou Shuyu rolled his eyes speechlessly. This one she really acted like the character. "Since you are willing to be this little traitor, I will let you be one to your heart's content. According to my understanding of him, he will definitely bump into me on his way to work tomorrow. I will take the bus an hour earlier tomorrow. Let him bump into the air." After saying that, Zhou Shuyu pretended to be angry, walked quickly into the kitchen, and started preparing dinner. A mischievous smile appeared on Wei Wenci's lips. "Mom, I'm afraid your wish has failed. Dad will meet you by chance again tomorrow. With this fairy, you will never escape from Daddy's palm. Wei Wincy took out her cell phone and sent a message to Wei Jiuzhou. Cat loves donuts. Mom will take the bus to work an hour early tomorrow morning. Dad must not miss it. Wei Jiuzhou. Got it. When she be good, pat on the head. For many people, the night is very short. But for Zhou Shuyu and Wei Jiuzhou, the night is extremely long. They both suffered from insomnia and fell into a deep sleep in the second half of the night. They both had the same dream. It was a rather shabby library. The two sat together and talked about life and their ideals. The two agreed to get married after graduation and live happily together forever. Chapter 48. Wei Jiuzhou, you're still far from being good enough. When Zhou Shuyu woke up, she found her pillow was wet. Last night, she seemed to have shed all the tears she had been holding back for 15 years. Zhou Shuyu turned off the alarm clock, looked at the time, and a mischievous smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Wei Jiuzhou should be ready to set off, right? What a pity. There will definitely be no chance encounter today. Hisense, Junwi number 1 Villa. Wei Jiuzhou was awakened by the alarm clock. He didn't sleep well last night and really didn't want to get up, but in order to have a chance encounter with Zhou Shuyu, Wei Jiuzhou insisted on getting up. Trusova, change your clothes and prepare the car. Trusova and Rossi pushed the door open and looked at Wei Jiuzhou, who looked a little pale and couldn't help feeling distressed. Boss, you don't have to work so hard. It's not too late to encounter your wife after get off work. Your body is very weak and you will collapse. At this moment, Wei Wincy's message came. Cat loves donuts. Dad, Mama's already gone out, come on. Wei Jiuzhou's mouth corners curled up slightly, when she is really his sweet little cotton-padded jacket. Wei Jiuzhou didn't want to miss the opportunity to spend time with Zhou Shuyu, so he said in a deep voice, I know my body. Change clothes. The two women did not dare to disobey Wei Jiuzhou and quickly helped him change his clothes. After a simple wash, the two women helped him out of the bedroom. Xiaozhou had already warmed up the car, started the bulletproof Maybach, and drove straight to the previous stop of Heping District 2, Heping District 1. The number 45 bus arrived as scheduled. Wei Jiuzhou got on the bus with the help of Wei Jing and Wei Zhong. The passengers on the bus nodded to him one after another. It was obvious that these passengers were all his people. Wei Jiuzhou sat in the seat where he and Zhou Shuyu encountered yesterday, quietly waiting for his encounter with Zhou Shuyu. Soon, the number 45 bus arrived at the Heping District 2 station. Wei Jiuzhou couldn't wait to look out of the window, but he didn't see the familiar figure. Two strangers got on the bus, and the number 45 bus started and headed straight for the next stop. For a moment, everyone in the car was stunned. They have made so many preparations. What about the lady? Wei Jiuzhou was also stunned. Was when she trying to trick him? Absolutely impossible. There's only one possibility, that is when she was exposed, and Shu Yu deliberately passed false information through when she. After the number 45 bus that Wei Jiuzhou was riding left, a slender figure flashed out from the darkness. Zhou Shuyu had been observing secretly for a long time, and sure enough, he saw Wei Jiuzhou in the car, sitting in the same seat as yesterday. Zhou Shuyu proudly gave the bus a middle finger as it drove away. Wei Jiuzhou, do you think I'm still as innocent as I was in school? You want to defeat me with your little skills? You're still far from it. 10 minutes later, Zhou Shuyu waited for the next number 45 bus. Zhou Shuyu got on the bus, chose a satisfactory seat, took out his mobile phone, and sent a message to Lu Qingge. Breaking the wife-waiting stone. Qingge, the idea you gave me was great. That idiot Wei Jiuzhou really got fooled. I saw the bus he took go away with my own eyes. It made me laugh to death. The most beautiful thing is but a moment. Oh, intersection after intersection. Oh, that irresponsible scumbag should be taught a lesson. He even sent someone to inquire about you from me. And I scolded him away. Breaking the husband-waiting stone. Humph. He actually wants to mess with Qingge's brain? What wishful thinking. From now on, he will never harass me again. The most beautiful moment. Shu, you can't be too optimistic. After suffering a loss, he will definitely make a more perfect response plan. If you repeat the same trick tomorrow, I'm afraid it won't have any effect. You should go out at normal working hours tomorrow, but don't take the bus, take the subway line 4. Smashing the husband-waiting stone. This is a great idea. Wei Jiuzhou was not too disappointed that he failed to accidentally meet Zhou Shuyu. After all, he had seen all kinds of storms, and this little setback could not affect him. At the next stop, Wei Jiuzhou got off the bus and returned to the bulletproof Maybach. Wei Jiuzhou took out his cell phone and sent a message to Wei Wincy. Wei Jiuzhou. Wincy, your mother didn't get on the 7:55 bus. Cat loves donuts. How could that be? According to the time, when mom goes out, the bus is at 7:55. Wei Jiuzhou. According to my guess, you must have been exposed. Your mother must have given you false information. Maybe she is laughing at us now. Cat loves donuts. Mommy shouldn't have such a brain. I see. It must have been Aunt Lou's idea. Humph. Aunt Lou is really too mean. Aunt Lou? Isn't that Shuyu's best friend Luchinga? Originally, Wei Jiuzhou had no intention of touching the people around Zhou Shuyu, but Luchinga actually messed with them, which was absolutely intolerable. Trusova, show me Luchinga's information. Yes, boss. Trusova quickly handed the information she had prepared long ago to Wei Jiuzhou. Wei Jiuzhou looked at it carefully. Luchinga, PhD in law from Southwest University of Political Science and Law, junior partner of Wending Law Firm. Logically speaking, Luchinga and Zhou Shuyu should not have any intersection. But fate is so magical. On the same day, Luchinga and Zhou Shuyu met by chance 3 times, and each time in different places. The two felt that they were destined to be together and exchanged contact information. As they chatted, the two found that they had highly consistent values, and their personalities were very compatible. In this way, the two gradually became very good friends, even closer than sisters. Over the past 15 years, Luchinga's help to Zhou Shuyu's family was definitely no less than Han Kaiyuan's. Wei Jiuzhou's little complaint towards Luchinga disappeared instantly. He would definitely reward those who truly help Shuyu, but now. Trusova, contact the founding partner of Wending Law Firm immediately. I want to acquire Wending Law Firm. Okay, boss, wait a moment. Trusova immediately contacted the information group, and soon the information group found out all the information about Wending Law Firm. Trusova's face became a little strange. Boss, it seems unnecessary to acquire Wending Law Firm. Lawyer Xiao owns 68% of Wending Law Firm's shares. Wei Jiuzhou couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. Aren't Lao Zhao's assets his assets? Unexpectedly, Luchinga was actually his employee. This is fun. Trusova, let Xiaojia come to see me. Yes, boss. Soon, a calm young man came to Wei Jiuzhou. His name was Sang Jia, one of Wei Jiuzhou's personal lawyers and a disciple personally trained by Xiao Wei. Boss, you're looking for me? Xiao Jia, I appoint you as the new director of Wending Law Firm. Go and meet lawyer Luchinga. On the way here, Trusova had already briefly explained the whole story. Sang Jia asked in a deep voice, Boss, should I play the good cop or the bad cop? Let's all sing. Yes, boss. As a professional lawyer, even if he is just a junior partner, Luchinga's income is considerable. Luchinga bought a 2-bedroom apartment and a car worth hundreds of thousands of yuan with her own money. Luchinga drove and chatted with Zhou Shuyu during traffic jams or between traffic lights. Suddenly, a message alert appeared in the work WeChat group. Luchinga quickly opened WeChat. She had set up this group to receive messages, but not notifications. Suddenly, she received a notification message saying that someone was at ING Everyone, which meant something big had happened in the law firm. Sure enough, after opening the work WeChat group, Luchinga was shocked. It was Director Fong Tao who was at Everyone. Dear colleagues, comrades, today I will officially step down as director of Wending Law Firm. The new director will meet you at 10 a.m. Chapter 49. The Unruly Luchinga. Luchinga couldn't help but frown. Her luck was really bad. Just when she had established herself in the law firm, the director was replaced. This could lead to a major reshuffle. I wonder if she will be affected? Well, let's take it one step at a time. Luchinga lost interest in continuing to chat with Zhou Shuyu. Her mind was full of the new director. She even nearly rear-ended another car several times. Fortunately, Luchinga arrived at Wending Law Firm safely without any danger. The atmosphere in Wending Law Firm was very heavy. After all, a new emperor chooses new ministers. I wonder what kind of personality the new director has. Is he easy to get along with? As everyone was anxiously waiting, 10 o'clock in the morning arrived. All lawyers above the level of junior partners gathered in the conference room, waiting for the arrival of the new director. Soon, hurried footsteps were heard outside the conference room. Fong Tao pushed open the door and led Sang Jia in. Fong Tao made way and introduced Sang Jia to everyone. Colleagues, this is Sang Jia, Sang Lu. From now on, Sang Lu is the new director of our Wending Law Firm. Wow, there was applause. Hello, Sang Lu. Hello, director. Everyone greeted Sang Jia. Lu Qingge carefully looked at Sang Jia. Sang Lu is so young, just in his early 30s, right? Sang Jia has been following Wei Jiuzhou for many years and has seen too many big scenes, so dealing with such a small scene is too easy for him. Sang Jia took a step forward, looked around, and nodded slightly to everyone. Hello everyone, I am Sang Jia. It is an honor to work with you all. Wow, another round of applause. Sang Jia raised his hand and pressed it down slightly. The applause gradually died down. Sang Jia said in a deep voice, I am a straightforward person. I don't look at qualifications. I only look at workability. I have only one goal, to make Wending Law Firm the best law firm in Qingzhou. Do you have confidence? I have. Sang Jin nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Let's go now. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and left their seats. Sang Jia looked at Lu Qingge's back and said in a gentle voice, Lu, why don't you leave in a hurry? Lu Qingge was stunned. In the entire Wendy law firm, she was the only one with the surname Lu. Was Lawyer Sang calling her? Lu Qingge stopped suspiciously and looked at Sang Jia behind her carefully. Lu Qingge was sure and certain that she had never seen Sang Jia before. Sang Lu, what do you want to talk to me about? Sang Jia didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. He took out a document, put it on the table, and gently pushed it in front of Lu Qingge, motioning her to pick it up and take a look. Lu Qingge picked up the document hesitantly and took a quick look at it. Her heart suddenly started beating wildly and her mouth became dry. This is actually a senior partner contract. Normally, it takes at least a dozen years to be promoted to senior partner. Even if you were a genius, you still have to work for 7 or 8 years and have at least 2 or 3 heavyweight clients. She has only been with Wending Law Firm for 3 years. How could she have such qualifications? Lu Qingge suppressed her inner desire and looked at Sang Jia with burning eyes. This new director was young, promising, and handsome. He should be the ideal partner for many girls. Unfortunately, Sang Lu, there is no free lunch in the world. What price do I need to pay? If I'm not mistaken, is it me? As she spoke, Lu Qingge quietly turned on the recording function. As long as Mr. Sang dared to say anything excessive, she would fight to the death. To be able to become Zhou Shuyu's best friend, Lu Qingge's appearance and figure must be impeccable. She is definitely a 9-point beauty. Otherwise, she would not have the courage to stand next to Zhou Shuyu. Sang Jia was a little bit impressed by Lu Qingge, but since he was on a mission from his boss, he naturally didn't dare to act recklessly. Ms. Lu, Mr. Wei asked me to tell you something. It is better to destroy 10 temples than to destroy a marriage. As long as you help Mr. Wei and Ms. Zhou Shuyu get back together, you'll be the 5th senior partner of our Wending law firm. Lu Qingge's pupils shrank slightly. When Shuyu said he had a lot of money, she didn't believe it. Now it seems that he is indeed rich. So, Wei Jiuzhou is the behind-the-scenes boss of Wending law firm? Yes. Lu Qingge narrowed her eyes. Wei Jiuzhou obviously had so much money, but he had to watch his wife and children suffer for 15 years. He suddenly asked Shuyu to get back together. There must be some ulterior motive. A man like this must not be allowed to continue to harm Shuyu. Sorry, I can't help you with this. Sang Jia looked at Lu Qingge with a higher opinion. It would be too boring if Lu Qingge could sell out her best friend for her future. Ms. Lu, let me remind you that I am now the director of Wending Law Firm. Lu Qingge stared at Sang Jia without giving in. Director Sang, let me remind you that I have signed a 10-year contract with Wending Law Firm. As long as I don't make any major mistakes, can you fire me? Sang Jia smiled slightly. I won't fire you. I will only ban you. All the resources of the law firm will not be tilted towards you. In the next 10 years, you can only get the guaranteed salary. Guaranteed salary? Lu Qingge frowned deeply. She had finally finished her PhD, but could only get a small guaranteed salary? Moreover, she had lost any upward path in 10 years. It's not worth it. However, for the sake of her best friend's happiness, she absolutely cannot give in to Wei Jiuzhou. Sang Lu, please tell Wei Jiuzhou that I quit. Can't I just resign? You want me to betray Shuyu? You're dreaming. Ms. Lu, let me remind you that Mr. Wei's power is enough to ban you from the entire Qingzhou legal profession. If you leave Wending Law Firm, you may not be able to work as a lawyer anymore. Lu Qingge certainly would not be intimidated. Do you think I was scared? You talk as if Wei Jiuzhou is the king of the world and can ban me just by saying so. With my ability, it won't be easy for me to find a new job. After saying that, Lu Qingge turned and left, leaving behind a chic back. There was a burning flame flashing in Sang Jia's eyes, and he stared at Lu Qingge's back. This girl is interesting. Saying Jia did not stop Lu Qingge. He took out his cell phone and called Wei Jiuzhou. Soon, Wei Jiuzhou's voice came from the phone. Xiao Jia, is it done? I am incompetent. I have used both soft and hard tactics, but Lu Qingge would rather resign than betray his wife. Boss, please choose a new breakthrough point. Chapter 50, Senior Rope Artist. Wei Jiuzhou sighed slowly. If there was any possibility, he was unwilling to pry into other people's privacy. However, Lu Qingge is Shuyu's best friend and has a huge influence on Shuyu. Lu Qingge is a tough nut to crack. Wei Jiuzhou said calmly. Trusova, let the hacker group act. I want to know all of Lu Qingge's privacy. Yes, boss. Wei Jiuzhou's hacker team includes 6 of the world's top 10 hackers. They're very powerful. If Wei Jiuzhou allows, they can even hack into the highest official residence of the Free State. Only half an hour later, all of Lu Qingge's social accounts were hacked, and Lu Qingge's computer was hacked. All the information she browsed was no longer a secret to Wei Jiuzhou. Lu Qingge's hobbies, social life, studies, and everything else were all presented to Wei Jiuzhou. It can be said that at this time, Lu Qingge no longer has any secrets from Wei Jiuzhou. What made Wei Jiuzhou a little curious was that Lu Qingge was good-looking, had a good figure, and was good at her job. She could be said to be a very high-quality girl. However, she has never been in love for all these years. After watching for a whole hour, Wei Jiuzhou still couldn't find any flaws. Lu Qingge is so perfect. She has no bad habits and has never done anything against her conscience. She is simply the embodiment of beauty and justice. The only flaw is that Lu Qingge did not grow up in her native family. Wei Jiuzhou couldn't help but frown deeply. Is there really such a perfect person in this world? No, there must be some information he didn't get. Wei Jiuzhou no longer focused on the main information, but began to sort out some previously less important fragmentary information. As he looked, a somewhat familiar website appeared in front of Wei Jiuzhou. Lu Qingge visits this website several times every month, but only for a few seconds each time. In the eyes of ordinary people, perhaps Lu Qingge accidentally opened a spam advertising website. However, for Wei Jiuzhou, a senior rope artist, he spotted the clues at a glance. During the 15 years of suffering from cancer, Wei Jiuzhou was tortured by pain every day. In order not to damage his brain, Wei Jiuzhou never took anesthetics or other psychiatric drugs. Wei Jiuzhou tried countless physical methods to relieve the pain. Finally, the rope art successfully helped Wei Jiuzhou relieve the pain. Wei Jiuzhou's mouth curled up slightly. Since Lu Qingge is a rope art enthusiast, then it will be easy. Wei Jiuzhou took out his cell phone and dialed a familiar number. A slightly excited voice came from the other end of the line. My dear boss, in the past few days, I have developed the turtle shell binding, which can evenly distribute your pain throughout your body. It will definitely solve your pain. Ferguson, my friend, thank you for your hard work over the past 15 years. If it weren't for you, I don't know if I could have endured this damn pain. However, my cancer has been cured, so I'm afraid I won't need you in the future. The voice on the other end of the phone sounded a little surprised, but also a little disappointed. Congratulations, boss, for finally getting rid of the torture of the endless hell. But for me, this is not a good thing. From now on, I have lost my best partner. Ferguson, I need your social account on Rope Art Network. Please send me your account and password. Okay, boss, wait a moment. Soon, Ferguson sent over his social account, which had an overall dark and mysterious tone and was filled with a large number of rope art pictures. Among them, there are photos of Wei Jiuzhou using rope art to relieve pain. Wei Jiuzhou couldn't help but roll his eyes. Ferguson was so brave that he actually dared to collect his photos. Did he think they were works of art? Trusova, have the hacker team monitor the rope art network around the clock and notify me as soon as they find Lu Qingge's IP. Yes, boss. Wei Jiuzhou took out a cell phone, called Xiao Wei, and said calmly, Old Xiao, from now on, Banwen dings Lu Qingge within Xia. Can you do it? No problem. A faint smile appeared on Wei Jiuzhou's lips. People who like rope art have a very fragile place in the deepest part of their hearts. Once you reach this point, you will uncontrollably want to distract yourself from your anxiety through rope art. As long as Lu Qingge keeps hitting a wall, she will surely collapse mentally. By then, there's a high probability that Lu Qingge will click on this rope art website again. By then, it will be time for Wei Jiuzhou to take action. Time passed quickly, the morning was over, and it was almost time to get off work. Zhou Shuyi was a little anxious. Based on her understanding of Wei Jiuzhou, he would definitely come to deliver the love lunchbox. Zhou Shiyu didn't want to face Wei Jiuzhou again. She was afraid that she would be conquered by Wei Jiuzhou without knowing it. So Zhou Shiyu came to the front desk and looked at the girl at the front desk, Ming Xia, with a smile. Xiao Xia, can you do me a favor? What happened in the design department office yesterday had already spread throughout Guangyu. Ming Xia was very respectful to Zhou Shiyu. Sister Zhou, if you have any requests, just tell me. I will do my best to meet them. Zhou Shiyu showed Ming Xia a photo of Wei Jiuzhou. When this person comes to our company, you must tell me the first time. Ming Xia's eyes lit up. Isn't this Sister Zhou's caring boyfriend? Ming Xia nodded quickly. Don't worry, Sister Zhou, my brother-in-law is here. I will definitely report to you as soon as possible. Brother-in-law? Zhou Shiyu was overwhelmed. She really wanted to correct Ming Xia's wrong address, but for some reason, she forced herself to suppress the thought. Not long after Zhou Shiyu left the front desk, Cheng Nanwei slowly walked over. Ming Xia quickly bowed to Cheng Nanwei. Hello, President Cheng. Cheng Nanwei asked with a smile. Ming Xia, what did Sister Zhou ask you to do just now? Sister Zhou asked me to help look after my brother-in-law. If he comes, report to her immediately. Cheng Nanwei nodded slightly to show that she understood. After returning to the president's office, Cheng Nanwei took out her cell phone and called Wei Jiuzhou. Soon, Wei Jiuzhou's voice came from the other end of the phone. Mr. Cheng, what's the latest information? Boss, just now Madam asked the front desk to help keep an eye on you. As soon as you arrive at Guangyu, she will report to her immediately. What does Madam mean by this? Is she going to greet you in person? Welcome? Welcome what? Shuyu must hide in advance. Based on his understanding of Shuyu, Shuyu is very likely to hide in the women's restroom. Wei Jiuzhou rolled his eyes speechlessly. Is he that scary? Is Shuyu that? Fortunately, he also has a big mole in the company who can grasp Zhou Shuyu's every move in advance. Nanwei, you're doing great. Keep it up. No matter what happens to Shuyu, you must notify me immediately. Yes, boss. Chapter 51. The Death of Wei Jiuzhou. Time passed quickly, and it was time to get off work. The employees in the design department went out in groups of 3 or 4 to buy lunch. Everyone has assumed that Zhou Shiyu is Mr. Cheng's relative, and no one dares to ask her to bring them food, so Zhou Shiyu has a rare moment of peace and quiet. However, Zhou Shiyu did not start eating immediately because she was afraid that Wei Jiuzhou would arrive suddenly. With a creak, Lin Haimei pushed open the door of the director's office, swayed her snake-like waist, and came in front of Zhou Shiyu, looking down at her. Sister Zhou, I have to work overtime. Please bring me a box lunch. As she spoke, Lin Haimei took out a large bill and threw it in front of Zhou Shiyu frivolously. She didn't believe that Zhou Shiyu was Nan Wei's relative. She had to get back all the face she lost yesterday today. Zhou Shiyu looked up at Lin Haimei and couldn't help but find it a little funny. Does Director Lin think that this will make her angry? Why was she angry? Going out to buy food was a good way to avoid Wei Jiuzhou. Okay, Director Lin, wait a moment. Just when Zhou Shiyu raised his hand to grab the big bills, Cheng Nanwei appeared from nowhere, walked up to him quickly, and scolded him. Haimei, you're going too far. We are all Guangyu employees. There is no distinction between high and low. How can you let Sister Zhou buy you food? Can't you order takeout yourself? As she said that, Cheng Nanwei grabbed the big bills and slammed them heavily on Lin Haimei's body. Lin Haimei almost choked to death. The administrative staff helped to bring food, which was the unspoken rule of the design department. Why did Nanwei help Zhou Shiyu, this bitch? However, in front of so many people, Lin Haimei didn't dare to refute Cheng Nanwei's face, so she could only grit her teeth and say, Mr. Cheng is right. I will order takeout myself. For a moment, other employees in the design department looked at Zhou Shiyu with even more awe. Mr. Cheng actually scolded Director Lin in front of so many people just for Sister Zhou. This is no longer just an ordinary relative. Could it be that Sister Zhou is Mr. Cheng's biological sister who is living away from home? Zhou Shiyu didn't know what to say. Cheng Nanwei was so nice to her. If she didn't feel the gap in status was too big, she would even want to become a sworn sister with Cheng Nanwei. Sister Zhou, enjoy your lunch. I won't disturb you. Cheng Nanwei gained Zhou Shiyu's favor, then hid her achievements and fame and withdrew tactfully. She didn't want to disturb the good time of her boss and his wife. I wonder what kind of surprise the boss will bring to the lady today. I'm really looking forward to it. It felt like she was watching an adult dating show and was crazy about the CP of the boss and the lady. An extended bulletproof Maybach slowly parked at the parking space of the Futai Plaza office building, and white-collar workers passing by pointed and talked about it. Wow, I didn't expect that I could see this old-style stretched Maybach. It's really a great honor. Brother Jiang, is this car expensive? Of course, make sure to have a base. So exaggerated? I wonder who is sitting inside. Don't they all say they drive a Mercedes or a BMW? The person sitting inside must be a very powerful boss. As the two were discussing, a young man in a delivery man's uniform and a small yellow hat walked down from the backseat of the car, holding a large takeout box in his arms. The onlookers were all stunned, and the two white-collar workers who were discussing the matter were also stunned. Brother Jiang, is this the big boss you mentioned? The white-collar worker called Brother Jiang was a little overwhelmed and started to talk nonsense. Are delivery drivers so prestigious these days? Delivering food in a Maybach. Wei Jiuzhou, holding a takeaway box, walked quickly into the Futai Plaza office building under the gaze of the crowd, got on the elevator as if he was familiar with the place, and pressed the button for the 17th floor. Soon, they arrived at the 17th floor. Wei Jiuzhou, holding a takeaway box and covering his face with it, walked into the door of Guanyu Advertising Company. Ming Xia heard footsteps and looked up at Wei Jiuzhou. Seeing that it was the delivery boy, she immediately lowered her head with a lack of interest. A faint smile appeared on Wei Jiuzhou's lips. With Xu Yu's limited skills, there was no way she could escape from his grasp. Wei Jiuzhou walked quickly into the design department office. Hearing the footsteps, Zhou Shuyu subconsciously looked up. After finding out that it was the delivery guy, Zhou Shuyu was a little surprised. Is the delivery so fast? It's been less than 10 minutes since Director Lin took the order, right? Just deliver it? However, Zhou Shuyu didn't care much. He lowered his head and took out his lunchbox. It was already this late, and Wei Jiuzhou hadn't come yet. He probably wouldn't come today, right? Logically speaking, Zhou Shuyu should be very happy without Wei Jiuzhou's entanglement. But for some reason, Zhou Shuyu just couldn't be happy. Just when Zhou Shuyu was feeling a little down, she suddenly heard a familiar voice. Shuyu, your takeaway has arrived. I am your exclusive delivery man, Wei Jiuzhou. As he spoke, Wei Jiuzhou put the takeaway box on Zhou Shuyu's desk. Although there was only a heart-shaped bento in the takeaway box, Wei Jiuzhou was still a little breathless and his back was soaked with sweat. Stupid. Zhou Shuyu was completely dumbfounded. He stared at Wei Jiuzhou blankly and couldn't say a word for a long time. How does this magic work? How did this delivery man suddenly become Wei Jiuzhou? Isn't Ming Xia too unreliable? Why didn't you send her a message to warn her? No, it's not that Ming Xia is unreliable. It's that Wei Jiuzhou covered his face with a takeaway box. She didn't recognize Wei Jiuzhou at first, let alone Ming Xia. Is this fate? She is destined to offend Wei Jiuzhou, and there is no way to escape. Wei Jiuzhou didn't care what Zhou Shuyu was thinking. He opened the takeaway box diligently and placed the loving lunchbox in front of Zhou Shuyu. Shuyu, this is the love bento I made for you. Today's is beef stew with potatoes and rice. Wei Jiuzhou's voice was very doting, and his eyes were very clear. For a moment, Zhou Shuyu was moved. It was as if they had returned to more than 10 years ago, to the time when they had just fallen in love. A warm current emerged in Zhou Shuyu's chest, warming her heart that had been frozen for 20 years. Just when Zhou Shuyu was a little shaken, she received a text message with a ding sound. It was sent by Lu Qingge. Shuyu, I have to say that Wei Jiuzhou is quite resourceful and powerful. In order to force me to be a spy, he banned me from the entire Qingzhou legal community. But don't worry, I will never betray you. After seeing this text message, the warmth in Zhou Shuyu's chest gradually dissipated, and his eyes became cold again. Wei Jiuzhou, you've gone too far. If you have anything to say, just come to me. Why do you have to make things difficult for Qingge? Not only did Wei Jiuzhou not retreat, but he stared straight into Zhou Shuyu's eyes with a very firm tone. Shuyu, I can tolerate anything else, but I can't tolerate anyone obstructing our reunion. No one. Chapter 52, I don't want my woman to suffer. Zhou Shuyu lowered her head, feeling somewhat guilty. Qingge was indeed helping her with her plans, and there didn't seem to be anything wrong with Wei Jiuzhou targeting her. Okay, I won't let Qingge interfere in our affairs anymore. Please stop targeting Qingge, okay? Okay, when you accept me, I will lift the ban on Lu Qingge. You're dreaming. Don't even think about threatening me. I brought my own food. Take your lunchbox away. Don't bring me food again. I will never forgive you. Zhou Shuyu was so angry that she pushed Wei Jiuzhou's loving lunchbox aside, took out her own lunchbox, and shook it in front of Wei Jiuzhou. Wei Jiuzhou could sense that Zhou Shuyu was really angry, so he didn't dare to provoke her any further. He raised his hand to snatch her lunchbox, then turned and left. Wei Jiuzhou, you bastard! Give me back my lunchbox. Zhou Shuyu quickly chased after him. At the door of the design department office, Zhou Shuyu caught up with Wei Jiuzhou and grabbed Wei Jiuzhou's arm. Wei Jiuzhou looked at Zhou Shuyu with a warm gaze that could melt people. Shuyu, I can give you the lunchbox, but I don't want my woman to wrong herself. Wei Jiuzhou returned the lunchbox to Zhou Shuyu, turned around, and left without any hesitation. It's so exciting to just pretend and run. When he walked to the company's front desk, Wei Jiuzhou grinned at Ming Xia in a wicked way. Zhou Shuyu trembled violently, as if struck by lightning. This sentence sounds so familiar. Zhou Shuyu's memory flew back to the time when they first lived together. At that time, neither of them knew how to cook, and they had a headache about making meals. In the end, Wei Jiuzhou took on the task of cooking. At that time, Zhou Shuyu asked Wei Jiuzhou why he was willing to take on the job of cooking. Wei Jiuzhou's answer was, I don't want my woman to suffer any setback. More than 10 years later, Zhou Shuyu was still very touched when he heard the same words again. Wei Jiuzhou, what kind of person are you? You are simply my inner demon. Wei Jiuzhou, how great would it be if you hadn't gone abroad? If you hadn't abandoned the four of us? Zhou Shuyu held the lunchbox and looked at Wei Jiuzhou's back blankly. She did not come to her senses until Wei Jiuzhou disappeared from her sight. At this time, Zhou Nan, an intern designer, came back from lunch. Seeing Zhou Shuyu holding a lunchbox and staring blankly at the company's gate, she couldn't help but tease, Sister Zhou, stop looking. The brother-in-law has already left. What's more, the brother-in-law is quite playful. He even cosplayed as a delivery man. Zhou Shuyu came back to her senses, and her pretty face flushed. Of course, she would not admit that she was looking at Wei Jiuzhou. You damn girl, can't the lunchbox shut you up? After saying that, Zhou Shuyu returned to his desk, raised his hand to grab the loving lunchbox that Wei Jiuzhou had sent him, and wanted to throw it into the trash can. However, after hesitating for a while, Zhou Shuyu finally put the lunchbox back on the desk. Staring and glaring, there was a sound of hurried footsteps. Ming Xia rushed into the design department office and looked at Zhou Shuyu with a very apologetic look. Ms. Zhou, I'm so sorry. My brother-in-law cosplayed as a delivery man. I was careless and didn't see it. Zhou Shuyu shook his head gently. It's not your fault. Just be more careful next time. Ming Xia nodded like a chick nagging at rice. Sister Zhou, how about this? In the future, when the delivery man delivers food, I will ask them to put it at the front desk so that the same mistake will not happen again. Okay. Equals 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 equals. Before today, Lu Qingge was very conceited and very confident in her own abilities. She didn't believe that Wei Jiuzhou could ban her in the entire Qingzhou. Unconvinced, Lu Qingge went to apply for jobs at several larger law firms in Qingzhou, but was rejected by all of them. Lu Qingge had to lower her requirements and went to several smaller law firms. However, what Lu Qingge did not expect was that she would still turn away. Lu Qingge was going crazy. Under normal circumstances, she could directly become a mid-level partner in such a small law firm, right? After hitting a wall for a whole day, Lu Qingge finally realized how powerful Wei Jiuzhou was. However, Lu Qingge did not regret her choice. She would never, ever betray Shu Yu. Shu Yu is her best friend and one of the most important people to her in the world. Even Lu Qingge grew up in a deformed family. Her father was a gambler and lost all the money in the family. Her mother couldn't stand it anymore and remarried with her. I thought I could live a happy life after remarrying. However, what Lu Qingge and her mother didn't expect was that her stepfather was a pervert. He often tied them up with ropes. At the beginning, Lu Qingge was very resistant. But after a long time, Lu Qingge became numb and even a little sick. It is also because of this that Lu Qingge has always been very resistant to men and has never been in a relationship until now. In order to help her mother get rid of her stepfather's control and abuse, Lu Qingge worked hard, was admitted to law school, and eventually became a lawyer, and personally sent her stepfather to prison. Lu Qingge originally thought that after defeating her stepfather, the villain boss, her life would be smooth sailing. However, after completely relaxing his body and mind, Lu Qingge often felt extremely empty. For some unknown reason, Lu Qingge opened the rope art website. Although she only browsed for a few seconds each time, Lu Qingge felt extremely satisfied. From then on, whenever Lu Qingge felt depressed or empty, she would browse the rope art website. However, in order to avoid getting too deeply involved, Luchinga didn't dare to look for too long every time. Today was the most frustrating day for Luchinga since she defeated her stepfather. Wei Jiuzhou, the villain boss, was too powerful, which made her feel powerless, and she couldn't find any way to defeat him. Luchinga's mood became more and more depressed and irritable, and the demon in her heart was also sprouting. Luchinga once again entered the URL that she had memorized by heart, and the computer screen jumped to a somewhat gray and gloomy tone. Many pictures and videos appeared in Luchinga's eyes. Luchinga has had too many experiences of being tied up by her stepfather, so she has a strong sense of involvement in these pictures and videos. Luchinga even felt the tight restraint and even a slight pain in her body. That's it. Yes, that's it. Luchinga's inner irritability and depression gradually dissipated, and his whole body gradually became empty. It seems that being banned from the legal circle is not such a serious matter. She can still take the exam to become a teacher or a civil servant. Just when Luchinga was gradually calming down, a pop-up window suddenly appeared in the lower right corner. Hello, respected member. The most beautiful moment. Release the devil in your heart. Applied to add you as a friend. Are you approved? Chapter 53, Senior Taoist. Luchinga was shocked. This was the first time someone added her as a friend on Rope Art Network. Luchinga subconsciously wanted to refuse, but for some reason, Luchinga clicked on the other party's information card. This seemed to open a new door for Luchinga, and she was overwhelmed by the sight. Is this possible? Is there such a difficult move? In particular, when Luchinga saw the photo of Wei Jiuzhou being tied up, she was suddenly stunned. It turns out that men can also be kidnapped. Moreover, it is tied so beautifully, without any sense of incongruity. Even Luchinga could clearly feel how Wei Jiuzhou felt when he was tied up. Luchinga's heartbeat began to accelerate, and her breathing became rapid, as if the person tied up was not Wei Jiuzhou, but her, Luchinga. Just by taking a look, the intense stimulation made Luchinga so excited that all her worries were thrown away. The demon in Luchinga's heart was released, and he screamed madly, Accept his friend invitation. Luchinga's fingers were trembling, and the mouse slowly moved from the reject button to the accept button. Click gently. A system message came. Congratulations, you have become friends with Release the Devil in your heart and can chat privately with each other. A chat window popped up in front of Luchinga. After a slight hesitation, Luchinga sent a message. The most beautiful moment. Your work is so beautiful, and the models you chose are also very good. Release the devil in you. Thank you for the compliment. The model is me. You don't seem to have any works. Are you a newbie? Is he the model? He looks pretty good. The most beautiful moment is but a moment. I am not a novice. I should have more than 10 years of experience. More than a decade of experience? Oh my God, he's still a veteran driver. Release the devil in your heart. It turns out that you're a senior fellow Taoist. Unfortunately, you don't have any works, so I don't know your strength. The most beautiful thing is but a moment. Won't you know after a little discussion? Release the demon in your heart. I am very expensive, and I never spend money easily. For a fee? So he's probably not a pervert, but a professional. The most beautiful moment. How much does it cost? The tactic of retreating to advance is really useful at any time. Release the demon in your heart. 5,000 yuan per session. 88,000 yuan for a course of treatment. Sister, why don't you just go and rob? Do you think I'm the one being taken advantage of? Luchinga subconsciously wanted to close the chat window and block Wei Jiuzhou, but looking at Wei Jiuzhou's difficult moves, Luchinga felt like her bones were about to become soft. Experience it once. Since you are so handsome, I will endure it. The most beautiful thing is just a moment. The fee is okay. Let's meet first. I'm in Qingzhou. Is it convenient for you to come over? Release the demon in you. That will cost you an extra 3,000 yuan for travel expenses. Is this guy obsessed with money? However, this also shows that he is not a pervert. Otherwise, he would have rushed over long ago. Why would he ask for money? The most beautiful thing is just a moment. Okay, my WeChat ID is 138xxxxxxxx. My phone number is the same. My last name is Liu. Release the devil in you. My last name is Wei. I will book a flight right now, and will arrive in Qingzhou at 5:30 p.m. The most beautiful thing is but a moment. See you there. Wei Jiuzhou took the phone handed over by Trusova and added Luchinga using the WeChat account carefully prepared by the information group. After Luchinga added Wei Jiuzhou as a friend, She couldn't wait to check Wei Jiuzhou's circle of friends. In Wei Jiuzhou's circle of friends, there is not a single dark color. All the updates posted by Wei Jiuzhou are so positive and sunny. Lu Chenga looked a little dazed. What a sunny and bright man. It must be that rope art helps him release all his anxiety and darkness, so he has so much positive energy, right? Equals 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 equals. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, it's 4:30 in the afternoon. Zhou Shiyu couldn't help but frown again. Based on her understanding of Wei Jiuzhou would definitely create an encounter. She would never let Wei Jiuzhou get what he wanted so easily. Judging from the fact that Wei Jiuzhou suddenly cosplayed as a delivery man at noon, it was very likely that Wei Jiuzhou had an insider in the company who knew that Ming Xia was her eyes and responded accordingly. We must find this traitor. While Zhou Shuyu was packing her belongings, she looked around with the corner of her eyes. She wanted to observe who was secretly monitoring her. Unfortunately, after looking for a long time, Zhou Shuyu didn't find any clues. Soon, all the colleagues in the office left, and no one stayed to monitor her. Could it be her illusion? Zhou Shuyu shook her head slightly and could only carry her bag and walk out of the design department office. In the monitoring room, according to Chung Nanwei's order, security team leader Chun Hai personally watched the monitoring screen. Seeing Zhou Shuyu walk out of the office, Chun Hai immediately sent a message to Chung Nanwei. Mr. Chung, Sister Zhou has left. Chung Nanwei quickly reported the news to Wei Jiuzhou. Boss, the lady has already left work. You must seize the opportunity. Receive. For some reason, after Zhou Shuyu walked out of the design department office, she always felt that something was wrong, as if there was a pair of eyes observing her in the dark. Zhou Shuyu looked around somewhat uncomfortably, and soon saw the camera in the corner of the corridor. The camera flashed a faint blue light from time to time, and the lens was rotating, aiming at her. Zhou Shuyu couldn't help but laugh out of anger. Wei Jiuzhou, you actually extended your evil hands to Guang Yu's monitoring room. But do you think you can meet me by chance this way? Dream. I'll make you come with high hopes and leave with low hopes, just like this morning. Zhou Shuyu walked out of the Futai Plaza office building and went straight to the milk tea shop she often went to. She ordered a cup of milk tea, sat by the window, and stared at the bus stop sign for line 45. Soon it was 4:55, and the number 45 bus that Zhou Shuyu often took slowly pulled into the platform. Zhou Shuyu saw Wei Jiuzhou in the car at a glance, and a bright smile appeared on her face. Little guy, with this little skill, you still want to defeat me? Wei Jiuzhou, you are still far away. The number 45 bus started moving, but Wei Jiuzhou did not see Zhou Shuyu. Wei Jiuzhou was not surprised at all. Wei Jiuzhou had already received the news that Zhou Shuyu had entered a milk tea shop. After the morning's experience, Wei Jiuzhou's think tank developed a more cautious plan. It includes several supplementary plans, and no matter how Zhou Shuyu responds, they will encounter each other. Wei Jiuzhou got off the bus at the next stop, Futai Plaza, got into the bulletproof Maybach, and waited patiently. After waiting for half an hour, Wei Jiuzhou finally got the news, Boss, the madam is out. After drinking the milk tea, Zhou Shuyu deliberately waited for more than 10 minutes before walking out of the milk tea shop. Now, who knows where Wei Jiuzhou has gone, right? Zhou Shuyu walked towards the number 45 bus platform in a happy mood, and soon the number 45 bus arrived. Zhou Shuyu got on the bus, and what made her very happy was that there was actually an extra seat on the bus. Although this seat happened to be the seat where he and Wei Jiuzhou encountered yesterday, Zhou Shuyu walked over without hesitation. After all, it takes more than 40 minutes to get home, and it's tiring to stand all the way. Chapter 54. Shuyu, are you still in pain? After approaching, Zhou Shuyu found that there was a very elegant-looking girl sitting near the corridor, which made him feel even happier. Sister, please move aside. Zhou Shuyu smiled politely at the girl. The girl was Guo Xiaofu, a member of Wei Jiuzhou's medical team. Guo Xiaofu responded with a polite smile and slightly turned her legs. Zhou Shuyu successfully sat in the window seat and looked at the scenery outside the window with a happy mood. After a while, the next stop arrived. The bus stopped, and Wei Jiuzhou got on the bus surrounded by several bodyguards. Seeing Zhou Shuyu sitting in the seat that belonged to her according to the script, a faint smile appeared on Wei Jiuzhou's lips. Wei Jiuzhou went straight to the backseat of the bus and came in front of Guo Xiaofu and Zhou Shuyu. Beautiful lady, can you give me a seat? I'm a patient. Zhou Shuyu got goosebumps when he suddenly heard Wei Jiuzhou's voice. He turned his head sharply and saw Wei Jiuzhou's annoying smiling face. Zhou Shuyu is going crazy. Is this Wei Jiuzhou a devil? She just saw him on the bus with her own eyes. What is going on? Wei Jiuzhou, do you have any manners? How can you let a girl give up her seat for you? You are a grown man, and you are not ashamed. Sister, you don't have to give up your seat. Don't bully people like this. Guo Xiaofu smiled kindly at Zhou Shuyu. Sister, thank you for your kindness, but I have to give up my seat. This gentleman is a patient. Having said that, Guo Xiaofu stood up. Zhou Shuyu was going crazy and gratefully held Guo Xiaofu's hand. Sister, don't be fooled. He said he was a patient. So he was really a patient? He is not sick. He is very healthy. Sister, I'm a doctor. Judging from the man's complexion, he is very weak and may be suffering from a serious illness, or even a terminal disease. Hearing this, Zhou Shuyu suddenly became nervous and turned his head to stare at Wei Jiuzhou. Does he really have a terminal illness? Was he not lying? Did he really have cancer? Wei Jiuzhou nodded at Guo Xiaofu with satisfaction and sat down next to Zhou Shuyu. Shuyu, don't worry. My cancer has been cured. In 2 months, the cancer cells in my body will be gone. By then, I will be a normal person. By then, I will give you the most grand wedding in Daxia. Seeing Wei Jiuzhou speaking so confidently, Zhou Shuyu was no longer worried and rolled her eyes. Who cares about your wedding? I should give you a blueprint. Wei Jiuzhou, did you arrange someone to follow me? Zhou Shuyu frowned and stared at Wei Jiuzhou fiercely. Wei Jiuzhou almost laughed out loud. Shuyu was so cute that her double chin was almost showing from glaring. Wrong. I'm not arranging someone to follow you. I'm arranging someone to protect you. I have too many enemies, and it's very dangerous to be my wife. You can't do it without some protection around you. Zhou Shuyu rolled his eyes again. How could he die if he didn't brag? You're talking like the richest man in the world. Wei Jiuzhou, I warn you, don't arrange for anyone to follow me again. Otherwise, I will really be angry. Wei Jiuzhou smiled slightly. In fact, if you don't want me to arrange for someone to protect you, it's easy. As long as you live with me, I will protect you personally, and you don't need other bodyguards. You. Zhou Shuyu turned her head angrily and didn't want to communicate with Wei Jiuzhou anymore. This bastard, why is he like this now? It made her heart beat like a deer. This can't go on any longer. If she continues like this, she will definitely be conquered by Wei Jiuzhou. We need to think of a more reliable way. This time, Zhou Shuyu did not dare to sleep, for fear that after falling asleep, he would rest his head on Wei Jiuzhou's shoulder again. If it happens once, you can say you didn't notice it, but if it happens twice, it's intentional. Fortunately, there was no danger along the way. Wei Jiuzhou did not do anything excessive and just sat quietly beside her. If Wei Jiuzhou's gaze hadn't been too hot, Zhou Shuyu would have even forgotten that there was such a person beside him. Wei Jiuzhou didn't push too hard. He wanted Zhou Shuyu to get used to his presence. Habit is a terrible thing. It will subtly change some things. Not knowing what he remembered, Wei Jiuzhou suddenly turned his head to look at Zhou Shuyu's hand. Zhou Shuyu has slender hands, long fingers, and skin as white as jade, flawless, and one can even clearly see the blue blood vessels beneath the skin. These are a pair of hands so beautiful that you can't take your eyes off them. These are a pair of hands that can be used as hand models. What is heartbreaking is that there's a faint tooth mark on the back of the flawless left hand, but this tooth mark does not affect the beauty of the hand at all. Seeing the tooth mark, many memories came to Wei Jiuzhou's mind. At that time, Wei Jiuzhou and Zhou Shuyu were not together yet. One day, Wei Jiuzhou was walking in the square when a very beautiful and intellectual girl came towards him. Wei Jiuzhou was particularly moved. Suddenly, there were bursts of dog barking and the sound of a little girl crying not far away. Wei Jiuzhou subconsciously turned his head and saw a big black dog pounced on a little girl and was biting her. The onlookers screamed and dodged subconsciously, and no one dared to rush to rescue it. After all, this big black dog was too big. It looked too ferocious. Wei Jiuzhou rushed towards the big black dog without hesitation. What Wei Jiuzhou didn't expect was that the girl who made his heart beat faster than him. The girl quickly rushed to the big black dog, grabbed its ears, and pulled hard. The girl rescued the little girl, but angered the big black dog, which turned around and bit the girl's left hand in anger. Wei Jiuzhou rushed forward and kicked the big black dog away. Wei Jiuzhou assisted the girl and subdued the big black dog. From that day on, the girl entered Wei Jiuzhou's world and was kept deep in Wei Jiuzhou's heart. Later, Wei Jiuzhou met the girl by chance in the university library, and only then did she find out that the girl was actually attending the same university as her. Since then, The library has become Wei Jiuzhou's favorite place. Until one day, Wei Jiuzhou plucked up the courage to sit in front of Zhou Shuyu. Classmate, I have been paying attention to you for a long time. Wei Jiuzhou suddenly grabbed Zhou Shuyu's left hand and gently stroked the teeth marks on the back of his hand. His voice was particularly gentle. Shuyu, does it still hurt? Zhou Shuyu was frightened by Wei Jiuzhou's action and subconsciously wanted to pull back his hand. However, hearing Wei Jiuzhou's gentle and caring voice, the ice in Zhou Shuyu's heart cracked again, as if something warm was flowing. Zhou Shuyu forgot to struggle, and memories of that day emerged in her mind. If Wei Jiuzhou hadn't stepped forward, wouldn't it have been just his left hand that was injured that day? He could have been disfigured or even bitten to pieces. Thank you, thank you. Chapter 55 Shuyu. See you tomorrow. Wei Jiuzhou was ecstatic. Shuyu not only did not struggle, but said thank you. Is Shuyu's ice going to melt? It's so hard for me. I feel that coaxing Shuyu is more difficult than carrying out a merger and acquisition worth over 1 trillion yuan. Wei Jiuzhou struck while the iron was hot. Shuyu, I really know I was wrong. Please forgive me and give me a chance. I swear, from now on, I will never leave you for again. I will definitely do my best to make you happy. Forgive? How could it be that easy? It's been 15 years. Can I forgive him with a simple apology? Zhou Shuyu became alert. Wei Jiuzhou was too skilled now. He always touched her heart inadvertently. She must be extremely alert to withstand Wei Jiuzhou's attack. Zhou Shuyu pulled back his left hand with force, his tone cold. Some things, once done, can't be undone. After saying that, Zhou Shuyu turned his head and looked at the scenery outside the window. The scenery outside the window was obviously nice, but Zhou Shuyu didn't like it at all. Zhou Shuyu didn't want to admit that her heart was in turmoil. Wei Jiuzhou was not discouraged because he had made great progress. Wei Jiuzhou believed that if he continued like this, he would soon be able to win back Shuyu's heart. Next, Wei Jiuzhou did not continue to make any trouble, and soon, Heping District 2 arrived. Wei Jiuzhou got off the car with Zhou Shuyu and silently sent her to the door of the unit. He stared at her back and said softly, Shuyu, see you tomorrow. Zhou Shuyu almost stumbled and fell to the ground. See you tomorrow? That must not be seen. If we continue to see each other, we will definitely fall. Tonight, Chinga must help her come up with an idea. We must not let Wei Jiuzhou continue to attack like this. Zhou Shuyu took out his Walkman, turned on the Great Compassion mantra, and cleared his mind. He finally pushed the hateful figure of Wei Jiuzhou out from the depths of his mind. The bulletproof Maybach slowly stopped beside Wei Jiuzhou, and Xiaozhou diligently helped Wei Jiuzhou open the car door. Wei Jiuzhou got in the car and leaned his whole body against the soft seat. Wei Jiuzhou finally understood the meaning of an old saying. Abusing your wife is fun for a while, but chasing your wife will end in a funeral procession. However, the process of chasing is quite interesting, just like reliving the process of falling in love again. After savoring it for 10 minutes, Wei Jiuzhou slowly opened his eyes. Wei Jiuzhou was certain that after today's chance encounter, Shuyu would definitely not sit still and wait for death, and would definitely use a big move tomorrow. Therefore, dealing with Lu Qingge is the most urgent thing at the moment. Wei Jiuzhou took out his cell phone and sent a message to Lu Qingge. Release the demon in your heart. I have arrived in Qingzhou. Where shall we meet? When chatting online, Lu Qingge was very bold, but when the time really came, Lu Qingge became nervous. Logically speaking, when meeting a stranger, especially a stranger with strange habits, you should choose a public place with many people. However, this kind of thing is not easy to discuss in public places, and we must choose a relatively private environment. After much deliberation, Lu Qingge chose the KTV she often went to. First, KTV is more private, and both parties can chat more freely. Secondly, his character should be visible through this private environment. Thirdly, she was very familiar with the waiters at the Avenue of Stars, so if he did anything improper, it would be easy for her to find someone to help. The most beautiful moment is just a moment. Avenue of Stars, box 208. Wei Jiuzhou didn't give it much thought. In order to get back together with his wife, he would go there even if it was a dangerous place, let alone a small KTV. The bulletproof Maybach slowly drove into the Star Avenue parking lot. When the parking lot security guard saw such an awesome luxury car, his face was immediately filled with smiles. This way, fall this way. Yes, right here. After finishing the job, The security guard even diligently helped Wei Jiuzhou open the car door and put his hand on the top of the door. His expression was extremely flattering. Wei Jiuzhou couldn't help but smile bitterly. The situation in China was too competitive. Even a security guard could provide such high-quality service. Life must not be easy. Wei Jiuzhou gave Xiaozhou a look, and Xiaozhou took out Wei Jiuzhou's cigar box, took out a cigar, and threw it to the security guard. The security guard's smile grew even wider. "Welcome, boss." This way, after personally escorting Wei Jiuzhou into the gate of the Avenue of Stars, the security guard returned to his post with a smile on his face. "Sir, do you have an appointment?" "Warm reception at the front desk. Box 208. "Sir, go upstairs this way." Under the guidance of the front desk, Wei Jiuzhou carried a suitcase and stepped onto the luxurious spiral staircase. Soon, Wei Jiuzhou found box 208 and knocked on the door gently. "Come in." A slightly cold voice came from inside the door. Wei Jiuzhou pushed the door open and saw Lu Qingge wearing a high-end professional suit. Lu Qingge is even more beautiful than in the photo and looks particularly cool and elegant under the ambient lighting of the box. However, Wei Jiuzhou just glanced at them indifferently. Even top beauties like Trusova and Rossi could not arouse Wei Jiuzhou's interest, let alone Lu Qingge. Suddenly, Wei Jiuzhou discovered a small detail. Lu Qingge's cell phone was upside down on the table. What does that mean? This chick doesn't quite believe him and is still recording. This girl is quite cautious, worthy of being a lawyer. In order not to make Lu Qingge worry, Wei Jiuzhou sat farther away, about 1 meter away from Lu Qingge. Wei Jiuzhou smiled at Lu Qingge and said, "Miss Lu, there is something wrong with your online name." Wei Jiuzhou was sitting so far away that Lu Qingge felt a little relieved, and her impression of Wei Jiuzhou improved slightly. "Oh, then Mr. Wei, what's the problem with my online name?" For Miss Lu, beauty is not fleeting but eternal. All girls are vain and like to be praised by others, let alone being praised with such high evaluation by such a handsome man like Wei Jiuzhou. Even though Lu Qingge had a cold personality, she couldn't help but smile. Mr. Wei is really good at talking. In the service industry, we must satisfy our customers. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask, Miss Lu. Lu Qingge didn't want Wei Jiuzhou to find out that she was actually a rookie, so she smiled confidently. "Actually, there's no question. Let's just chat briefly." Wei Jiuzhou nodded slightly. When did Miss Lu start to learn rope art? What was the reason for her to learn rope art? Lu Qingge didn't want to talk about her miserable childhood, so she asked, what made Mr. Wei get involved in rope art? Wei Jiuzhou did not hide anything and said in a gentle voice, "I was suffering from severe insomnia due to illness. I couldn't sleep well. I came into contact with rope art to distract myself from the pain. Then I began to slowly discover the beauty of rope art until today. Has Mr. Wei's insomnia been cured? Well, I'm sleeping well now. Where's Miss Lu?" Lu Qingge bit her lip lightly. She really couldn't speak. That past event was the eternal pain in Lu Qingge's heart. It was the only stain in her life. Seeing that Lu Qingge was a little embarrassed to speak, Wei Jiuzhou smiled slightly. "Miss Lu, don't feel embarrassed to speak. Everyone has their own hobbies. As long as our hobbies are not illegal, do not harm others, and can solve our own problems, why not do it?" Chapter 56, Overcoming Psychological Barriers. Lu Qingge was convinced by Wei Jiuzhou. Yes, her hobby was not illegal and did not harm anyone. What was she worried about? Besides, there are no outsiders here. Actually, I'm a passive learner of rope art. Passive? Wei Jiuzhou's pupils shrank slightly. No wonder Lu Qingge only looked at it for a few seconds each time. It turned out that she was passively exposed to the rope art. She had a psychological barrier. This situation is a bit complicated, and we must find a way to eliminate Lu Qingge's psychological barriers. Fortunately, after a long period of subtle influence, Lu Qingge's body and mind have developed a dependence on rope art. So, Miss Lu has never actually come into contact with real rope art. Lu Qingge nodded slightly. You can say that. Originally, I prepared some advanced techniques. Since Miss Lu is in this situation, let's start with the most basic ones. Overcome Miss Lu's psychological barriers first, and then move on to advanced subjects. As a lawyer, Lu Qingge has come into contact with all kinds of people. Through brief contact, Lu Qingge recognized Wei Jiuzhou's character. Lu Qingge shook her head gently. "No, I don't want the most basic ones. I want the advanced subjects you just mentioned." Wei Jiuzhou couldn't help but frowned. "Miss Lu, advanced subjects will at least cause moderate pain, and beginners may not be able to bear it." Lu Qingge smiled bitterly. Mr. Wei, don't treat me as an ordinary beginner. Wei Jiuzhou was stunned for a moment, but soon understood what Lu Qingge meant. When being forced, one must have suffered tremendous pain physically and mentally. Lu Qingge's tolerance for pain far exceeds that of ordinary people. For Lu Qingge, these relatively basic subjects were indeed not painful enough. Wei Jiuzhou no longer insisted and asked in a deep voice, "Miss Lu, are you here?" Lu Qingge nodded slightly to Wei Jiuzhou. "Okay." After looking around, Wei Jiuzhou said in a gentle voice, "There's no rope here, so hanging and tying is not possible. Let's try a technique that requires relatively low environmental requirements." Lu Qingge nodded slightly. Although she had initially believed in Wei Jiuzhou's character, she was still a little nervous. Wei Jiuzhou could see Lu Qingge's nervousness and said softly, "Miss Lu, relax. Don't fight against the ropes. Otherwise, the pain will increase many times, and you won't be able to truly appreciate the charm of rope art, nor will you be able to truly display the beauty of rope art. Close your eyes and think of something beautiful." Beautiful things? Lu Qingge closed her eyes obediently, and Zhou Shuyu's face appeared in her mind. Shuyu is so beautiful and has such a gentle personality. Is Shuyu the most perfect woman in the world? Lu Qingge's body relaxed, and a gentle smile appeared on her face. Lu Qingge has a slender figure, but Wei Jiuzhou chose a thicker hemp rope. Moreover, the thicker hemp rope has a larger contact area with the body, so the pain caused to the body will be slightly less. Wei Jiuzhou started to move very skillfully. Soon, the finished product came out. By now, Lu Qingge's nervousness had completely disappeared because Wei Jiuzhou's actions were not rude at all, but very gentlemanly. In fact, Lu Qingge had not yet felt any pain, but only felt a strong sense of restraint on her body. During the tying process, Wei Jiuzhou was very careful and tried his best to avoid direct physical contact with Lu Qingge. Lu Qingge was completely relieved about Wei Jiuzhou. Mr. Wei was indeed a pure artist and had no intention of taking advantage of anyone. Now that she is tied up, even if Mr. Wei wants to do something, she won't be able to resist, right? Lu Qingge slowly opened her eyes and looked at Wei Jiuzhou. Wei Jiuzhou's eyes were as clear as water, without a trace of impurities. For a moment, Lu Qingge was actually a little dazed. Isn't Mr. Wei so handsome? Is this the charm of rope art? If that person back then was not him, but Mr. Wei, she should not resist, right? After the legs were tied, the feeling of restraint was further strengthened, but Lu Qingge found it completely acceptable. Compared to him, Mr. Wei's technique is so skillful and gentle. Mr. Wei, it can actually be tighter. Wei Jiuzhou smiled slightly. The sense of restraint of my technology is gradually increasing, and it is not over yet. As he spoke, Wei Jiuzhou very skillfully tied Lu Qingge's hand behind her back. The moment her hands were tied, she felt a strong sense of restraint. The ease on Lu Qingge's face disappeared, and even breathing became a little difficult. It's too tight. I feel a strong sense of restraint all over my body. There's still a slight pressure pain. However, Lu Qingge did not reject it. This is the real rope art. While being restrained, you could dispel all the inner boredom and negative emotions. What is Wei Jiuzhou? What is the ban? It's nothing at all, okay? Life is so beautiful. Ms. Lu, would you like to take a photo of your work as a souvenir? Lu Qingge was extremely relaxed physically and mentally. She narrowed her eyes slightly and nodded slightly to Wei Jiuzhou. Wei Jiuzhou dragged a chair over. "Miss Lu, I want to carry you to the chair, okay?" "Can." Wei Jiuzhou clenched his fists, picked up Lu Qingge by the waist very gentlemanly, and gently placed her on the chair. After seeing the details about Wei Jiuzhou, Lu Qingge had a deeper understanding of his character. She felt how lucky she was to have met a true rope art master. Wei Jiuzhou turned off the ambient light, turned on the incandescent light, adjusted the lighting, and started taking pictures. As the flashing lights flashed, Lu Qingge's spirit was completely emptied, and the demon in her body was completely ignited by Wei Jiuzhou. She no longer had any resistance to the rope art. What has she missed all these years? She will probably be inseparable from rope art for the rest of her life. After taking a group of photos, Wei Jiuzhou showed them to Lu Qingge. "Ms. Lu, do you like the photos? If you don't like them, tell me and I will delete them." I have to say that Wei Jiuzhou's photography skills are quite superb. The lighting and scenery are very clever. Lu Qingge in the photo was eerily beautiful, exuding a strange charm. "The photo is great. I like it very much. Thank you, Mr. Wei. Ms. Liu, my technique is of moderate difficulty. Even an experienced person can only endure it for half an hour at most. If you feel you can't handle it, you must tell me. Okay. Wei Jiuzhou walked to the song request booth and selected a few soothing songs. He turned the volume very low. Listening to music can appropriately relieve physical fatigue and pain. Half an hour passed quickly with the music playing around. Miss Liu, are you okay? Do you want me to untie the rope? There were already marks on Lu Qingga's body due to poor blood circulation. What surprised Lu Qingga was that instead of feeling desperate, she felt very relaxed. 10 more minutes. Chapter 57. My name is Wei Jiuzhou, Shuyu's husband. 10 minutes later, Wei Jiuzhou skillfully helped Lu Qingga untie the rope. Lu Qingga had never felt so relaxed, so comfortable. It was unknown how long it had passed before Lu Qingga slowly came back to her senses and looked at Wei Jiuzhou with watery eyes. Mr. Wei is indeed a top rope art master. This 8,000 bucks is worth it. Wei Jiuzhou was very sure that Lu Qingga had fallen into it, so he did not bother to argue with her and smiled slightly. Miss Liu, today's service ends here. I will take my leave first and look forward to seeing you next time. After saying that, Wei Jiuzhou turned and left. Wei Jiuzhou seemed determined to leave, but in fact he was very sure that Lu Qingga had already fallen into it and would definitely try to keep him. Is Mr. Wei leaving? For some reason, Lu Qingga suddenly felt very disappointed. Mr. Wei, can we chat for a while? Wei Jiuzhou's mouth corners curled up slightly. The fish was indeed hooked. Wei Jiuzhou stopped, turned around, and smiled at Lu Qingga. My pleasure, Miss Liu. What do you want to talk about? Lu Qingga bit her lip and asked hesitantly. Mr. Wei, your artistic attainments are so high. You must be a master, right? Wei Jiuzhou is certainly not an artist, but he did not rush to deny it. Why do you ask? Lu Qingga's eyes were a little evasive, because those artistic photos of yours should have been taken by your exclusive photographer, right? Wei Jiuzhou got goosebumps all over his body. It seemed that Lu Qingga had done a lot of research. In this circle, there are indeed many people who have exclusive photographers. However, he is different from those art masters. He got involved in this because he was tortured by cancer and wanted to relieve the pain. How could he have an exclusive photographer? However, in order to take down Lu Qingga, Wei Jiuzhou started talking nonsense. It happened before. Plop, plop. Lu Qingga's heart started beating wildly, uncontrollably. Mr. Wei used to have a dedicated photographer, which means he doesn't have one now. Doesn't that mean she has a chance? If I could become Mr. Wei's exclusive photographer, I could discuss art with Mr. Wei at any time in the future. Lu Qingga's gaze became extremely fiery, and she stared at Wei Jiuzhou intently. Ever since her parents divorced, she has been very resistant to men. Once upon a time, Lu Qingga thought that there was something wrong with her sexual orientation. Lu Qingga not only treats Zhou Shuyu as her best friend, but also as her lover. Until now, Lu Qingga finally realized that her orientation had never changed. It was just a little distorted. What she needs is not an ordinary man, but a man who can make her worship wholeheartedly. And now, this man is right in front of her. Lu Qingga is seriously obsessed with looks and has severe mental misophobia. Needless to say, Wei Jiuzhou's appearance is very good. His manners are very gentlemanly, and he has a great sense of propriety, which makes Lu Qingga very comfortable. Mr. Wei, do you want to find a long-term exclusive photographer? All the hairs on Wei Jiuzhou's body stood up. Lu Qingga's current condition was a bit scary. If it wasn't for Shuyu, he might have been so scared that he ran away. Fortunately, Wei Jiuzhou's heart is extremely strong. Even though it was the first time he encountered such a situation, he remained very calm. I do want to, but my standards are very high and I haven't found the right person yet. Lu Qingga looked at Wei Jiuzhou nervously and said in a trembling voice, Mr. Wei, what do you think of me? Wei Jiuzhou suppressed his discomfort and looked at Lu Qingga with a scrutinizing gaze. Ms. Lu's appearance is very good, but today is only the first time we met. Isn't it a bit impulsive for Miss Lu to make such a decision? I suggest that Miss Lu think about it carefully for a few days before making such an important decision. Lu Qingga was even more impressed with Wei Jiuzhou's character. This was meat delivered to her doorstep, but Mr. Wei refused to eat it. Mr. Wei is definitely the purest master of art. Lu Qingga shook her head very stubbornly. Mr. Wei, I am not impulsive. In all these years, you are the first person of the opposite sex that I have a crush on. I really don't want to miss you. Lu Qingga was too deeply involved, and Wei Jiuzhou was a little scared, so he simply came clean. Miss Lu, I feel your sincerity, but I'm sorry, I can't accept it. Why? Because you are Shuyu's best friend. Lu Chinga was stunned. What does this have to do with Shuyu? Suddenly, a very ridiculous idea popped in her mind. Could it be that Shuyu is also an art lover? Could it be that Shuyu was Mr. Wei's previous slave? When did Shuyu get in touch with art? And when did she become Mr. Wei's exclusive photographer? Wei Jiuzhou shook his head gently. Ms. Lu, you misunderstood. Shuyu has never been exposed to art. Let me introduce myself again. My name is Wei Jiuzhou, Shuyu's husband. Step, stade. Lu Qingga staggered back several steps. Mr. Wei is Wei Jiuzhou? How is that possible? Mr. Wei is such a pure and noble master of art. How could he be the irresponsible scumbag Wei Jiuzhou? How shameful. She actually revealed her most shameful side to Wei Jiuzhou. How shameful. She actually fell in love with Shuyu's man. Unforgivable. Wei Jiuzhou's tone was very sincere. Ms. Lu, you are Shuyu's best friend. You must want her to be happy. I sincerely beg you to help me when Shuyu back. Before meeting Wei Jiuzhou, Lu Qingga had a very bad impression of Wei Jiuzhou, and there was no way she would accept Wei Jiuzhou's request. But now, Lu Qingga's impression of Wei Jiuzhou has completely changed. How could a master of art, with such noble character and such pure character, be an irresponsible scumbag? Lu Qingga was a little hesitant. Was it good or bad for Shuyu to help her with advice? Miss Lu, if it's difficult, then don't force it. Just pretend we've never met. Goodbye. Wei Jiuzhou turned around and left without any hesitation. For some reason, Lu Qingga's heart suddenly became empty, as if she had lost the most precious thing. Mr. Wei, please stay. Wei Jiuzhou turned around and asked a little excitedly. Ms. Lu change her mind? Lu Qingga bit her lip gently. Mr. Wei, if I help you, how will you repay me? Wei Jiuzhou could not help but frown. Ms. Lu, I have never had an exclusive photographer, and I will never have an exclusive photographer in the future. There is only Shuyu in my heart. I will never let her down, either physically or mentally. Lu Qingga is more satisfied with Wei Jiuzhou's character. Perhaps he can bring happiness to Shuyu. Mr. Wei, you misunderstood. No matter how bad I am, I will never lay hands on Shuyu's man. I just want to discuss the purest art with Mr. Wei in his free time. Wei Jiuzhou shook his head without hesitation. He didn't want Shuyu to have any misunderstanding, even if it would mean losing Lu Qingga's help. Ms. Lu, today is my last contact with art. However, I can introduce my teacher to you, Mr. Tony Ferguson, the founder of Art Network. Chapter 58, I'm willing to be your insider. Lu Qingga was devastated by repeated rejections from Wei Jiuzhou, but she was happy for Zhou Shuyu from the bottom of her heart. If Wei Jiuzhou was really a scumbag, he would not have confessed his identity to her, and would not have taken her as a slave in a moment and played her around in the palm of his hand. But Wei Jiuzhou chose to confess everything. Mr. Wei, I am willing to be your insider. Shuyu will take Metro Line 4 to work tomorrow morning. You must work hard and get Shuyu back as soon as possible. Qingga, please report back to Wending Law Firm tomorrow. Congratulations on becoming the 5th senior partner of Wending Law Firm. Lu Qingga smiled bitterly. Is this the reward for being an insider? Now that Mr. Wei has shown his sincerity, she has to prove her worth. Mr. Wei, I remember Shuyu once said that when she was riding the subway, she saw a young man drawing a portrait of his beloved girl. She was so envious at the time. I wonder if you could draw. Wei Jiuzhou smiled. During the time when I was ill, besides rope art, the most important way to pass the time was painting, which I am quite good at. Equals 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 equals. Huijinjuan is a resettlement housing project in Qingzhou. Li Bo's home is located at 401, Unit 4, Building 4. An Audi Q5 slowly parked in the parking space at the door of Unit 4. Li Bo and his father-in-law Li Kaishan got out of the car, carrying large and small bags, and walked into the unit door. Li Bo's mother, Huang Yinzi, was extremely snobbish. Normally, she looked down upon her poor relatives. However, when she saw Li Kaishan, her face suddenly lit up with a smile. Father-in-law, why are you here? Just come. Why are you still carrying things? Huang Yinzi welcomed Li Kaishan into the house very warmly, serving him tea and pouring him water. Mother-in-law, stop busying yourself. I came here to talk to you about something. Huang Yinzi's face changed, and she turned around and glared at Li Bo fiercely. Is it because Xiaobo is not doing his job well? Did he make my father-in-law angry? My father-in-law doesn't need to give me face. He should treat Xiaobo as his own son and teach him a lesson. Li Kaishan smiled slightly. No, Xiaobo is very capable. I have a big project here with a net profit of more than 10 million, and I plan to let Xiaobo do it. 10 million? Huang Yinzi's heart was beating wildly, almost jumping out of her throat. Father-in-law, I have long felt that you are a man who can accomplish great things. I was right. If Xiaobo follows you, he will definitely become successful. Li Kaishan sighed. What a pity. My business is too big, and I'm still short of 6 million in startup capital. I'm afraid I won't be able to take on this big project. Huang Yinzi suddenly became anxious. Her father-in-law had just said that this big project was going to be given to Xiaobo. If they couldn't get this big project, how much money would their family lose? We have money. Father-in-law, we have money. Isn't it just 6 million? I'll pay for the 6 million. Having said that, Huang Yinzi turned around and went back to the bedroom to look for the passbook. Li Bo secretly gave Li Kaishan a thumbs up. His father-in-law was so awesome. He had his mother under his control. If it were him, he would definitely not pay the 6 million. Father-in-law, our family has paid the money. How much of the 10 million in profit can Xiaobo get? Huang Yinzi held the passbook and stared at Li Kaishan without blinking. I have two plans. The first plan is to treat the 6 million as a short-term investment, and Xiaobo can get half of the net profit of this project. The second plan is to treat the 6 million as a long-term investment, and Xiaobo can become a shareholder of the company and get a 20% stake in all the company's projects. Huang Yinzi didn't know much about the situation here, so she said in a gentle voice, Father-in-law, I don't know much about the company's situation. Let the child choose for himself. Li Bo said without hesitation, I choose the second option. Okay, I will hold a board meeting tomorrow and announce that Xiaobo will become the third largest shareholder of our company. Li Kaishan left contentedly. Huang Yinzi suppressed her excitement and looked at Li Bo. Xiaobo, why did you choose the second option? Does the second option have greater benefits? Of course. Our company's current valuation is over 50 million. 20% of the shares is worth 10 million. We got this 20% of the shares for 6 million, which is equivalent to making 4 million for nothing. Then, I can participate in the dividends of all the company's projects. It can be said that I can make money without doing anything. Xiaobo is the smartest. You must work hard and let Wei Qinghe see that you are right to break up. Only AIing is the best choice. The smile on Li Bo's face gradually disappeared. Wei Qinghe was the eternal pain in his heart. Sooner or later, he will rise strongly and become a successful man like Mr. Wei. When that day comes, he will kick Li AIing away and get Wei Qinghe back. Equals 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 equals. It was a wonderful night for Wei Jiuzhou and Zhou Shuyu. Zhou Shuyu got up full of energy, prepared breakfast for the children, and walked out of the house with brisk steps. Wei Wincy betrayed her mother without hesitation. Cat loves donuts. Dad, Mama's out. You have to cheer up. Wei Jiuzhou. When she is so good, Dad must reward when she with a small gift. Cat loves donuts. Thank you, Daddy. Wei Jiuzhou got up and drove a bulletproof Maybach to the nearest subway station in Heping District 2. He arranged for someone to wait at the intersection of the subway station, waiting for Zhou Shuyu to arrive. The second insider sent a message. The most beautiful moment is just a moment. Shuyu has 10 minutes to arrive at the Heping District 2 subway station. Mr. Wei must seize the opportunity. Release the devil in you. Okay. Wei Jiuzhou walked into the subway station, found line 4, walked to the innermost platform of line 4, and waited quietly. Soon, Wei Jiuzhou heard Wei Zhong's voice in his earphone. Madam has entered the platform and will take the next subway. Please get ready, boss. Okay. Wei Jiuzhou slowly stood up, took the drawing board from Trusova, and waited quietly for the subway. Boom! Boom! The subway roared into the platform. Wei Jiuzhou followed the crowd and boarded the subway. Boss, the lady is in the 10th carriage, and we have already taken the best seat. Wei Jiuzhou smiled slightly, and under the protection of Wei Jing and Wei Zhong, he quickly moved around in the subway. After Zhou Shuyu sat down, she looked around with some caution. She had suffered psychological trauma from Wei Jiuzhou in the past few days. Fortunately, after looking around, Zhou Shuyu did not see Wei Jiuzhou. The subway car door slowly closed, and Zhou Shuyu finally felt relieved. Qinghe was simply her best military advisor. With a little trick, she helped her avoid Wei Jiuzhou's entanglement. Zhou Shuyu relaxed, took out his cell phone, and started watching TikTok to kill time. Soon, Wei Jiuzhou arrived at box number 10 and the young man sitting opposite Zhou Shuyu quickly stood up and gave his seat to him. Wei Jiuzhou nodded with satisfaction. This position was indeed the best one. Chapter 59 Beauty. Would you mind drawing a portrait of you? Zhou Shuyu's cooking skills are very poor, but she is very interested in food, and most of the things she pushes on Douyin are food. Zhou Shuyu was so absorbed in watching that she didn't notice that Wei Jiuzhou had sat down opposite her. Wei Jiuzhou did not disturb Zhou Shuyu. He set up his drawing board and started painting, occasionally looking up at Zhou Shuyu. Soon, Wei Jiuzhou drew a sketch using the nostril positioning method. How to describe the woman in the sketch? She looks like Ruhua, with a particularly large nostril and crossed eyes, except for a mole. Wei Jiuzhou's mouth corners slightly raised. Seeing this sketch, Shuyu will definitely be very surprised, right? Wei Jiuzhou came to Zhou Shuyu with a drawing board and gently pushed her arm. Beautiful lady, do you mind drawing a portrait for me? Zhou Shuyu was startled and subconsciously looked up and saw Wei Jiuzhou holding a drawing board. In preparation for today's chance encounter, Wei Jiuzhou specially got a younger hairstyle last night, a Korean-style bun. The clothes he was wearing were also sweatshirts that made him look younger. At this moment, Wei Jiuzhou was particularly sunny and exuded the breath of youth all over his body. Zhou Shuyu was actually looking at him in a daze. Isn't this the image of the most perfect little brother in her mind? It took more than 10 seconds for Zhou Shuyu to come back to his senses. Wei Jiuzhou. Why is it Wei Jiuzhou? How could he be so handsome? It simply broke her heart. Zhou Shuyu subconsciously wanted to push the drawing board away, but when she raised her hand, she couldn't push it out. Zhou Shuyu knew that she had been poisoned by Wei Jiuzhou again and again. Zhou Shuyu looked down at the drawing board, and then all his expectations were instantly shattered. What the hell? Who is this ugly woman on the drawing board? Is she that ugly? Is Wei Jiuzhou deliberately disgusting her? Wei Jiuzhou, are you trying to make me angry on purpose? Wei Jiuzhou had anticipated Zhou Shuyu's reaction. He smiled and said, Shuyu, I love you so much. How could I be angry with you? Wait until I finish the painting. TSK. I don't care. Wei Jiuzhou was not annoyed at all. He sat down quietly and painted quietly. As Wei Jiuzhou painted, the ugly woman on the paper underwent tremendous changes, becoming more and more like Zhou Shuyu. As more and more details appeared, Zhou Shuyu on the drawing paper came to life, just like a real person. Wei Jiuzhou nodded with satisfaction and walked to Zhou Shuyu again. Beautiful lady, your painting is finished. Tisk, with your level, I don't hold out any hope. Although he said that it was impressive, Zhou Shuyu's eyes looked over faithfully, and then Zhou Shuyu couldn't help but let out an exclamation. Oh my god, did you draw this? It's so beautiful, isn't it? Zhou Shuyu snatched the drawing paper and couldn't believe that the lifelike beauty on the drawing paper was actually drawn by Wei Jiuzhou. Zhou Shuyu could no longer control his emotions. His heart was beating wildly, and his favorability towards Wei Jiuzhou's sword. What on earth had he experienced in the past 15 years to develop such superb painting skills? A man who can calm down and paint is so charming. How great would it be if he hadn't left? No, I can't forgive him so easily. Zhou Shuyu tried hard to recall the suffering and grievances he had endured over the years, hoping to use this to hate Wei Jiuzhou. But Zhou Shuyu failed. She couldn't feel the slightest bit of dislike towards Wei Jiuzhou. Zhou Shuyu knew that she was very close to falling. Very dangerous. But she had no other choice. She knew Wei Jiuzhou was poisonous, but she was like a moth to a flame. If it weren't for her remaining sanity controlling her, perhaps she would have already thrown herself into Wei Jiuzhou's arms. Zhou Shuyu didn't dare to look at Wei Jiuzhou again. He just stared at his own portrait for more than 20 minutes and almost missed his stop. Shuyu, stop being in a daze. We have arrived at Futai Plaza Station. Why don't you get off the bus? Huh? Oh, get off. Zhou Shuyu held the portrait to his chest with both hands, got off the train quickly, walked out of the subway station, and headed straight for the Futai Plaza office building. The shock Wei Jiuzhou gave her just now was too strong, and Zhou Shuyu's brain was a mess. Now that she had calmed down, Zhou Shuyu realized something was wrong. Qinghe and Wincy didn't know that she would take the subway. So how did Wei Jiuzhou find her? Could it be that Qinghe has also become a traitor? If that was the case, she really wanted to thank Qinghe for helping her fulfill her wish of having her portrait painted by a young man on the subway. Zhou Shuyu took out his cell phone and called Lu Qinghe. Looking at the name displayed on the phone screen, Lu Qinghe felt a little panicked. Is this the guilt of doing something bad? Shu, don't blame me. Through my contact with Wei Jiuzhou, I found that Wei Jiuzhou is not an irresponsible scumbag. I believe Wei Jiuzhou can bring you happiness. Lu Qingge took a deep breath, calmed herself down, and answered the phone with a very relaxed attitude. Shuyu, how was your day? Did you avoid Wei Jiuzhou's harassment? Zhou Shuyu was stunned. Qingge asked this question, which meant she was not a traitor? No, I just ran into Wei Jiuzhou on the subway. Qingge, you didn't betray me, did you? Of course not. How could I betray you? Lu Qingge denied without hesitation. She was helping Shuyu, so that shouldn't be considered betrayal, right? That should be Wei Jiuzhou who arranged someone to follow me. This bastard. How shameless. That's right, it's too shameless. How could Wei Jiuzhou arrange for someone to follow you? If that's the case, no matter what means of transportation you use, Wei Jiuzhou can run into you by chance. What should I do? Zhou Shuyu bit her lips hard. She hated her own incompetence very much. She fell too quickly. Wei Jiuzhou abandoned the four of them for 15 years. She doesn't need 15 years, but she can at least hold on for 15 days, right? It's only been 3 days, and she's almost fallen. How can this be allowed? Isn't this too cheap for Wei Jiuzhou? Qingge, there's a means of transportation that can completely prevent an accidental encounter with Wei Jiuzhou. Lu Qingge was startled. What kind of transportation? Private car. Qingge, whether you're a good enough sister depends on this wave. Are you willing to lend me your Audi A4 for a few days? Of course. You can drive it as long as you want. I'll deliver it to you after get off work tonight. You should get off work early today and come to the company to pick me up. Otherwise, Wei Jiuzhou will definitely pester me on my way home from get off work. Okay, no problem. After hanging up the phone, Lu Qingge smiled bitterly. Shuyu's move of cutting off the source of the problem was really too cruel. Now there is no way Mr. Wei can meet by chance, right? Lu Qingge took out her cell phone and called Wei Jiuzhou. Qingge, thank you for your information. I can feel that Shuyu is a little shaken. Lu Qingge smiled bitterly. Mr. Wei, Shuyu asked to borrow my car just now. I can't refuse, otherwise she will definitely suspect me, and the chance encounter will definitely not work. Otherwise, how about you find another way to break through? Chapter 60. The Phoenix Man is floating. Wei Jiuzhou suddenly fell silent. Isn't Shuyu too stubborn? If there is no way to encounter by chance, how can I cultivate feelings with Shuyu? Wei Jiuzhou suddenly fell silent. Lu Qingge panicked a little. She was still counting on Wei Jiuzhou to introduce him to her master. Also, because of Wei Jiuzhou, she became a senior partner, instantly leapfrogging more than 10 years of hard work. She must demonstrate her own value. Mr. Wei, I suddenly thought of an idea. On the way to pick up Shuyu this afternoon, I can accidentally scratch the car. The car must be sent to the 4S shop for repairs, and Shuyu will not be able to borrow the car. What Lu Qingge didn't expect was that Wei Jiuzhou decisively rejected her suggestion. No. Why? This is the best way. I don't want Shuyu to get hurt at all, not even the slightest possibility. Lu Qingge couldn't help but feel happy for her good sister. This man cares about Shuyu so much. Mr. Wei, don't worry. I can accidentally rub the flower bed when I'm backing into the garage. There won't be any danger. What Lu Qingge didn't expect was that Wei Jiuzhou still rejected her suggestion. Let's do what Shuyu wants. As long as she is happy, it doesn't matter if I suffer a little. Mr. Wei. Wei Jiuzhou hung up the phone, turned his head and looked at Trusova and said in a deep voice, "There's a very serious problem now. Call my advisory group immediately. Tell them to come up with a perfect solution for me as quickly as possible." Yes, boss. Equals 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 equals. At Li Kaishan's command, several shareholders who were usually elusive arrived at Tengya Space Design Company on time. The atmosphere in the conference room was lively. Boss Wang, why did Director Li ask us to come here? You have the best relationship with Director Li. Do you have any inside information? President Wang shook his head slightly. President Li did a good job of keeping the secret. Amid the discussion, Li Bo, wearing a high-end custom-made suit, pushed the door open and greeted several shareholders with a smile. Boss Wang, Boss Yu, Boss Zheng, Boss Ming, are you all here? Several shareholders obviously knew Li Bo, and they all looked down on this Phoenix man. Only Mr. Wang, who had the best relationship with Li Kaishan, nodded slightly at him, while the other 3 shareholders just glanced at him indifferently. Even Mr. Ming ordered without hesitation, "Xiao Li, you are here just in time. Make us a pot of tea." If it were before, Li Bo would definitely be obedient and happily make tea for the 4 shareholders. But now, Li Bo is already the third largest shareholder. He even has more shares than Mr. Ming. He doesn't need to look at Mr. Ming's face anymore. Have Xiao Mei come over later and ask her to make tea for the bosses. After saying that, Li Bo sat down in a seat near the front. Mr. Ming's face darkened. Is this guy too proud? Does he think he's so great just because he is a Phoenix man? Does he really think he is a dish? Xiao Li, that's the seat of Mr. Qian, the third largest shareholder. Mr. Qian has a bad temper. I suggest you voluntarily give way. Li Bo grinned and said, Mr. Ming, I'm really sorry. Mr. Qian is now the 4th shareholder, and you are now the 6th shareholder. You, President Ming laughed in anger. Very good. Mr. Li will be here soon. I hope you can be so arrogant. For a moment, the atmosphere in the conference room became dull, and all shareholders looked at Li Bo with dissatisfaction. This kid is so arrogant. Does he really think he can do it? Fortunately, the depressing atmosphere did not last long. Li Kaishan's secretary Liu Xiaomei pushed open the door of the conference room, and Li Kaishan strode in. President Ming complained bluntly, Boss Li, your son-in-law is so powerful. He directly sat in the position of President Qian and said that I am now the 6th largest shareholder. I'm so amused. How come I didn't know that our company has added a shareholder? Li Kaishan glared at Li Bo unhappily. This kid doesn't know how to be low-key. He should respect his seniors. However, Li Kaishan did not criticize Li Bo. After all, Li Bo's identity is different now. Mr. Ming, I called everyone here to announce this. Li Bo invested $6 million in our Hisense Junhui Villa District project. From today on, he'll be the 3rd largest shareholder of our company, holding 20% of the shares. After hearing this, the atmosphere in the conference room changed instantly. The shareholders who originally looked at Li Bo coldly suddenly had smiles on their faces. Xiao Li, you invested $6 million? Why didn't you tell me earlier? What Xiao Li? It's obviously Mr. Xiao Li. Yes, it's Mr. Li. Thanks to Mr. Li, we at Tingya were able to win the big order for the Hisense Junhui Villa District. Even Mr. Ming's expression softened. Young people are really formidable. Mr. Li, we will all rely on you to make a fortune in the future. Li Bo was almost floating in the air. It was so cool. Was this the benefit that came with status and power? All the shareholders who used to look down on him have become his bootlickers. Li Bo secretly swore that one day he would take over the entire Tingya Space Design Company. By then, he would find a way to kick President Ming out. He has no place to cry. Thank you for your praise, bosses. I have to learn from you. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the conference room became much better, and everyone was talking happily. I plan to hand over the Hisense Junhui project to Xiaobo. Does anyone have any opinions? No comment. Unconditionally support Mr. Li. Li Kaishan nodded with satisfaction. Xiaobo has initially gained a foothold in the company. As long as Xiaobo can complete the Hisense Junhui project beautifully, he can gain a firm foothold in the company completely. Xiaobo, from now on, you're the person in charge of the Hisense Junhui project. Prepare all the materials within 3 days. Is it difficult? Li Bo quickly patted his chest and said, I guarantee that I will complete the task and will not let the chairman and other shareholders down. Ha ha. Well, Xiaobo is worthy of being my good son-in-law. Meeting adjourned. Soon, the news that Li Bo became a shareholder of the company spread throughout Tingya, and Li Bo clearly felt that everyone's attitude towards him had changed dramatically. Originally, there was a certain amount of contempt in everyone's eyes towards him. But now, everyone looked at him with a hint of fear. Li Bo was so happy that he was about to fly away. He had finally begun to become a superior person. I have to say that Li Bo is very capable at work. In less than a day, Li Bo had prepared most of the materials, except for the Tasmanian blackwood. Li Bo came to the chairman's office, knocked on the door gently, and pushed it open. Dad, all the decoration materials are ready, except for the Tasmanian blackwood. You can contact your classmates. Li Kaishan was stunned, and only then remembered this matter. Li Kaishan immediately took out his mobile phone and called his old classmate Huang Bingkuan. The call was quickly connected, and a cheerful voice came through. Kaishan, you call me in person. Did you get a big job? How much would you need this time? It's a big job indeed. We need 200 tons of Tasmanian blackwood. You have to give me a discount. Huang Bingkuan smiled bitterly. Kaishan, we have a relationship. If I have it here, I will definitely give you a discount. But unfortunately, just yesterday, the Tasmanian blackwood here has been transferred to Zhonghai by the headquarters. I really can't help you with this. You should find another way. Chapter 61. Mr. Wei, why are you so heartless? Li Kaishan was a little panicked. Bingkuin, this is not a joke. I really need Tasmanian blackwood. If I can't get 200 tons of Tasmanian blackwood, I will pay a penalty of 30 million. Huang Bingkuin was very upset. Kaishan, why didn't you tell me earlier about such a big thing? If you had told me yesterday, I would have helped you keep the wood even if it meant offending the headquarters. But now the wood has been transferred away by the headquarters. I really have no choice. With a humming sound, Li Kaishan was struck by lightning. Endless regret filled him. Why didn't he contact Huang Bingkuin earlier? Bingkuin, you have been in the timber business for more than 20 years. You should have a source for Tasmanian blackwood, right? Can you help me get 200 tons in 3 days? The price is negotiable. I can offer a premium. Huang Bingkuin said in a serious tone. Kaishan, I can help you try, but don't hold your hopes too high. Tasmanian blackwood is very rare, and Australia only exports 100 tons to Dacia every year. Bingkuin, my life and property depend on you. If you can help me solve this problem, I promise to make sure everything is done for you. Brothers, please don't be polite. I'll do my best. After saying that, Huang Bingkuin hung up the phone. After hearing the conversation between Li Kaishan and Huang Bingkuin, Li Bo's head was buzzing. A very bad feeling suddenly arose, making him a little restless. Dad, what's going on? Is there something wrong with the Tasmanian blackwood? Li Kaishan scratched his hair in annoyance. Oh, it's all my fault for not contacting Lao Huang earlier. The Tasmanian blackwood he had been transferred to Zhonghai by the headquarters. Li Bo staggered violently and almost fell. If they cannot get Tasmanian blackwood, Tingya Space Design will face breach of contract and have to pay high liquidated damages. The capital flow of Tingya Space Design will be cut off instantly, which will affect other projects. This building designed by Tingya Space will collapse, and he had just invested 6 million and became the third largest shareholder of Tingya Space Design Company. Not only will the 6 million invested be wasted, but one may also have to bear a huge debt. In just a moment, Li Bo's back was soaked with cold sweat, his limbs were slightly numb, and he could hardly stand. Dad, how can you be so careless? This is a project that concerns the survival of our company. Without Tasmanian blackwood, we are all doomed. Li Kaishan was relatively calm and said in a deep voice, Why are you panicking? The sky hasn't fallen yet. We just need to solve the problems when they arise. I believe that Lao Huang will definitely help us get Tasmanian blackwood, but he will just share some of the profits. After all, Lao Huang is the one who controls the lifeline of our company now. Li Bo calmed down a little and waited for Huang Bingkuin's call with peace of mind. For a moment, the chairman's office became very depressing. After waiting for half an hour, Li Kaishan's cell phone rang. Li Kaishan quickly answered the call and said urgently, Bingkuin, have you found the Tasmanian blackwood? Kaishan, I'm very sorry. I really thought of all the solutions I could think of. I even contacted the Australian ASH Timber Company directly without going through the headquarters. However, I got very unfavorable news. For some unknown reason, the Australian ASH Timber Company has suspended the export of Tasmanian blackwood to Dacia. With a thump, Li Kaishan sat down on the chair, and his whole body seemed to have lost its soul. Even Lao Huang couldn't do anything about it, so there was no hope for Tasmanian blackwood. It's over. It's really over now. Li Bo is going crazy. Just now, he thought he had become a superior person, and his next goal was to become a successful man like Mr. Wei and catch up with Qinghe again. However, the naked reality slapped him hard in the face and threw him into the bottomless abyss. Not to mention Wei Qinghe. He will have to bear a huge debt for the rest of his life, and he may never be able to get rid of it. Not reconciled. Li Bo was very unwilling. Dad, there must be a way. There must be a way. Don't be depressed. Li Bo rushed forward and shook Li Kaishan's shoulders vigorously. Li Kaishan slowly came back to his senses. Xiaobo was right. He couldn't be depressed now. There must be a way to get through this difficult time. Li Kaishan racked his brains and began to think. Soon, his eyes lit up. Xiaobo, through my contact with Mr. Wei, I can feel that Mr. Wei is a very easy-to-talk-to person. He only adjusted our plan in 2 places, which is the best proof. If we discuss with him and use wood with the same quality and price as Tasmanian blackwood, he should agree, right? Li Bo's eyes lit up. Dad, you are right. Mr. Wei is very generous and will not bother with us. Let's go and discuss it with him now. Li Bo drove Li Kaishan straight to Hisense Junhui Villa District. This time, Wei Jojo was even more ruthless. He left the two of them alone for 2 hours before allowing Trusova to bring them in. Unlike last time, Wei Jojo was not in the study, but sitting quietly on the sofa in the living room. Boss, Li Bo and Li Kaishan are here. Wei Jojo nodded slightly to Trusova and looked at the two with a smile. Mr. Li, have you prepared all the decoration materials? When will the construction start? I can help you move out at any time. The two looked at each other and smiled bitterly. What the hell is going on? Li Kaishan coughed awkwardly. Ahem, well, Mr. Wei, actually the materials are not ready yet. Wei Jiuzhou looked displeased. The materials are not ready yet. Why are you here? Why don't you hurry up and prepare the materials? Li Kaishan was going crazy. It was really hard to say this. However, no matter how hard it was to say, he had to say it. Mr. Wei, this is the case. Currently, there is not a single piece of Tasmanian blackwood in the entire Qingzhou. What's more, the Australian ASH Timber Company has stopped exporting Tasmanian blackwood to Daxia. Do you think this will work? Can we choose a new type of wood with a comparable price and quality to Tasmanian blackwood? No, it's your problem that we can't buy Tasmanian blackwood. Why should I bear the consequences? Wei Jiuzhou shook his head without hesitation. Li Kaishan looked embarrassed and said, Mr. Wei, we really can't get Tasmanian blackwood right now. If you insist on using Tasmanian blackwood, it will definitely delay the construction period. Wei Jiuzhou leaned back slightly, changed to a more comfortable position, and leaned his whole body on the luxurious European-style sofa. It doesn't matter if the construction period is delayed. Just pay the penalty according to the contract. Li Kaishan is a shrewd man. From Wei Jiuzhou's body movements, he could tell that Wei Jiuzhou's attitude is very firm. He knows that this time it's really over. However, Li Bo was young and naive after all, and he shouted, Mr. Wei, why are you so ruthless? How can we afford such a large amount of liquidated damages? Are you going to destroy our Tingya Space Design Company? The smile on Wei Jiuzhou's face gradually faded, and his eyes became very sharp. You are right. I really want to destroy your Tingya Space Design Company. Chapter 62. My name is Wei Jiuzhou, Qingha's biological father. Wei Jiuzhou's words left the two confused. They looked at each other, unable to understand why Wei Jiuzhou would say that. They were sure and certain that before this, they had never sinned against Wei Jiuzhou. Li Kaishan asked in confusion, Mr. Wei, I am sure that we have never met before. We, Tingya Space Design, have never offended you, right? Why do you want to kill us? A sneer appeared on Wei Jiuzhou's lips. It doesn't hurt to tell you. Let me introduce myself. My name is Wei Jiuzhou, Wei Qingha's biological father. Buzz. Wei Jiuzhou's words were like a heavy hammer, hitting the two people's hearts heavily. Li Kaishan was desperate, completely desperate. Wei Qingha actually had such a powerful background. If he had known this, how could he dare to help his daughter snatch Wei Qingha's boyfriend? Li Bo was stunned as if he was struck by lightning. He stared at Wei Jiuzhou blankly for a long time and couldn't say a word. No wonder when I first met Mr. Wei, I always felt that he looked a little familiar. Looking closely, he does look a bit like Qingha, especially the eyebrows and mouth. They are exactly the same. Qingha actually has such an awesome father. Why don't you tell him? If he had not broken up with Qingha, and if his marriage partner was Qingha, wouldn't he be able to live in Hisense, Junhui Villa District? With Mr. Wei's talent, even if he gives a little reward, it cannot be compared with a mere Tingya Space Design Company, right? He missed the world. If he had known that Qinghe's family background was so impressive, why would he break up with Qinghe? Why would he choose a disgusting fat woman, Li Aiying? Even if his mother really committed suicide in front of him, he would not be shaken, right? Regret. Endless regret. I regret it so much. Unfortunately, once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. There is no chance for him and Wei Qingha to be together anymore. Mr. Wei, I know it may be shameless for me to say this. Can you please let me go this time for Qingha's sake? Wei Jiuzhou looked at Li Bo expressionlessly. Let you go? It's a joke. For a mere 1 million dowry and a mere vice president of a design company. You broke up with Qingha? Do you know how sad she is? Even if I send you to the 18th level of hell, I will not be satisfied. Mr. Wei, I have never touched Li Aiying. My body is still loyal to Qingha. I can divorce Li Aiying and pursue Qingha again. Don't worry, I will never make Qingha sad again. I will treat her well for the rest of my life. Li Kaishan, who was standing aside, was so angry that he was shaking all over and trembling while pointing at Li Bo. However, in front of Wei Jiuzhou, Li Kaishan did not dare to lose his temper. Wei Jiuzhou was so angry that he laughed. There is only one difference between a dog eating shit 0 times and countless times. If you eat shit once, you can eat it countless times. You are not even worthy of a hair of Qinghe. Just wait for bankruptcy. Just wait for a lifetime of debt. Li Bo was frightened by the future described by Wei Jiuzhou. He staggered back a few steps and fell to the ground. Li Kaishan couldn't help it and roared. Wei, do you think you can cover the sky with one hand? We don't pay you the penalty. What can you do? Wei Jiuzhou smiled. Rolled meat? I like rolled meat the most. To tell you the truth, these 10 villas in front of you are nothing to me. In addition, I have a large team of lawyers who can fight you for decades. I'm not in a hurry at all. I can afford it. You should hurry up and hire a lawyer. Trisova, show me out. You too, please. The two didn't want to leave, but Wei Jiuzhou's bodyguards stepped forward and surrounded them. They were so scared that they had to leave Villa Number 1 passively. Although the weather was clear today and the surrounding environment was good, the world of the two was very dark. At this moment, Li Bo's mother Huang Yinzi called. Li Bo answered the call dazedly, and Huang Yinzi's slightly excited voice came from the other end of the phone. Xiao Bo, did your father-in-law fulfill his promise? Did you become the 3rd largest shareholder? Did he hand over the big project to you? Li Bo said in a lost voice, Mom, it doesn't matter anymore. How can you talk like that, kid? How can this not be important? This was bought with 6 million. This is all our family assets. Mom, I just found out that Qinghe's family is very rich. Very, very rich. Her father lives in the Hisense Junhui Villa District and owns 10 villas. Hisense Junhui Villa District? 10 villas? That must cost tens of billions, right? What is the total assets of Wei Qinghe's family? It is inestimable. At least over 10 billion. Huang Yinzi on the other end of the phone was scared. Xiaobo, stop talking nonsense. Haixin Junhui Villa District is the most luxurious villa district in Qingzhou, bar none. Each villa is worth over 100 million. 10 villas is too much, right? Even the richest man in Qingzhou is not so arrogant, right? How can Wei Qinghe's family have so much money? Why would I lie to you? Mr. Wei is indeed the owner of the Hisense Junhui Villa District. He said in person that Qinghe is his daughter. Suddenly, there was a sound of tables and chairs being knocked over on the other end of the phone. Huang Yinzi regretted so much that her heart ached. What evil had she done? Why did you force your son to marry Li Aiying, that rude fat woman, instead of Qinghe, such a beautiful, rich woman? If Xiaobo marries Qinghe, wouldn't he instantly become a winner in life? And she can also live with Xiaobo in the Hisense Junhui Villa area. Become a superior person. Unfortunately, she messed up all of this. She did this and perfectly demonstrated what it meant to pick up sesame seeds and lose watermelons. Xiaobo, it's Mom's fault. Mom was wrong. Divorce Li Aiying now. Do your best to get Qinghe back. Qinghe is willing to let her father give you a big project, which means she still thinks about you. You have a chance. Tears of regret blurred Li Bo's face, and he was so heartbroken that he could hardly breathe. How happy he was with Wei Qinghe. How painful it was now. Mom, there's no chance. Wei Qinghe's father said with his own mouth that I'm a shit-eating dog. How could he let a shit-eating dog defile his precious daughter? Huang Yinzi slapped herself twice, her face swollen, and she choked up, Xiaobo, don't be too sad. Since things have come to this, forget about Qinghe. Fortunately, you have made progress in your career now. If you do a good job on this big project, our family will be considered middle class in the future. Mom, if it were you and someone hurt me, would you be kind enough to give him a big project? Of course not. I will definitely trick him to death. Huang Yinzi paused for a moment and said, Xiaobo, no way. That Mr. Wei. Mom, you guessed it right. Mr. Wei used this big project to ruin Tingya Design Company. The worst thing is that I am now a shareholder of Tingya Design Company. Not only did I lose the 6 million, but I also have to bear a huge debt. My life is over. With a thud, Huang Yinzi fell to the ground, crying and shouting, What sin have we committed? Why is God so cruel? Chapter 63, Nan Wei cried with envy. After stepping the Phoenix man hard into the bottomless abyss, Wei Jiuzhou felt relaxed all over. Wei Jiuzhou felt that he must make a loving lunchbox for Shuyu to celebrate. What should I do? Let's have a simple beauty package. Wei Jiuzhou entered the kitchen and prepared a loving bento carefully. At 11 o'clock sharp, Wei Jiuzhou prepared the beauty package and walked out of the kitchen contentedly. At this time, Wei Jiuzhou's cell phone rang. He took out the phone and saw that it was a call from Chang Nanwei. Wei Jiuzhou couldn't help but frowned. What trouble had Shuyu made again? Nanwei, what's the latest information? Boss, Shuyu asked the front desk to stop all takeouts. Do you want me to tell the front desk not to stop you? Wei Jiuzhou couldn't help but roll his eyes. Shuyu was cutting off the source of the problem. However, this trick is not enough to stump him. No, if you really do that, Shuyu will definitely guess that you are a traitor. What should we do then? Isn't the boss coming to deliver food? Of course we have to. You should announce it right away. Starting today, Guanyu will provide employee meals. By the way, how many employees do you have in Guanyu? Puff. Chung Nanwei's scalp, numbed by Wei Jiuzhou's show. Isn't the boss too arrogant? In order to deliver meals to my wife, I have to provide staff meals to all employees? I really envy my wife. Having such a good man to love her. Boss, we have 56 employees in Guanyu Design Company. New. Wei Jiuzhou hung up the phone with Chung Nanwei and turned to look at Trusova. Check immediately. Which of our hotels is closest to Futai Plaza? Boss, there's no need to check this. The closest hotel to Futai Plaza is the Shangri-La Hotel, and boss owns 66.7% of the shares. Okay, let's go with Shangri-La. Ask them to prepare 56 employee meals, the highest quality ones. Okay, boss. 20 minutes later, Wei Jiuzhou's bulletproof Maybach parked in the parking lot in front of the Shangri-La Hotel. Michelle, the general manager of Shangri-La Hotel, came out to greet him personally. Michelle was very humble and looked at Wei Jiuzhou with a flattering expression. Director Wei, these are just a few staff meals. You could just give the order. Why do you have to come and get them in person? Michelle, right? I need some Shangri-La waiter uniforms. Michelle was confused. She couldn't understand why Mr. Wei, a super rich man of such status, would come to the Shangri-La Hotel in person just for a few waiters' uniforms. Michelle did not dare to delay and personally took Wei Jiuzhou to the logistics department. Mr. Wei, what size work clothes do you need? We have sizes from 1.7 to 1.9 meters. Just 5 of us. Wei Jiuzhou pointed at himself and the 4 bodyguards around him. Yes, yes. Michelle very attentively selected a set of 180 centimeters work clothes and handed it to Wei Jiuzhou respectfully. Mr. Wei, this is the work clothes you wanted. Wei Jiuzhou touched the material of the work clothes and frowned slightly in dissatisfaction. The material of the work clothes was really too poor. However, in order to give Shuyu a surprise, I'll just have to bear with it. Wei Jiuzhou turned his head to look at Trusova and Rossi. The 2 girls came forward sensibly and helped Wei Jiuzhou change his clothes. Michelle, who was standing by, was so jealous. A man like Mr. Wei is a real man. He has 2 such beautiful women to serve him. I envy him so much. Soon, the work clothes were changed. It was obviously just the most ordinary work clothes, but when worn by Wei Jiuzhou, it looked very noble. Maybe this is the temperament developed from being in a high position for a long time. Wei Jiuzhou turned his head to look at the bodyguards and couldn't help laughing out loud. Except for Wei Jing, these bodyguards are all too strong, at 1.9 meters tall, like 3 violent bears. It was clearly just an ordinary waiter uniform, but when they wore it, they looked like a bunch of bandits. You 3 should change out of your work clothes, so as not to scare Shuyu's colleagues. The 3 of them changed out of their work clothes with a little embarrassment. Michelle, choose 3 smarter waiters. Yes, Mr. Wei. Michelle found the 3 waiters and sternly instructed them to carry out Wei Jiuzhou's orders unconditionally. When the 3 waiters learned that Wei Jiuzhou was the big boss, they were so scared that they dared not breathe. They patted their chests and promised that they would serve the big boss well. The 3 waiters were brought to Wei Jiuzhou by Michelle. They were somewhat restrained and did not dare to look Wei Jiuzhou in the eye. Wei Jiuzhou smiled and said, "Don't be nervous, just treat me as your colleague. Don't let others see any difference between me and you." Only at this time did the 3 waiters dare to raise their heads and look at Wei Jiuzhou, and then the 3 of them were stunned. Why is it that they look like waiters while Mr. Wei looks like a nobleman, even though they are wearing the same waiter uniform? People really can't be compared. Please rest assured, Director Wei, we will not reveal our true colors. The 3 waiters tried their best to relax. Wei Jiuzhou nodded with satisfaction. These waiters were of good quality and acted as if it were real. Okay, let's go. Wei Jiuzhou waved his hand and walked out of the Shangri-La Hotel with a few waiters. Everyone was holding a takeaway box with the Shangri-La Hotel logo printed on it. Thanks to Zhou Shuyu, these waiters were able to sit in a high-end Maybach for the first time in their lives. The luxurious journey ended quickly. The car stopped at the parking lot of the Futai Plaza office building. Several waiters got out of the car reluctantly and came to Wei Jiuzhou. Wei Jojo noticed that they were still a little nervous, so he comforted them in a gentle voice. Relax, relax. Don't worry about me. Just treat it as an ordinary meal delivery mission. After saying that, Wei Jojo picked up the lunchbox and walked into the Futai Plaza office building. The white-collar workers coming in and out saw Shangri-La's food delivery team and started whispering to each other. What's going on? Which company is so arrogant? They actually ordered food at Shangri-La. It should be the Dewang real estate on the top floor, right? I heard that they just acquired a piece of land, so they should be celebrating, right? Oh, I can't envy you. I'm afraid I will never be able to have a working meal at Shangri-La in my lifetime. Amid the discussions of the crowd, Wei Jojo and his group walked into the elevator and went straight to Guangyu Advertising Company. Chung Nanwei was very curious about what kind of work meal Wei Jojo would send, so she waited in the rest area next to the company's gate. After seeing the Shangri-La logo, Chung Nanwei couldn't help but grimace. Shangri-La is a five-star hotel, and the minimum cost of a working meal is 88 yuan. For 56 people, that's nearly 5,000 yuan. It's really generous of him to deliver a meal to his wife. Before the comparison, Chung Nanwei felt that she was already very happy, but now she was so envious that she almost cried. Chapter 64, I am Shuyu's exclusive delivery man. Hello, we are waiters from the Shangri-La Hotel, here to deliver our work meal. A waiter greeted Ming Xia politely. Ming Xia had already been taken care of and was let go without hesitation. To the left are the design department and planning department, and to the right are the finance, personnel, and security departments. Thanks. Wei Jojo took Wei Jing straight to the design department, while the other waiters went to the departments that had already been assigned. In the design department, everyone was getting a little impatient waiting, especially Lin Jaime, who was getting a little anxious due to hunger. Lin Jaime walked out of the director's office, came to Zhou Shuyu, knocked on the table vigorously, and asked in a cold voice, Sister Zhou, why hasn't the working meal arrived yet? Call and urge them. Zhou Shuyu glanced at Lin Jaime calmly and said, I'm sorry. It was Mr. Chung who ordered the working meal himself. If you want to urge it, please go to Mr. Chung. Of course, Lin Jaime would not go to find Chung Nanwei. She glared at Zhou Shuyu fiercely. Ever since Zhou Shuyu's man came, she became a little arrogant. We must find a way to suppress Zhou Shuyu's arrogance. Lin Jaime glanced at the pots of orchids thoughtfully. Just at this moment, footsteps were heard and Wei Jiuzhou and Wei Jing walked into the design department office. The girls in the design department immediately cheered. Here it comes. The working lunch is finally here. Oh my God, it's actually a working meal at the Shangri-La Hotel. Mr. Chung is too arrogant? Did he win any super big clients recently? Shangri-La? No way. I heard that the most ordinary working meal in Shangri-La costs 88. A business meal costs 188, and a luxury business meal costs 588. Let's guess for a prize. What level of working meal Mr. Chung ordered? What's there to guess? We have more than 50 people in Guangyu. A normal meal costs nearly 5,000 yuan. How can it be a business meal? As for a luxury business meal, forget it. How much is our Guangyu's total income in a day? Hearing the girls' discussions, Wei Jiuzhou's mouth curled up slightly. If they saw that it was a supreme business dinner, they would definitely be scared, right? Wei Jing put the takeaway box on the desk closest to the office door and looked at Jiang Min with a smile. Beautiful lady, please take your work meal. Jiang Min has always been dissatisfied with her desk. It is too close to the office door. Everyone has to pass by her when entering or leaving the office, and she is often disturbed. However, she had no choice because she was just an intern. This is the first time that Jiang Min is satisfied with her position. She could be the first to have a working meal at the Shangri-La Hotel. Jiang Min took the lunchbox with both hands. What surprised her was that the lunchbox was a bit heavy. Jiang Min carefully placed the lunchbox on the table, opened it impatiently, and couldn't help but let out an exclamation. Lobster? King crab? Oh my God, is this really a normal meal? Everyone turned their heads to look, and then were completely stunned. Damn it, isn't this working lunch too extravagant? Lobster, king crab, beef, and tuna. This is too luxurious. This is definitely not an ordinary meal. This is a luxurious business meal. Lu Feifei couldn't help but exclaimed. Too arrogant. President Chung is too arrogant. Has our company made a fortune? Why would President Ching book such a luxurious working meal? Zhou Shuyu was not the type to like watching the fun, but when he heard about lobsters and king crabs, he could no longer sit still and stood up and walked forward. Lin Jaime was not willing to be outdone and followed Zhou Shuyu's footsteps. After all, Zhou Shuyu was born as the eldest daughter of the Zhou family, and her experience was much greater than that of her colleagues. Zhou Shuyu hesitated and said, "This doesn't seem to be a luxury business meal, but a supreme business meal. Luxury business meals are just ordinary fat beef, but this is very high-end Wagyu." Supreme business meal? Zhou Shuyu's words stunned everyone. Although they didn't quite understand what she said, it sounded very professional. For a moment, no one dared to refute and could only look at Lin Jaime for help. Lin Jaime didn't know the difference between Wagyu and ordinary fat beef, but what she knew was that she couldn't let Zhou Shuyu act arrogantly. She had to suppress Zhou Shuyu's arrogance. Lin Jaime curled her lips in disdain. "It's ridiculous. The Shangri-La Hotel doesn't have the option of a premium business meal. Sister Zhou, please stop trying to attract attention, okay?" As she spoke, Lin Jaime opened the food delivery app, searched for the Shangri-La Hotel, and found the work meal area. The most expensive one is the deluxe business meal, which costs $588. For a moment, everyone looked at Zhou Shuyu in a strange way. If it weren't for the fact that she might be Mr. Cheng's relative, everyone would have probably started to laugh at her mercilessly. Zhou Shuyu couldn't help but frown. She remembered that before she was expelled from the Zhou family, several executives above the level of vice president in the Zhou group all had supreme working meals. Did she remember it wrong? No way. Zhou Shuyu was very confident in her judgment, but she could not produce any evidence, and for a while she had no way to refute Lin Jaime. Wei Jiuzhou on the side couldn't bear it anymore. Just as he was about to step forward, Chung Nanwei appeared out of nowhere. Such a good opportunity to please the lady. And in front of the boss, I must not miss it. Chung Nanwei said in a deep voice, "Jaime, you don't know that Shangri-La has the supreme business meal, which only shows that you are not knowledgeable enough. I tell you clearly that this is the supreme business meal of Shangri-La. The difference between the deluxe business meal and the supreme business meal is mainly Wagyu and tuna. I'm afraid you have never eaten Wagyu and tuna." Chung Nanwei's words were like a loud slap in the face, making Lin Jaime's face swollen. The girls looked at Lin Jaime with very strange eyes. It turned out that Director Lin was just like them and knew nothing. If it weren't for Lin Jaime's power, the girls would probably have laughed out loud. Lin Jaime was so ashamed that her face turned red. She just couldn't understand why Nanwei supported Zhou Shuyu so much. Lin Jaime didn't dare to get angry at Chung Nanwei. She could only turn around and glare at Wei Jiuzhou fiercely, saying in a cold voice, "What are you still standing there for? Can't you see that I don't have a lunchbox yet? Hurry up and give me a lunchbox. Do you want to starve me to death?" Wei Jiuzhou took out the lunchbox slowly. Lin Jaime snorted coldly and stretched out her hand towards Wei Jiuzhou very arrogantly. However, what Lin Jaime didn't expect was that Wei Jiuzhou didn't even bother to look at her. "Sorry, I'm Shuyu's exclusive delivery man." After that, Wei Jiuzhou came to Zhou Shuyu and looked at her very gently. "Shuyu, try the working meal I cooked for you." Chapter 65, Wei Jiuzhou. Are you targeting me on purpose? It was only then that the girls around realized that the delivery man was Wei Jiuzhou. For a moment, the girls couldn't help but scream. "Wow, I didn't realize just now that this delivery boy is actually my sister's husband. My God, my sister's husband really dotes on Sister Zhou. Just now I thought the delivery boy was quite handsome, but I only saw his profile and I didn't recognize that he was my sister's husband. Oh my God, my heart is melting. Sister Zhou must have saved the universe and the galaxy in her previous life. Otherwise, how could she have gotten such a perfect and caring boyfriend like sister husband?" Lin Jaime was going crazy. How could this delivery man be Zhou Shuyu's boyfriend? It was so embarrassing. Lin Jaime was so ashamed and embarrassed that she couldn't face all this. She didn't even bother to get her lunchbox. She covered her face and ran back to the director's office. Zhou Shuyu was completely numb, staring blankly at Wei Jiuzhou in front of him. Why did that face that asked for a beating suddenly become so handsome? Zhou Shuyu felt like she was about to fall, with a strong, throbbing surge from deep in her heart. She wanted to throw herself into this man's arms without caring about anything. This man is her heaven. He is everything to her. It took a lot of effort for Zhou Shuyu to resist the urge. 15 years. This bastard abandoned the four of them for 15 years. How could they forgive him so easily? Leaving him alone for 15 days is her lowest bottom line. Zhou Shuyu really wanted to transform herself into a queen and tell Wei Jiuzhou in a condescending manner and in a very tough manner, take away your lunchbox. I don't want it. However, when the word came to my lips, I couldn't say them. Zhou Shuyu's body was very honest, and he raised his hand uncontrollably to take the lunchbox. Zhou Shuyu was so annoyed. She was such a loser. How could she take his lunchbox so easily? The girls around started howling like wolves. Wow, together, together, give me a kiss, give me a kiss. Wei Jiuzhou really wanted to fulfill the girls' wishes, but unfortunately, Zhou Shuyu was very thin-skinned and her cheeks were flushed with shame. She hugged the lunchbox tightly and ran back to her workstation as if escaping. Wei Jiuzhou knew that Zhou Shuyu was too shy, so he delivered the love lunchbox to him without further ado. He smiled and helped Wei Jing pack the lunchbox, which caused a burst of screams. Zhou Shuyu carefully put away the lunchbox. Since being kicked out of the Zhou family, she hasn't had the supreme work meal again. Today, she can finally enjoy a good meal. No, she can't just enjoy it by herself. I remember that Aining's birthday wish 3 years ago was to eat king crab once. But the family's financial situation was difficult, so she had never been able to fulfill Aining's wish. Well, it's a happy decision. All the king crabs are left to Aining. 1/3 of the Australian lobster, beef, and tuna can be eaten, and the rest will be left for the two daughters. While thinking about it, Zhou Shuyu opened the lunchbox, and then he was dumbfounded. What the hell? Where's the promised supreme working meal? How come these are the weight loss and beauty meals that Wei Jiuzhou often prepared for her more than 10 years ago? Zhou Shuyu really likes to eat Wei Jiuzhou's weight loss and beauty meals, but now she needs the supreme working meal more. To be precise, what she needs is the king crab in the supreme working meal. Lin Haimei couldn't face Wei Jiuzhou, but she couldn't resist the temptation of the supreme working meal. She hid behind the director's office door, looked out through the crack of the door, and saw Wei Jiuzhou getting farther and farther away from the director's office. Then Lin Haimei walked out of the director's office and went straight to Wei Jing. Even though it's a bit embarrassing, I can't refuse the supreme working meal. Lin Haimei successfully received her work meal and walked towards the director's office contentedly. When she passed by Zhou Shuyu, she subconsciously glanced at him. Then, Lin Haimei couldn't help laughing out loud. Ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Sister Zhou, what kind of meal is this? Why do everyone else have the supreme working meal, but you have some vegetarian dishes? Your brother-in-law is so good to you. For a moment, everyone looked over curiously, and after seeing Zhou Shuyu's lunchbox, everyone's expressions were strange. I really don't know whether Sister Zhou should laugh or cry. It's great that someone makes a loving bento, but it would be a shame to miss out on the supreme working meal, right? Chung Nanwei subconsciously wanted to stand up and explain, but for a moment she was unsure of Wei Jiuzhou's intention and was afraid of accidentally hitting the horse's hoof, so she had to suppress her impulse. Zhou Shuyu stood up silently, and under the gaze of his colleagues, he quickly walked towards Wei Jiuzhou, suppressing his anger and shouting, Wei Jiuzhou! Wei Jiuzhou was stunned. Didn't Shuyu want to avoid contact with him? Why did he take the initiative to chase him? Did Shuyu figure out? Should he give him a reward? Wei Jiuzhou looked at Zhou Shuyu with a big smile on his face. Shuyu, you don't have to thank me. It's my duty to make a loving lunchbox for you. Zhou Shuyu glared at Wei Jiuzhou angrily. Wei Jiuzhou, are you targeting me on purpose? Wei Jiuzhou was stunned by what Zhou Shuyu said, and asked in confusion, Shuyu, I love you so much that I can't wait. Why would I deliberately target you? Why does everyone in the design department have the ultimate work meal, but only I have the weight loss and beauty meal? And you still say it's not targeting me? Wei Jiuzhou couldn't help but frown. His health was not good, and he couldn't smell the smoke. However, even so, he was willing to make a loving lunchbox for Shuyu. Shuyu actually has this attitude? Wei Jiuzhou's voice was a little depressed. Shuyu, the love lunchbox I made with my heart is not as good as the work meal produced on the assembly line. For some reason, Zhou Shuyu's heart trembled violently, and Zhou Shuyu quickly explained, No, I like your love lunch very much. It's just that I need the supreme working meal more now. Wei Jiuzhou's mood recovered a little. Why? 3 years ago, on her birthday, An Ning made a wish that she could eat king crab once before she was admitted to university, but after saying this, Zhou Shuyu realized that something was wrong. Why did she have to explain? Why did she care so much about Wei Jiuzhou's feelings? It's only been 4 days. She can't forgive Wei Jiuzhou yet. Wei Jiuzhou, I don't need to explain so much to you. Anyway, because of your weight loss and beauty meal, I lost the supreme working meal. You must compensate me. It turned out to be because of Aining. Wei Jiuzhou's energy was restored to full. Seeing Wei Jing distributing lunchboxes to Zhou Shuyu, a wicked smile appeared on Wei Jiuzhou's lips. Shuyu, are there 56 people in Guanyu? So what? Wei Jiuzhou, don't change the subject. You must compensate me for this supreme working meal. Wei Jiuzhou smiled slightly and looked at Zhou Shuyu with a disgusting look. Shuyu, Guanyu has reserved a total of 56 supreme working meals, and your portion is now on your desk. Huh? Zhou Shuyu was startled and quickly turned back to look at his workstation and really saw 2 lunchboxes. Zhou Shuyu was so embarrassed. Wasn't she too impulsive? How could she question Wei Jiuzhou without knowing the truth? Humph. No matter. It was all because Wei Jiuzhou was so good at making people angry that she lost her composure. Well, it's all Wei Jiuzhou's fault. Chapter 66, Half-Month Probation Period. Wei Jiuzhou smiled wickedly without saying anything. Shuyu was so cute now, just like a rebellious little girl. Under Wei Jiuzhou's gaze, Zhou Shuyu stomped his feet in shame and anger, quickly returned to his workstation, opened his lunchbox, and began to observe. The results of her observation made her a little disappointed. There is not much meat in king crab, only about 2 tails. After all, there are too many high-quality ingredients in the supreme working meal, 2 tails of each, which is almost 1 kilogram. Zhou Shuyu frowned slightly. If it was just 2 tails of king crab meat, it seemed not enough for Aining. Seeing Zhou Shuyu frowning, Wei Jiuzhou walked forward, and soon, Wei Jiuzhou understood why Zhou Shuyu frowned. The amount of king crab meat was not enough, probably just enough for Aining to satisfy her hunger. Shuyu, don't worry. Leave this matter to me. I will definitely help Aining fulfill her wish. Zhou Shuyu raised his eyebrows slightly in dissatisfaction. Wei Jiuzhou's self-esteem was too good, right? Why did he think he could handle Aining? Aining has a gentle personality, but is very stubborn. She will never betray her like those 2 leaky little girls. If you have the guts, just go find Aining. If Aining doesn't pay attention to you, I lose. Wei Jiuzhou smiled slightly. If I succeed, what is the reward? If you succeed, I will. Zhou Shuyu subconsciously wanted to say, I will forgive you, but soon, Zhou Shuyu realized that something was wrong. The current Wei Jiuzhou is completely different from the one he was a decade ago. If he uses some shameful means, Aining may be fooled by him. Zhou Shuyu changed the subject. If you succeed, I will give you a half-month probation period. If you pass the probation, I can consider whether to forgive you. Humph. I was almost unable to hold on any longer. I had already set a bottom line for myself, and I took this opportunity to state it. This wave is worth it. Wei Jiuzhou was greatly encouraged. Zhou Shuyu didn't lose out, and Wei Jiuzhou certainly didn't lose out either. For Wei Jiuzhou, this is a huge progress. He left his wife and children behind for 15 years, and the probation period was only half a month. For Wei Jiuzhou, it was already a huge gain. Okay, let's make it a deal. Wei Jiuzhou stretched out his little finger and made a pinky gesture. This gesture is so familiar. When Wei Jiuzhou and Zhou Shuyu first got together, they often used pinky promises to make promises. Zhou Shuyu subconsciously stretched out his little finger and made a pinky promise with Wei Jiuzhou. Zhou Shuyu's colleagues ate a mouthful of dog food and felt that their own supreme work meals were no longer delicious. Sister Zhou, brother-in-law, please get married right here. I can't stand it anymore. Sister Zhou, brother-in-law, please consider the feelings of us singles. It's unbearable. Zhou Shuyu then realized that there was something ambiguous between her and Wei Jiuzhou. Zhou Shuyu pulled back her hand as if she had been electrocuted and gave Wei Jiuzhou a cold look. This big bad guy will easily fall in his trap if you are not careful. The work meal has been delivered. Why are you still here? Are you waiting to help us pick up the trash? It seems a little beyond the scope of my job, but if Shuyu needs it, I can still help. Unnecessary. Wei Jiuzhou smiled slightly, waved to Wei Jingzhao, and strode out of the design department office. As he walked, Wei Jiuzhou twisted his little finger, as if the touch of Zhou Shuyu was still left on it. Wei Jing on the side was deeply touched. It seems that the boss really loves his wife. She has only been back for 4 days, but she has smiled more than she did in the more than 10 years she has been abroad combined. From now on, I must be extremely alert and do my best to make my wife happy. After Wei Jiuzhou and Wei Jing left, the design department office became quiet, with only the sounds of eating. After Jiang Min had eaten her fill, she turned to look at Cheng Nanwei, who was feasting beside her. Mr. Cheng, how could you afford to order the supreme work meal? I heard it costs 888 each. Did our company just sign a big client? For a moment, everyone raised their heads and looked at Chung Nanwei. Even Zhou Shuyu, who was not very interested in gossip, turned his head and looked over. Obviously, everyone couldn't understand what happened to Chung Nanwei, who had always been very frugal in the past 2 days. It's about rearranging the office and booking work meals. Why did you suddenly become so arrogant? Xiaomin, you guessed right. Currently, our company is in contact with several Fortune 500 companies and has reached a preliminary cooperation intention. Chung Nanwei was not talking nonsense. Just this morning, Trusova had arranged several big clients for Guan Yu. For a moment, all the employees became excited. Jiang Min complimented, Mr. Chung, you hit it too well. We didn't even know about such a big thing. So, is this working meal only for today? For a moment, everyone pricked up their ears. Chung Nanwei said arrogantly, everyone work hard. From now on, the lunch every day will be of this standard. Long live. Mr. Chung is awesome. For a moment, the whole office turned into a sea of joy. Even Zhou Shuyu couldn't help but get excited. Now, he could provide the children with some good nutrition. Equals 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 equals. Wei Jiuzhou and Wei Jing walked quickly out of the Guanyu gate. Wei Jiuzhou's energy quickly dissipated and he became a little weak. Wei Jing hurriedly supported him. Boss, you really don't need to work so hard. Your body. Wei Jiuzhou shook his head gently. You have never been in love. You don't understand. You have to strike while the iron is hot. It's hard to heat it up again after it cools down. With Wei Jing's help, Wei Jiuzhou sat in the back seat of the bulletproof Maybach. Rossi quickly helped Wei Jiuzhou to relax by massaging him. 10 minutes later, Wei Jiuzhou let out a sigh of relief, and his fatigue was finally relieved a little. It will take another 2 months for him to become a normal person. By then, he must work hard to exercise and not be so sick all day long. Boss, this is your nutritious meal. Trusova brought Wei Jiuzhou's nutritious meal. Although it is called a nutritious meal, it is actually very unpalatable. There's basically no oil or salt. Anyone who has eaten a fitness meal should understand how it feels. However, for Wei Jiuzhou, he had long been accustomed to it. No matter how bad the meal tasted, Wei Jiuzhou forced himself to eat it. Trusova, give me Aining's detailed information. Yes, boss. Soon, Wei Jiuzhou got Wei Ning's detailed information. Wei Jiuzhou looked at it seriously, and as he looked, he frowned deeply. Because of his study abroad, Wei Ning was often ridiculed as a wild child without a father. Therefore, Wei Ning often fought with other children when he was young. However, what made Wei Jiuzhou happy was that Wei Ning was not discouraged by this. Instead, he worked hard, studied hard, and exercised hard. Gradually, Wei Ning became the leader of the children, and no one dared to laugh at him anymore. Chapter 67. My name is Wei Jiuzhou, Wei Ning's father. Wei Jiuzhou was very fortunate. Thanks to Aining's hard work and Shuyu's frequent installation of positive values in Aining. Otherwise, Aining would easily have gone astray. Soon, Wei Jiuzhou discovered a very useful piece of information. Wei Ning has a very good friend named Zhou Yuan, and the two grew up wearing the same pants. Every time Wei Ning was bullied by other kids, Zhou Yuan would stand up without hesitation and fight alongside Wei Ning. Wei Jiuzhou nodded with satisfaction. This Zhou Yuan should be a good breakthrough. Trusova, I need Zhou Yuan's phone number. Yes, boss. Soon, Zhou Yuan's phone number was found. Wei Jiuzhou took out his cell phone and called Zhou Yuan. The call was quickly connected, and a slightly childish voice came through. Hello, who is this? Wei Jiuzhou got straight to the point. Hello, classmate Zhou Yuan. I'm Wei Ning's father, and I need you to do me a small favor. Wei Ning's father? Is that Wei Ning's father who abandoned them for 15 years? Just a few days ago, Wei Ning complained to him. Wei Ning said he would never forgive his father. As Wei Ning's best brother, I must stand on Wei Ning's side unconditionally. Uncle Wei, I'm really sorry. I'm afraid I can't help you. Goodbye. Oh no, goodbye forever. I advise you not to hit on me. I will never betray Wei Ning. After saying that, Zhou Yuan hung up the phone without hesitation. Listening to the beeping sound on the other end of the phone, Wei Jiuzhou was not angry at all. Instead, he was more satisfied with Wei Ning's brother. This kid was so loyal to Aining, and he could be trained when there was a chance in the future. Trusova, I need detailed information about Zhou Yuan. Yes, boss. Soon, Zhou Yuan's message was delivered to Wei Jiuzhou. Wei Jiuzhou read it carefully. As he read, he couldn't help but frown. Things haven't been going well for the Zhou family lately. Zhou Yuan's father, Zhou Tianxiong, was a small contractor. During one of his inspections at a construction site, he unfortunately encountered a construction accident and was knocked unconscious by a falling concrete slab. At present, Zhou Tianxiong has been receiving treatment at Qingzhou First Hospital for more than 10 days and has not yet regained consciousness. Rossi, have Tori and his medical team come to see me immediately. Yes, boss. Soon, Tori Yin came to Wei Jiuzhou with his medical team. Like Rossi, Tori Yin is also the vice president of the Mayo Clinic. His specialty is craniotomy. Boss, you're looking for me? Wei Jiuzhou ordered directly. Come with me to Qingzhou First Hospital. You may need an operation. Yes, boss. After saying that, Tori Yin returned to the Maybach and called Jiang Huiran, the director of Qingzhou First Hospital. Jiang Huiran once went to the Mayo Clinic for exchange and study, and had a good relationship with Tori Yin. Dr. Tori, how come you have time to call me? It should be midnight over there. Jiang, my friend, I am in Qingzhou Daxia. What? Dr. Tori is in Qingzhou? I'm in a meeting right now. I'll come find you after the meeting. We have to have a couple of drinks. No need to drink. I need to have a minor surgery at your hospital. Can I borrow your operating room? Of course. Tell me when you get to the first hospital. Okay. Soon, Wei Jiuzhou's convoy drove into Qingzhou First People's Hospital. Under normal circumstances, vehicles coming for medical treatment need to queue up to enter, but with Jiang Huiran personally welcoming them, the security guards certainly did not dare to stop them and directly led the convoy to the internal employee passage. Jiang, let's go check on the patient first. I'll leave the operating room to you. No problem. I'll coordinate it right away. Jiang Huiran went to coordinate the operating room happily. After more than 10 years, he was really looking forward to seeing Tori Yin take action again. Soon, Wei Jiuzhou's convoy arrived at the inpatient building. Wei Jiuzhou got out of the car, walked into the inpatient building surrounded by the crowd, and went straight to the 13th floor. Wei Jiuzhou stopped at the door of Ward 1305. Trusova and Tor are following me. The others are waiting outside. Yes, boss. Xiaozhou was very sensible and handed the fruit basket and flowers that had been prepared long ago to Tori Yin. Wei Jiuzhou pushed open the door and walked into the ward with Tori Yin and Trusova. Tori Yin thoughtfully placed the fruit basket and flowers on the bedside table. Wei Jiuzhou turned his head to look at Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan looked more haggard than in the photo. His face was rather dim, and there were obvious red bloodshot in his eyes. It was obvious that his sleep quality had been very poor recently, and he was under a lot of mental stress. Zhou Yuan's mother Wang Yunshan sat on the sofa in a daze, her face full of despair. Suddenly, they heard the door open. Zhou Yuan and Wang Yunshan subconsciously turned their heads and saw three strangers. Wang Yunshan asked weakly, "Are you Tianxiong's friends? Thank you for coming to visit Tianxiong." Wei Jiuzhou shook his head gently. "I'm not your husband's friend. I'm the father of Xiao Yuan's classmate." Wang Yunshan and Zhou Yuan looked at Wei Jiuzhou with suspicion at the same time. They had no connection with their classmate's father. How could a classmate's father come to visit? Zhou Yuan looked at Wei Jiuzhou with an inquiring look. "Uncle, whose father are you?" Wei Jiuzhou confessed. "My name is Wei Jiuzhou, and I am Wei Ning's father." Wei Ning's father? Zhou Yuan couldn't help but frown deeply. How could Wei Ning's father know that his father was hospitalized here? Was he investigating them? "Uncle, I made it very clear on the phone. I will never betray Wei Ning. Please leave. Don't disturb my dad's rest." Wei Jiuzhou certainly would not leave, and said with a smile, "Xiao Yuan, if I can cure your father, are you willing to help me? I promise that I will not do anything that is detrimental to Aining. Otherwise, I will be struck by lightning." Zhou Yuan rolled his eyes speechlessly. Even the best experts in Qingzhou First Hospital couldn't cure his father. Wasn't Wei Ning's father too boastful? Do you really think he's a 3-year-old child who can be fooled easily? Zhou Yuan didn't believe Wei Jiuzhou, but Wang Yunshan's eyes suddenly lit up, as if she had grabbed the last straw, and she rushed over and grabbed Wei Jiuzhou's sleeve. "Mr. Wei, can you cure Lao Zhou? Can you really cure Lao Zhou?" "Yes. His name is Tori, the best brain doctor in the world. He can definitely cure your husband." Wang Yunshan turned her head and kept bowing to Tori Yin. "Dr. Tori, please save my husband." Tori Yin said very seriously, "I will do my best to save your husband." Zhou Yuan, who was standing by, couldn't bear to watch it anymore and quickly grabbed his mother. "Mom, Wei Ning's father asked me for help, so he lied. Who knows if they're doctors? We can't leave my father to them. We have to trust the experts in the hospital. After saying that, Zhou Yuan turned his head and looked coldly at Wei Jiuzhou and the other two. Uncle Wei, it stands to reason that a junior like me shouldn't be rude to you, but you disturb my dad's rest. Please leave. Chapter 68, 100% sure. Wei Jiuzhou knew that Zhou Yuan had a deep misunderstanding of him, so he turned to look at Wang Yinshan and said, Xiao Yuan's mother. For some reason, Xiao Yuan has a big prejudice against me. You should have your own judgment. The situation is already so bad, and letting Tori check the injury won't make it worse. Wang Yinshan held on to the attitude of trying her best and gritted her teeth and said, Mr. Wei is right. Xiao Yuan, don't worry about it. Let Dr. Tori take a look. Well, okay. Zhou Yuan was very filial and could only nod obediently. Tori Yin nodded slightly, walked forward, opened Zhou Tianxiong's eyelids, took out a small flashlight from somewhere, and shone it into Zhou Tianxiong's pupils. Seeing that Zhou Tianxiong's pupils did not dilate and that he responded to the strong light stimulation, Tori Yin breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Zhou Tianxiong was not brain dead. The reason why he did not wake up was probably because there was blood congestion in his brain, which compressed the main nerves. Tori Yin put away the flashlight, raised his hand, and tapped Zhou Tianxiong's forehead gently, determining the location of the blood clot by the echo. At this moment, Zhou Tianxiong's attending physician, Director Ma, came to make rounds and saw Tori Yin hitting Zhou Tianxiong's forehead. Director Ma was furious. Nonsense. This is just nonsense. Who are you? Why did you hit the patient's forehead casually? Do you want to kill the patient? As he said that, Director Ma rushed forward quickly and pushed Tori Yin away. Trusova's eyes turned cold. She turned her wrist, and her two slender fingers clasped a sharp blade. Wei Jiuzhou had a headache. Wasn't Trusova too aggressive? She resorted to surgery over a disagreement? Wei Jiuzhou didn't want any bloodshed, so he quickly glared at Trusova. Trusova could only retract the blade in disappointment and look at Director Ma coldly. Hearing what Director Ma said, Wang Yinshan suddenly became nervous. Director Ma, can't we knock on Lao Zhou's head? They just said they were doctors and were checking Lao Zhou's injuries. Nonsense. What can you find out by knocking with your hands? What if you accidentally shake the blood clots off and get a cerebral thrombosis? Cerebral thrombosis? Wang Yinshan was terrified. If he really had a cerebral thrombosis, Lao Zhou would be gone. Zhou Yuan snorted coldly. He knew that Uncle Wei was just talking nonsense. How could the person he brought be a doctor? Uncle Wei, I'm calling you Uncle Wei for the last time. Please don't do anything to harm my dad again. Otherwise, don't blame me for not considering Wei Ning's feelings. After that, Zhou Yuan asked in a pleading tone, Director Ma, when can my father's craniotomy be arranged? When will the expert who went to Beijing to study come back? Director Ma smiled and said, Young man, don't worry. I came here to tell you good news. Professor He Changhai, the vice president of our hospital, returned from his training at Shangjing Sishuatin Orthopedic Hospital this morning. Shangjing Sishuatin Orthopedic Hospital is one of the best orthopedic hospitals in Daxia, especially famous for craniotomy. Your father is saved. He Changhai? Hearing this name, Tori Yan's mouth curled up slightly. When Zhang Huairan took He Changhai to the Mayo Clinic for exchange and study, He Changhai was still an intern. Unexpectedly, more than 10 years later, He Changhai has become the vice president. Quite interesting. Without keeping everyone waiting for long, He Changhai soon entered Ward 1305 with a group of interns. Director Ma rushed over and said in a very humble manner, Director this patient has been in a coma for more than 10 days. I really can't do anything. I hope you can save the situation. Wang Yinshan stepped forward and looked at He Changhai eagerly. Dean please save my Lao Zhou. Money is not a problem. I can give you a big red envelope. As she spoke, Wang Yinshan took out a very thick red envelope from her purse and stuffed it into He Changhai's hand. He Changhai's face turned serious, and he refused repeatedly. Family member of the patient, please don't do this. It is our duty as doctors to cure diseases and save lives. Please take back the red envelope. Having said that, He Changhai stuffed the red envelope back. The interns around him looked at He Changhai with admiration. Professor He's medical ethics are truly noble. Wei Jiuzhou also looked up to He Changhai. He was a pure doctor. He did not hesitate at all when he refused the red envelope just now. After returning the red envelope, He Changhai came to Zhou Tianxiong and began to explain to the interns, Look, he has obvious blunt trauma on his head, which means he should have a lot of blood clots in his brain. Do you understand? Clear. He Changhai nodded slightly, turned his head, and looked at Wang Yinshan with a very serious look. Family member of the patient. The patient has been in a coma for more than 10 days, and the best time for craniotomy has been missed. Even if I perform the operation myself, the success rate is only 60%. If you insist on performing a craniotomy on the patient, please sign the exemption certificate. As long as you sign, I can arrange the operation immediately. Only 60%? Wang Yinshan suddenly panicked and looked at her son in confusion. Zhou Yuan was relatively calm and asked in a deep voice, Dean He, if the operation fails, what will happen to my dad? If the operation fails, your father will never wake up. In the best case, he will become a vegetable. Or, it's up to you family members to decide whether to have the operation or not. Zhou Yuan scratched his hair in pain. Dean He, if we don't do a craniotomy, what are the chances of my father waking up? He Changhai shook his head gently. With conservative treatment, the patient's chance of waking up is slim because the wound is too large and the impact is too great. There's too much blood congestion in the brain, and any few blood clots that fall off can cause cerebral thrombosis. Zhou Yuan smiled bitterly. So, we have no choice, right? In that case, let's sign. There's at least a 60% chance of success with the surgery. As he spoke, Zhou Yuan grabbed the pen and prepared to sign the exemption letter. Wei Jiuzhou, who was standing by, suddenly stepped forward, raised his hand and grabbed Zhou Yuan's wrist and shook his head gently. Xiao Yuan, don't sign. Let Tori perform the operation. Your father will definitely wake up. Wei Jiuzhou's eyes were so confident that even Zhou Yuan, who had a prejudice against him, was somewhat shaken. Zhou Yuan subconsciously turned his head to look at Tori Yin. Dr. Tori, are you 100% sure that you can cure my dad? Tori Yin nodded confidently. Yes, 100%. Upon hearing this, Director Ma became unhappy. Vice President, he was only 60% sure. How could this old Russian who came out of nowhere dare to say he was 100% sure? Isn't this a slap in the face of Vice President he? How could Director Ma miss such a good opportunity to lick his boss's boots? Director Ma stepped forward and angrily shouted, This is a hospital area. This is not a place for trifling. Are you doctors? Do you have a medical license? If you don't understand, stop talking nonsense here. Okay? Get out now. Chapter 69 Uncle Wei, I was wrong. Zhou Yuan couldn't help but frowned. After all, Wei Jiuzhou was Wei Ning's father, so it shouldn't be too ugly. Zhou Yuan quickly came to Wei Jiuzhou and whispered, Uncle Wei, you guys should leave. This is an important part of the hospital. If you piss off the experts, I can't help you. Wei Jiuzhou smiled slightly. Xiao Yuan, don't worry, it's okay. Zhou Yuan was so anxious. Why was Uncle Wei so stubborn? Professor, he was already a little angry. He Changhai was very satisfied with Director Ma's reaction. He looked at Tori Yin with displeasure. He wanted to see who dared to speak so arrogantly in front of such an authority as him. After seeing Tori Yin clearly, He Changhai's face changed drastically. Oh my god, why is it Dr. Tori? He Changhai quickly strode forward. He wanted to stop Director Ma's rudeness. How could Director Ma yell at Dr. Tori? As they walked, He Changhai shouted angrily, Ma Tingjun, what's your attitude? How can you be so rude to Dr. Tori? Apologize to Dr. Tori immediately. Ma Tingjun was confused. He was speaking for Vice President He. Why did Vice President He scold him and even asked him to apologize to this old Russian? However, even if he didn't understand, Ma Tingjun didn't dare to disobey He Changhai's words. He could only grit his teeth and apologize to Tori Yin. I'm sorry, Dr. Tor, I had a bad attitude just now. For a moment, all the interns were stunned and looked at Tori Yin, wondering who this foreigner was. He Changhai knew that Ma Tingjun was a little dissatisfied, so he explained, Tingjun, Dr. Tori is the vice president of the Mayo Clinic, a two-time Nobel Prize winner in medicine, and a world-class orthopedic expert, especially good at craniotomy. This series of titles shocked Ma Tingjun and all the interns. For a moment, all the doctors looked at Tori Yin with admiration. Ma Tingjun no longer had any resentment. Compared with Tori Yin, he was just an elementary school student. What qualifications did he have to scold Tori Yin? Zhou Yuan and Wang Yinshan became excited. Although they didn't understand what these titles meant, they would look at the attitude. Vice President, he praises him so much, and all the doctors admire him so much. This old Russian must be very powerful. My dad, husband, is saved. He Changhai looked at Tor Yin with a slightly flattering look. Dr. Tor, please forgive Ma Tingjun's rudeness. Tor Yin said calmly. You don't have to apologize to me. You should apologize to the boss. Boss. Ma Ting-jun was stunned for a moment, not understanding who the boss he was talking about was. However, He Changhai couldn't help but shiver and turned his head sharply to look at Wei Jiuzhou. More than 10 years ago, he had the honor of meeting Wei Jiuzhou, which made him unforgettable. In front of his hospital bed, several of the world's top financial tycoons listened to his teachings like elementary school students. What was the identity of this man? He Changhai rushed to Wei Jiuzhou in 2 or 3 steps and bowed deeply. Mr. Wei, I sincerely apologize to you for Ma Tingjuan's rudeness. Wow. The entire ward was in an uproar, and everyone looked at Wei Jiuzhou with astonishment. Who was this unprepossessingly handsome young man? Just now, when Vice President He faced Dr. Tori Yin, his attitude was just relatively respectful, but when facing him, he bowed 90 degrees. Ma Tingjun turned pale with fear. From Vice President He's attitude, it was certain that this young man was of noble status. He actually scolded him just now. Have you had enough of living? Ma Tingjun walked up quickly and bowed deeply. Mr. Wei, I was rude just now. I sincerely apologize to you. Wei Jiuzhou waved his hand calmly. This is a hospital. You are right to worry about the patients. What's wrong with that? It's just a small misunderstanding. Don't take it to heart. Wei Jiuzhou was so magnanimous that Ma Tingjun finally breathed a sigh of relief. Zhou Yuan and Wang Yinshan on the side were completely confused. They looked at each other. Who was his classmate's father? Why were Vice President He and Director Ma so scared? Zhou Yuan stared at Wei Jiuzhou blankly. Wei Ning's father was so powerful. Then why did Wei Ning's family live in such poverty over the years? He also needed to share some candies and pastries with Wei Ning frequently. Why would Wei Ning resist such an awesome father? If it were him, he would definitely make his dad happy. So would he still have to worry about the daily pocket money? Uncle Wei, I was just looking down on you. I hope you won't take it to heart with me. Wei Jiuzhou raised his hand and rubbed Zhou Yuan's head and said with a smile, how could Uncle be so petty as to argue with you? If Uncle can cure your father, are you willing to help Uncle? Zhou Yuan nodded vigorously. As long as Uncle cures my dad, and as long as Uncle doesn't do anything to hurt Wei Ning, I am very willing to help Uncle. Wei Jiuzhou showed a satisfied smile on his face. Good boy. Wang Yinshan, who was standing by, was still a little worried. She turned her head and looked at He Changhai. Vice President He, is Dr. Tori really 100% sure that he can cure old Joe? He Changhai nodded without hesitation. My medical skills compared to Dr. Tori are like the difference between a firefly and the bright moon. If he says he is 100% sure, then he must be 100% sure. Wang Yinshan was finally relieved and bowed to Tori Yin again. Thank you, Dr. Tori. Tori Yin waved his hand calmly. Don't thank me. Thank the boss. If it weren't for the boss, I would never have taken this operation. Yes, we should thank Mr. Wei. Wang Yinshan kept nodding, turned around, and bowed deeply to Wei Jiuzhou. Wei Jiuzhou calmly accepted Wang Yinshan's thanks. Although he had his own purpose, the life-saving grace was greater than heaven. It was reasonable for the other party to thank him. Seeing a smile on Wei Jiuzhou's face, He Changhai finally breathed a sigh of relief. If he could establish a good relationship with Mr. Wei, it would benefit him for the rest of his life. Mr. Wei, please wait a moment. I will go and arrange the operating room. Also, I would like to apply to be Dr. Tori's assistant. Is that okay? Wei Jiuzhou smiled slightly. Director Jiang of your hospital has already arranged the operating room. But with Vice Director, he personally acting as Tori's assistant, the success rate of the operation will definitely increase a lot. He Changhai couldn't help but grin. He was still too slow. The dean was really awesome. He started to act so early. I can't compare. As he was speaking, Jiang Huairan rushed into the operating room, panting, and quickly came to Wei Jiuzhou, looking at him in a slightly flattering manner. Mr. Wei, operating room number 1 is ready. Mr. Zhou can have surgery now. Wei Jiuzhou nodded slightly. I trust Dean Jiang to do the job. Let's start the operation right away. Yes. Changhai, take Dr. Tori to do the preoperative preparations immediately and push Mr. Zhou into the operating room immediately. Chapter 70. What is Uncle Wei's identity? At Jiang Huairan's command, everyone immediately got busy, and soon Zhou Tianxiong was pushed away by the interns. Zhou Yuan looked at all this with an extremely complicated look. Just now, he and his mother were very desperate and pessimistic about whether his father could wake up. However, everything changed after Uncle Wei appeared. Uncle Wei is simply like an emperor who is high above everyone else. He easily solved things that were extremely difficult for their family. Zhou Yuan quickly expressed his loyalty to Wei Jiuzhou. Uncle Wei, just tell me what you need me to do, and I will do my best to do it. Wei Jiuzhou smiled slightly. The operation is not over yet. Xiao Yuan trust me so much? Zhou Yuan nodded vigorously. I believe in Uncle Wei unconditionally. Dr. Tori can definitely cure my father. Wei Jiuzhou couldn't help but rub Zhou Yuan's head. Young man, you have good vision. Actually, what I want you to do is very simple. At 8 o'clock tonight, the Shangri-La Hotel will hold a unique eating contest. Please help Wei Ning sign up. Here is the registration form. Trusova immediately took out a very beautiful registration form and handed it to Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan subconsciously took the registration form. Competitive eating competition? Uncle Wei, why did you sign Aining up for the eating contest? Wei Jiuzhou said in a deep voice. Aining once made a wish on his birthday, hoping that one day he could eat as much king crab as he wanted. So I organized a king crab eating competition for him. Zhou Yuan couldn't help but feel a little jealous. Uncle Wei was so kind to Aining, wasn't he? In order to fulfill Aining's wish, he actually organized such a big competition. It's really too arrogant. If only Uncle Wei was his father. In addition to envy, Zhou Yuan was somewhat confused. Uncle Wei had helped their family so much. So why did he let him do such a simple thing? Uncle Wei, you could do such a simple thing by yourself, right? Why bother asking me for help? Wei Jiuzhou smiled bitterly. Xiao Yuan, you should know very well that Aining has a deep misunderstanding of me. If I help him sign up for the eating contest, he will definitely refuse without hesitation. And you are his best brother. He will definitely not refuse your kindness. Zhou Yuan nodded slightly when he heard this. Aining really has a big misunderstanding about Uncle Wei. He even complained to me a few days ago, saying that he would never forgive Uncle Wei. After a pause, Zhou Yuan asked hesitantly, Uncle Wei, I know I shouldn't ask, but I really can't help it. Since you care about Aining so much, why did you abandon their family of four for 15 years? Wei Jiuzhou said frankly, it's okay to tell you. I went abroad because I had cancer and didn't want my family to worry about me. Cancer? Wei Jiuzhou said it so calmly, but Zhou Yuan knew very well that everything Wei Jiuzhou had experienced was beyond his imagination. Zhou Yuan even felt his eyes getting hot. Uncle Wei has done so much. He is so great. Uncle Wei, please rest assured. I will do everything I can to help you. Let Aining accept you as her great father. Wei Jiuzhou smiled slightly. I believe you. After a pause, Zhou Yuan asked a little embarrassedly. Uncle Wei, I also like to eat king crabs. So, can you give me a registration form? Wei Jiuzhou smiled slightly. Of course, Trusova. Give Xiao Yuan a registration form. In a pleasant chatting atmosphere, Zhou Tianxiong's craniotomy was successfully completed. The lights in the operating room dimmed, the door opened, and Tori Yin, He Changhai, and others filed out. For a moment, the atmosphere became heavy again. Zhou Yuan and Wang Yinshan looked at Tori Yin nervously. Dr. Tor, was the operation successful? Tori Yin smiled slightly. The operation went very smoothly. If there are no accidents, the injured person will wake up within half an hour. Swish! Zhou Yuan and Wang Yinshan finally couldn't hold back their tears, and they hugged each other tightly. Only those who have experienced loss will know how to cherish. The feeling of regaining something you have lost is great. Zhou Yuan secretly made up his mind that from today on, he would never talk back to his father again. He must be a good and obedient child. Xiao Yuan's mother, since the operation has been successful, I won't bother you anymore. Goodbye, Uncle Wei. We'll contact each other later. Thank you, Mr. Wei. The hospital was so huge that Wei Jiuzhou almost exhausted his strength after just a short walk around. With the help of Trusova, Wei Jiuzhou walked out of the hospital and returned to the bulletproof Maybach. Seeing that Wei Jiuzhou looked so tired, Rossi no longer cared to criticize him and hurriedly helped Wei Jiuzhou massage to relax. 10 minutes later, Wei Jiuzhou recovered some strength and slowly opened his eyes. Rosie, that's enough. Rossi sighed. Her boss was too stubborn. Even if she criticized him harshly, it would not produce any results. So she simply gave up criticizing him. Wei Jiuzhou took out his cell phone, opened WeChat, and sent a message to Wei Wensi. Wei Jiuzhou. Wensi, I promised to give you a gift. Are you free this afternoon? Dad will take you to pick a gift. Cat loves donuts. Thank you, Dad. But not these few days. I only have 3 days left to complete my paper, and I can't go anywhere during these 3 days. Will Dad be free after 3 days? Wei Jojo. As long as when she is free, Dad is free. Cat loves donuts. Then it's a deal. After turning off his phone, Wei Jojo felt sleepy. He leaned his head back slightly, closed his eyes, and began to doze off. Trusova whispered, Brother Gio, go home and drive steadily. Good. Equals 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 equals. Half an hour passed quickly. Zhou Tianxiong's eyelashes moved slightly, and his fingers also moved. Zhou Yuan and Wang Yunshan were overjoyed. It moved. Daddy's eyelashes moved. Mom, did you see it? I saw it. I saw it. Your father's fingers moved too. Amid the two people's cheers, Zhou Tianxiong slowly opened his eyes and saw his wife and children standing before him. A relieved smile flashed across Zhou Tianxiong's face. Zhou Tianxiong has been in a coma, but he can vaguely hear the sound from the outside world, but he cannot open his eyes or speak. Hearing that his wife and children cared so much about him, his heart was warmed. Zhou Tianxiong secretly made up his mind that he would never quarrel with his wife again. Whatever his wife said was right. And that brat Xiao Yuan, no matter what trouble he gets into next, I won't beat him up. Nurse! Nurse! My dad is awake. My dad is awake. Zhou Yuan pressed the bell next to the bed. Zhou Tianxiong and Wei Jojo had a certain relationship, so He Changhai did not dare to neglect it and came to check it out in person. Soon, the test results came out, and Zhou Tianxiong's physical data were all normal. He Changhai finally breathed a sigh of relief. The surgery was successful, and the patient's vital signs are stable. As long as he takes good rest, he will be fully recovered in 3 months. Thank you, Vice President He. You're welcome. It's a doctor's duty to cure illnesses and save lives. Vice Dean He, can I ask, what is Uncle Wei's identity? Why is the dean so respectful to him? He Changhai's expression turned very serious. I know very little about Mr. Wei. I only know that he is the behind-the-scenes boss of the Mayo Clinic. According to my judgment, Mr. Wei is rich enough to rival a country. Rich enough to rival a country? Zhou Yuan was extremely shocked. It turned out that Aining's father was so powerful. Wang Yunshan on the side was also shocked. This Mr. Wei is so capable, and Xiao Yuan and Aining have such a good relationship. As long as Xiao Yuan follows Aining's footsteps closely, his future will be limitless. Aining, didn't Mr. Wei ask you to help with something just now? I can take care of your father by myself. Go find Aining right away. Make sure to get what Mr. Wei asked you to do done. P.S. Friends who are waiting for updates can check out the author's completed old book, The Whole World Knows My Dad is Super Rich, which has a similar style to this book, both of which are about doting on children. Chapter 71 Wei Jojo kills 3 birds with 1 stone. Zhou Yuan nodded deeply. The life-saving grace was greater than heaven, and he must do his best to complete Uncle Wei's instructions. Okay, I'll go find Aining right away. Mom, I'll leave Dad to you. Zhou Yuan grabbed the registration form and walked out of the ward quickly. As he walked, he began to think about how he could complete Uncle Wei's task beautifully. Suddenly, Zhou Yuan's eyes lit up. Aining had very little entertainment on weekdays and only liked playing football. Aining especially liked several naturalized players from Hongda, especially Goulart and Luo Guofu. If Uncle Wei can ask Gaulat or Luo Guofu to promote the competitive eating contest on Weibo or Douyin, I believe Aining will be very interested in the competitive eating contest. Zhou Yuan quickly took out his cell phone and called Wei Jiuzhou. Wei Jiuzhou was almost asleep when he was suddenly woken up by a phone call. He couldn't help but feel a little angry. Who was so ignorant to call him during his lunch break? Wei Jiuzhou grabbed the phone and saw the 2 words Zhou Yuan. His displeasure instantly disappeared, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Is Xiao Yuan so reliable? How can he do it so quickly? Wei Jiuzhou answered the phone. Xiao Yuan, is it done? No, my dad just woke up and I just left. I haven't seen Aining yet. So what do you want from me? It's like this, Uncle Wei. I suddenly remembered that Aining really likes 2 naturalized players from Hongda, Gaulat and Luo Guofu. Can you contact them? Ask them to post a Weibo or Douyin post to promote this big eater competition. Wei Jiuzhou raised his eyebrows slightly. He only knew that Aining liked football, but he didn't expect that Aining also had a favorite player. Why post on Weibo and TikTok? Since Aining likes them, just let them participate in the competition. Huh? Zhou Yuan was confused. Gaulat and Luo Guofu had an annual salary of tens of millions of euros. Why would they participate in a big eating competition? Uncle Wei, this may be a little difficult. Gaolat and Luo Guofu are very powerful. Can you really invite them? It couldn't be more true, even truer than if you were a boy. Just tell Aining this, and tonight he will definitely be able to see Gaolat and Luo Guofu, and he will also have their autographed footballs and jerseys. Zhou Yuan didn't know what to say. Uncle Wei was too good, wasn't he? Gaolat and Luo Guofu were both big names worth tens of millions of euros. Could they be invited so easily? Since Uncle Wei is so awesome, could he get some benefits for himself? Zhou Yuan suppressed his excitement and asked, Uncle Wei, can I have a favor? Explain. I usually prefer to watch live broadcasts. I like Xiao Tuanshuan and Catfish Spirit. Can we invite them to participate in the eating contest? No problem. Anything else? No. Okay, that's it. See you at 8 o'clock tonight. After saying that, Wei Zhuzhou hung up the phone. Trusova at the side couldn't help but complain. Boss, you spoil this kid too much. You save his father and let him participate in the eating contest. You have done your best. Why did you agree to help him hire an internet celebrity? Wei Zhuzhou smiled slightly. Trusova, based on your understanding of me, would I follow a child to make trouble? Be a little bigger. Even if Xiao Yuan didn't mention this request, I would still invite the internet celebrity. Trusova was a little confused and couldn't keep up with Wei Zhuzhou's pace for a while. Could it be that the boss had already started the layout without noticing? Just to remind you, check the equity structure of the Shark platform and its revenue in the past 2 years. Trusova immediately checked the equity structure of the Shark platform, and her expression suddenly became a little strange. It turns out that Penguin is the major shareholder of Shark. In other words, Boss is the boss behind Shark. Shark has been making losses in the past 2 years. As the god of investment, how could the boss tolerate losses in his own industry? This is to hype up the popularity of the Shark platform. In addition, the financial report of Shangri-La Hotel was also somewhat disappointing. Driven by the popularity of the eating contest, the popularity of Shangri-La Hotel will also be hyped up. Not only did it fulfill the young master's wish, but it also revitalized 2 businesses. It could be said that it killed 3 birds with 1 stone. The boss is the boss. Niopi Plas. Boss, I've learned my lesson. Wei Zhuzhou smiled slightly. He liked this point about Trusova, and he understood it immediately. Now that you understand, go and make the arrangements. Yes, boss. Trusova quickly took out her cell phone and searched for Su Jiayin's phone number in the address book. Ms. Trusova, what do you want to talk to me about? The financial statements of Hengda Group were sent over the day before yesterday. Is there something wrong with the financial statements? There is no problem with the financial statements. I came to you this time because my boss needs you to do a small personal favor. The voice on the other end of the phone suddenly became respectful. I don't deserve it. Boss, just tell me what you want. I will do it. Tonight at 8 o'clock, the boss will hold a big eating contest at the Qingzhou Shangri-La Hotel. He hopes that Gao Lat and Luo Guofu from the Hung team can come and participate. No problem. They will definitely arrive at Qingzhou Shangri-La Hotel on time before 8 o'clock tonight. Trusova hung up the phone and quickly searched for the phone number of Sharp Platform CEO Chen Xiaojia. The call was quickly connected and a rather arrogant voice came through. Chen Xiaojia, who is this? I am Trusova, special assistant to the chairman of YH Holdings. YH Holdings? Isn't this the big boss of the big boss? Chen Xiaojia's voice immediately became much more enthusiastic. Ms. Trusova, what do you want from me? Tonight, at 8 o'clock, the boss will hold a big eater competition at the Qingzhou Shangri-La Hotel. He plans to let your Sharp platform host it and broadcast it live. You should arrange a few eating shows that are more attractive. Oh, and Tawanzi and Catfish Spirit must come. No problem. Ms. Trusova, is there anything else you want? That's all for now. After saying that, Trusova hung up the phone. Wei Ning was playing football with a group of senior football fans at the Qingzhou Stadium. Zhou Yuan rushed into the football field and shouted, Aining, come here. Come here quickly. When Wei Ning saw Zhou Yuan, his eyes lit up. In recent days, Zhou Yuan had been staying by his bedside and had no time to play football with him. Seeing how happy Yuan looks, Uncle Zhou must have woken up. Wei Ning ran over quickly and gave his brother a bear hug very enthusiastically. Yuan, is Uncle Zhou recovered? Dad's surgery was successful, and he has woken up. I came to see you this time because I have great news. What's the good news? Are you going to treat me to a big dinner? You really guessed it right. I really want to treat you to a big meal today. Tonight at 8 o'clock, I will treat you to king crabs. Eat, as much as you want. Chapter 72, Wei Ning, the doting sister. Wei Ning rolled his eyes in annoyance. Ah, Yuan, don't I know what's going on with you? Your monthly allowance is barely enough for your internet bill. How can you afford a king crab dinner? Zhou Yuan scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Aining really understands me. I really can't afford king crabs. I signed you up for the big eater competition. As he spoke, Zhou Yuan handed the registration form to Wei Ning. Wei Ning raised his hand to take the application form, glanced at it briefly, and then shook his head with a lack of interest. Yuan, for such a great event, there must be a lot of people signing up. Why do you think we are so lucky to be selected? Zhou Yuan looked at Wei Ning with a strange expression. Aining, didn't you receive the text message that you became the lucky audience? I have received it. I don't know. I was playing football and my phone was in my bag. As he spoke, Wei Ning unzipped his backpack and took out his cell phone. Originally, Wei Ning didn't have much hope because he had bad luck since childhood and didn't quite believe that he would be the lucky one. However, when he saw the text message, he immediately became excited. I receive a message too. I'm also a lucky viewer. That's great. Ah Yuan, thank you. You are simply my Doryman. Wei Ning was so happy that he picked up Zhou Yuan and spun around. Zhou Yuan looked at Wei Ning with complicated eyes. Brother, I'm not Doryman at all. You are my Doryman. It's all because of you that I have the chance to meet Tuanzi and Catfish Spirit offline. Wei Ning was so excited that he held Zhou Yuan and spun him around for more than 10 times. Zhou Yuan felt a little dizzy and shouted, Stop. Aining, stop. If you keep spinning, I'm going to vomit. How can I have dinner tonight? Oh. Wei Ning quickly put Zhou Yuan down, unable to control his inner excitement. Ah Yuan, hurry up and change your clothes and go down to the field to play for a while. Move around more to digest the food in your stomach. We must win the Big Eater Championship tonight. Zhou Yuan smiled bitterly and said, Aining, forget about the championship. We definitely can't get it. I heard that Shar Platform is hosting this Big Eater competition, and there are several food streamers participating. We can't use our hobby to challenge other people's professions. Hosted by Shark Platform, are there any food show contestants? So, he can be on TV too? After hesitating for a while, Wei Ning made a very important decision. Ah Yuan, thank you for your kindness. Can I give this opportunity to my second sister? My second sister is studying art and will most likely work in the entertainment industry in the future. The exposure of the Shark Platform is good. If my second sister can be exposed in advance, she can have a higher starting point than other students. Zhou Yuan looked at Wei Ning with a complicated look. Aining was really a doting sister. She obviously wanted to eat king crab very much, but in order to pave the way for her sister, she resolutely gave up this opportunity to her sister. If it were a normal situation, Zhou Yuan would definitely support Wei Ning without hesitation. But now, Zhou Yuan has received a mission from Wei Jiuzhou. Zhou Yuan asked in a bewitching tone, Aining, are you sure you want to give up this opportunity? I just saw the promotion about the Big Eater competition on the official homepage of Shark. Your favorite Gaolat and Luo Guofu will participate in the Big Eater competition tonight. Gaolat and Luo Guofu will participate in the eating contest tonight. As he spoke, Wei Ning snatched Zhou Yuan's phone and actually saw the promotional page for the Big Eater competition on the Shark's homepage and really saw his two favorite naturalized players. Wei Ning couldn't help but feel a little conflicted. If he could play with the two naturalized players, he would definitely be able to get their autographs, right? Aining, there's no need for you to worry about it. With Sister Wenxi's looks and abilities, she can become famous by participating in any talent show. She doesn't need to ride on the popularity of the Big Eater. Besides, live streaming is not related to Sister Wenxi's expertise. Wei Ning shook his head slightly. Even the meat on a mosquito's leg is still meat. There are plenty of opportunities to meet Gaolat and Luo Guofu, and there are plenty of opportunities to eat king crabs, but this opportunity is too precious for my sister to be exposed in advance. Let me give it to my sister. Zhou Yuan had a headache. Aining, please stop doing so many things. How can I complete Uncle Wei's task if you do this? It's very difficult for me to do it. Okay? I don't know if this will work. Aining, why don't you ask the organizer? Wei Ning took out his cell phone and called the organizer's number listed on the registration form. Zhou Yuan quickly sent a message to Wei Jiuzhou. Uncle Wei, the latest news is that in order to pave the way for Sister when she's acting career, Aining wants to give her spot in the Big Eater competition to Sister when she. I really can't stop her. Soon, Wei Jiuzhou's reply came. Leave it to me. Zhou Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. The organizer's phone number on the registration form was Trusova's. Suddenly seeing Wei Ning's number, Trusova was stunned for a moment. Boss, the young master is calling me. Should I answer? Xiao Ning is planning to give his place in the competition to Wen Shi. You could just reject him directly. I could do a good job of paving the way for Wen Shi. You don't need this little fool to worry about it. Yes, boss. Trusova answered the phone and said in a very formal manner, Hello, this is the organizer of the Big Eater competition. Who are you? Hello, im contestant, Wei Ning. I have something to do tonight and can't get away. Can you give your place to my sister? Sorry, only contestants who have passed the organizer's review can participate. If a contestant does not arrive before the start of the competition, we will regard it as a forfeit. Wei Ning was surprised. Come. I will definitely come. I will definitely find time. Trusova glanced at Wei Jiuzhou secretly and said hesitantly, Each contestant can bring 3 family members to help out, and the family members will also have the opportunity to appear on camera. Wei Ning was overjoyed. That's great. Thank you very much to the organizers. Wei Ning took out his cell phone and called Wei Wensi. He wanted to tell his second sister the good news as soon as possible. The call was quickly connected, and Wei Wensi's slightly dissatisfied voice was heard. Aining, don't you know I'm writing a paper? Why are you disturbing me? If you can't give me a reasonable reason, be careful of my beautiful fist when you come back. Second sister, I have good news for you. At 8 o'clock tonight, Sharp Platform will hold a big eating contest at the Shangri-La Hotel. I'm lucky enough to be selected as a contestant. I'm going to be on TV. Wei Wensi smiled and said, Congratulations, Aining. Not only can you fulfill your wish for free, but you can also be on TV. Second sister, when the time comes, you, mom, and eldest sister can come and cheer me on. No, I'm busy writing my thesis and don't have time. Family members also have many opportunities to be exposed. The traffic on the Sharp Platform is quite large. Are you really not coming? Chapter 73, Michelle, I am disappointed in you. Family members also have the opportunity to be exposed? Wei Wensi was suddenly moved. Aning, are you sure it's true? It's more real than that I'm your brother. The organizer told me so himself. Okay then, I'll be there on time, but after I get home, you have to help me collect materials to write my paper. No problem. After dealing with his second sister, Wei Ning was in a good mood. He took out his cell phone and called Zhou Shuyu. The call was quickly connected, and Zhou Shuyu's gentle voice was heard. Aining, you rarely call me at times like this. Are you short of money? There are 200 yuan in the drawer of the coffee table in the living room. Take it and spend it. No, Mom, it's not about the money. Tonight, at 8 o'clock, the Shangri-La Hotel is holding a big eater competition. I'm lucky enough to be a contestant. Each contestant can bring 3 family members to cheer for them. My second sister has already agreed to it. Can you and my eldest sister come over to cheer me on as well? Zhou Shuyu smiled and said, Aining, don't go to any competitions. I also have good news to tell you. At noon today, our company's staff meal is very rich, with 2 tails of king crab meat. I plan to pack it up and bring it home for you to eat. Wei Ning's expression became a little strange. If it was before today, he should be very happy to hear this, right? Mom, in this big eater competition, a very important ingredient is king crab and Australian lobster, the kind you can eat as much as you want. Really? That's great. Mom and your big sister will definitely go to cheer you on. But even if you eat as much as you want, don't eat too much, or you'll hurt your body. Wei Ning smiled and said, Mom, don't worry, I know what's going on. I'm playing football. I'll hang up first. Equals 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 equals. After being disturbed repeatedly, Wei Jiuzhou lost all desire to sleep and rubbed his temples tiredly. Rossi, who was standing by, was very worried about Wei Jiuzhou's physical condition and asked in a gentle voice, Boss, you look a little pale. Do you want to go back and catch up on some sleep? Wei Jiuzhou shook his head vigorously to clear his mind. Don't sleep yet. Go check out the competition venue. The most important thing is the ingredients. We must strictly control them. Yes, boss. The bulletproof Maybach went straight to the Shangri-La Hotel. At Wei Jiuzhou's command, the entire Shangri-La Hotel suddenly became like a clockwork machine. Under the leadership of Michelle, dozens of waiters decorated the best banquet hall of Shangri-La Hotel magnificently and luxuriously. In the center of the banquet hall, there was a huge U-shaped dining table, and all the tableware was made of silver. Upon hearing the news that Wei Jiuzhou was coming, Michelle hurried to greet him and took Wei Jiuzhou to visit the banquet hall. Wei Jiuzhou was quite satisfied with the banquet hall. After all, it was a 5-star hotel. The banquet hall is well decorated. Are the ingredients ready? It's ready. Chef Hiowa personally went to the seafood market to buy 50 king crabs and 100 large Australian lobsters. Take me to see it. Yes, boss. Michelle led Wei Jojo to the seafood area of Hilton Hotel, where they saw more than 50 king crabs with bared fangs and claws. These king crabs are very energetic and keep crawling around in the water. However, Wei Jojo frowned deeply. Michelle, I am very disappointed in you. Swish. Michelle was so scared that her face turned pale instantly. Beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, and she had no idea where she had gone wrong. However, Michelle did not dare to quibble and quickly bowed his head to admit his mistake. I did not do my job well. Please let me know. I will definitely correct it. Michelle, have you seen the list of contestants? Is there a contestant named Wei Ning? I have, yes. Wei Ning is my son. You're just going to feed my son these ordinary Chilean king crabs. Buzz. Michelle's brain almost exploded. The young master is actually a contestant? These king crabs with ordinary intelligence are indeed not worthy of the young master's status. It is my fault. I didn't know that young master was a contestant. I will arrange for someone to buy a few Alaskan king crabs as ingredients for young master's competition. Wei Jojo rolled his eyes speechlessly. What was Michelle thinking? If only Aining ate Alaskan king crab, how much more conspicuous would he be? Even a fool could notice that Aining was different, right? If Aining knew that he was the one who organized this eating contest, maybe this brat would give up halfway. Even if I want to tell Aining, I have to wait until he finishes eating the king crab. All contestants' king crabs will be replaced with pure Alaskan king crabs. Michelle was about to cry and quickly explained, Boss, I really can't do it. Pure Alaskan king crabs grow in the pure and cold, deep waters of Alaska. They are extremely difficult to catch. The monthly output is less than 3,000. If distributed to our Qingzhou seafood market, there will definitely be no more than 10. Wei Jojo's eyebrows slightly raised. Is this thing so rare? I remember that every time Fujiwara Masao went to see him, he would bring dozens of them. Wei Jojo took out his cell phone and called Fujiwara Masao. The Fujiwara family is one of the most prominent families in Yamato, with a history of more than 300 years. Fujiwara Masao, the current head of the Fujiwara family and AP8, level executive of the Immortal Kingdom. The call was quickly connected, and a very respectful voice came. Boss, this is Fujiwara Masao. What can I do for you? Fujiwara-kun, I need 50 of the purest Alaskan king crabs. They must be delivered to the Shangri-La Hotel in Qingzhou, Daxia, before 8 p.m. tonight. Can you do that? Ha-e. After hanging up the phone with Fujiwara Masao, Wei Jojo turned his head to look at the lobsters beside him. These Australian lobsters were very large, each weighing more than 1 kilogram, which was considered to be Australian lobsters of very good quality. However, Wei Jojo was very dissatisfied. The big eater competition he personally initiated for his son must use the best ingredients. Michelle, I want to know how many purebred Australian blue dragons can be found in the Qingzhou seafood market. Michelle showed a wry smile on his face. The rarity of Australian blue dragon is even higher than that of pure Alaskan king crab. There isn't even one to be found in the entire Qingzhou seafood market. Australian blue dragon lives in the area where the Pacific Ocean and the Indian Ocean meet. Due to the confluence of warm and cold currents, the climatic conditions here are very harsh, with frequent strong winds and rainstorms, making fishing extremely difficult. Therefore, Australian blue dragon is listed as one of the 4 kings of French cuisine. Boss, you should ask how many purebred Australian blue dragons can be found in the entire Daxia seafood market. Wei Jojo rolled his eyes again and secretly felt lucky that he came over to inspect the ingredients in person. Otherwise, his son would probably only be able to eat these ordinary lobsters. Wei Jojo took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Soon, an old female voice came from the other end of the line. Boss, what do you want from me? Ms. Gina, I need 100 purebred Australian blue dragons. I need them delivered to the Shangri-La Hotel in Qingzhou, Daxia, before 8 o'clock tonight, Xiaojing time. Can you do that? Chapter 74. For my son, it's worth it. The woman on the other end of the line was Gina Hamlet, the chairman of the board of directors of Australia's BHP mining group, the richest person in Australia, and a P7 level executive at the Immortal Kingdom. Gina is already quite old, and unlike other executives, she is not afraid of Wei Jojo. She said with some embarrassment, Boss, 100 purebred Australian blue dragons are not a problem. The problem is the flight time. Even if we use a supersonic Boeing 747 to transport them, I'm afraid they won't arrive in Daxia before 8 o'clock tonight, Xiaojing time. Wei Jiuzhou raised his eyebrows. The distance between Daxia and Australia is indeed a big problem. However, for Wei Jiuzhou, this problem is not a difficult one. Ms. Gina, you don't have to worry about the transportation. The Immortal One fighter will arrive in Australia within an hour. You can just hand over the 100 blue dragons to them. Yes, boss. Immortal number 1 fighter? What is that? Michelle looked at Wei Jiuzhou blankly, feeling a sense of power. Trusova on the side could not help but frowned and said hesitantly, Boss, Daxia's airspace protection is very strict. Although the Immortal number 1 fighter is a super fighter that exceeds 10 times the speed of sound, it may not be able to break through Daxia's air defense system. Wei Jiuzhou glared at Trusova unhappily. Why do we have to break through Daxia's air defense system? We are legitimate businessmen. We can just report the flight information to Daxia Air Traffic Control Bureau. Huh. Trusova was stunned for a moment, and soon understood Wei Jiuzhou's deep meaning. Boss, I will contact Yition right now and ask him to uninstall all weapon systems of the Immortal One and temporarily convert the Eternal One fighter into a passenger plane. Wei Jiuzhou nodded slightly. Trusova quickly took out her satellite phone and contacted Yi Tian, deputy commander of the Immortal Army, through the encrypted band. General Yi, is the Immortal number 1 fighter on standby? Can it take off at any time? The voice on the other end of the phone became serious. Immortal number 1 fighter has been on standby. What are the latest instructions from the boss? Do we need to execute the decapitation plan? General Yi, please be patient. The boss needs 100 purebred Australian blue dragons. You need to go to Australia to pick them up and send them to Daxia. By the way, before you leave, remove all the weapon systems of the Immortal One and temporarily convert it into a passenger plane. Yi Tian was confused. How could the boss give such a ridiculous order? The Immortal number 1 fighter is one of the strongest deterrent forces of the Immortal Army. It is the Immortal Army's trump card that could deter powerful enemies in the central battlefield. Before this, the boss had never activated the Immortal number 1 fighter. But today, the boss actually activated the Immortal number 1 fighter just for a few Australian blue dragons. Isn't this too outrageous? Did something happen to the boss? Did Trusova falsely pass on military orders? How could a wise boss give such an outrageous order? In an instant, Yi Tian thought a lot. Trusova, I want to talk to the boss. Yi Tian's tone became very cold. If the boss really had an accident, he would make the world full of blood and rain. Boss, Yi Tian wants to talk to you. Wei Jiuzhou was stunned for a moment, but soon realized that Yi Tian didn't believe Trusova. Wei Jiuzhou took the satellite phone and said calmly, Yi Tian, I am Wei Jiuzhou. Hearing the familiar voice, Yi Tian finally felt relieved. Wei Jiuzhou was his boss and also his savior. If it weren't for Wei Jiuzhou's strong support, he would have died more than 100 times. Yi Tian's tone softened a little, and he continued to ask, Boss, what is my nickname? Son. Yi Tian showed a relaxed smile on his face. The boss got the code right, which meant that there was no problem with the boss. Yes, with the 400-man killers of loyalty to the country protecting him closely, how could there be a problem with the boss? Boss, please don't be offended. Based on my understanding of you, you would never issue such an outrageous order. A mere 100 blue dragons are not worth using the Immortal number 1 fighter. Wei Jiuzhou smiled slightly. For my son, it's worth it. Yi Tian's eyes softened instantly. He was just the boss godson, and for him, the boss was even willing to declare war on the world's 8 major mercenary companies. What's more, he is the boss's own son. Boss, rest assured, I will personally deliver the blue dragon you requested. No, you are the soul of the Immortal Army. You cannot leave the central battlefield. Just let Adolf come over. Yes, boss. After getting the ingredients, Wei Jiuzhou couldn't hold on any longer and turned to look at Michelle. The ingredients are ready. Prepare a guest room. I want to take a rest. Yes, boss. Trusova, the reception work of the Sharp Platform staff and the reception work of Jailatro Guafu must be done well. Yes, boss. ========================================================================================================================In the first class cabin, Tawanzi and the Catfish spirits sat together. Tawanzi is holding a mobile phone pole and broadcasting live. My friends, this is my first time meeting XXD. I didn't expect XXD to be so tall. Tawanzi gave XXD a shot. XXD greeted the fans generously. Hello, fans. I am your good friend XXD. Don't worry. I will help you take good care of Tawanzi today. The netizens were posting comments crazily. I'm so envious of Catfish Spirit because I can meet my wife in person. Catfish Spirit, you are too thin. You can't protect my wife. Let me protect her. Catfish Spirit, I heard that Tawanzi is a 200-pound fat woman in real life. Is it true? XXD laughed and said, it's not that exaggerated. Tawanzi has a great body. She looks thin but feels plump. She's a must-have for homebodies. The barrage instantly became lively, with many people sending gifts. Ha! The Catfish Spirit is still the best at playing. Catfish said it well. Only children like to fight each other. Adult men like small tanks like Tawanzi. Catfish Spirit, why do you want to participate in a big eating contest with your small body? I guess you can't even eat a dumpling, right? XXD smiled bitterly. I don't know what happened. It was the official who notified me directly. I didn't even sign up. So, the organizer of this big eater competition is really awesome. He can even command the official shark platform. Time passed quickly in the joyful interaction with fellow travelers, and Flight SQ-1158 landed smoothly at Qingzhou International Airport. The staff of Shark Platform got off the plane first and walked out of the airport through the VIP channel, and then everyone was shocked by the scene in front of them. A total of 18 Maybachs were parked on the side of the road, and at the door of each Maybach stood a young man in a neat suit and sunglasses. The 18 young men stood in highly consistent posture, with amazing momentum. Next to the lead car stood a foreign girl with a strong aura, holding a big sign in her hand. Warmly welcome all the staff of Shark Platform. Chapter 75, Because of the Young Master. The leader of the Shark team is not a Shark executive, but the Shark's face host, Kite. Before leaving, Shark CEO Chen Xiaojia repeatedly warned them not to annoy the organizer and to obey the organizer's instructions in everything. Phone Kite was well aware of the powerful background of the organizer, so he kept a low profile, walked up quickly, and greeted Trusova very enthusiastically. Ms. Trusova, I'm Phone Kite, the host of this eating contest. It's an honor to meet you. Trusova nodded slightly, turned her head, and looked at the sharks behind Phone Kite. Are Tawanzi and XXD here? Here they come. Tawanzi, brother, come here quickly. Feng Zheng waved to the two people behind him. The anchors of the shark platform subconsciously turned their heads to look at Trusova, and then they couldn't help but gasp. Isn't this Miss Trusova too high-end? What kind of aura is this? What kind of card is this? In front of her, these anchors are simply weak, okay? XXD claimed that he had seen many beauties, but after seeing Trusova, he actually blushed a little and was a little afraid to look at Trusova, as if he had returned to the youthfulness of his first love. The other four food streamers were even worse. Some of them didn't even have the courage to look Trusova in the face. The only one who was relatively calm was Tawanzi. After all, Tawanzi is the #1 girl in the Shark platform game area, with a monthly turnover of over 20 million. Tawanzi was very dedicated. He did not forget to broadcast live while walking and habitually pointed the camera at Trusova. My friends, haven't you always been curious about who the organizer is? This beautiful foreign lady is the organizer of this eating contest. The entire live broadcast room exploded instantly. Oh my god, the organizer is actually a super beautiful foreign lady? This aura is simply better than all the anchors on the Shark platform. Rich lady, I'm 20 years old, strong, 18 centimeters, I don't want to work hard anymore. Everyone, get out of the way. From today on, this rich lady is my wife. The above, you just said that Tawanzi is your wife. This rich lady is obviously my wife. No, she can be my mommy. In a high-end club, a young man was enjoying a spa treatment, wandering around Shark's live broadcast room out of boredom. When he arrived at Tawanzi's live broadcast room, the young man's eyes lit up. Tawanzi was outdoors. It should be interesting, right? How about going in and taking a look? The young man clicked on Tawanzi's live broadcast room, and then he jumped up in shock. Miss Trusova? Why is it Miss Trusova? Miss Trusova is Mr. Wei's special assistant. How come she is in Qingzhou? The young man was so frightened that his scalp went numb, and he immediately fired 100 rockets to show his respect. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 100 rockets were launched into the sky, accompanied by a super luxurious barrage. Hello, Miss Trusova. I am your little fanboy, shout Song Song. The live broadcast room exploded instantly. The fans are going crazy. This is the super rich Principal Wong. Principal Wong knows this rich lady, and he is so humble. What is the identity of this rich young lady? After swiping the rockets, Wang Xiaosong opened a WeChat group. There were only a dozen people in this WeChat group, and each of them was a super rich second generation from Daxia. Wang Xiaosong at everyone. Brothers and sisters, wake up. Come and meet Miss Trusova quickly. Wang Xiaosong's message instantly blew up the lifeless group. Princess Huawei. Xiao Song, the Miss Trusova you were talking about. Is she the one next Mr. Wei? Principal Wang. Yes, Sister Zhou. You're Mr. Wei's special assistant. Emperor Liu, what's going on? Wang Xiaosong. Please tell me clearly, where's Miss Trusova? Principal Wang. Miss Trusova held a big eater competition in Qingzhou and is personally welcoming Tuanzi and other shark anchors. Emperor Liu. Oh my god. What are you waiting for? Why don't you go and get some money to help Miss Trusova? Soon, those legendary elusive rich people came to Tuanzi's live broadcast room to crash the room, as if they had discussed it beforehand. Tuanzi was confused. The netizens were also confused. Are these super rich people all excited? They became super popular in an instant. What is the identity of this Miss Trusova? Why do so many wealthy people come here to worship her? Even if Tuanzi was slow-witted, he knew that the organizer's background was very impressive. Tuanzi couldn't keep calm either, so he quickly walked forward and greeted Trusova very respectfully. Hello, Miss Trusova. XXD was even more unbearable, and he even stuttered. Ms. Trusova, hello. Trusova smiled at the two men. They were the ones the boss specifically requested, so she would feel relieved as long as they came. Tuanzi, XXD, and Feng Zheng. The three of you will take the first car, and the others will follow behind. The three were ecstatic. They were the first car. What did this mean? It meant that the organizers valued them very much. Tuanzi asked cautiously, Ms. Trusova, I have a question. XXD and I are not food broadcasters. Why did they invite us to the competition of Big Eater? XXD on the side also pricked up his ears, and it was obvious that he was also very curious. Because of the young master. Young master? The three of them took a deep breath. Miss Trusova, who was so sought after by so many super rich people, actually had a young master? What is the identity of this young master? The three of them were shaking with excitement. If they could have even the slightest relationship with this young master, they would benefit endlessly in their lifetime. Tuanzi was very sensible and did not rashly ask who the young master was. She believed that with her keen observation skills, she would be able to find this mysterious young master. The car started and headed straight for the Shangri-La Hotel, but Trusova stayed because she had to greet a more important guest. 50 minutes later, flight GQ 8898 slowly landed. Gaolat and Luo Guofu got off the plane with their team, walked out of the airport along the VIP channel, and saw Trusova holding a large sign. Before leaving, the general manager of the Hung team sternly warned the two that after arriving in Qingzhou, they must unconditionally obey the orders of the Big Eater organizer. Gaolat and Luo Guofu were very nervous. Seeing such a stunning beauty like Trusova, they did not dare to say anything naughty and walked forward to greet her very respectfully. Ms. Trusova, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Trusova was quite friendly to the two of them. After all, they were the young master's favorite football stars. Please get in the car, both of you. Trusova received the two people in Wei Jiuzhou's private bulletproof Maybach. As well-known sports stars, Gaolat and Luo Guofu have very high vision and can see at a glance that this Maybach is unique. 68S? This thing is not a mass-produced car, but a specially customized one. After sitting in the back seat of the car, the seat automatically adjusts according to the size of the two people, making them very comfortable. The two gained a preliminary understanding of the strength of the organizer. Chapter 76. The young master likes to play football. After a brief chat, the two had a preliminary understanding of the Big Eater competition. After hearing that there would be Alaskan king crabs and Australian blue dragons, their saliva was flowing. While feeling happy, Gaolat raised the questions in his mind. Ms. Trusova, can you tell us why you invited us to participate in the eating contest? Our majors are not related to this. Trusova pondered and said, It's okay to tell you. The young master likes to play football. He admires you two very much. The two men's eyes lit up. The organizer of the big eating contest was the behind-the-scenes boss of Hongdao Group. If they could gain the friendship of the young master, their development in Daxia would be smooth sailing. Ms. Trusova, could you introduce us to someone later? We brought a signed football and a signed jersey and want to present them to the young master. Trusova smiled slightly and said, there is no need for introductions. You can just contact each other privately. I guess the young master will take the initiative to greet you. Gowlat smiled bitterly and said, Ms. Trusova, you should introduce us. We are well known and many people will greet us. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if we recognize the wrong person? I won't make a mistake. Young master is also a contestant, the most handsome contestant. Equals 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 equals. At 7:30 in the evening, Wei Jiuzhou slowly opened his eyes. After sleeping for an afternoon, Wei Jiuzhou felt relaxed and energetic. Trusova, how are you preparing for the eating contest? Boss, the ingredients are ready, the contestants are here, and the live broadcast equipment has been debugged. The host asked me if you have any special needs. Wei Jiuzhou asked calmly. According to the analysis of the Intelligent Brain team, what is the probability of Aining winning the championship? 0.001%. Sharp Platform sent out 4 food anchors. All of them are big eaters. Wei Jiuzhou shook his head slightly. How could he have such an unrealistic hope? How could Aining's hobby possibly beat other people's careers? Besides, he didn't want Aining to get an upset stomach. It seems an additional award must be set up. Otherwise, how could he get a chance to be interviewed openly with his family of 5? How about this? Let the Shark platform temporarily set up an exclusive gift for the Big Eater contestants and establish a Best Popularity Award. The contestant who wins the Best Popularity Award, like the Big Eater champion, can get an opportunity to be interviewed with his family. Trusova instantly understood Wei Jiuzhou's meaning and bowed her head. Yes, boss. I will keep an eye on the popularity rankings to ensure that the young master can win the Best Popularity Award. Wei Jiuzhou nodded slightly. Let's go and admire the performances of the contestants. Led by Trusova, Wei Jiuzhou entered the banquet hall. The banquet hall was particularly lively at this time. Wei Jiuzhou carefully selected a seat that would allow him to see Wei Ning and his family of 4. Because Zhou Yuan's parents couldn't come, the family of 4 sat with Zhou Yuan, as if Zhou Yuan was also their child. Now, there are only 20 minutes left before the competition officially starts, and the contestants are arriving one after another. Seeing the contestants sent by Shark entering, Zhou Yuan became excited. He finally met his idols Tuanzi and XXD in real life. Aining, look, it's Tuanzi and XXD. They're here. They're really here. Wei Ning smiled slightly. If you like it, just go up and say hello. Zhou Yuan smiled bitterly. I dare not. Tuanzi is broadcasting live. If I go up to say hello, I will definitely be on TV, and her fans will definitely complain about me like crazy. Wei Ning rolled his eyes speechlessly. We all have 1 head and 2 legs, so what is there to be afraid of? As soon as he sees Gao Lat and Luo Guofu, he will definitely step forward and say hello without hesitation. In order to make Wei Ning and Zhou Yuan look less conspicuous, Trusova invited more than a dozen elites from all walks of life to this eating contest. After Tuanzi and XXD entered the banquet hall, they kept looking around, looking for the presence of the young master. Unfortunately, they were disappointed, as they were very well known, especially Tuanzi, and there were many young people stealing glances at her, and for a moment it was impossible to tell which one was the young master. This can't be blamed on Tuanzi and XXD. They received less information, so it's normal that they couldn't recognize it. Gaolat and Luo Guofu got more information. They knew that the young master was a contestant and that he was very handsome. After the 2 entered the banquet hall, they kept looking around, and soon they found 2 targets. The first is Wei Jiuzhou, and the second is Wei Ning. They are both equally handsome. In the end, the 2 reached a consensus. Wei Ning sat in the contestant seat, and Wei Jiuzhou sat in the audience seats. Although Wei Jiuzhou looked more imposing, Wei Ning must be the young master. The 2 men looked at each other, then quickly walked towards Wei Ning holding the signed football and jersey. They wanted to occupy the advantageous position next to the young master. A contestant's eyes lit up when she saw Gaolat. She is a diehard fan of Gaolat. She has liked Gaolat for 3 years. The girl's name is Miao Xin. She is a flight attendant and was lucky enough to be selected as a contestant in this Big Eater competition. Next to Miao Xin was a young man dressed in branded clothes. His name was Jiang Gaoyang, the young master of Qingzhou Flying Tigers Club. In Qingzhou, he was considered a very powerful, rich second generation. Jiang Gaoyang met Miao Xian during a long-distance flight. He was struck by her beauty and began to pursue her relentlessly. Miao Xian knew very well that for a man, the best thing is what he cannot get. Therefore, Miao Xian kept Jiang Gaoyang hanging, being distant towards him. Shan Shan, it's Gao Lat. It's really Gao Lat. He's so handsome. It would be great if I could get Gao Lat's autographed football and jersey. He just happened to be holding a football and a jersey in his arms. I wonder if he signed them. Miao Xian's relatives are not in Qingzhou, so she can only bring her colleague and best friend Wang Shan to cheer her on. Jiang Gaoyang's eyes lit up as he found a way to please the goddess. Xin, do you want Gao Lat's autographed football and autographed jersey? That's a piece of cake. I can help you get it. Miao Xian was overjoyed. Really? Can Jiang Xiao really help me get Gao Lat's autographed football and autographed jersey? Of course it's true. What's the benefit? Miao Xian hesitated for a moment, bit her lip, and whispered, I plan to travel to Switzerland, and my flight will be at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Jiang Gaoyang was overjoyed. Was he going to win the beauty? Jiang Gaoyang stood up and walked towards the two people with confident steps. Mr. Golet, long time no see. They were all in the same circle. Gao Lat knew Jiang Gaoyang and nodded slightly at him. What a coincidence. Jiang is also participating in the Big Eater competition. It's my girlfriend who's participating in the competition. Mr. Golet, can you please give me some face? My girlfriend is your fan and hopes to get your autographed football and autographed jersey. Chapter 77. Meeting the Young Master. Under normal circumstances, Gao Lat would definitely give Jiang Gaoyang some face, but unfortunately, his autographed football and autographed jersey were both prepared for the young master. Jiang, I'm so sorry, but the signed football and signed jersey we have now have very important uses. How about this? After the eating contest is over, I will prepare a signed football and a set of signed jerseys for your girlfriend. Jiang Gaoyang was very satisfied with Gao Lat's respect. Thank you very much, Mr. Gao Lat. Let's contact each other by phone after the eating contest is over. Okay. Miao Xian was very disappointed to see Jiang Gaoyang return empty-handed. This young master Jiang always boasted about how great he was, but he didn't expect that he couldn't even get a signed football and a signed jersey. Is such a person really worth entrusting your life to? Mr. Jiang, I'm not in a good mood. Tomorrow's travel plan may be canceled. Jiang Gaoyang was not panicked at all and said triumphantly, Xin, I think you will be in a good mood after the game. Gao Lat just said that the autographed footballs and jerseys he and Luo Guofu brought have important uses and should be used as rewards for the game. However, don't be disappointed. Gao Lat just promised me that after the game, he will prepare a signed football and a set of signed jerseys for you. After saying that, Jiang Gaoyang raised his head high, put on a high-handed attitude, and was ready to accept Miao Xian's compliments. However, to Jiang Gaoyang's disappointment, Miao Xian's expression became even colder, and there was even a hint of well-hidden contempt. Mr. Jiang, didn't you say that Mr. Golet's autographed football and jersey had important uses? Why did he give them to that handsome boy? Wang Shan, who was standing by, couldn't help but exclaimed, Oh my God, I'm in love. Isn't that boy so handsome? Miao Xian nodded slightly. Yes, I should be very angry after my signed football and jersey were stolen, but I can't be angry with this little brother. Maybe appearance is justice. Jiang Gaoyang turned his head and looked in the direction of Miao Xian's finger, and saw Wei Ning standing in front of Gao Lat and Luo Guofu. The two men were talking to Wei Ning with smiles on their faces and stuffed the footballs and jerseys in their hands into Wei Ning's arms. Jiang Gaoyang was so angry that he almost exploded. Gao Lat and Luo Guofu's actions really slapped him in the face. He is a young master of the Qingzhou Flying Tigers Club. How could Gao Lat and Luo Guofu be so disrespectful to him? They actually rubbed his dignity on the floor. Unforgivable. And that kid too. He actually snatched his autographed football and jersey. The most infuriating thing is, how can he be so handsome? Even his goddess Miao Xian is a little moved. A man's status is based on his strength, not his looks. That pretty boy is wearing clothes bought on Taobao. He must be a poor bastard. Miao Xian refuted mercilessly. That handsome boy looks very young. He probably hasn't graduated yet. Have you heard the saying that you shouldn't despise a poor young man? I think that boy will have a bright future. Wang Shan nodded vigorously. Yes, he can make a living just by relying on his looks. Whether he is doing live broadcasts or participating in talent shows, he will be very popular. I think today's most popular award must go to this little brother. Jiang Gaoyong snorted coldly. Him? What a joke. With me here, the most popular award today must go to Xin Xin. Jiang Gaoyong was extremely confident. His pocket money had just arrived, a full 6 million. With that much money, it was enough to play on a Shar platform for a whole year. What's more, it was just a small eating contest. Tuanzi is very persistent. She is determined to find the mysterious young master. Friends, please help me take a closer look. Which little brother looks like the young master? Netizens started to give random suggestions. Tuanzi, is it possible that your train of thought has gone astray? In fact, the young master is not a little brother, but a middle-aged uncle? You should just pay attention to the uncle. It's possible. Just thinking about the son of the shipping magnate, we can infer that this mysterious young master may not be young anymore. Tuanzi was somewhat depressed. What if the young master was an uncle? She still liked the little brother. Tuanzi, look, Gaolat and Luo Guofu are here. Oh my god, it's really Gaolat and Luo Guofu. The organizers of the Big Eater competition are awesome. They even got these two awesome people to come. Tuanzi quickly locked his gaze on Gaolat and Luo Guofu. Huh, who is that handsome guy? Why did Gaolat and Luo Guofu give him all the signed footballs and jerseys? Mom, I'm in love. How can there be such a handsome little brother in this world? Originally, Wang Xiaosong, Qin Xiaofan, and others were already feeling a little sleepy, but when they suddenly saw Wei Ning, they immediately became alert. It seems so. This young man's facial features are 80% similar to Mr. Wei's, especially his eyes, which are exactly the same as Mr. Wei's. This young man is undoubtedly the young master. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Hundreds of rockets were launched into the sky in an instant, and all kinds of luxurious barges were flying all over the sky. Principal Wang, meet the young master. Emperor Liu, meet the young master. Princess Huawei, meet the young master. Penguin Girl, meet the young master. The live broadcast room completely exploded. Young master? This unbelievably handsome little brother is the young master? God must have favored him, right? With such a stunning appearance and such a terrifying family background. Judging from the way Wang Xiaozong and the others treat him, he seems to be the richest second generation in Daxia. Tuanzi stared at Wei Ning straight, almost like a crazy fan. What a handsome and clean boy. Isn't this what her ideal boyfriend looks like? Although he wasn't wearing any famous brand, he exuded a sense of nobility. It was as if he was the center of the entire banquet hall. Wei Ning was very confused. Why were the anchors of Shark all looking at him? It was so strange. Zhou Yuan on the side was shaking with excitement and raised his hand to push Wei Ning's arm. Ning, look, Tuanzi is looking at me. Could it be that Tuanzi has a crush on me? What should I do? Should I go to college? Or should I just follow Tuanzi and do a couple live broadcasts? Wei Ning finally breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that those anchors were watching a Yuan. If you like it, just go for it. You can learn from me and greet them openly. It's easy to get a football and a jersey, and they're autographed. Okay, I'll go. Zhou Yuan took a deep breath, tried hard to suppress his inner tension, and walked towards Tuanzi and XXD. Tuanzi, XXD, hello. My name is Zhou Yuan. I'm your fan. Can you give me an autograph photo? Zhou Yuan imitated Wei Ning's just look and looked at Tuanzi and XXD with as calm a gaze as possible. Chapter 78 Wei Ning is the most popular. XXD readily handed Zhou Yuan an autograph photo. Tuanzi looked at Zhou Yuan with strange eyes. She was worried that she had no chance to get close to Wei Ning, and Zhou Yuan came to her on his own initiative. How could Tuanzi miss this good opportunity? Of course, but I have a request. Zhou Yuan nodded without hesitation. Let alone one request. Even if it's 100 requests, I will agree to it. Tuanzi smiled slightly. Can I sit next to you during the game later? Zhou Yuan was ecstatic. What kind of request was this? This was exactly what he wanted. My brother's damn charm has mesmerized Tuanzi. Sure, this is my autograph photo, the one I am most satisfied with and like the most. Thank you. Thank you, Tuanzi. Zhou Yuan held the photo like a treasure, ran back to Wei Ning, and showed it off to his good brother with a proud look on his face. Ning, I want an autograph photo. Tuanzi was so nice to me. He even offered to sit with me. Wei Ning smiled and said, It seems that Yuan is going to be single. Congratulations. Wei Qinghe and Wei Wincy at the back also giggled. Xiao Yuan is quite capable. He even managed to get such a big internet celebrity. Ning, you have to work harder too. After you go to college, bring us a younger sister as soon as possible. Ning, You can find a girlfriend, but you can't find those questionable ones. You have to find a good girl who is decent. Do you hear me? Amid the joyful conversation of the crowd, 7:55 arrived. Feng Zheng walked onto the stage with graceful steps and opened the show with a magnetic voice. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, good evening. I am your old friend Feng Zheng, and I will be the host of this eating contest today. Wow. Applause. Barrage of comments are flying everywhere. My wife is so white. My wife is in better shape. I can listen to my wife's voice for 100 years. My sword is thirsty for blood. The game has finally begun. After a while, the applause died down, and Feng Zheng continued to explain. This big eater competition has 2 prizes in total. The first prize, as the name suggests, is the Big Eater Champion. Each king crab counts for 3 points, and each Australian dragon counts for 1 point. The one with the highest score will be the big eater of this competition. He or she can get a prize of 1 million and a 5-star membership card of Shangri-La Hotel. The contestants' eyes instantly became eager. Isn't the reward too generous? Not only is there a 1 million bonus, but there is also a 5-star membership card for the Shangri-La Hotel. Miko, I won't let you go tonight. I must be the champion. Brother Dong, please take it easy. Who was the last person who went to the hospital for an enema? I don't remember. Wei Ning and Zhou Yuan looked very calm. They were no match for those food streamers at all, so they just kept a normal attitude. They were already very satisfied to be able to enjoy a free meal and meet their idols. Feng Kite continued to introduce the competition. The second award set for this competition is the Best Popularity Award. The Sharp platform has temporarily opened exclusive gifts for each contestant. The contestant who receives the most exclusive gifts will win the Best Popularity Award. The reward for the Best Popularity Award is the same as that for the Big Eater Champion, and all contestants will receive 50% of the total value of the exclusive gifts. Wei Ning and Zhou Yuan's eyes lit up. This was a good opportunity to earn some pocket money, even if it was only 100 or 80. Inning, after the game starts, let's talk more with Tawanzi. Maybe we can get some gifts. The meat on a mosquito's leg is still meat. Originally, Wei Ning planned to avoid Zhou Yuan after the game started. He didn't want to be on camera, but after hearing this, he immediately changed his mind. If I can get some gifts, it can also reduce some of the burden on my family. If I can earn enough money for tuition, it will be perfect. Feng Zheng's voice suddenly became higher. I declare, the Big Eater competition has officially begun. Please enter the venue. Wei Ning and Zhou Yuan subconsciously stood up and walked towards the most inconspicuous position, one of the ends of the U-shaped table. What the two didn't expect was that not only Taanzi XXD and other anchors followed them, but Gaolat and Luo Guofu also followed them. In the blink of an eye, the row where Wei Ning and Zhou Yuan were sitting was filled with people. The row opposite was empty. Tawanzi was quick-witted and grabbed the seat next to Zhou Yuan. In fact, she wanted to sit next to Wei Ning, but Wei Ning was sitting at the end of the U-shaped table, and there was no room outside. Gaolat and Luo Guofu only managed to grab a seat next to Tawanzi. They looked at each other and smiled bitterly, thinking that the young master was too low-key. It would be better for them to stay away from him. Miao Xian was disappointed that she didn't get a seat next to Wei Ning, but she thought of a plan. If you can't get a seat next to the guy, you could get a seat opposite him. Miao Xian quickly rushed to the opposite side of Wei Ning, staring at Wei Ning with her peach blossom eyes flashing with sparkle. In the audience not far away, Jiang Gaoyong was so angry that his teeth itched. Damn his pretty boy. Why did everyone keep following him? He is obviously the top rich second generation in Qingzhou. I will make you understand who is a real man soon. Feng Zheng smiled bitterly. It seemed that many people knew the young master's identity, so he had to maintain order. You food anchors, please sit over here. And you guys, there are seats over here. Why are you standing there? Under Feng Zheng's command, everyone finally sat down smoothly. The netizens were laughing so hard. The young master is so charming. He is popular with both men and women. Everyone wants to sit next to him. The young master is really too low-key, sitting in the corner. Logically, the young master should sit in the center. It's open. The exclusive gift is open. The young master's exclusive gift is a Bing Dwen Dwen. Brothers, go for it. In just a moment, the netizens had created more than 20,000 Bing Dwen Dwen. In order to allow ordinary fans to participate, the price of Bing Dwen Dun is 88,800, and more than 20,000 Bing Dwen Duns cost more than 100,000 yuan. Wei Ning instantly topped the popularity list. Feng Zheng was so excited when he saw the data that he shouted. Contestant Wei Ning has received more than 20,000 exclusive gifts and is currently ranked first on the popularity list. Swish! The Shark Live Studio gave Wei Ning a high-definition shot. The fans are completely crazy. Oh my god, this is a high-definition, face-to-face photo. My husband is really handsome. Bah, you little bitch upstairs, I just bought 1,000 Bing Dwin Dwins, and the young master is obviously my husband. Wei Ning was completely confused. What the hell? Did I hear that correctly? He was just thinking about how he could take advantage of Tuanzi's popularity and earn a few more exclusive gifts. But in the blink of an eye, he is number one on the popularity list? How does this magic work? Zhou Yuan beside Wei Ning was also confused. What the hell? A Ning is a pure amateur. How come she is so popular? The competition has just begun, and we have already got more than 20,000 Bing Dwin Dwins? Is Uncle Wei behind this? It must be like this. I really envy A Ning for having a good father like Uncle Wei. Chapter 79. This piece of crab meat is for you. It's so delicious. Wei Jiuzhou was very satisfied with Trusova's work and smiled at her. Trusova, you did it? It was well done. There was no trace at all.